Qinlan was the first to break the silence. In her eyes, what showed at this moment was heartfelt admiration. This bearing, this broad-mindedness, he truly deserved the 4 words. Leader of Huaxia. Her words were silently acknowledged by all the girls. A man holding the highest authority of an entire civilization. For the sake of cooperation and to show his trust, was actually willing to lower himself like this and place himself in the position of a subordinate. This kind of vision had already gone beyond mere political calculation and risen to an almost idealistic sentiment. The gazes of the women in the vehicle all landed on Yi Chun at the same time, as the absolute core of this family. No matter how the outside situation changed, whatever choice Yi Chun made, they would follow him without reservation. Yi Chun swept his gaze across the girl's trusting eyes. He knew Zhang Wei's proposal was not just a gesture. This was his way of extending the most sincere olive branch to the Xingfu Yijian. He could not let Zhang Wei's trust be wasted, but at the same time, he absolutely could not allow his family to face even the slightest potential risk. A thought clearly surfaced in his mind, a way to respond to Zhang Wei's goodwill while still preserving their absolute independence. I've decided. Yi Chun showed the girls a confident smile. He did not explain further and directly opened the Alliance creation panel. Please enter Alliance name. Yi Chun's finger lightly tapped on the screen. Yi Chun, a temporary alliance, named after himself, and with a structure so simple it could not be any simpler, was established. The next second, an alliance invitation was sent to Zhang Wei's private chat channel. Almost the instant the invitation was sent, the system prompt rang out. Player Zhang Wei has joined your alliance. Immediately after that, a request for alliance teleportation followed. Agree. Yi Chun pressed the confirm button. Buzz. White light instantly enveloped the entire war fortress. When the light faded and their vision became clear again, the Xingfu Yijian had already appeared above that vast central plain. Sunlight, blue sky, green grass, and below them, a convoy made up of several hundred level 6 buses, filled with a grim and murderous aura. So this is the end? Gu Qingtasi softly murmured as she looked at the scenery outside, beautiful like a painting. The girls were all shaken by the sight before them. Even Yi Chun, upon seeing this plain with his own eyes, felt an indescribable surge of heroic spirit rise in his heart. However, he had not forgotten what he needed to do. The very next second after they appeared, Yi Chun opened the Alliance panel again and found the alliance that had been created less than 1 minute ago. Are you sure you want to disband Alliance Yi Chun? Confirm. Alliance Yi Chun has been disbanded. Inside the mutual aid, Zhang Wei looked at the system prompt saying the alliance you are in has been disbanded. He was stunned for a moment. Then a helpless smile appeared on his face. Not a single leak, huh? This young man named Yi Chun acted decisively and thought with meticulous care. By doing this, he had accepted Zhang Wei's goodwill and completed the teleportation, while at the very first moment restoring his absolutely free status. Interesting. Zhang Wei shook his head, but there was an appreciative smile on his face. He opened the private chat channel and sent Yi Chun one final message. Zhang Wei, go. Go claim the glory that belongs to you and to all of Huaxia. At this moment, in the convoy of the Gongzihui, one person's reaction stood completely at odds with the surrounding gazes full of awe and curiosity. Luo Fei, when that war fortress, massive as a mountain, appeared out of nowhere above their heads and brought incomparable pressure with it, it felt as if every bone in his body had been instantly pulled out. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. They're here. They really came. Fear, like the coldest current imaginable, swept through his entire body in an instant. He desperately hid his skinny body behind a tall transport vehicle, keeping his head lowered so hard he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it on the spot. Don't see me. Please don't remember me. I'm nothing. I'm just a rock by the roadside. He prayed madly in his heart. However, everything he feared did not happen. From beginning to end, that enormous behemoth floating in the sky did not spare him even the slightest bit of attention, as if he simply did not exist in this world at all. Under the combined watch of countless eyes below, the Xingfu Yijian did not pause in the slightest. It adjusted its direction, swept over everyone's heads, and sped toward the center of the plain. Below, in the convoy of the Gongzihui, every person had their head raised, their eyes following that war fortress shining with metallic luster under the sunlight. Awe, envy, curiosity, and a trace of gratitude for being carried along by the tide of the times. We are witnessing history. Fang Mingyuan sighed softly. Zhang Wei stood beside him and said nothing. He merely used those bright eyes of his to quietly watch the departing Xingfu Yijian, his gaze filled with expectation. The Xingfu Yijian was extremely fast. The vast plain rapidly retreated beneath them. Inside the vehicle, the girls all stood by the windows, curiously observing this land that was about to become the new starting point of their civilization. According to the map display, we're still 3 kilometers away from the center point. Gu Qingyin's voice sounded inside the vehicle, carrying a trace of barely concealed excitement. Yi Chun controlled the vehicle and slowly lowered its altitude and speed. They saw that at the very center of the plain, it was not empty. A circular platform made of unknown white stone stood there quietly. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, engraved with countless intricate golden patterns. That's the finish line. Yi Chen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Under everyone's gaze, the Xingfu Yijiren slowly descended onto that enormous circular platform. The instant the wheels touched the platform's surface, buzz, all the golden patterns on the entire platform lit up at the same time. A gentle white pillar of light shot from the ground straight into the sky, as if connecting heaven and earth. That white pillar of light, soaring upward, suddenly expanded outward, forming a gigantic, visible halo that swept across the entire world. At the same time, a voice from the origin of the world resounded in every player's mind. Detected that Longwa civilization has completed Phase 4 ahead of schedule. Civilization unification. Progress acceleration assessment complete. For critical accelerations have all been achieved. Final reward conditions satisfied. Notice, the thunderstorm will completely dissipate in 1 hour. The successive announcements threw players across the world into wild ecstasy. It's ending. The thunderstorm is going to disappear. We survived. We really survived. Starting today, we won't have to worry about being chased by the thunderstorm anymore. Cheers rang out across the entire world. However, the atmosphere inside the Xingfu Yijiren remained heavy. Yi Chen and the girls all knew very clearly that the real main event had only just begun. The only civilization miracle. What exactly would it be? As everyone waited, whether in excitement or anticipation, the final announcement descended. Longwa civilization has received the unique civilization miracle reward from the stacking of 4 progress accelerations. Full population datafication. Full population datafication. This reward will officially take effect after Longwa civilization establishes its first territory. After taking effect, all players' bodies will undergo a data reconstruction. Once per day, if they die within their territory, they will revive there. Warning: after a territory is established, the borders of your civilization will officially come into contact with other unknown civilizations. The civilization war has officially begun. Inside the carriage of the happy family. At this moment, time seemed to stretch out infinitely. Every girl maintained the posture she had been in a second ago, standing or sitting, but the expressions on their faces had all frozen into a mixture of extreme shock and disbelief. Nationwide datafication? 1 revival per day within the territory? These few short phrases struck straight at the soul. They blasted all of their understanding, all of their worldview, into pieces. Ai Qinlan opened her mouth, her eyes filled with confusion and blankness. She wanted to say something, but found her throat so dry that she could not make a sound. She suddenly turned her head and stared fixedly at Yi Chen, that look in her eyes seeming to seek a final confirmation from him. Yi Chen, is this what I think it means? Her voice trembled like never before, even carrying a trace of pleading for the answer to be the one she was hoping for. Yi Chen did not answer right away. He was using all the strength in his body to suppress the violent trembling caused by his ecstasy. His teeth were clenched so hard they rattled. Veins bulged on the backs of his hands, and his knuckles had turned pale from exerting too much force. It had been too long. Ever since stepping into this cruel survival world, every one of his nerves had been stretched taut at all times, not daring to relax for even a moment, because he knew that behind him was the family he had to protect with his life. Any tiny mistake, any wrong judgment, could result in losing one of them. That was a consequence he could not bear. This pressure had been like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe, forcing him to study like mad, keep changing, and move forward cautiously. But now, that mountain was just gone. The nerves that had been stretched to the extreme all this time could finally relax a little. Yi Chen slowly, heavily, nodded. He looked at Qinlan, then at every girl in the carriage, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, yet with a lightness he had never shown before, "Yes, it means exactly what you think. We don't have to die anymore." The moment those last words fell, the women in the carriage, who had been forcibly maintaining their reason this whole time, completely broke down. Wah! Gu Qingyin could no longer hold it in. She let out a loud wail and threw herself into her younger sister Gu Qingxi's arms. Like a child, she turned all her fear, grievance, and lingering terror into loud sobs. "Qingxi, we can survive now. We never have to be afraid again. Our whole family can keep living forever." Gu Qingxi hugged her older sister tightly, tears also falling silently like broken strings of pearls. But on her face bloomed the brightest smile of someone who had survived a disaster. With a thump, Ran's legs gave out and she fell straight to the floor. She covered her mouth with her hand to keep herself from crying out loud. But her violently heaving shoulders exposed the storm in her heart. As a doctor, she revered life more than anyone and feared death more than anyone. And now, this rule had given them the possibility of transcending death. Ha 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 ha. After getting the confirmation, Qinlan froze for several seconds, then burst into a crazed fit of laughter. That laughter was filled with unrestrained arrogance and dominance. The Fourth Calamity. We fucking became the Fourth Calamity. She swung her fist fiercely, battle intent in her eyes blazing hot enough to burn the heavens. Come on, I don't care what bullshit civilization it is. Bring one and I'll crush one. Bring 10,000 and I'll crush 10,000. Who can stop a bunch of immortal lunatics? Leaning against the control console, Lin Wanqing's eyes behind her lenses gleamed with excitement. Long-formed habit still made her catch the most critical point first. The premise is territory. She stressed the words, drawing everyone's attention over. We have to establish a territory first, and the revival location is also limited to within the territory. Suzian picked up where Lin Wanqing left off. Though her voice remained steady, it could not hide the excitement in it. Wanqing is right. This reward is an opportunity, but also a shackle. From now on, territory is the lifeline of our civilization. If the territory stands, the civilization will not perish. If the territory falls, then... She did not continue, but everyone understood what she meant. Then what were we waiting for? Qinlan's laughter stopped, and impatience appeared on her face. Build it. Right now. Right in the center of this plain, we'll build the first city of our long-with civilization. And the strongest one too. Right? We'll make it a fortress that never falls. Gu Qingyan wiped away her tears and reignited her fighting spirit. The girls chimed in one after another, enthusiastically discussing the blueprint of the future, and the entire carriage filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Yichen did not join their discussion. He slowly walked to the window and looked out at the vast plain, the blue sky and white clouds, and the mountain range stretching into the distance. On the glass of the window, the smiling faces of the girls inside were clearly reflected. Qinlan's boldness, Suzian's intelligence, Gu Qingyan's liveliness, Gu Qingxi's gentleness, and even Zhou Xiu's eyes were shining. They were chattering noisily in a lively mess, full of vitality, full of hope. At this moment, Yi Chan felt that the heart he had kept tense for so long had finally, completely, utterly relaxed. He could make mistakes now. He could take risks now. He no longer had to worry that, because of one wrong decision of his, he might lose any one of them forever. The corners of Yi Chan's lips lifted slightly beyond his control, curving into a heartfelt smile. He looked at the reflection in the window, then at the world outside, and murmured softly, "This is really nice." But this stillness lasted for less than 3 seconds. The next moment, the global chat channel, the platform carrying the information exchange of nearly several billion players, completely exploded. Did I hear that right? Full player datafication? 1 revival per day within the territory? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Say important things 3 times. Do we become gods? Not gods. Something even scarier than gods. Brothers, have you ever played games? We become the Fourth Calamity. The words Fourth Calamity were like ignited explosives, instantly setting off all the players' emotions. All the fear, confusion, and uncertainty about the future that had been there this whole time were, at this moment, completely replaced by ecstasy and fearlessness. Ha 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 ha. The Fourth Calamity. That's exactly right. From today on, we're a bunch of immortal locusts. Wherever we go, we devour. I suddenly feel sorry for our future enemies. What are they going to face? A pack of fearless lunatics who can revive after death and treat war like a game. How the hell are they supposed to fight that? With their heads? Fight my ass. Before, we only had 1 life, so we had to use it sparingly. Now it's great. 1 new life every day. From now on. In the dictionary of our Longwa civilization, there is no death, only revival cooldown. Brothers, think bigger. Before, we were surviving. Now it's conquest. Our journey is the sea of stars. Before, if we saw an elite monster, we'd walk around it. Now, if we see an elite monster, our eyes light right up. That's not a monster. That's a walking materials pack and equipment vault. The atmosphere in the channel rapidly evolved from the initial shock into frenzied chaos, along with contempt for everything and overwhelming arrogance and confidence. Every single one of them realized that this reward had, at its core, changed the very form of their lives, and completely changed their relationship with the civilization of this world. They were no longer ants struggling to survive. They were a natural disaster about to descend upon this world, one that would make every enemy tremble in fear. That fanatical emotion finally gathered, along with waves of praise, into a torrent powerful enough to shake heaven and earth, flooding the entire channel. Long live Huaxia civilization. Long live the people of Huaxia. The Dragon Nation is invincible under heaven. Compared to the frenzy in the World Channel, the members of the Gongji Council on the Central Plains were just as overwhelmingly shaken by this sudden, heaven-shaking reward. Zhang Wei stood where he was, that one sentence echoing over and over in his mind. 1 revival per day within the territory. As the supreme leader of the Huaxia Gongji Alliance, his first reaction was not war, nor conquest. It was heartfelt relief and reassurance. Stable. Completely stable. With this rule as their final trump card, the people of Huaxia would truly gain a firm foothold in this world. They would no longer fear threats from unknown civilizations. Now, the ones who should be afraid were them. More importantly, when death was no longer the only ending. The internal conflicts that had once arisen over resources and living space would be erased to the greatest extent possible. A harmonious, friendly, united internal environment would no longer be an impossible dream. Zhang Wei was young, after all. As for the concept of the Fourth Calamity, born from online games in the real world, he almost instantly understood the terrifying implications behind it. He immediately entered the Gongji Council's internal command channel and, in the briefest words possible, quickly explained it to the senior commanders who were still stunned and confused. After hearing Zhang Wei's explanation, the older generals in the command layer fell silent for a brief moment of thought. Then, almost in unison, their faces flushed red with extreme excitement. One white-haired general had both hands clenched tightly into fists, his weathered hands trembling slightly from emotion. Warriors who would not die. An army made up of billions of warriors who would not truly die. What did that mean for the brutal civilization war that was about to come? No one understood it better than soldiers like them, men who had dealt with war their entire lives. It meant that Huaxia would possess a truly invincible army. Good, good. Another one-armed general slammed his only remaining hand hard against his thigh. Tears glimmered in his eyes, but his voice was filled with soaring, heroic spirit. With this heavenly army, why should we fear our civilization not rising? Why should we fear foreign enemies invading? Just as everyone was still immersed in massive joy and excitement, Fang Mingyuan's voice rang out in time. Commander-in-Chief. Fang Mingyuan strode quickly to Zhang Wei's side and reminded him with a grave expression. For the rule to take effect, establishing the territory is still a prerequisite. We must immediately make an announcement in the World Channel and tell all players to find the nearest safe area and hide. We absolutely cannot fall at the very last moment before true victory arrives. Fang Mingyuan's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking everyone present. That was right. The more it was like this, the less careless they could afford to be. Zhang Wei immediately came back to his senses. He nodded heavily, the steadiness and decisiveness of a leader returning to his face. He opened the global chat channel. All compatriots of the Longwa civilization. I am Zhang Wei, Commander-in-Chief of the Huaxia Gongji Alliance. Dawn has arrived. The light of victory is right before our eyes. But before the sun fully rises, the final darkness is still deadly. In the name of the Huaxia Gongji Alliance, I issue the highest order to all members. All personnel, immediately cease all unnecessary actions. Find the safest nearby location and conceal yourselves. Avoid all possible risks and conflicts. We've already made it through the hardest years. Do not fall on the final step before eternal victory. Please, everyone, wait patiently. Together, we will welcome the rebirth that belongs to our entire civilization. After briefly letting his emotions run free, Yichen immediately calmed down again and focused his attention on the most critical issue in front of him, establishing the territory. Only after the territory was successfully established would the all-member digitization rule, powerful enough to change the fate of the entire civilization, truly take effect. His gaze fell on the circular altar that had been continuously releasing a sky-piercing beam of light ever since they arrived. Beside the pillar of light, a translucent panel floated quietly in the air. The contents on the panel were simple and clear. There were only 3 options. Territory establishment options. 1. Territory perimeter, 950 kilometers. Required basic materials, 400 million units of steel ingots. 2. Territory perimeter, 95 kilometers. Required basic materials, 40 million units of steel ingots. 3. Territory perimeter, 95 kilometers. Required basic materials, 4 million units of steel ingots. Note: multiple parties may jointly contribute to the establishment of a territory. After the territory is established, each party will permanently receive a share of the territory's basic tax revenue, according to its contribution ratio. Gu Qingyan came to Yi Chan's side and followed his gaze to the panel. She could not help sucking in a cold breath. But after being stunned for only a few seconds, she immediately gave the most professional analysis. Yi Chun, there is no need to think about it. We have to choose the first one. Her tone was certain. These 3 options look like simple choices of materials and area, but in reality, it's a huge trap. A 10-fold difference in perimeter means the territory's area differs by a full 100 times. But the difference in construction materials is only 10-fold. Choosing the second or third one would be a massive loss. Yi Chen nodded. Gu Qingyan's analysis perfectly matched his own thoughts. He then turned his head and looked toward the team's god of wealth, Lin Wanqing. Almost the instant Yi Chan's gaze landed on her, Lin Wanqing already understood. Without waiting for him to speak, she directly gave a string of precise numbers. For 1 unit of steel ingot, Chen Shi's talent exchange requires 10 units of energy. 400 million units of steel ingots means 4 billion units of energy. Our current total assets, including fixed assets and converted values of all kinds of supplies, are worth around 6 billion energy in total. But the liquid energy we can actually mobilize is only around 2 billion. The shortfall is 2 billion. Lin Wanqing's conclusion cooled the heated atmosphere inside the vehicle a little. That number was enough to drive any force insane. But it was still only halfway to the target of 4 billion. Just as everyone was finding a bit troublesome, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Yi Chun-chun, she stood up from the corner. There was a trace of uncertainty on her face, but even more excitement. My talent energy seems like it can be directly infused into the territory construction, and it doesn't seem to consume my mental power. It also doesn't need to be converted into steel ingots. That news was like a shot of stimulants, making everyone's eyes light up. Really? Qinlan was the first to rush over, grabbing Chun-Shi by the shoulders as she pressed for an answer. If Chun-Shi's talent could be directly infused without cost, then they could start thinking of a way to harvest away from players all over the world. However, before Chun-Shi could answer, Suzian's reminder rang out in time, cooling everyone's heads a little. Don't think about swallowing it all. Her gaze swept across every person present. Our goal is not to become the absolute ruler of this civilization. If we have neither the intention nor the preparation to rule nearly billions of people across the world, then cooperating with the Gongji Council is the correct choice. Her words were a perfectly timed reminder. Yichen instantly calmed down. That was right. All along, they had followed one core principle: to be within it, yet also outside it. They would deeply bind their interests with all players and share the fruits of victory, thereby gaining the greatest possible benefit. But at the same time, they would maintain absolute independence, bound by no rules and tied down by no identity. That development path suited them best. Yichen glanced at Su Ziyun, then at the women beside him. He had already made his decision in his heart. This path was one he did not intend to change. Yichen sent Zhang Wei the screenshot containing all the territory construction information, along with their decision to shoulder half the cost, without the slightest hesitation. This was not just information sharing. It was a complete showdown. After doing all that, Yichen leaned back in his chair and quietly waited for the other side's reply. On the other side, the Zhigong Society, the Hujaheo command vehicle. Beep. Zhang Wei looked at the message Yichen had sent. When he saw that terrifying number of 400 million units, a trace of shock still flashed through him uncontrollably. 400 million units of steel ingots. That number was almost equal to the total of all the Zhigong Society's current liquid assets. And that was only the investment in a basic material. However, when he saw Yichun's line, "We can cover half," the shock turned into emotion and admiration. Half. A full 200 million units of steel ingots. Xingfu, Yijian, and Hao had, at the most critical moment, once again shown their strength, and that sense of responsibility toward the entire civilization. Zhang Wei understood that if Lin Wanqing was willing, she could completely use an extremely small cost to leverage the wealth of global players, fill that 4 billion gap, and then firmly hold that 100% tax revenue in her own hands. But they chose the most direct and also the most honest way. Share this profit with him and share this responsibility with him. Commander? Fang Mingyuan looked at the complex expression that had flashed across Zhang Wei's face and asked softly. Zhang Wei said nothing. He only silently shared the message Yi Chun had sent with Fang Mingyuan. After seeing the huge numbers and Yi Chun's promise, Fang Mingyuan also fell into a long silence. A long while later, he finally spoke slowly, his voice carrying a trace of barely perceptible dryness. What a huge move. And what boldness. Yi Chun is showing us that he has the qualification to stand against global players. Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. His gaze fell on the note about permanently receiving a share of the tax revenue, according to the investment ratio. No, his voice was low and forceful. He not showing off. He giving us a choice. He could have swallowed this cake whole, but he still split half of it with us. He using this method to tell us that the future of Huaxia is our future together. Fang Mingyuan instantly understood what Zhang Wei meant. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Then should we discuss the tax revenue split with him again? Xingfu Yijian Hao has contributed enormously, so taking half the tax revenue is perfectly reasonable. But our Zhigong Society, after all, represents the interests of all Huaxia. No need. Zhang Wei cut Fang Mingyuan off directly. He extended a finger and quickly edited his reply on the panel. Zhang Wei, on behalf of the Huaxia Zhigong Alliance, and on behalf of all the people of Huaxia, I thank you for everything you have done for this civilization. A short line, yet one filled with weight, was sent over. In this message, Zhang Wei did not mention the 50% tax revenue split that would make any faction go crazy. This was an attitude, a silent declaration. We are not engaging in a cold exchange of interests. We are jointly forging the foundation of a civilization. A hero's contribution should not be measured with a merchant's abacus. After doing all that, Zhang Wei suddenly raised his head and issued the highest level order to everyone in the command room. Notify every unit. Mobilize all steel ingot reserves. Within half an hour, we must gather 200 million units. At the same time, activate Hujaheo alone and move at full speed. Rendezvous with Xingfu Yijian Hao. Inside, Xingfu Yijian Hao. He actually didn't ask anything. Gu Qingyan was a little incredulous. Qinlan raised an eyebrow, a faint curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Interesting. Is this Zhang Wei really taking himself for a saint? No. Su Ziyan pushed up her glasses. He expressing a stance of completely binding us together with the future of the civilization. He using this to tell us that he trusts us at the highest level. Looking at Zhang Wei's reply, Yichen also couldn't help but feel a warmth rise in his heart. He smiled. Working with people like that really was something deeply pleasant. Yes, here. Lin Wanqing's voice rang out. A land giant ship that was no less imposing than Xingfu Yijian, how in either size or presence appeared in their field of vision. It did not have the same floating technological feel as Xingfu Yijian Hao, but its heavy armor, ferocious turrets, and the bright red flag fluttering on its hull all revealed a kind of faith. The two ships, representing two different extremes of Huaxia civilization, stood side by side on the plain at the center of the world. This was a historic moment. Yichen turned around and gave a slight nod to Chen Shi, who had already been fully prepared. Begin. Chen Shi nodded hard. This lowly, who had always seemed somewhat unremarkable in the team, had made an irreplaceable contribution to the family. Talent activate. Under the drive of her will, a torrent of pure energy invisible to outsiders surged endlessly from her body into the altar. The numbers on the panel began to jump wildly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Territory construction progress. 1,400,000,000. Territory construction progress. 1,410,000,000. Territory construction progress. 1,450,000,000. At the same time, the same spectacular scene unfolded around the Hujaheo below. Massive amounts of steel ingots converged through trades onto Hujaheo, then streamed endlessly into the altar. It was a miraculous sight. On one side was an invisible torrent of energy, silent yet unstoppable. On the other side, countless streams gathered into a river. At this moment, the two forces perfectly fused together for the same goal. With the infusion of energy, the pillar of light on the altar grew brighter and brighter, denser and denser. The entire plain was bathed in a soft glow. Territory construction progress. 2,400,000,000. The brightness of the pillar of light had reached its peak. No one could even look at it directly with the naked eye. Territory construction progress. 3,400,000,000. The ground began to tremble slightly. Centered on the altar, countless mysterious patterns spread in all directions like living things. Territory construction progress. 3,500,000,000. The mysterious patterns began to emit a gentle light, making final preparations. Buzz. When the last trace of energy in Chun Shi's body was infused, when the last unit of steel ingot delivered by Hujaheo was submitted, territory construction progress. 4,400,000,000. The number froze. The next second, a soft halo, centered on the altar, suddenly spread outward. Wherever the halo passed, all things were reborn. A system announcement rang out. Detected that the basic territory construction has been completed. The moment the soft white light spread from the altar, it suddenly froze. The next second, rumble. A loud boom came from afar. Whether it was the people on Xingfu Yijian, Hao, or Zhongwei, and the others inside Hujaheo, they all looked toward the distance in unison. At the end of the light, the earth was being torn apart. Countless steel surged out from deep underground, rising, condensing, and taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. A steel great wall rose from the ground, just like that. It was 20 meters high, 10 meters thick, and its surface was smooth, flashing with metallic luster. This steel great wall extended wildly to both sides along the edge of the light wave. From high above, it looked as if it were alive, growing a solid barrier with the altar as its center. At last, when the two ends of the steel great wall closed together, a circle with a circumference of 950 kilometers appeared. This is our city? Gu Qingyan pressed herself against the window, staring at the steel city wall in the distance that seemed to split the entire world apart. However, the miracle was not over yet. At the very moment the city wall completely sealed into a loop, the light wave that had spread to its limit began to slowly contract back toward the central altar. This time, wherever the halo passed, it no longer brought new life to all things. Instead, it brought total formatting. Whether it was mountains, forests, rivers, or lakes, everything was silently erased the instant it touched the light wave. In its place was a flat metal foundation. In the end, when the halo contracted back into the altar, the entire interior of the city wall had already become a single steel ground. Only the altar at the very center still stood there. The system announcement rang out once again. Huaxia Civilization, main city construction complete. Digitization rules for all members are now officially in effect. An invisible current swept across everyone's body. Inside the Happy Family bus, Yi Chun and all the girls clearly felt, at that moment, that their bodies were undergoing a strange and profound transformation. So this is digitization. And Ran raised her small hand and looked at her snow-white skin, her eyes full of curiosity. We succeeded. We really succeeded. Gu Qingyan excitedly hugged the younger sister beside her, tears of joy welling up once more. The announcement continued. Within the main city, all internal armed conflict is prohibited. Any attack initiated proactively will be deemed invalid. No infighting. A sharp gleam flashed through Lin Wanqing's eyes. This eliminates the possibility of internal loss at the rule level. It guarantees the absolute safety and stability of the main city. Su Ziyun also nodded and added, "This rule is more effective than any legal or moral restraint. At the root, it provides the most stable nursery for civilization's early development. Before civilization war is activated, all buses entering the main city will be forcibly stored within the captain's personal space." The moment the words fell, Yi Chun and the girls suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath their feet, and a burst of unexpected weightlessness hit them hard. The scene before their eyes changed completely in an instant. No longer was it the familiar and cozy interior of the bus. Instead, beneath their feet was the altar. Above them were blue skies and white clouds. "We're out." Gu Qingyan shook her head, still not fully adjusted to the sudden spatial shift. "The bus. Where's our bus?" She instinctively turned around, only to see empty space behind her. Yichen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. With a thought, he opened his backpack. There inside the backpack, the Happy Family bus was lying quietly within. Happy Family, stored, so that is how it is. Yichen muttered. This world was declaring, in the most direct and forceful way possible, the end of one era and the beginning of another. The era of driving vehicles and struggling to survive on the apocalyptic highway had completely passed. From this moment on, it was a brand new age belonging to city-states, territories, and direct collisions between civilizations. "The bus is in my backpack." Yichen shared the discovery with the girls. After hearing the news, the girls all showed looks of sudden understanding, followed by a sense of novelty they had never felt before. "Wow, let me see." Gu Qingyan was the first to rush over, curiously staring at the virtual screen in front of Yichun. "That is way too cool. Such a huge home just turned into an icon." Qinlan clicked her tongue in amazement. Not far away, the same scene was happening to Zhang Wei and the others as well. The moment the announcement fell, the mutual aid buses all vanished at the same time. Several thousand core members of the Co-Governance Association appeared directly on the ground out of thin air. Zhang Wei looked at Yi Chun and his group standing on the altar not far away, and a complicated smile appeared on his face. An aged yet incomparably delighted shout rang out from the Co-Governance Association crowd in the distance. "Qinlan." The voice was full of vigor and instantly drew everyone's attention. Qinlan had been curiously stepping on the metal ground beneath her feet. When she heard that familiar voice, her body trembled sharply. She instinctively looked toward the sound. When she saw the white-haired old man briskly walking toward them, surprise instantly replaced her expression. "Grandpa Hua." The words flew out of Qinlan's mouth as she hurried forward, looking at the old man in front of her, who gave her a bear hug and was so emotional he could barely speak clearly. Qinlan turned back a little awkwardly and explained to Yi Chun and the others, who were looking over curiously, "This is Grandpa Hua. He was the dean of my command academy before. He treated me especially well, just like my real grandfather." The white-haired general known as Dean Hua was the very one who had firmly supported the Happy Family bus in the conference room earlier. At this moment, he was excitedly looking Qinlan up and down, his weathered eyes filled with relief and pride. "When I heard your name in the Co-Governance Association, I thought it was just someone with the same name. After all, that combat style was completely different from how you used to be. I never thought it would really be you, Lan girl." Dean Hua sighed deeply, his voice even trembling slightly, hearing that familiar form of address. Qinlan scratched her head a little awkwardly and showed a rare, embarrassed smile. "Haha, Grandpa Hua. After 3 days apart, one should look at someone with new eyes. People have to grow. You've grown well. Grown very well." Dean Hua looked at Qinlan, showing the awkwardness of a normal person again, and gave her shoulder a firm pat, his eyes reddening a little. Then his gaze passed over Qinlan and landed on Yi Chun and the others behind her, a group of equally young people with different temperaments. Understanding flashed through his eyes. "Grandpa Hua, these are my family." Qinlan wrapped an arm around Gu Qingyan beside her, her face full of incomparable pride as she introduced them to the old man. "Family?" Dean Hua was stunned for a moment. Then an even happier smile than before appeared on his face. "Family is good. Family is good," he praised repeatedly. The way he looked at Yi Chun and the others also became incomparably gentle and warm. Right then, a figure stepped out from the Co-Governance Association crowd and slowly walked over to Yi Chun alone. The man had a resolute face. It was Zhang Wei. His appearance instantly quieted the noisy atmosphere around the altar. Countless gazes converged on these two men, each representing a different peak of Huaxia civilization. A sincere smile rested on Zhang Wei's face. He stopped one step away, then solemnly extended his right hand. "Yi Chun, hello. I'm Zhang Wei." His voice was steady and powerful, full of sincerity. Yi Chun looked at the man before him, someone he had only ever contacted through files and communications. Seeing the undisguised appreciation and goodwill in his eyes, he extended his hand as well. "Zhang Wei, hello. I'm Yi Chun." Under everyone's watchful gaze, the two hands clasped tightly together. Two buildings of completely different styles rose from the ground beside the altar and rapidly took shape. One was small and exquisite, carrying the warm style of a family villa, though it did not cover much ground. Its layered rooftops and warm off-white walls made people feel close to it at first glance. The other was the complete opposite, magnificent, grand, and full of a modern technological feel. On its rooftop, the flag of the Huaxia Co-Governance Alliance fluttered loudly despite the lack of wind. With the successful establishment of the main city, all players discovered that they could open an entirely new interface. Main city interface unlocked. Main city overview. View basic main city information, construction progress, and more. Tax system. The main city will generate tax revenue daily based on commercial activity and other factors. The tax revenue will be divided into two parts. 1. Main City Defense Construction Fund. 70% of the tax revenue will automatically be deposited into this fund, used for wall maintenance, upgrades, and the construction of defensive facilities. This fund is automatically managed by the main city rules. Commanders of each alliance within the civilization may initiate a vote to use fund projects, and it will take effect once more than half of the alliances agree. 2. Distributable tax revenue. 30% of the tax revenue will be treated as distributable income and automatically distributed upon settlement. Land purchase. All land within the main city can be freely purchased to build private structures. Prices fluctuate based on location and area. Wow, we have a home. Inside the cozy little villa, Gu Qingyan looked at the 3-story house in front of her, bought directly through the main city interface by Yi Chun for 1 million gold coins, and let out a happy cheer. The girls rushed inside, chattering noisily, full of novelty and affection for this place that truly belonged to them. A real home. This living room is so big. Let us spread the rugs we collected before here. The view on the second floor is so nice. I want the room by the window. Qingxi, we could buy a bigger bed for our room. So later, Yi Chun, Gu Qingyan winked at Gu Qingxi, earning herself a shy glare from Gu Qingxi. The whole little house was filled with the girls' cheerful roughhousing, and the sounds of decorating their new home kept ringing out, full of life. Yi Chun leaned against the doorway, looking at the smiles on their faces and listening to those homely, lively voices, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Only Lin Wanqing did not join the girls' play. She bought a chair at the first opportunity and sat in the living room, starting her own operation. At this moment, the number representing distributable tax revenue was rising rapidly every second. Headquarters of the Joint Governance Alliance, top-floor conference room. The huge round conference table was filled with the highest-ranking commanders of the Joint Governance Council. Zhang Wei sat in the seat of honor, and beside him was Fang Mingyuan, whose expression was complicated. All eyes were fixed on Dinhua. I know that everyone here still has many doubts about the children on the Happy Family ship, Dinhua said, his aged yet steady voice breaking the silence in the conference room. His gaze swept across everyone present. From now on, you won't need to worry about their issues anymore, because I do, indeed, know their origins. Dinhua, you. One of the generals could not help but speak. Dinhua raised a hand, signaling him not to rush, then tossed out a term no one had expected. They should all be from the Huaxia Genius Study Class. Huaxia Genius Study Class. This unfamiliar term stirred a wave of whispered discussion in the conference room. Some of those present had heard of it before. It was an internal class that specially recruited teenage geniuses who displayed talents beyond their era in various fields, then secretly nurtured them. This explanation seemed to perfectly account for why the members of Happy Family had all been so young, yet possessed abilities far beyond ordinary people. Looking at the understanding expressions on everyone's faces, Dinhua shook his head and gave a bitter smile. To be precise, Dinhua paused, as if weighing his words. That place should be called the Genius Youth Psychological Counseling Class. What? Psychological counseling class? If everyone had only been shocked before, now they were completely stunned and baffled. Dinhua, do you mean those children all have psychological problems? Fang Mingyuan's voice had even changed tone. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like patients with psychological issues. This was even harder to accept than them not being human. Dinhua slowly nodded, a trace of bitter helplessness appearing on his face. Talent is often accompanied by a curse. The more extreme the genius, the more their way of thinking and logic of action deviates from ordinary people. When that abnormality breaks through a certain threshold, that becomes a problem. Then what problems do they have? One commander could not help but ask curiously. Dinhua shook his head. The specific situation of each person is top secret. I don't know, but that girl Qinlan, I overcame countless obstacles just to send her in. A complicated look of reminiscence flashed through Dinhua's eyes. Before entering that counseling class, do you know what she was like? He looked at everyone and said word by word. She lacked the most basic human empathy. In her world, there were no comrades, no fellow citizens, only numbers and pieces that could be used to achieve her goals. Her battlefield command style was extremely cold-blooded and cruel. As long as she could achieve the final strategic objective, she would not care about any form of expenditure, including human lives. If it were only that, she might still count as a qualified cold-blooded commander. But the most terrifying thing is Dinhua's voice sank. She's also a complete, utter war maniac. People kept coming, from the initial several thousand to tens of thousands, then to hundreds of thousands, millions, through the Alliance teleportation function. Countless players were able to cross vast distances and step onto this Huaxia main city located at the center of the world. Inside the main city, one could see streaks of white light flashing everywhere, and immediately after that, groups of players with faces full of shock and novelty would appear on the spot. My God, this is the main city? So big. This wall stretches beyond sight, and the Joint Governance Council's headquarters building. So magnificent. Cries of amazement and cheers rose and fell in the central square of this newborn city. However, the main city was simply too large. Damn, what are we supposed to do? I told my wife to meet at the East Gate. How long is it going to take to walk there? Is there any vehicle? In a place this big, just using 2 legs, it takes several days to walk from the South Gate to the North Gate. All the buses got forcibly taken in. Now everyone asks the same, just the 11-route bus. Just as everyone was troubled by this astonishing distance, a sharp-eyed player suddenly noticed something unusual. Brothers, look, what is that? Following the direction of his finger, everyone saw that not far from them, a circular metal platform was faintly glowing. One bold player walked over curiously. The moment his feet stepped onto the platform, a light blue screen popped up in front of him. Main city teleportation array activated. Please choose your teleportation destination. Cost 10 gold coins. Above the screen, a complete map of the main city was clearly displayed before his eyes. On the map, every so often, the teleportation array point was flashing. Holy crap! A teleportation array. The player let out a cry. Without thinking, he directly selected the teleportation point farthest from him. With a flash of light, his figure vanished from spot. The next second, at the teleportation array on the other end of the main city, his figure appeared again. It really can teleport. Ha ha! I knew it. With such a huge city, how could there not be transportation? Damn, teleportation arrays even showed up. It's just that the fare is a little expensive. What expensive? Walk your legs off, or 10 gold coins. What do you choose? This is practically a blessing for lazy people. Okay? Countless players cheered as they rushed toward the nearest teleportation array. Light flashed again and again, and the main city's transportation network came online at this very moment. As more and more people poured in, the originally empty main city was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. The appearance of the land purchase function made everyone realize that they would have the chance to build a home here that truly belonged to them. Brothers, I bought a piece of land right next to the South City Gate. I'm opening a small tavern later. Come by if you have time. Blood Iron Squad, groundbreaking. Recruiting life profession players. Excellent benefits. Anyone want to partner up and build a residential district? We can all be neighbors. It'll be lively. Life was surging in the city. It was expanding at high speed, flourishing. Above the altar in the city center, a burst of light suddenly flashed. A dozen or so figures appeared out of thin air in the middle of the altar. The moment they appeared, they instantly drew everyone's attention. However, in the next second, the reaction that erupted from those dozen people left everyone stunned. Ah, I'm alive. I'm alive again. It's real. You really can revive. Those dozen people seemed to have gone mad, jumping and shouting, laughing wildly. The ecstasy of surviving a disaster infected everyone present. With a crash, the crowd surged toward the altar like a rising tide. Brothers, did you guys just revive? One player couldn't help but shout. You bet. One bald, burly man smugly slapped his muscular chest, his face full of excitement. His words confirmed the guess in everyone's hearts. The crowd completely exploded with excitement. You really can revive. Are there any restrictions on revival? Can you revive infinitely? How does it feel? Does it hurt? Countless questions rained down on those dozen lucky survivors like snowflakes. The bald man clearly enjoyed being the center of attention. He cleared his throat and shouted loudly. Don't rush, everyone. Listen to me. There is a cooldown on revival. In that place, you know what? Let us just call it the revival space. I saw a countdown timer. It said, revival cooldown time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. He paused, a trace of lingering fear appearing on his face as he stressed his next words. There's also a line in red, written crystal clear. If you die again during the cooldown period, you'll not be able to revive immediately. You must wait until the current cooldown ends before entering the next revival process. 1 revival chance per day. This restriction put a shackle on endlessly throwing your life away, but to everyone present, it was still an ultimate trump card, one powerful enough to let them look down on almost any risk. So that is how it is. You scared the hell out of me. I thought there'd be a death penalty. Damn worth it. 1 extra life a day is enough. Haha. From now on, when we go out and mess around, we just need to make sure not to die twice in one day. Otherwise, it's straight to solitary confinement. Woo, we're taking off. From now on, before a fight, just check whether your revival CD is done. As long as the CD's up, what the hell is there to be afraid of? Just charge. After a brief moment of thought, the crowd erupted into even louder cheers than before. There were indeed restrictions, but compared to 1 guaranteed revival per day, those restrictions were almost negligible. As the satisfied crowd gradually dispersed, the detailed information about death and revival quickly spread to every corner of the main city. The bald man watched the crowd leave, and the high-spirited, commanding expression on his face instantly collapsed. He plopped down onto the altar floor and let out a long sigh, his face filled with heartache and regret. Damn it, I took a huge loss. What's wrong, boss? One of his companions, who had also revived, looked confused and leaned in. Didn't we come back to life? That's amazing news. Back in the revival space. Weren't you just saying we could swagger sideways from now on? Amazing my ass. The bald man shot him an irritated glare and pointed at his wrist. There had originally been a watch there, one he'd gotten from a treasure chest that slightly boosted constitution. Now it was completely bare. See this? Gone. My watch. It dropped. His companion's face changed too. He instinctively reached for his pocket, where he had originally kept a fine quality dagger he had only managed to trade for after scraping together enough materials. Sure enough, the pocket was empty. My knife has gone too. He wailed. That cry was like a signal. The dozen or so newly revived, lucky survivors all stirred and began checking their equipment. The result was the same across the board. All equipment and items had dropped the moment they died. Look, our vehicle. The vehicle we worked so hard to level up to level 5. It's gone. Vehicle. None. You may spend 1,000 gold coins to purchase an initial level 1 bus. That line of text was like a bucket of ice water dumped over everyone's heads. The vehicle has gone too. How is this possible? Didn't they say revival was guaranteed? How did the vehicle get revived out of existence too? Damn it. I spent a fortune modifying my vehicle. My level 3 cannon. My reinforced steel plating set. All of it's gone. The people who had just been overjoyed by their undying bodies now looked as if their parents had died. The rules had indeed granted them immortality. But it came at a price. And that price was this. Aside from your person and your money, everything else had to start over from scratch. Then what do we do now? One young player asked, his voice carrying a sob. They had practically emptied their family fortunes just to raise their vehicle to level 5. They had thought they'd take a gamble this time. But while they had survived, their entire foundation had been wiped clean. What else can we do? The bald man gritted his teeth and forced out a few words through the gaps. Spend money. Buy a vehicle. Start over from level 1 and grind again. As he spoke, he painfully selected the option on the panel to spend 1,000 gold coins to buy an initial bus. A flash of light appeared, and the most primitive level 1 bus showed up in his personal backpack. Looking at that beat-up vehicle, with even its paint unevenly applied, the bald man's heart was bleeding. Damn it, back to square one overnight. He looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Boss, then what about the modules and supplies on our vehicle? The hell are you still thinking about supplies for? The bald man cursed irritably. The vehicle blew up. So where would the supplies even come from? As for the modules, we can only go back and take a look. If we're lucky, maybe we can still salvage 1 or 2 usable ones from the wreckage. If we're unlucky, then we can only admit we got screwed. The joy of revival was washed away completely at this moment. They were still alive, but in this world where everything revolved around vehicles. Losing their bus meant being knocked all the way back to their original form. Just as those dozen people were sighing in misery, a gentle voice sounded from behind them. Gentlemen, do you need help? Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw a staff member in an administrative jacket smiling at them. Our co-governance association has just established a battle loss recovery fund. It can provide interest-free loans to all compatriots who lost their vehicles in battle, helping everyone restore their combat strength as quickly as possible. At the same time, we're also purchasing your combat experience and intelligence at high prices, especially your specific feelings regarding death and revival. That information is extremely important for our future battle deployments. Inside the villa, Lin Wanqing stretched lazily, then leaned back in her chair and let out a satisfied hum. On the enormous light screen in front of her, the dense streams of data had finally, at this moment, slowly stopped jumping. The period of high-intensity work had finally come to an end. With the establishment of the main city, a brand new market had also been born. Real estate. Almost the instant the land purchase function was unlocked, Lin Wanqing mobilized her resources at an almost crazed pace, aggressively buying up land in all the core areas of the main city. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei of the Co-Governance Association had reached a series of deeper cooperation agreements with her. The biggest deal among them was energy crystals. The Co-Governance Association wanted to build 4 new revival altars in the 4 directions of Huaxia territory, then establish 4 cities centered around those altars. And the core material required to build altars, energy crystals, could currently only be produced steadily by the Happy family. Lin Wanqing didn't hold back at all. She named a sky-high price that made even the upper ranks of the Co-Governance Council wince. Yet they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it. With that back and forth, the activity fund pool that had already been reduced swelled once again. A faint smile slowly curled onto Lin Wanqing's pretty face. Done. She said it softly and closed the light screen. Then she stood up, loosened her somewhat stiff neck, and swept her gaze around the empty hall. This villa, which Yichun had named the home of happiness, it had truly become everyone's home. A home that no one else could enter without permission. A home where even she could feel at ease. In the end, Lin Wanqing's gaze landed on the doorway of her own room, which contained nothing but a bed and a table. In the past, she had never cared about such things. In her eyes, a room was simply a space for sleeping. Any extra decoration was a worthless, ineffective asset. But now, she felt that this home seemed to be missing something. It was missing warmth. Meanwhile, Yichen neatly placed the dozens of storage lockers he had bought in the villa basement's designated warehouse area. He sorted and stored away the blueprints, modules, and rare materials they had no immediate use for. The exact information regarding death and revival had already spread throughout the world channel, and Yichen now fully understood the rules behind it. Death was no longer the end, but the price was brutal. Everything except gold coins, including equipment, supplies, and most importantly, vehicles, will be reset to zero. That meant every death was the same as being sent all the way back to square one overnight. After finishing all that, Yichen opened the main city interface again and spent 100,000 gold coins to directly purchase and install a small private teleportation array in the villa courtyard. Buzz! Along with a flash of gentle light, a circular metal platform appeared in the center of the yard. It looked similar to the public teleportation array in the main city, but much smaller in scale. From this point on, whether they were entering or leaving the city, they could use this private teleportation array to return directly home without passing through the public teleportation point. Just as Yichen finished arranging everything and was about to go check on the girls, a message from Zhang Wei came through. The content was brief. Zhang Wei, signs of activity from other civilizations have been discovered in the southern border region. Zhang Wei. Also, the new cities in the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast, along with the teleportation network connecting them to the main city, are expected to be fully completed by tomorrow. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He opened the private chat panel and replied to Zhang Wei. Yi Chen received. By now, the two sides had already achieved complete information sharing. Gu Qingxi's gentle voice sounded through the internal channel beside everyone's ears. Hearing that call so full of everyday warmth, smiles appeared on everyone's faces in unspoken unison. The long table in the dining room was already covered with a lavish spread of dishes. Since the world had become unified, Lin Wanqing had practically moved the world's ingredients onto their dining table through the trading market. The aroma filled the air. The girls sat around together, chattering away as they talked about what good finds they had picked up today to decorate their new home. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Yi Chun sat at the head of the table, looking at the warm scene before him and listening to their laughter and voices. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and peace. Wow, sweet and sour pork ribs today. Cece, I love you to death. Gu Qingyan was the first to cheer. She picked up a rib and stuffed it straight into her mouth, only to get burned and start huffing from the heat. But her face was still full of happiness. Slow down. No one else fighting you for it. Gu Qingxi smiled helplessly and handed her older sister a glass of juice. Qin Lan, on the other hand, ate much more boldly. She held a drumstick in each hand, her mouth shiny with grease, and still managed to mumble, Anren, why are you still eating pineapple today? Anren's little face instantly turned red. She quickly glanced at Yi Chun, then lowered her head deeply, poking at the pineapple on her plate with a fork, not daring to speak. Ahem. Suzian gave a light cough and stopped Qin Lan from pressing further with a look. Then she smiled and smoothed things over. Personal eating habits should be respected. Seeing Anren looking like she was about to bury herself on the spot, Yi Chun found it amusing. He picked up a piece of braised pork, his favorite, and placed it into her bowl. You want tea, get enough nutrition, just eating fruit. Have some meat. His voice was gentle. Anren's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and saw the concern in Yi Chun's eyes. Her cheeks turned even redder, but she still gave a tiny and started eating in small bites. Dinner went on in just such a warm, laughter-filled atmosphere. After dinner, everyone sat together on the soft velvet rug in the living room, chatting casually. Then, a familiar system notification sounded in everyone's minds. Many children, many blessings successfully triggered. Member Anren has successfully conceived. Parents, Yi Chun, S-rank talent. Anren, S-rank talent. Comprehensive evaluation determined. S. Wow, it's Anren's reward. Gu Qingyan was the first to cheer. She playfully winked at Anren, whose cheeks were bright red. Quick, look, what good stuff is it? Qin Lan was excited too. Yi Chun smiled and opened the reward panel. The next second, his pupils abruptly contracted. Congratulations, you have obtained Special Building, Spring of Life 1. He opened his backpack and shared the building called Spring of Life in front of everyone. Spring of Life, type, Special Building, effect, after placement, automatically produces 1 drop of life spring water per day. Life spring water, after consumption, permanently increases any one basic attribute by 100 points. When they saw the simple and brutally overpowered description of life spring water, the entire living room erupted into even louder cheers than ever before. My God, it directly adds 100 attribute points. Qin Lan was the first to jump up from the rug. A shocking gleam burst from her eyes. This, if I put 100 points in a constitution every day, wouldn't I soon be able to tear apart a Gundam with my bare hands? Gu Qingyan's face was equally filled with excitement. This means we now have a stable and continuous way to increase our attributes. This is more important than any equipment. The girls chattered non-stop, every one of them exhilarated by this sudden super reward. Attribute points. This was the most fundamental thing of all. If Yi-Chen's voice made all discussion stop, and every gaze turned toward him at once. If we let CU use her talent to turn this spring of life into 100 of them too? His words shattered everyone's fixed way of thinking. Right? How did I not think of that? 100 springs of life. Then we have 100 drops of spring water a day. All of us could increase our stats every single day. If everyone had been merely excited just now, then now they were utterly ecstatic. Looking at how worked up the girls were, Yi-Chan smiled and said, "We'll try it tomorrow. If it really works, and if Qingyan's mental power can handle it." Then he didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. If that happened, then the strength of their entire team would undergo a truly explosive leap. Come on, let's place this treasure first. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi-Chen led the girls to the villa's small courtyard. In the center of the yard, Yi-Chen chose to place it. A flash of light passed, and a delicate little fountain carved from white jade appeared in the middle of the courtyard. The spring water was crystal clear, gently flowing as it gave off the aura of life. At the center of the spring, a glowing drop of water hovered quietly there, slowly condensing. Just as everyone was gathered around the life spring, marveling at it, Yi-Chen shared Zhang Wei's intelligence with the others. So fast. Qin Lan frowned deeply. Our territory was only just established. It's inevitable, Su Ziyun analyzed. The announcement already said that after a territory is established, civilization borders will connect with other civilizations. Looking at it now, that connection is even more direct than we imagined. Yi-Chen looked at the vast region on the map representing the south and said in a low voice, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Before full-scale war begins, we have to understand our neighbors clearly. I've decided. Tomorrow, we'll go take a look at the southern border." The women had no objections at all and immediately voiced their support. This home had always meant advancing and retreating together. Peaceful days were certainly nice, but they had never forgotten that in this world, war was the eternal theme. As soon as Yi-Chan entered the room, he smelled a familiar scent. He paused slightly, then a knowing smile appeared on his face. Only one warm yellow bedside lamp was lit in the room. Hearing the door open, Anran, who was sitting by the bed in a cute set of pajamas, looked up at Yi-Chan. Yi-Chan lightened his steps and walked to the bed before sitting down. Looking at the girl in front of him, his voice unconsciously softened a lot. "How did you convince them?" Hearing Yi-Chan's amused question, her body stiffened sharply. Didn't he ask? The night outside the window was as gentle as water. The temperature inside the room kept rising. The next morning, in the villa's courtyard, everyone was gathered around the life spring. A drop of spring water, radiating a soft glow, was quietly hovering above the spring eye. "This is the treasure that can add 100 attribute points?" Qin Lan circled around the spring once, clicking her tongue in wonder. "If possible," Yi-Chan said, staring at that drop of water with bright eyes, "can we copy this thing 100 times too?" His suggestion ignited everyone's enthusiasm. His gaze fell on the Goose sisters and Zhou Siyu. "Qingxi, Qingyan, Siyu, it's up to you. I'll go first." Gu Qingxi took a deep breath. During Zhou Siyu's subsequent sacrifice, there's a possibility of encountering the same sacrificial item. Just as she began constructing this vague story, a huge force of rule resistance came crashing down. As her spiritual power was consumed, Gu Qingxi's face gradually turned pale, and her body started to sway precariously. "Qingxi." Yi-Chan lunged forward in a single stride and held her tightly. "I'm fine." Gu Qingxi weakly shook her head, her face full of joy. "Its level is very high, but I succeeded." And Ran had already rushed over, and the light of life praise covered Gu Qingxi without hesitation. "My turn." Seeing her younger sister's condition, Gu Qingyan's expression turned solemn. She closed her eyes and activated probability string. However, just a few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face filled with frustration and unwillingness. "No good. My spiritual power isn't enough. I can't pull that string." The failure at this key point made everyone feel a bit troubled as they thought about whether there was another way. Chunxi, who had been standing quietly to the side, studying the structure of the spring, suddenly spoke. "Why don't you try separating it?" "Separating it?" Yi-Chen froze. Everyone subconsciously looked up. Chunxi was staring at the hovering drop of life spring water. "Yes. Even though the energy level is very high, it's still liquid. Turning liquid into smaller independent units isn't the foundation of your chemistry." As she spoke, she even glanced back at Yi-Chan. Right? How had he forgotten such a simple principle? Yi-Chan's eyes instantly lit up. If the 100 attribute life spring water couldn't be moved, what about 50 attribute points? What about 20 attribute points? He reached out and carefully used a container to take down that drop of life spring water. Then he bought tools and divided the life spring water in his hand into two, turning it into two slightly smaller water droplets. "Qingyan, try again." Gu Qingyan nodded and closed her eyes once more. After a moment, she still shook her head. Still no. It feels a little better than before, but I still can't pull it. Then keep dividing it. 25 points. Still no. Finally, when Yi-chun split the water drop until it only contained 10 points of energy, Gu Qingyan's face finally showed wild joy. It works. It's still a little strenuous, but I can pull it now. With Ran's assistance, Gu Qingyan focused her spiritual power. Half an hour later, success. As Gu Qingyan let out a relieved cheer, Zhou Siyu immediately stepped forward and offered the divided spring water as sacrifice. A flash of light. On the unequal exchange panel, 3 options clearly appeared. 1. 100 portions of life spring water containing 10 attribute points each. Success. Cheers erupted in the courtyard. Zhou Siyu chose the reward and traded all 100 small droplets to Yi-chun. 100 portions, each with 10 attribute points. That was a full 1,000 attribute points. Ha ha ha. We're rich. Qinlan laughed excitedly. Yi-chun was just as thrilled, but he quickly calmed down. A thought surfaced in his mind. He looked at the 100 portions of spring water in his hand. Synthesize. He took 10 of them out and activated infinite synthesis. A flash of light later. A drop of life spring water identical to the original one, adding 100 attribute points, appeared in his hand. Yi-chun froze for a moment. He looked at the spring water in his hand, then at the remaining 90 portions in his backpack, and let out a helpless smile. He turned to the still excited crowd and said with some amusement and resignation, "It doesn't seem like there's any change. 10 portions of 10 points each synthesize into 1 portion of 100 points. The total is still 1,000 points. My talent has no effect on this spring. That is already amazing. We basically got 990 attribute points for free by using Qingyan and Ran's spiritual power and stamina." Qinlan replied optimistically. Hearing Qinlan's words, Yi-chun nodded. Looking at the total of 1,090 attribute points, after a brief moment of thought, he said, "I've decided to give all of these attributes to Qingyan." "What?" Gu Qingyan was the first to exclaim. Pointing at herself in disbelief, she said, "All of them for me?" "Yes, all of them." Yi-chun's gaze was firmer than ever. "The spring is the key to our rapid improvement right now. And the only bottleneck that can make it spawn more attributes out of thin air is your spiritual power limit. The stronger your spiritual power is, the more attribute points we can get. Dividing these attributes now is cutting the leak before it even grows. But if we invest all of them in you, the return we get in the future will be 10 times, 100 times greater." Qinlan was the first to speak. "Yi-chun is right. I agree. Good steel should be used on the blade." "I agree," Lin Wanqing said. "This is the best long-term investment." Seconded. Agreed. The girls had no objections. They all understood the deeper meaning behind Yi-chun's decision. Gu Qingyan looked at everyone's trusting and expectant gazes, her eyes slightly red. But she didn't refuse again. She nodded heavily. "Okay." Yi-chun smiled. He traded all the life spring water to Gu Qingyan. Put everything into spiritual power. Under everyone's watch, Gu Qingyan absorbed all 100 portions of spring water. After this message came a detailed intelligence attachment. Yi-chun directly shared the intelligence with everyone. In the attachment were several blurry photos taken from an extremely long distance. In the photo was a group of tall, humanoid creatures. Even through the blur, it was still possible to make out that their skin was dark blue. The most distinctive thing was their vehicle. It was a massive giant creature, a biological vehicle. Suzian looked at the photo, her eyes flickering with thought. This means their tech tree developed in a completely different direction from ours. Who cares what direction it is? They look weird as hell. One look and you can tell they're not anything good. Qinlan's eyes were already burning with eager battle intent. "Perfect. I'll use them to warm up." "Qingyan, plot a route starting from Nanli City toward the border contact zone." Yi-chun gave the order. "Understood. Everyone get ready. We leave in 10 minutes. "Got it." The girls responded in unison and moved at once. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered once more in front of the private teleportation array in the small courtyard. Yi-chun did not hesitate at all and activated the teleportation. A flash of light later, they appeared in the central teleportation plaza of Nanli City, thousands of miles away. This newly built city already had countless players coming and going, and the city's construction was changing with every passing second. Their arrival did not attract the attention of the surrounding players. "South Gate," Gu Qingyan reminded them. The group continued on, choosing the teleportation array to the South City Gate. With a thought, Yi-chun opened his backpack. Buzz, along with a faint hum, the Xingfu Yijian entered from nowhere outside the South City Gate. Everyone was already inside the cabin. Start. The engine let out a roar, slowly rose into the air, and sped toward the southern sky. Compared to before, the appearance of the Xingfu Yijian had undergone some minor changes. The previously relatively smooth body was now covered with the muzzles of biological plasma cannons. A full 9 level 2 biological plasma cannons were arranged in formation at every key position on the vehicle body, wrapping the entire bus in firepower and raising its destructive capability by another level. This was the first upgrade Yi-chun had made to the vehicle before departure. He had filled every previously empty modification slot with level 2 biological plasma cannons. The current Xingfu Yijian truly possessed the strength of a war fortress. Any target that appeared would be torn to pieces in an instant. The war fortress tore through the sky. Yi Chen pushed the Xingfu Yijian's speed to the limit. On the land below them, they could already see scattered player convoys heading toward the southern border as well. Players were no longer fighting alone. The entire Huaxia civilization had mobilized toward the same goal. Whenever Yi Chen roared overhead, it inevitably triggered bursts of shocked cries and awed stares. Fuck, it's the Xingfu Yijian. I actually saw it with my own eyes. His presence feels so damn safe. Follow it. Follow it. Let us go south and fuck them up. Yi Chen paid no attention to the cheers and worship from the players below. His gaze remained fixed on the distance. Very soon, they reached the clearly marked warning line on the map. That was the borderline where the Longwa civilization met the unknown civilization. Yi Chen did not slow down in the slightest and crossed it directly. We're out, Su Ziyun said, her voice carrying a trace of gravity. This was no longer Huaxia territory. This was the true battlefield of civilizations. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the radar system suddenly sounded an alarm. A glaring red dot appeared at the edge of the radar screen. Hostile target detected. Gu Qingyan's voice instantly turned crisp and professional. Her fingers flew over the console, marking the target's exact coordinates and distance. 100 kilometers from us, moving slowly. Let's go take a look. Yi Chen's voice was steady as he controlled the war fortress, changed direction, and flew at full speed toward the red dot. A distance of 100 kilometers was only a matter of minutes for the Xingfu Yijian. What entered everyone's field of vision was a huge and bizarre figure. It was a giant, multi-legged creature the size of a small transport ship. Its appearance was beyond description in any known language, and its shell was covered in pitted scars. On its back stood a building of unique style, constructed from beast bones and wood. Dozens of short, humanoid creatures with dark blue skin were moving back and forth on top of that structure. So, these are our neighbors? Qinlan looked at the strange-style biological vehicle, and the corner of her mouth curved into a dangerous arc. Prepare for battle. Qinlan's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and her finger was already resting on the launch button. The creature below noticed the Xingfu Yijian in the sky immediately. It let out strange sounds. The creatures on the vehicle heard the noise and also discovered the enormous thing in the sky. In an instant, all of them stopped what they were doing, lifted their heads, and looked up at the fortress in the air. From their angle, the Xingfu Yijian was flying in from the sky, closing in with overwhelming pressure. A few short, panic cries rang out. However, to Yi Chen and the other surprise, they showed no desire to attack at all. After the initial panic, they retreated into the building with astonishing efficiency. The next second, screech. The multi-legged creature let out a shriek, and its countless jointed limbs began flailing like mad. Its movement speed was completely at odds with its enormous size, and its speed instantly surged to the limit. It turned around and fled madly into the distance. Qinlan raised a brow. It's running already? Not even a greeting? Yes, it ran. It did not even launch a probing attack. It simply chose to flee, clean and decisively. Interesting. Yi Chen looked at the red dot rapidly moving away on the radar, a teasing expression appearing on his face. He did not order an attack. Instead, he controlled the Xingfu Yijian and followed behind the giant creature at an unhurried pace, always maintaining a relatively safe distance. Yi Chen, you're not attacking? Qinlan was getting a little impatient. Her finger twitched eagerly over the fire button. No ruse. Yi Chen shook his head, his voice calm. Our goal isn't to wipe out one or two isolated enemies. It's to find their city and figure out what they're really about. So we just follow them. That's right. We just follow them. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene appeared on the wasteland of the civilization border zone. A sci-fi war fortress leisurely followed behind a giant creature fleeing in panic, as if herding sheep. As the Xingfu Yijian continued deeper into this unknown land, more and more red dots began appearing on the radar screen. New hostile targets detected. 305. Gu Qingyan's voice rang out. Very soon, 5 biological vehicles of varying sizes, all equally massive and grotesque, entered their view. They seemed to be gathering for some purpose. Are we finally going to fight? Battle intent flared up in Qinlan's eyes once more. However, what happened next shattered everyone's understanding all over again. The 5 biological vehicles that had just gathered together, upon seeing their pursued companion and the enormous war fortress in the sky behind it, did not hesitate in the slightest. They immediately turned around and joined the fleeing group. It was as if they feared combat in any form from the bottom of their bones. Qinlan was completely speechless. She leaned back in her chair, her face full of disbelief. What is this? Running at the first sign of danger? They don't even know who we are or what our weapons are. And they just ran? The core logic of their civilization may be completely different from ours. Zhou Siyu, who had been observing everything in silence, finally spoke slowly. Her voice drew everyone's attention. In our understanding, when facing an unknown and powerful enemy. The normal response should be vigilance, probing, and then, based on the comparison of strength, choosing to fight or flee. But they skipped all the middle steps and directly chose the final option. That means that within their civilization system, the concept of resistance may be placed at a very low position or even have negative value. Survival outweighed everything else. Zhou Siyu gave her own philosophical analysis. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Yi Chen's voice set the final tone for the discussion. He looked at the blue figures on the screen who were only concerned with running for their lives, and his gaze turned cold and sharp. No matter what their logic is, we cannot afford to hold even the slightest illusion. Organize all the footage and discoveries we've captured immediately and send a report to Zhang Wei. Understood. Mutual Governance Council, Mutual Aid Command Vehicle. When the intelligence Yi Chen sent over was fully projected onto the main screen in the meeting room, the entire command staff once again fell silent. Those fleeing blue figures and those strange biological vehicles were all challenging their understanding. This civilization doesn't seem to be very aggressive. A bespectacled civilian commander hesitated before speaking, voicing the first impression most people had. Judging from their reaction, they seem more like a race inclined toward isolation. Personally, I think maybe there's a possibility of communication and cooperation. His words drew some agreement in a small circle. After all, when facing a completely unknown hostile civilization, if the matter could be resolved peacefully, that would naturally be the best choice. Cooperation? Before Zhang Wei could speak, Fang Mingyuan let out a cold laugh. He stood up and swept his gaze across everyone present. Everyone, don't forget that we and they are two completely different species. We can't even be sure whether the air we breathe is lethal poison to them. Under such a premise, how can we talk about cooperation? More importantly, Fang Mingyuan's tone grew heavier. If a civilization doesn't even possess the most basic will to resist, then its very existence is the greatest cause for suspicion. I agree with Mingyuan. Zhang Wei's voice was calm, yet carried a decision that allowed no doubt. He stood up and walked to the screen, looking at the blue figures in the image. I don't care whether they love peace or are cowardly by nature. There's one bottom line we must make absolutely clear. That is, the future of Huaxia civilization can only be decided by Huaxia humanity itself. We absolutely will not, and absolutely cannot, place our own fate in the goodwill of another unknown civilization. We possess the ultimate trump card of reviving once every day. That means we have an infinite cost for trial and error, and the right to exchange the smallest price for final victory. Under such absolute superiority, any form of cooperation is an unnecessary risk and an act of irresponsibility toward all our fellow people. Zhang Wei turned around, his gaze blazing as it swept over every commander present. I know some of you may develop unnecessary sympathy for these seemingly harmless creatures, but I want to remind you, and also warn you, to cut off all possible emotional risk is the first iron law we must follow when facing extraterrestrial civilizations. Huaxia territory already holds billions of us. There is no extra space to accept even a single non-human member. Zhang Wei's words struck hard against every person's heart. That's right. Sympathy? Mercy? In a survival war between civilizations, those were the deadliest poisons. From the very beginning, they and the other side were engaged in a zero-sum game. Either you die, or I perish. Commander-in-Chief, I understand. The commander who had first proposed cooperation stood up and lowered his head in shame. I was short-sighted. Zhang Wei gave him a slight nod and said nothing more. He opened a private chat channel with Yi Chen. He had to make sure that on the fundamental attitude toward this unknown civilization, the two strongest combat forces had to reach absolute ideological consensus. Zhang Wei, Yi Chen, we've received your findings. The command headquarters opinion is this. Before we completely figure out the other side, we will not engage in any form of communication. After the intelligence is complete, we will directly carry out a full-scale purge with thunderous means. What do you think? Inside the happy family. Yi Chen looked at the message Zhang Wei had sent, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold arc. Great minds think alike. He raised a finger and replied with 2 words. Agreed. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. A hurried shout rang out from the communications station in the Mutual Governance Council command hall. A young signalman abruptly stood up, his face anxious and his voice trembling slightly from nervousness. The entire 1st Exploration Squad from Beiwu City in the north has been wiped out. They just revived at the main city altar. What? Everyone in the meeting room changed expression in an instant. Zhang Wei's brows knitted tightly, and he immediately ordered, "Connect me to the revived personnel at once. I want a first-hand report." The next second, a young face still haunted by terror appeared on the main screen. See Commander-in-Chief. The revived player was clearly not yet fully recovered from the fear of death. He was panting heavily, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with lingering dread. We were attacked. At the northern border. Or the attackers. Monsters? Zhang Wei asked in a deep voice. And no, not monsters. The player shook his head hard, struggling to find the proper words to describe what he had seen. It was a group of creatures similar to centaurs. There weren't many of them. Probably only a dozen riders. They had no vehicles but their own. Their own individual strength was terrifyingly powerful. Our level 6 bus was like paper in front of them. One charge, just one exchange, and they hacked it apart in a few blows with a huge stone axe. They were extremely aggressive. The moment we discovered them, they launched a charge directly at us. As the player narrated with a trembling voice, a simulated image urgently sketched by rear intelligence personnel based on his oral description also appeared on one side of the screen. According to the reports from the other revived squads, Fong Mingyuan's voice sounded from the side, his expression graver than ever before. After wiping out our exploration team, this Centaur squad did not stop. Their route of advance is extremely clear. Their target is aimed directly at our northern borderline. An invasion, a naked, undisguised invasion. This formed the starkest possible contrast with the blue-skinned civilization in the south that only knew how to run at the first sign of danger. A bunch of war-crazed lunatics. A general stood up, his voice icy. It seems that among our neighbors, there are not only sheep, but also hungry wolves. Commander-in-Chief, give the order. Another general was filled with fighting spirit. Since they want to fight, then we'll give them a proper fight. Zhang Wei looked at the centaurs on the screen, overflowing with a sense of primitive violence. In his eyes, there was not the slightest fear. Instead, a sharp gleam flickered there. He saw the crisis. But even more than that, he saw an opportunity. An opportunity to make all the players, who had just obtained immortal bodies and were currently in a state of extreme confidence and swelling arrogance, truly recognize the cruelty of civilizational warfare. An opportunity to use one exhilarating victory to completely forge together the fighting will and morale of the entire Huaxia civilization. Orders. Zhang Wei's voice rang through the entire command hall. Immediately share this Centaur squad's real-time location and all of their identifying information with every player in the Beiwu City region. At the same time, issue a Class A mobilization order to all members of Beiwu City. Tell them this. Zhang Wei's gaze swept over every person present, and his voice became sonorous and forceful. The first war to defend our civilization had begun. Go. Use the enemy's blood to defend our homeland. Let them know that any enemy who dares step on a Huaxia's soil will be facing a pack of fearless madmen who do not fear death. After issuing the order for a full-scale assault to the entire northern region, Zhang Wei immediately sent this latest intelligence, along with the Co-Governance Council's determination to fight. To Yichun, the message that followed was still brief. Zhang Wei, the south has sheep, but in the north, wolves have come. Inside the Xingfu Yijian, a highly aggressive civilization. Zhou Xiu looked at the intel and was the first to speak. She instantly grasped the heart of the issue. They follow the same expansion logic we do. Once they discover a weaker target, they will choose to devour it without hesitation. This means there is no possibility of communication between us and them. Only war. She looked at Yichun and gave her conclusion. In terms of threat level, their priority should be far higher than that blue civilization in the south that only knows how to run. I agree. Excitement ignited in Qin Lan's eyes. The destruction of the first squad will send them the wrong signal, that our civilization is weak and easy to bully. I bet they will soon use their information network to assemble a larger force and launch a full-scale invasion of our border. So we have to strike first before they finish gathering. Either we beat them so badly they learn we're not to be messed with, or we wipe them directly off the face of this world. Qin Lan's words rang out with force, full of dominance and confidence. Listening to the analysis from the two core members of his team, Yichun had already made his decision. Qin Lan's judgment matched his own perfectly. When dealing with jackals and wolves, any hesitation or mercy was just cruelty to yourself. He glanced at the map of the south, then looked toward the north, and no longer hesitated. Qin Yan, change course immediately. Target Beiwu City. Understood. Buzz, the fortress that had been lazily giving chase, drew an arc through the sky, turning into a streak of light as it sped at full speed toward Nanli City. Sometime later, after confirming that the fortress in the sky had completely disappeared, the figure on the giant beast's back appeared once more, but still fled in the same direction. Beiwu City. At this moment, it had completely entered a state of war preparation. Outside the city walls, countless players stood ready, every face filled with tension and anger. In the public channel, slogans about whoever offends Zhonghua shall be punished no matter how far away flooded the entire screen. In this tense atmosphere of total mobilization, a streak of light descended above Beiwu City. What? What is that? It's the Xingfu Yijian. They're here. My God. So this is the legendary war fortress? That is way too cool. The appearance of the Xingfu Yijian was like the strongest possible shot of adrenaline, igniting the passion of every player in Beiwu City. Yichun did not stop at all. He merely hovered briefly above everyone's heads to announce his arrival, then immediately shot straight beyond the border. Beep, beep, beep. Almost the instant they took off, the radar screen was instantly filled with 17 fast-moving red dots. Target detected. Number 17. They are rapidly approaching us. Gu Qingyan's voice was crisp and efficient. Yichun steadily controlled the bus. aiming the front of the vehicle toward the incoming red dots. Prepare for battle. Yichen's voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. I'll leave it to you. Qinlan. Received. A cruel smile curled across Qinlan's face. War domain, activate. Her fingers turned into afterimages across the control panel as the muzzles of 9 level 2 biological plasma cannons completed charging and target lock at the same time. Goodbye, you little bastards. Qinlan's fingertip lightly pressed the fire button. Buzz. 9 energy beams, more dazzling than sunlight, erupted from the body of the Xingfu Yijian at the same moment. The beams wove into a net in midair, surpassing sound, surpassing the limits of biological reaction speed, and precisely blanketed the centaurs charging forward at high speed. When the fireballs dispersed, the land below had already turned into a sheet of blackened glass. As for the 17 centaur warriors, not even wreckage remained. It was as if they had never existed in this world at all. That's it. Looking at the empty, scorched earth below, Qinlan smacked her lips with some disappointment. I thought they'd be able to take a few more hits. That complaint, dripping with humble brag energy, washed away the heavy atmosphere in the cabin that had come from facing an unknown civilization, replacing it with speechless amusement. You have successfully killed Centaur Raider 16. You have successfully killed Centaur Centurion 1. Obtain Constitution Attribute Card 1016. Obtain Constitution Attribute Card 21. Obtain Gold Coins 180,000. Obtain Bronze Treasure Chest 16. Obtain Silver Treasure Chest 1. Note, treasure chests can drop items from that civilization. Detected that you are engaged in cross-civilization warfare. Civilization War Module has been activated for you. Your vehicle, Xingfu Yijian, has unlocked the Civilization Hunt Progress Bar. A string of notifications rang out. It dropped stuff. Gu Qinyan's eyes lit up instantly, and she was the first to cry out in surprise. The drop rate is pretty good. When Qinlan heard the long list of attribute cards and treasure chests, her eyes instantly lit up. Civilization War Module? Su Ziyun immediately caught the key phrase. Yichun, meanwhile, instantly opened the vehicle's upgrade panel. Below the original modification slots and upgrade requirements, there was now an additional progress bar, resembling an experience bar. Civilization Hunt, current rank, 0, upgrade progress, 1720 description, by killing life forms from other civilizations. You gain cumulative progress. Raise your rank to obtain points. So that is how it is. Looking at the clear number, Yichun instantly understood. Each kill adds 1 point of progress. Those 17 centaurs just now correspond exactly to 17 points. Just 3 more points, and an LL level up. Excitement flashed in Gu Qinyan's eyes. What will the rank 1 reward be? Yichun directly reached out and tapped the detailed explanation behind the progress bar. A new block of text appeared before everyone's eyes. Civilization Hunt Description 1. Each time you raise 1 rank, you will gain 1 civilization point. 2. The specific effect of civilization points will vary depending on your civilization's focus. 3. Along with civilization's focus is technology. Thoughtful light flickered in Su Ziyun's and Lin Wanqing's eyes. Qinlan and Gu Qinyan, meanwhile, were full of curiosity. The rules want us to keep killing in order to level up, Zhou Siyu said. Most likely. Lin Wanqing analyzed calmly. This is the most direct war incentive mechanism. The rules are forcing all civilizations into endless conquest. If you don't move forward, you'll be eliminated by other civilizations that need to level up. Chun Shi's reaction, however, was completely different. It was hunger. The purest hunger for knowledge that only a scientist would show upon seeing an unknown theory. Our civilization is technology aligned. Her voice was not loud, but it carried excitement. If we're technology aligned, then doesn't that mean this world also has magic aligned civilizations, biological aligned civilizations, mystery aligned civilizations, and all kinds of other civilizations with different development paths? Chun Shi's words were like a key, instantly opening the door to everyone's imagination. She lifted her head and looked at Yichun with blazing eyes, her speech speeding up from excitement. Yichun, there must be technology in this world that we know absolutely nothing about. We have to find it. Find those technology-based civilizations that are like us, or even more advanced than us. Then, a look appeared on Chun Shi's face that was completely at odds with her cute, lowly face, one filled with fanaticism and possessiveness. Make all of their knowledge ours. Seeing Chun Shi like a completely different person at this moment, the girls in the vehicle were all a little stunned. It was their first time seeing her this worked up. I agree. Qinlan was the first to raise her hand. She swung her fist hard, her face just as full of excitement. Chun Shi's right. All kind of unknown weapons. Fuck them up. Let us farm to our heart's content. Chun Shi's fanatic obsession with unknown technology, along with Qinlan's fear of nothing thirst for war, sent the atmosphere soaring. Yichun looked at the 2 girls in front of him, already rubbing their hands together, one planning how to dismantle the technology of other civilizations, the other planning how to blow up every enemy, and showed a helpless smile. He raised a hand and gently waved it in front of them, signaling for them to calm down. I understand what you mean, and I agree with your view. Yi Chun's voice carried a soothing power. Chun Shi and Qin Lan both quieted down and turned their eyes toward him. We are a technology-based civilization. Seeking out other technology civilizations on the same path as us and plundering their knowledge and techniques to complete our own tech tree is indeed the most efficient approach. His words first affirmed Chun Shi's strategic idea, making a smug, just as I thought expression appear on her face. But Yi Chun changed the subject, his gaze slowly sweeping across every girl present, gliding over their lovely faces one by one. But we're different from the other teams. We are one whole. Our strength doesn't rely only on the toughness of our vehicle and the sharpness of our weapons. Attribute cards, technology, and everything else dropped by any civilization can be useful to us. The physique dropped by the centaurs is perfect for Ran. I understand. Chun Shi nodded. Her eyes, which had gone slightly unfocused from fanaticism, regained their clarity. Developed comprehensively, balancing both hardware and software. That's right. Qin Lan also put away the fanatic look on her face, replacing it with steadiness. Who cares what path they're on? If it can make our home stronger, then we kill them. Loot everything. Burn everything. All right, the strategic objective is clear. Yi Chun clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Since drops from all civilizations are useful to us, then there's no need for us to be picky now. His gaze fell once more on the vehicle upgrade panel. That progress bar of 17 out of 20 looked especially eye-catching. Our top priority is to gather these last 3 points of progress first. Let us see what this so-called technology point can actually improve. Hearing Gu Qinyan's words, Yi Chun's gaze fell on the loot. 17 centaurs had dropped a total of 180 points of physique attributes and 180,000 gold coins, plus a pile of treasure chests. This drop rate could be called quite impressive. All the physique attribute cards go to Ran. Yi Chun made the distribution without the slightest hesitation. Huh, all of them to me? And Ran froze for a moment, then waved her hand a little awkwardly. I can't use that many. Yi Chun's tone was very gentle. You're the only medical core in our team. Your talent consumes the most stamina. Exactly. And Ran, stop being polite. Qin Lan casually wrapped an arm around Ran's shoulder. Seeing the concern in everyone's eyes, concern that allowed no refusal, warmth rose in Ran's heart. She stopped declining and silently accepted the trade. After handling the distribution of the spoils, Yi Chun organized all the combat footage from the battle, the data, and all of their discoveries and deductions into a detailed intelligence report and sent it to Zhang Wei. This was not only fulfilling the duty of an ally, but also ensuring that the main force of the entire Huaxia civilization could gain a clear understanding of the first enemy and avoid unnecessary losses. After doing all that, he turned his gaze back to the civilization hunting progress bar. 17 out of 20. Just 3 more points, and it could be upgraded. What do we do next? Suzy voice rang out. Do we wait here for the main force of the Gongji Hui, or wait for what? Qin Lan was the first to object. She pointed at the progress bar in front of them, excitement flashing in her eyes. We definitely keep going. Their follow-up forces are definitely on the way. We need to move the battlefield onto their territory. Hearing Qin Lan say they should move the battlefield onto the enemy's land, Yi Chun turned his gaze to Gu Qinyan, who was in charge of radar and maps. Qinyan, is there any map information beyond the northern border? Gu Qinyan shook her head. No, the map sent by the Gongji Hui only goes as far as the borderline. Beyond that, it's all blank. Yi Chun nodded. Then we continue. This time, their goal was hunting. As they kept moving deeper, the surrounding scenery also began to change. Hills started to appear, along with strangely shaped trees. The girls all stayed at their respective positions, and Qin Lan remained ready to deal with any sudden situation at any time. However, strangely enough, the radar screen remained completely clean. Not a single red dot appeared. It was as if those dozen or so centaurs just now had been an accident, and there was no other life left on this land. Strange. Gu Qinyan stared at the completely unresponsive radar, her brows tightly furrowed. We've already gone nearly 300 kilometers deep. Logically, they should be sent out vanguards by now. How is there nothing at all? If something is abnormal, there must be something behind it. Suzy and gaze also turned grave. Continue north. Another 2 hours passed. They had already gone nearly 1,000 kilometers into the enemy's territory. The radar was still as silent as death. Abnormal. Way too abnormal. The smile vanished from Qin Lan's face. Yi Chun, Suzy said, I suggest we temporarily stop advancing. Qin Lan might love battle, but she wasn't reckless. The current situation had made even her feel that something was off. They had gone nearly 1,000 kilometers into enemy territory. Forget a vanguard squad. They hadn't even seen another living thing. That completely didn't fit the normal response of a civilization preparing to invade another civilization. If something is abnormal, there must be something behind it. Just as everyone in the vehicle grew solemn because of this strange situation, a familiar notification sound rang in all the girls' minds. Many children, many blessings successfully triggered. Member in Ran has successfully conceived. Comprehensive evaluation. S. Detected that in Ran has triggered this talent multiple times. Reward will receive a secondary stacking bonus. Congratulations on obtaining Special Module. Infinite Energy Module, Level 1, times 1. A secondary stacking reward. Infinite Energy Module. Doesn't mean what I think it means. The sudden surprise made everyone cry out in disbelief. Ichin's heart also shook. He immediately opened the backpack and shared the brand new component called Infinite Energy Module in front of everyone. Infinite Energy Module, Level 1. Type, Special Power Module. Effect, provides the vehicle with an infinite energy supply. Current output power, 100 kW. Upgrade requirement, 20,000 gold coins. Oh my god, it really is infinite energy. She let out a delighted cry. Fanaticism burst from her eyes. This is a perpetual motion machine on the level of rules. It overturns physics. Yichun was equally overjoyed inside. This module had come to perfect time. It had to be installed immediately and upgraded as well, now that they had the anti-gravity module. The tread module had completely lost any reason to exist. Remove it. With Yichun's operation, one modification slot was successfully freed up. Without any hesitation, he immediately installed the Infinite Energy Module. The chassis gave a slight tremor that spread through the entire vehicle body. On the vehicle status panel, the icon that had originally represented fuel was replaced. Upgrade. Infinite Energy Module, Level 2. Output power, 500 kW. Upgrade required, 100,000 gold coins. Continue. Yichun didn't hesitate in the slightest and pressed the upgrade button again. Infinite Energy Module, Level 3. Output power, 2,000 kW. Upgrade required, 500,000 gold coins. A terrifying output power of 2,000 kilowatts. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Looking at the power number, Qinlan felt like every drop of blood in her body was burning. From now on, we're basically an airborne battleship that never has to land. Su Ziyun reminded them in time. The other side's strategy is still unclear. The top priority is still figuring out their intentions first. Everyone's excitement cooled slightly, and their attention returned to the matter at hand. At that moment, Yichun received a trade notification worth as much as 100 million gold coins. Looking at Lin Wanqing, who was still working rapidly in front of the light screen, his heart warmed. Information asymmetry was currently their biggest predicament, and the most direct way to solve that predicament was to upgrade the radar. He opened the upgrade panel and found the upgrade option for the phased array radar. Phase array radar, Level 7. Upgrade required, 100 million gold coins. Upgrade. Ding. Phased array radar has successfully upgraded to Level 8. Scan range, 1,000 kilometers. Upgrade required, 500 million gold coins. Almost the instant the upgrade was completed, the radar alarm suddenly blared. Something's up. Gu Qinyan's voice instantly turned sharp and professional as she stared fixedly at the radar screen. On the radar's massive fan-shaped scanning display, several scattered red dots were rapidly moving inward. Target detected. Number 4. Distance from us. Approximately 800 kilometers. Gu Qinyan quickly reported the key data. 800 kilometers. Qinlan's eyes instantly lit up. No wonder we couldn't find them after searching for so long. So these bastards ran that far. They're moving inward to regroup. Su Ziyun looked at the route of the light dots and analyzed calmly. Looks like they should be the vanguard force currently assembling. Perfect timing. A trace of cold killing intent flashed through Yichun's eyes. The target they had been searching for bitterly for several hours had finally appeared. Controlling the Xingfu Yijian, he turned its direction and charged at those red dots at full speed. Qinlan, prepare for battle. Received. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Qinlan's face. Bioplasma cannon. Charging begins. A distance of 800 kilometers was only a little over an hour at their speed. Very quickly, the 4 centaurs entered their attack range. They seemed completely unaware that they had already been locked on and continued rushing forward at high speed. Target within range. Gu Qinyan's voice rang out. Fire. Yichun's voice and Qinlan's firing command were completed almost at the exact same time. Buzz. 9 beams of energy once again tore through the sky. Those 4 centaurs, still charging at full speed, didn't even get a chance to react before they were instantly swallowed by the scorching light and turned into charred corpses. You have successfully killed Centaur Raiders 4. Obtain Constitution Attribute Cards 10-4. Obtain 40,000 gold coins. Obtain Bronze Treasure Chest 4. Civilization Hunt Progress 2120. Detected that progress is full. Your Civilization Hunt rank has been raised to Level 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Civilization Point 1. We leveled up. Looking at the progress bar that had finally been filled, Gu Qinyan was the first to let out an excited cheer. The girls in the bus also looked curiously at this brand new reward. Hurry up and check. What is a civilization point? Qinlan was also impatient. Yichun was just as excited. He opened the detailed description behind civilization point. Civilization Hunt LV1. Available civilization points. 1. Detected that Longwa civilization focuses on technology. You may consume civilization points to carry out 1 permanent enhancement on the vehicle. Available bonuses are as follows. 1. Attack bonus 10. 2. Defense bonus 10. 3. Speed bonus 10. 3. Plain and unadorned. yet incomparably noble percentages appeared before everyone. Good lord. Looking at the three options, Qinlan Kudanti helped saying, this is letting us allocate stat points to the bus ourselves. It's more than just allocating stat points. Excitement flashed in Chun Shi's eyes. This is a permanent percentage increase. All our future upgrades and modifications can be amplified by it. Its growth potential is limitless. Then which one do we choose? Gu Qingyan looked at Yi Chun. For a moment, everyone's gaze gathered on Yi Chun. Attack, defense, or speed? These three options represented three different development paths. Wait. Gu Qingyan's cry of surprise interrupted Yi Chun. There's a new discovery on the radar. At the edge of the radar's scanning range, nearly 1,000 kilometers away from them, a dense cluster of red light dots had appeared. There were a huge number of them, gathered together. Unlike the previous four centaurs, which had been moving at high speed, these are stationary and clustered there. That's not an army. An army shouldn't be this irregular. Qinlan gave her analysis immediately. Using the radar's newly upgraded function, Gu Qingyan focused the radar scan on that area for deeper analysis. A few seconds later, a simple three-dimensional image appeared on one side of the screen. It was a cluster of buildings, a town of a civilization. Yi Chun looked at the image on the screen. He no longer had any hesitation. I've decided. We choose attack bonus. What we're facing is a real civilization stronghold. If we want to take it down, then before their other forces finish gathering, we have to completely destroy it in the shortest time possible. Yi Chun's words made all the girls nod heavily. Qinlan, in particular, revealed an extremely excited and approving smile. Yi Chun no longer delayed. Confirming selection of attack bonus. Consuming civilization point 1. Permanent vehicle bonus has taken effect. Current total attack bonus, 10. The intelligence Yi Chun sent over was fully projected onto the main screen in the command hall. The town area was reflected in the eyes of every person present. Where it already arrived, Manhwa's aged yet powerful voice was the first to break the silence. Looking at the screen, sharp light flickered in his eyes. From the moment they stepped into our territory, this was already a life and death situation with no possibility of reconciliation. And now, Yi Chun has already helped us locate an important stronghold. The enemy's assembly could be completed at any moment. We can't wait any longer. The one-armed general suddenly stood up. With his only remaining hand, he slammed his fist heavily onto the conference table, producing a dull bang. We've already lost the initiative because of delayed intelligence. We absolutely cannot lose our freedom of action as well. Their first squad has been wiped out. Once that news gets sent back, it will definitely put the other side on guard. Before they can react and gather an even larger force, we must strike first. I agree. Another general also stood up. His face was full of surging fighting spirit. We now have the ultimate trump card of daily resurrection. What is there to fear? This battle must not only be fought, it must be fought hard. We'll hit them so hard they never dare step into Huaxia's territory again. That's right. In this world, there is no possibility of avoiding war. A commander wearing glasses also expressed a hardline stance without hesitation at this moment. It's either you die, or I die. This isn't an ordinary conflict. This is a war of extermination. The opinions in the meeting room were surprisingly unanimous. We have the information advantage now. Fang Mingyuan stood up. He pointed at the town coordinates on the screen, his voice a little high-pitched. Strike first, and put the battlefield on their territory. That can both disrupt their deployment and maximize the safety of our Beiwu City respawn point. Commander-in-Chief, give the order. Give the order. In an instant, the whole meeting room was stirred into excitement. Everyone's eyes were fixed neatly on the silent young man seated at the center. Zhang Wei did not speak right away. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, taking in the fighting spirit and determination on their faces. This was the first time since Huaxia civilization entered this new world that it had taken the initiative to launch an all-out expedition against another civilization. The significance of this battle was immense. Zhang Wei had long since made up his mind. He slowly stood up, his gaze firm, his voice echoing through the entire meeting room. Order. Share the Centaur town coordinates and all related intelligence with all players in the Beiwu City area immediately. At the same time, issue the highest level mobilization order to all combat units in Beiwu City. Fire burned fiercely in Zhang Wei's eyes. Tell them, Huaxia civilization's first expedition starts now. Target enemy town. The whole army advance. Inside the Xingfu Yijia Renhao. Yi Chun quickly received Zhang Wei's reply. Zhang Wei, the value of your intelligence is beyond measure. All combat units in Beiwu City will depart immediately and launch an attack on that town. Zhang Wei, Yi Chun, I know your strength. But when facing a completely unknown civilization, caution comes first. You can wait for the main force to assemble before moving together to ensure absolute safety. Yi Chun shared Zhang Wei's reply with everyone. Wait for them. Qinlan was the first to raise a brow, her eyes flashing with eagerness. If we wait for them to slowly make their way over, who knows how long that'll take? The grass will be yellow by then. Zhang Wei's concern makes sense. Su Ziyun analyzed calmly. A civilization S-town will definitely have defensive methods we don't know about. If we rush in blindly, the risk is too high. Who said we're going to rush in? Qinlan's lips curved into a confident smile. We have ultra-long-range precision strike capability, and we have anti-gravity hover modules. There is no need for us to play any ground battle with them at all. She gestured in the air, her posture full of overwhelming dominance. We'll raise our flight altitude directly to 10,000 meters. No, 100,000 meters. Even 200,000 meters. We'll just hover above them and blast their city shot after shot until it's completely erased from map. Qinlan's words were simple and brutal, but they also stated a fact. They had the ability to strike from a higher dimension. Qinlan made sense. Yichen nodded. He also believed this plan was completely feasible. The greatest advantage of the Xingfu Yijiarun Hao was its mobility and beyond visual range strike capability. As long as they kept enough altitude, they were absolutely safe, where it always changed in an instant. Yichen looked at the others and made his final decision. We're not waiting. If they finish assembling first, the battlefield may be moved onto our territory. Target, Centaur Town. Move out. All right. Gu Qingyan cheered and immediately set the target route on the navigation system. Buzz. The Xingfu Yijiarun Hao's engine let out a deep roar, and its massive body slowly began to rise. 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 100,000 meters. In the end, Yichen steadily locked the vehicle's altitude at 150,000 meters in the sky. Chun-Shi lay by the window, looking at the still deep sky outside. And couldn't he help exclaiming, we actually haven't broken through this world's troposphere yet. Above us is still blue sky and white clouds. Her question made everyone once again realize how strange this world was. This new world didn't seem to follow any of the physical laws they knew. Yichen did not dwell on the issue. His attention was already fully focused below. Looking down from 150,000 meters in the air, the mountains and rivers on the ground had all become tiny. With the assistance of advanced radar systems, the outline of the Centaur town still appeared clearly on the screen. What a beautiful sight. Too bad it's about to be gone. A cruel smile appeared on Qinlan's face. The Xingfu Yijiarun Hao hovered quietly above the town. Begin, Qinlan. Yichen's voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. Received. A terrifying flash burst in Qinlan's eyes as her fingers operated the panel. Bioplasma cannon. Begin charging. Target locked. Buzz, buzz, buzz on the vehicle's body. 9 cannon muzzles lit up at the same time. Terrifying energy began to gather within them. Millions of vehicles of all kinds, under the unified deployment of the Joint Governance Alliance, formed one massive combat formation after another. In the central area, inside the heavily defense-modified Level 8 bus, dozens of healing-type Awaken players in matching uniforms stood in a circle. At the center stood 2 young people who looked to be just over 20. 1 male and 1 female. Their faces were tense. Wang Hu, this tough guy who had forced his way out with a belly full of passion and brute courage, was currently leaning against the corner of the carriage with his arms crossed, quietly watching the scene before him. Kid, girl, ready? Wang Hu's rough voice broke the silence inside the vehicle. The commander-in-chief has issued a death order. The whole army must reach the designated combat area within the required time. Whether our side can pull this off depends entirely on the 2 of you. The young man took a deep breath and nodded heavily. The girl looked even more nervous. She glanced at the healers surrounding her and timidly nodded at Wang Hu. Good. Then let us begin. With a sweep of Wang Hu's hand, the moment the order was given, the dozens of healers standing at the outermost ring activated their talents at the same time. Buzz. Dozens of rich emerald green beams lit up at once, pouring into the girl's body. The girl's face instantly turned red, but she still gritted her teeth and raised a hand toward the young man beside her. Spirit Energy Conversion. Activate. B-rank talent Spirit Energy Conversion. Convert healing effects into temporarily increased mental power, which can be transferred to any target. The life energy injected into her body was forcibly converted into mental energy under the effect of her talent, then transferred to the young man. The young man let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead. Rapid speed. Activate. B-rank talent Rapid speed. Increase the speed of all allies according to the mental power you output. He used all his strength and slammed both hands hard onto the floor beneath him. Buzz. An invisible ripple, centered on this vehicle, suddenly spread in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, all the player vehicles that had been moving forward slowly seemed to be injected with stimulants, their engines roaring. Holy shit, why did my car speed up on its own? Mine too. It's still going up. What's going on? It's the Alliance group buff. My god, this range is way too wide. Countless cries of shock rang out in each of the players' communication channels. They watched helplessly as the numbers on their vehicle dashboards, representing speed, began to surge upward at an unreasonable rate. 100 kilometers per hour, 120 kilometers per hour, 150 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour. In the end, their speed was forcibly stabilized above 350 kilometers per hour. Wang Wu turned his head and gave the two young people a big thumbs up. Nicely done. Happy smiles appeared on both their faces. Inside the central command vehicle of the army, Director Hua looked at the number on the electronic map representing the convoy's average speed, and a faint satisfied smile appeared on his face. These young people did well. He turned his head to look at a staff officer beside him and casually asked, "How is it going on Luo Fei's side? Did the teleport succeed?" A trace of hesitation and awkwardness flashed across the staff officer's face. "Speak." Director Hua frowned. "Reported Elder Hua, just now." The staff officer braced himself and reported in a low voice, "Luo Fei. He used his talent to teleport himself to the main city." HM. Director Hua's smile instantly froze. After a moment of silence, he let out a cold snort. Coward. He had no interest in giving even one more comment to a man who had fled at the last moment. After saying that, he turned his gaze back to the map, as if Luo Fei had never existed. Along the way, all kinds of strange talents began to show their tremendous value in group combat. When they encountered rivers, bridges made of light would rise up, allowing the army to pass through unhindered. When they encountered mountain ranges, invisible immense force would crush the rocks and forcibly open a road. The player army ignored all-terrain obstacles, always maintaining a straight line as they steadily advanced at high speed toward the target point. Faster, faster. Convoy 11 doesn't have enough spirit power. They need psionic conversion. Report. Shinsu's spirit power is dropping a bit. Psionic conversion urgently needed. The girl in charge of psionic conversion was drenched in sweat. Whenever a talent user's buff duration was about to end, an escort vehicle would rush her over at top speed so she could repeat round after round of buffing. More than 200 kilometers from a centaur town, Triple X only felt his vision suddenly brighten. Coordinates confirmed. Distance to target point, 198 kilometers. Teleportation. Teleportation succeeded. The driver's voice was so excited that it had gone out of tune. Triple X let out a long breath, and the tension in his nerves finally eased. It worked. Boom! A deeply muffled rumble came from the distant horizon. In the direction of a centaur town, a mushroom cloud was slowly rising. Then came the second, the third. One mushroom cloud after another bloomed in succession. They had already started. No confirmation was needed. He was 100% certain that this kind of handiwork could only have come from the Happy family. Begin alliance teleportation immediately. One beam of white light after another appeared out of thin air. BZZ, bus after bus of every kind emerged non-stop. In just a few minutes, a player army numbering in the millions had fully assembled. The Beiwu City army had arrived. Inside the command vehicle, Director Hua's eyes had been fixed from the very start on the mushroom clouds rising continuously in the distance. That girl, a helpless yet appreciative bitter smile, appeared on Director Hua's face. She's always this impatient. He understood Qinlan's combat style too well. The moment she confirmed the target, she would immediately choose to utterly destroy the enemy with the fiercest firepower possible. It looks like they've already finished the warm-up. Director Hua withdrew his gaze, and the expression on his face returned to calm steadiness and cold severity. His aged yet powerful voice rang through every combat unit's communication system via the highest priority command channel. Order. All heavily defense-modified units above level 7 are to form a spearhead formation. All combat units are to maintain formation by square formation and advance at full speed. Director Hua's voice carried battle intent that had been suppressed for far too long. The Happy family has already rung the bell of war for us. Now, it's our turn. Target, enemy town ahead. Entire army, press forward. Crush them. With a single order from Director Hua, the entire steel war formation moved. Roar. Countless players let out excited howls. Tens of thousands of massive buses with heavily reinforced armor modifications surged out from the formation as the vanguard. Behind them was a player army numbering in the millions. They charged toward the centaur town, 200 kilometers away. The Happy family had already been hovering at an altitude of 20,000 meters above the centaur town for over an hour. No, Gu Qingyan shook her head, frustration on her face as well. The energy shield is blocking all our scan signals. There's no way to distinguish the specific situation of the buildings and units beneath it. This turtle shell is really fucking tough. Qinlan clicked her tongue irritably and couldn't help cursing. Aside from the very beginning, when they had caught the other side off guard, and the first volley had successfully destroyed some of the buildings on the town's outskirts, raising the Happy family bus level to level 3, all subsequent attacks have been completely blocked by that suddenly appearing energy shield. The volleys from the biological plasma cannons struck the semi-transparent shield, and aside from sending ripples spreading across it, they could no longer cause any substantial damage. It really is tough. Yichen looked at the screen and let out a helpless sigh. It was the kind of feeling where you had strength, but nowhere to use it. Yichun had even tried lowering their flight altitude to search for the shield's energy source or any possible weak point. However, when their altitude dropped from 150,000 meters to around 10,000 meters, Dozens of burning giant boulders shot into the sky from the center of the town and came screaming toward their position at 10,000 meters in a completely unreasonable display. Yichun had no choice but to immediately pull the vehicle back up to an absolutely safe altitude. Only then did everyone realize that no civilization in this world could ever be underestimated, especially an aggressive civilization like this one that dared to expand outward on its own initiative. The depth of its war foundation was absolutely greater than they had imagined. Gu Qingyan suddenly cried out, "Yichen, look at the map." Yichen's eyes were instantly drawn to the radar interface. Dense green points of light were surging toward the Centaur town where they were. That was the player army from Beiwu City. "They're here." Gu Qingyan's voice was full of excitement. So fast, Qinlan's eyes lit up at once, and a thought formed in her mind. From the complete assembly of the Beiwu City army to their arrival at the battlefield now, the whole process had been so fast, it was almost beyond belief. Yichen looked at the rapidly advancing mass of green light points and smiled. Just then, Qinlan's personal communication channel rang. "It's Grandpa Hua." She said that to Yichen, then entered the call. Yichen nodded. "Tell him everything we found here exactly as it is, especially those giant boulders that can attack targets at 10,000 meters. Make sure they're extremely careful." "Understood." Qinlan nodded heavily and gave Director Hua a concise report of what they had encountered. Giant boulders. Inside the command vehicle, Director Hua looked at the intel Qinlan had sent over, and a grave expression appeared on his aged face. "They can attack targets at 10,000 meters. The war potential of this civilization is far higher than we estimated," one general said in a deep voice. "Conventional defensive methods probably won't be very effective," another added. "A physical attack of that scale is something a single vehicle's armor simply can't withstand." Director Hua did not join the discussion. His gaze swept across the command room before finally stopping on a young man who had remained silent the whole time. The young man looked no older than 23 or 24. His appearance was utterly ordinary, the kind that would disappear into a crowd the moment he was thrown into one. At this moment, he was nervously rubbing his hands together, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. His name was Li Ming, and his talent was A-rank defense sharing. Link the defenses of allied units into a single whole. The number of links is determined by spiritual power. Li Ming. President Hua slowly spoke. "Here." The moment his name was called, Li Ming jolted and snapped upright. His voice even cracked a little from nerves. A gentle smile appeared on President Hua's face as he reassured him. "Don't be nervous, child. Next, you may have to work hard. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Li Ming straightened his chest and answered loudly. President Hua nodded, then immediately gave the order. "Order. Spiritual Energy Conversion Team. Report to the central vehicle immediately." The order was issued, and the medical convoy that had long been on standby moved at once. When Li Ming saw the young girl inside the vehicle, who looked even more nervous than he was, she gave him a tired smile. "Had calmness infected, Li Ming?" He took a deep breath and gave her a firm nod. "Prepare." As President Hua's voice rang out, outside the vehicle, dozens of healer-type players once again activated their talents at the same time. Dense life, energy, surged into the girl's body like a tide. Spiritual energy conversion. The girl gave a soft shout and poured her spiritual power into Li Ming. Li Ming's body suddenly trembled. He didn't dare slack off in the slightest and activated his own talent. Defense link, activate. Buzz. A ripple spread out from him as the center, instantly expanding across the entire player army. The millions of players charging forward at high speed almost all heard the same prompt in their minds at the same time. "You have joined the defense sharing network. Your vehicle has established links with allied units. All link units will share one durability pool." What the hell? Shared durability? A player driving a level 6 bus subconsciously opened his vehicle panel. The next second, he was completely dumbfounded. Behind the durability stat was now a string of numbers with so many zeros he couldn't even count them. Current total linked durability, 300,000. Holy shit. He let out an earth-shaking shriek, rubbed his eyes, and thought he must be seeing wrong. There's a bug. My bus, its durability exploded. Mine too. What's going on? This durability. My god, is this the Alliance's group buff? First group acceleration, now a group heal? How are we supposed to lose like this? Ha ha ha. Turtle shell tactic. I like it. Brothers, for the gas. Run them over. The Co-Governance Association is awesome. Huaxia is awesome. Right now I feel like I could drive my bus straight into the planet. Damn it. Wang Hu grinned wide, his eyes full of excitement. I've never fought such a rich battle in my whole life. Inside the command vehicle, listening to the wild cheering and ghostly howling over the public channel, President Hua also showed a gratified smile. He raised his head and looked toward the faint outline of the distant town. His gaze became incomparably firm and sharp. Order. The whole army will maintain formation. Target, enemy town. Crush through it. The distance between them and the Centaur town rapidly closed. 100 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 50 kilometers. When the distance shrank to 30 kilometers, the Centaur town finally reacted. Whoa, A shrill horn echoed throughout the entire town. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of burning boulders skimmed low over the ground, tearing through the sky at terrifying speed as they smashed toward the charging player army from the front. A distance of 30 kilometers vanished in an instant. They're here. Countless players watched the boulders rapidly enlarge in their vision. Boom! The first boulder slammed viciously into a level 8 heavy armored bus charging at the very front. The bus was forced to halt its charge, and the entire vehicle body was shoved backward several meters by the massive impact. However, that was all. The bus still charged forward. As for the boulder, it shattered into pieces the instant it collided. The player driving the bus froze for a second, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha, that S it? You're scratching an itch for me. Boom, boom, boom. More boulders fell into the army. Before the shared durability of millions of buses, they looked utterly powerless. The boulder shattered. The army remained completely unharmed, without even slowing down. Inside the command vehicle, President Hua looked at the total durability value, which had barely changed at all. The heart he had been holding up finally settled completely. He slowly let out a long breath. The happiness family has already taken a lead for us. Now, it's our turn. Whoever offends Huaxiao will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Roars full of fury and rage rose from within the city walls one after another. Immediately after, the shrill, piercing horn sounded out once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the direction of the town, a black cloud that blotted out the sky rose up and flew toward the player army. It's an arrow rain. Every arrow is as thick as an adult S-arm. The dense black arrows came whistling through the air, covering everything, after coming through the boulder barrage without a scratch. The players in the front lines showed not the slightest fear when facing the arrow rain. Instead, they broke into excited, ghostly howls. The arrow rain fell. Clang, clang, clang. Under the defense-sharing link, the giant arrows struck the buses without leaving even a white mark. Warning, your vehicle has suffered a minor attack. This level of attack wasn't even enough to count as an effect on the total durability bar. On the public channel, the players' mocking laughter rang out nonstop. That S it? That S it? I thought it'd be something amazing. It doesn't even qualify as scratching an itch. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, let me announce something. I just got focused by more than 100 arrows. Pretty badass, right? Stop cursing them. Stop cursing them. At least give them some face, okay? Good Lord, our several million vehicles have been traveling dusty roads all this way. They're giving us free maintenance. I'm so touched I could cry. The arrow rain continued non-stop along with the players' jeers. The player army couldn't even be bothered to care anymore. 20 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Once they entered the 10-kilometer charge line, the spotters on the front row buses could already clearly see the expressions on the centaurs' faces atop the walls. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Why? Why is this happening? A centaur centurion mechanically drew the giant bow in his hands while staring blankly at the steel legion still charging forward at high speed. Muttering in a daze, didn't the intelligence say this civilization was just as vulnerable as the other technological civilizations? Why? Why can't we break them this time? His question was also the question in every centaur's heart. Ever since arriving in this world, their history of war had been one of plunder. This was the first time they had encountered bad intelligence. Just as the centaurs on the wall were sinking into self-doubt, a furious roar overwhelmed the battlefield's noise. On top of the wall, a centaur nearly twice the size of all the others appeared in everyone's sight. It let out several irritable roars of unclear meaning at the centaurs beside it. The centaur warriors who had still been lost in confusion immediately changed. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they answered with bloodthirsty roars. Roar. The next second, creak, rumble. The massive city gates slowly opened inward. Centaur warriors surged out from within the gates. Holding giant axes, eyes bloodshot, they quickly formed ranks outside the gates. Their forehooves trampled the earth, kicking up rolling clouds of dust as they launched a charge toward the player army. Good, they came. Inside the central command vehicle, President Hua looked at the enemy's charging formation. Not only was there no trace of tension on his face, he even let out a cold sneer. Order. Without the slightest hesitation, through the highest command channel, he issued instructions to every commander. All units, maintain the current formation. No one is allowed to leave the designated area. Advance steadily. All firepower units, once the enemy enters range, open fire at will. Let them have a taste of 762. Yes, the order was relayed through the army. Countless guns and cannons slowly rose, pre-aiming at their targets. The players, meanwhile, erupted with fanatic excitement. Ha ha ha, a head-on clash. That's what I love most. Well, the gas pedal down. Nobody better chicken out. Crush them. For the Alliance. Aboard the happy family. Finally willing to come out? Qinlong looked at the centaur army below, preparing to leave the protective barrier, and an extremely excited, bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. Qingyan, can you lock onto them? No. Gu Qingyan shook her head. They're still inside the barrier. Our radar can't lock onto them. Doesn't matter. Confidence flashed in Qinlong's eyes. Her fingers turned into afterimages across the control interface. No lock needed. With a target this big, if I can still miss, I might as well find a block of tofu and smash myself to death. Bioplasma cannons. Manual calibration. Target. The enemy S charge route. Begin charging. BZZ. On the body of the happy family, 9 gigantic cannons lit up at the same time. The moment she confirmed that all the centaurs had left the barrier, Shinlon's lips curled into an arc goodbye. You little horse brats. Her finger pressed down lightly. Fire. 9 bioplasma beams tore through the sky. They blasted toward the centaur army, charging at full speed across the ground. Within the players' battle line, earth-shaking cheers and roars exploded. It's here, it's here. Support from the happy family. Ha 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 ha. It's over. What do I say? In front of Mushroom Bomb, every enemy is a paper tiger. Horse brats. Enjoy your last sunbath. Crush them. Everyone believed that beneath those 9 beams, the Centaur Charge Legion would be wiped off the map in an instant. However, a sudden change occurred. Among the high-speed charging Centaur army, more than a dozen figures stood out completely from the rest. They wore cloth robes and abruptly raised the staffs in their hands high into the air. Buzz, with their movement, a translucent energy barrier that just happened to envelop the entire army instantly took shape. Unlike the barrier that had covered the town earlier, this one moved in sync with the charging army. The next second, the 9 bioplasma beams slammed into the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening series of explosions rang out across the entire battlefield. At the points where the beams struck the barrier, light as brilliant as the sun erupted, and shockwaves spread in all directions. Under the volley of the 9 ion cannons, the barrier shook violently and warped, as if it would shatter the next second. And yet, this attack, enough to flatten an entire hill, was completely blocked by it. The light faded. The Centaur army beneath the barrier was completely unharmed. Even the speed of their charge had not been affected. What the hell? It blocked it. You gotta be kidding me. It actually blocked it? What the hell is that thing? A mobile shield? Inside the central command vehicle, they're caster units. One general stared at the nearly untouched Centaur Legion on the screen and cried out in shock. Director Hua also noticed the existence of those dozen or so special centaurs through the battlefield reconnaissance system at the very first moment. There was not the slightest frustration on his face over the attack being blocked. Instead, a knowing sneer appeared. As expected, a civilization daring enough to actively expand couldn't possibly rely on brute force alone, one general said in a deep voice. Long-range fire coverage can't effectively kill them anymore, another added. Director Hua did not hesitate in the slightest. Through the command channel, he gave the order. All units, abandon long-range bombardment and charge into the enemy formation. Concentrate fire and prioritize the special units holding staffs. Inside the happy family. Damn it. Qinlan slammed her fist hard onto the control console in front of her. These horse brats really think they're turtles hiding in their shells. Her anger did not last long. She had also noticed the special units in the army formation with their staffs raised high. Found you. At that moment, Yichun's voice rang out calmly. They're not without weaknesses. Before, without the player army drawing their attention, if we barged in recklessly, we'd be hit by concentrated fire. But now, they've exposed themselves to our sight. Qinlan's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately understood what Yichun meant. Before, they had not dared to charge into the barrier alone. Now it was different. Charge in. Crush them. As they were about to collide head-on with the Centaur Legion, the player's adrenaline soared to its peak. The player's undying trait meant the army felt no fear at all. Instead, all kinds of roars erupted, and everyone made their preparations. The happy family also began lowering its altitude, preparing to cut into the battlefield at any moment and provide the most direct fire support. However, just as the tension reached its peak, another change occurred within the Centaur formation. Another dozen or so robed centaurs raised the staffs in their hands high. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and they chanted under their breath. Their staffs pointed straight at the rapidly advancing player army. As the spell was completed, an invisible wave spread out. The expressions of those dozen cloth-robed centaurs visibly withered at a speed the naked eye could see. Meanwhile, a clear change took place in the charging player army. Holy shit, what's going on? Why is my vehicle slowing down on its own? One player driving an 8th-tier heavily armored bus watched helplessly as the speed displayed on his dashboard started dropping wildly and unreasonably. 350 kilometers per hour, 300 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. He stomped on the gas like crazy, but the speed kept falling. This was not an isolated case. Almost at the same moment, every vehicle in the entire player army had its speed forcibly reduced. In the end, all vehicle speed was suppressed to around 50 kilometers per hour. What the hell? My speed? Why is my speed dropping? It's a group slow. They hit us with a debuff. Damn it. These horse brats have no martial virtue. Debuffing us before the fight even starts? The public channel erupted in an uproar. The Legion that had been charging like a hot knife through butter now looked as slow as turtles crawling. And after the player's army's speed dropped sharply, the Centaur Legion let out howls full of mockery and excitement. At the same time, they seized the chance and immediately changed their original frontal charge tactic. The entire army swiftly shifted formation. They no longer charged in a straight line. Instead, relying on their speed advantage, they turned from the front toward the flanks and began circling and weaving around. Using their innate speed advantage, they kept their distance from the player army and continued harassing them with attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless giant axes in their hands were hurled through the air, smashing toward the players' vehicles. Clang, clang, clang. Even under the link of defense sharing, these giant axe attacks still failed to inflict obvious damage on that enormous total durability pool. But the durability had already begun trending downward. This passive beating, while being constantly worn down, filled every player with fury. Damn it. If you got the guts, stop running. Come at me head on. A bunch of cowards. All you know how to do is throw axes. The players' curses rose and fell across the channel. The centaurs still maintained a perfect circling formation, throwing giant axes from their hands wave after wave, carrying out endless attrition. What a fine kiting tactic. Inside the Xingfu Yijian, which was continuously descending, Yichen watched the changes on the battlefield below, and his gaze turned incomparably cold. He immediately understood the enemy's intent. They were planning to rely on the advantages of their race to forcibly grind through the player army's defenses. Their spellcasting units had to be dealt with first. Yichen's judgment perfectly matched President Hua's conclusion far in the rear. Without any hesitation, he continued accelerating the descent. 300 meters, 200 meters. When less than 100 meters remained between them and the ground, Yichen clearly saw that the giant axes being thrown were passing through from inside the centaur's mobile shield before smashing toward the players. Just as expected, a trace of understanding flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. This shield was single-type. It could block any energy and kinetic attacks coming from outside, but did not prevent objects from entering or leaving. That meant that as long as they could charge into the shield, they could deliver a fatal blow to the spellcasting units. Yi Chen worked the controls with both hands, preparing to dive into the shield, while also about to tell Qinlan to lock onto special units at any moment for precision strikes. Careful, there is an attack. Gu Qingyan's alarm cry rang out almost at the same time. Yi Chen's attention had been fixed on the centaur army below the whole time, searching for the best moment to break in. He had no time at all to make any evasive move. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. The enormous body of the Xingfu Yijian shook violently. The honeycomb shield flashed with a visible layer of energy ripples, spreading fiercely across the surface of the vehicle. Shield energy down by 1,300 points. Chunxi's voice immediately rang out, carrying a trace of shock. One hit. Just one hit had knocked off 1,300 points of their shield value. This was the first time it had happened since they came to this world. Found you. A terrifying killing intent instantly erupted from Qinlan's eyes. Almost the moment they were attacked, she had already locked onto the source through the radar. It was the centaur leader, nearly twice the size of all the others. At this moment, he had already come out from the city wall and was charging at full speed toward the Xingfu Yijian's direction with terrifying momentum. His speed was even faster than the Xingfu Yijian's flying speed. The instant Qinlan locked onto him, the centaur leader's body suddenly leaped upward. Boom! Even the earth trembled. His soaring body drew an arc through midair. The giant axe in his hand, almost as large as he was raised high overhead. Veins bulged on his arm as terrifying power gathered within it. He was about to launch a second attack. Still want to try that? A cruel sneer curled at the corner of Qinlan's lips. All weapon systems, lock on target. Fire. At the very instant she gave the firing order, Qinlan's voice sounded in Yi Chen's ear. Driven almost purely by instinctive trust, Yi Chen did not hesitate or question her in the slightest. His hands pulled the controls upward. Buzz. The Yijian's engine overloaded in an instant, and the vehicle climbed sharply upward in defiance of inertia. At that very moment, the entire weapon system of the vehicle spat out dense streams of fire, pouring toward the centaur leader. The previously unstoppable Vulcan close-in defense cannons struck the centaur leader's skin now, yet they couldn't even pierce it. They only left behind pale marks. Every bullet was deflected away. The only thing that had any real effect on him was the saturation bombardment from the Katyusha rocket launch pods. It successfully blasted clusters of black smoke across his body. When the smoke dispersed, all that was revealed were a few patches of somewhat damaged outer skin. It hadn't even caused a decent wound. Their usual firepower was actually no better than scraping an itch against it. Damn it, what kind of hide is that? It's harder than alloy plating. Qinlan gritted her teeth as she stared at the completely unharmed centaur leader. Their saturation fire coverage, which had always crushed everything in its path, had failed in the face of absolute individual power. The instant she locked onto the enemy, she had already started charging the 9 bioplasma cannons. But that process needed time. According to the countdown on the screen, There were still more than 5 full minutes before the next volley. The Centaur leader's forward momentum did not slow in the slightest under the dense bombardment. As it looked at the rapidly ascending Xingfu Yijian, a human-like disdain flashed through its savage, frenzied eyes. Trying to run? It let out a sky-shaking roar. Roar. As the roar sounded, a visible dark red glow erupted from inside its body. The next second, under Qin Lan's horrified gaze, its figure simply vanished out of thin air in midair. When it appeared again, it was already directly above the rapidly ascending Xingfu Yijian. Above us, Gu Qingyan cried out in alarm. Almost the instant her words fell, the giant axe raised high by the Centaur leader tore through the sky with mountain-splitting force and savagely hacked down toward the roof of the Xingfu Yijian. Boom! A massive crash came from the roof. The entire Xingfu Yijian was smashed sideways by that immense force, sliding dozens of meters through the air. Although the bus itself did not suffer any inertial impact because of its physical isolation property, the horrifying crash still made all their hearts leap into their throats. The shield energy dropped by 5,200 points. Chen Xi's shocked and urgent voice rang through the bus. 5,200? What? Yi Chun's heart sank hard. That number made everyone suck in a cold breath. Just one hit. Just one hit had knocked away nearly 1/10 of their total shield capacity. If it got a few more hits in, wouldn't it smashed them open on the spot? Keep climbing. All ease had already vanished from Yi Chun's face, replaced by unprecedented gravity. His hands never paused as he continued controlling the vehicle upward. He stared fixedly below. After landing its blow, the Centaur leader's body free fell and slammed heavily back to the ground. Then it slowly stood up from the dust crater, completely uninjured. This civilization definitely isn't one that just finished unifying and came to this world, Yi Chun said coldly, voicing his judgment. Its hunting level is absurdly high. This kind of power, this kind of ability, has already completely surpassed the limits of what a normal life form should have. Yi Chun's words made all the girls' hearts sink. They all understood the meaning behind them. Whether it was that instantaneous ability the Centaur leader had displayed, or the terrifying attack power of that axe that had chopped away over 5,000 shield points, it had already completely surpassed what a normal living being should be capable of. The only explanation was that through civilization hunting upgrades, it had obtained some kind of permanent enhancement on the level of rules. This was a battle-hardened war race that had fought countless wars and might even have already destroyed other civilizations. On the ground, the Centaur leader raised its head and looked at the Yijian, still climbing higher and higher and gradually widening the distance from it. A trace of unwillingness flashed through its scarlet eyes, but did not continue the pursuit. After enduring ion cannon bombardment in the city for so long, it had already gained a rough understanding of this weapon's attack frequency. It knew very well that the enemy's next volley still required some time charge. And now, this flying iron box had already risen to a height beyond its reach. There was no meaning in continuing the chase. Without the slightest hesitation, it decisively turned around, spread its 4 hooves, and dashed at high speed toward the main formation of the distant Centaur army. It was going back inside that safe shield to wait for the next opportunity. It went back. Qin Lan looked at the bright dot moving at high speed on the radar and slammed a fist onto the console in frustration. Damn it. The ion cannon still needs 5 minutes to charge. It won't give us that chance. Susan adjusted her glasses and analyzed calmly. It's smart. It's been used as a live target in the town for so long that it's already figured out our attack patterns completely. Now that it's retreated back into the shield, it's waiting for us to go down there ourselves or for its next instant teleport ambush. Then what we do now? Gu Qingyan pointed at the battlefield below, his face full of worry. The player's army is in a very bad spot. Though I don't know what method they use to withstand the Centaur army's attack. If they keep being kite like this, they'll be worn to death sooner or later. The carriage fell silent for a moment. The Centaur leader's strength had completely thrown their original plan into disarray. Right now, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Go down, and they would face that terrifying leader's deadly threat. Don't go down, and the player legion on the ground would be slowly ground to death. We can't just sit here and wait. Yi Chun's voice broke the silence. His gaze swept back and forth between the huge moving shield below and the Centaur army in the distance, constantly launching harassment attacks, his brain spinning rapidly. The only breakthrough is still those caster units. But to attack them, we have to find a way to deal with that leader first. How do we deal with it? Qin Lan asked irritably. Normal weapons can't touch it, the ion cannon can't reach it, and that thing can teleport. It's as slippery as an eel. Defense sharing network connected. Your vehicle has established a link with allied units. All linked units will share the durability pool. The next second, Chen Xi's cry exploded inside the carriage. The shield. Our shield value is exploding. Her voice was filled with disbelief as she stared fixedly at the vehicle panel in front of her. On the line showing the Hive Shield's total energy value. The number that had originally only had 80,000 left was now skyrocketing upward at an utterly unreasonable speed. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. In the end, that number turned into a terrifying value with so many zeros that they couldn't even count them all. Even Qinlan widened her eyes in shock. Looking at the absurd total durability value on the shield panel, she couldn't help but curse his alliance still has this kind of broken talent. Yichen also opened the Vehicle's attribute panel at once. When he saw the energy shield's nearly infinite value, the heaviness and pressure caused by the Centaur leader vanished in an instant. It felt just like playing a game, only to see the boss about to delete you in one combo. Then the system tells you that you're now sharing a health bar with the entire server. How could they possibly lose? Not only that, but the more than 6,000 shield points that had just been cleaved away by the Centaur leader's 2 axes were instantly restored under the Hive Shield's automatic recovery effect of 2% per minute. The Hive shield on the surface of Hejiren is shown brilliantly at this moment, becoming even more solid. It's Dinhua. Qinlan quickly exchanged a few concise words with the other side, then looked up and said to everyone, "We're too far away. The psychokinesis consumption on the Awakeners is huge. They won't be able to hold out for long. Let us finish this fast." So that was it. Yichen instantly understood. The Alliance was using their own method to create an absolutely safe chance for them to enter the battle. With this near-invincible defense, what was there left to fear? All hesitation and concern in his heart turned into soaring battle intent at this moment. That Centaur leader powerful enough to make people despair? Just a paper tiger. Hejiren drew a curve through the air and plunged straight down toward the battlefield below like a meteor. Qinlan. Yichen's voice carried uncontrollable excitement. "Free fire. We're charging straight into the enemy line." "Roger that." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Qinlan's face. She licked her lips hard. "Finally can let loose. Watch me turn this group of horse bastards into minced meat. War domain. Activate. Damn it. Frustrating. Too damn frustrating." Wang Hu slammed a fist hard onto the console. The helpless feeling of the vehicle being forcibly slowed down made his chest twist with frustration to the extreme. His bus, like the other hundreds of millions of players, was crawling across the plains at less than 50 kilometers per hour. Around them was the Centaur army, annoying as flies, relying on their speed advantage. They kept circling the perimeter, again and again throwing giant axes over, smashing them into the players' vehicles with a string of clanging sounds. Watching the enemy right there in the distance while his side seemed to have fallen into a swamp, only able to passively endure one wave of attacks after another. That feeling was unbearable. Although under the defense-sharing link, the enormous durability pool was dropping very slowly. If they kept getting worn down like this, there would eventually come a time when it was completely drained. The public channel was already full of curses. "Shit, these horse bastards only know how to play dirty. If you got guts, come at us head on. Our speed is locked down tight, and our firepower is still blocked by the shield." Frustrating. I've never fought such a frustrating battle in my life. Only getting hit and unable to hit back. The players' rage and roars rose and fell across the channel, but they did nothing to change the battlefield situation. Just as Wang, who was also about to curse a few lines into the channel to vent his frustration, an excited shout suddenly rang in his ear. "Look, it's Hejiren Hao. They're diving back down again." Wang Hu jolted and looked up at the sky. In the air, the war fortress arced through the sky like a meteor, plunging straight toward the center of the Centaur army below. No slowing down, no detour. Just like that, it charged down in a suicide-like posture. "They've gone crazy." The driver beside Wang Hu cried out in shock. The Centaur army immediately noticed the massive object falling from the sky. The formation that had originally been circling the players' army to harass them instantly shifted, turning around and aiming all firepower at the diving war fortress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of giant axes were thrown out at the same time, blanketing the sky as they flew toward Hejiren Hao. Wang Hu's heart instantly rose to his throat. However, the next second, the hive shield on Hejiren Hao's surface blazed alive, its light dazzlingly bright. Countless giant axes slammed into the shield. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp impact sounds merged into one continuous stream. The moment they touched the shield, they were all bounced away, not even stirring up a single ripple. Holy shit. Wang Hu stared, dumbfounded. What the hell kind of turtle shell was this? Under the watch of all the players, Hejiren Hao, bearing the rain of axes, was completely unharmed as it plunged straight into the moving shield of the Centaur army. It just went through like that. The instant it rushed into the other side's shield, no sound, no warning. 9 small mushroom clouds, accompanied by blinding flashes of light, erupted from within the Centaur army. Boom! Only the delayed explosion sound shook everyone's eardrums until they buzzed. At this moment, Wang Hu's mouth uncontrollably opened as wide as it could. What had he just seen? A face-to-face nuclear blast. Almost at the same time, those 9 mushroom clouds rose. The shield that had been covering the Centaur army's head flickered violently a few times, then completely disappeared. At the same time, Wang Hu felt the vehicle beneath him lurch violently. The force that had been suppressing their speed vanished. The numbers on the dashboard, showing their speed, started climbing like crazy. Damn awesome. Wang Hu muttered dazedly. He had already been so shocked by the brutally savage scene before him that he had completely lost the ability to speak. Just then, Hua Yuanchang's battlefield voice rang through the communications systems of every combat unit via the highest command channel. All units, free attack. Wang Hu snapped back to his senses. He felt the blood in his whole body burning. Using every ounce of strength he had, he roared into the subordinate comms channel. Did you hear that? Pass down the order. Free attack. Hit them hard, damn it. Floor it. Ram these motherfucking horse bastards to death. The fury that had been suppressed for so long erupted at this moment. Qinlan's voice rose through the aftershocks of the explosions, filled with undisguised killing intent. The moment the light from the mushroom clouds had just begun to fade, she had already locked onto the target she hated to the bone through radar. And at the very moment the 9 mushroom clouds rose, the mobile shield vanished. The close-range explosions completely cleared out the core area of the entire Centaur formation. Many of the robe casters didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes in the light and heat. The Centaur chief, at the edge of the explosion, was no exception. When a shockwave dispersed and his body was revealed again, he was already wounded. At this moment, his skin had turned pitch black, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, with blood seeping constantly from them. He clearly hadn't expected the situation to reverse so shockingly in an instant. For safety's sake, he had been moving non-stop toward the center of the formation, only to end up entering the blast zone instead. The pain and survival instinct overwhelmed all rage and fighting spirit. Without the slightest hesitation, and without even looking back, the moment he steadied himself from the impact, he let out a roar and drove, all 4 hooves hard, fleeing toward the town 5 kilometers away like his life depended on it. Trying to run? A cold, killing intent flashed through Yi Chun's eyes. Not that easy. He didn't hesitate at all. The Happy Family 1 followed right behind that panicked fleeing figure and gave chase. All weapons. Free fire. Smash it to death. As Qinlan gave the order, she rapidly operated the bioplasma cannon and began another round of charging. Da-da-da-da-da. Whoosh. 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 The Vulcan cannon's flame and the Katyusha rockets poured out once again. This time the attack worked. After taking the ion cannon's bombardment, its skin had opened up. The dense bullets striking him were no longer just scratching an itch. They finally drew blossoms of blood. The rocket explosions, even more so, blew the cracked wounds on his body even deeper. Roar. The intense pain made the Centaur chief let out a howl. His speed in fleeing did not slow at all. In fact, driven by the pain, it became even faster. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, while Yi Chun was pursuing the fleeing Centaur chief, huge rocks attacked again from the distant town. This time, it was no longer a few hundred stones. Instead, it was an overwhelming rain of thousands of giant rocks, whistling out from the city and covering the Happy Family 1. Most of the attacks accurately predicted the Happy Family 1's route and concentrated fire on it. Don't worry about it. Keep attacking. Yi Chun's voice was steady, showing no intention of dodging. With the durability sharing backed by the entire player legion, he simply wasn't afraid of this level of attack. He kept chasing through the dense storm of boulders without slowing down, enduring the impacts as he went. However, just as they kept pursuing and attacking the Centaur chief, an abnormal change suddenly struck. Amid the sky-full rain of stones, a streak of black light flashed by. It was an arrow, a giant arrow, entirely black, its thickness almost the same as a bus. Almost the instant it was spotted, it had already arrived in front of the Happy Family 1. Boom! With a deafening blast, the giant arrow smashed solidly into the front of the Happy Family 1. The terrifying impact even brought the Happy Family 1, which had been moving at full speed, to a hard stop, freezing it in the air for an instant. Its forward momentum was halted. Protected by the shield, the vehicle itself wasn't damaged. But this sudden pause gave the Centaur chief its most precious breathing room. Dark red light flashed once more over its body. The next second, its figure vanished from where it stood. Damn it! Qinlan stared at the light dot on the radar that vanished in an instant and let out an enraged roar. So close. If it had held out just a little longer, the plasma cannon would have finished charging and could have blasted that damn thing to death. He let run. Qinlan's eyes burned with fury as she shouted at Yi Chun, Yi Chun, let us charge in. Flatten their city. Let us see where he can run. Wait. Yi Chun could tell that Qinlan's state was a bit off ever since the repeated setbacks. He stopped her impulse in time. We're too far from the player army. Maintaining this talent puts a huge burden on the caster. We can't rush in again. Hua Yuanchang also reminded you that you must stay calm. After Yi Chun's reminder, Qinlan took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. The madness in her eyes was gradually replaced by calm. Yi Chun was right. Their biggest reliance right now was defense sharing. Once the link broke because they were too far away, charging into the city again would be the same as throwing their lives away. Turn around and kill the fleeing army. Qinlan said calmly. Yichen gave no answer. He controlled the Happy Family One to hover in midair, enduring the boulders still flying in from the city, and slowly turned the vehicle around. On the battlefield, 5 kilometers away, the Centaur army, stripped of the shield as protection, had completely fallen into chaos. Under the player army's pursuit, their formation scattered. Dropping armor and weapons, they fled en route toward the town. Behind them were millions of player buses, long suppressed, now in hot pursuit and slaughter. Yichun controlled the Happy Family One and headed straight toward that chaotic battlefield. They were going to join the player army and form a pincer, completely surrounding and annihilating the Centaur army that was already in full collapse. Yichen understood, wie man se intent. Now Qinlan's eyes had regained the calm of a commander. She said no more nonsense, returning to her seat. Her hands turned on the console into streaks of afterimages. All weapon systems, cancel lock-on. Target the enemy routed troops below. Indiscriminate area fire. Fire. When the first level 8 heavy-duty bus slammed hard into the Centaur in front of it, the entire battlefield completely spiraled out of control. One collision after another hit its body. Before it could even react, the impact sent it flying directly. This was only the beginning. Charge. Crush them. Ha ha. Brothers. It's time for revenge. The madness that had been suppressed for too long erupted at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of heavy-duty buses at the front charged into the Centaur army. This civilization, which relied on strong individual power, felt the power of numbers for the first time. Their tough skin could block ordinary gunfire, but it could not withstand the close-range sustained sweep of countless machine guns. The battlefield instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Fire. Hit them hard, damn it. Wang Hu's eyes were bloodshot as he operated the machine gun on the roof, pouring a storm of bullets madly toward the Centaurs ahead. A 7.62mm bullet could only deal minor damage when it hit a Centaur's body, and it could not even effectively pierce their rough leather armor. But there were so many of them, when hundreds upon thousands of tongues of fire all focused on one target from every direction at once. Quantitative change became qualitative change. A Centaur warrior let out an unwilling roar. Its skin was being shattered by the continuously incoming bullets. Knowing that escape was hopeless, it tried to make one last resistance. But the next second, an 8-level bus slammed into it from the side at over 100 kilometers per hour, its ramming horn crashing hard into its body. Crack! Its body folded backward at a bizarre angle, instantly losing all mobility. Fear spread rapidly through the Centaur lines. Ho! A shrill, short horn blast sounded. Retreat. That was their only choice. However, for the players who had already gone completely red-eyed, this war had only just entered its climax. Ha ha! They're running. These horse-legged bastards are running. Brothers, don't let them run. Crush them. Where's my Italian cannon? Get up here for me. Blow these bastards to hell. Full army charge. For Huaxia. The fighting spirit that had been suppressed for far too long erupted at this moment. The army made up of millions of player buses had gone berserk. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Countless machine guns mounted on the vehicles immediately spat out furious tongues of fire. An airtight metal storm instantly enveloped the fleeing Centaur army. A Centaur that was running away suddenly had dozens of blood spots burst open on its body. None of them were fatal, but the intense pain and impact made its movement suddenly stall. That split-second pause was enough. More bullets poured madly into its body. Puff, 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 puff. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Tough skin was torn apart by force, and muscles were blasted into mush. The Centaur warrior did not even have time to scream before it turned into a blur of blood and flesh under the rain of bullets. This was only one corner of the battlefield. More large-caliber weapons also joined the frenzy. Boom! A 75mm shell landed precisely among a small group of fleeing Centaurs. The blast wave stopped them in their tracks. Then countless buses, without slowing down at all, rolled straight over them. The entire battlefield turned into a one-sided chase and slaughter. High in the sky, inside Xiangfu Yijian, Yichen looked at the battlefield below, which had completely fallen into madness, and a smile appeared on his face. Controlling Yijian, he began a dive from high altitude. Qinlan, let those horse brats feel what despair means. Received. Having regained her composure, there was only calm in her eyes. Virum. The Vulcan close-in defense cannon S barrels began spinning at an exaggerated speed. Target locked. Fire. A metal storm fell from the sky, sweeping precisely into the fleeing Centaur army. At this moment, the power of the close-in defense cannon was finally displayed in its most perfect form. For a single life form, it was a disaster. A Centaur had just roared and overturned a level 6 bus that tried to approach. Before it could even flee, the rain of bullets came down from the sky and swept across its body in an instant. PSHH. There was no suspense. Even the heavy armor on its body was as fragile as paper before the Vulcan Cannon-S bullet storm. Under Yi Chun's control, Yijian shuttled back and forth above the battlefield. Every dive brought a scene of blood and gore. The Centaur's collapse had already turned into a complete rout. The only thing they could think of was fleeing back to the town, fleeing back inside the shield. In the end, When the player army pursued them to the edge of the town, less than 1 in 10 of the centaurs had managed to return. Inside the command vehicle, Hua Yuanchang looked at the almost one-sided casualty ratio on the screen, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. He slowly exhaled a turbid breath, and his eyes turned sharp. Order. Don't stop. Push in. Surround the town. Yes. The players, who had gone completely red-eyed, did not need the command center's orders at all. Looking at the shield covering the entire town, they did not hesitate in the slightest. That turtle shell. Brothers. Charge in. Flatten their home too. Charge. Wang, who took the lead, driving his own bus and slamming straight into it. The bus, without any obstruction, directly rushed into the shield. It can go in. This shield doesn't block people. Wang Hu's shout made every player boil over. Millions upon millions of buses, like a breached flood, surged into that semi-transparent energy shield, surrounding the entire centaur town so tightly that not even water could leak through. High in the sky, Yichen looked at the town below that had been completely surrounded, and a glint flashed through his eyes. The time had come. Controlling Yijieren, he followed closely behind the torrent of the player army and rushed into the shield. The instant he entered the shield, now, Qinlan, who had been steadily staring at the radar screen, suddenly had light burst in her eyes. She had waited too long for this chance. Radar scan power adjusted to maximum. Target, town center area, Virum. The phased array radar scan wave instantly displayed the town's entire internal structure as a three-dimensional image. Her gaze instantly locked onto the very center of the town's layout. The altar. Found it. A curve appeared at the corner of Qinlan's mouth. The altar was the core connecting this town to the entire centaur civilization. It was their teleport point. Target locked. Central altar. Still want to run? Still want reinforcements? Dream on. She did not choose the instant burst of all 9 guns firing at once. Instead, she chose the more destructive, alternating fire. First, third, fifth guns fire. Virum. 3 energy beams descended from the sky, precisely blasting toward the altar. Boom! A violent explosion bloomed in the center of the town. The sturdy altar trembled violently under the bombardment of the 3 ion cannons. Second, fourth, 6 guns fire. Qinlan's orders did not stop. Another 3 beams followed immediately after, striking again before the light from the first explosion had even dispersed. Boom! This was only the altar of Small Town. Under the continuous bombardment of the ion cannons, it finally reached its limit and shattered piece by piece. Inside the town, centaur warriors who had just fled back from the battlefield and were still in shock looked at this scene with despair in their eyes. No! No! A centaur commander let out a desperate howl. Their retreat route, their last reinforcement, had been mercilessly destroyed. The nearest town was millions of kilometers away. The strikes from the sky still did not stop. 7th, 8th, 9th guns, fire. The final 3 beams slammed into the altar foundation, which was already a pile of ruins. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose again. The destructive energy completely flattened the area where the altar had been, along with the buildings within several hundred meters around it. At the center of the town, only vitrified ground remained. There was no longer any trace that the altar had ever existed. The fallback route had been completely cut off. No reinforcements were possible anymore. This centaur town had, at this moment, become a true island, and the shield above the town also completely vanished after the altar was destroyed. When the millions of player vehicles surrounding the town saw the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, they were first stunned, then erupted into earth-shaking cheers and roars. Holy shit. Awesome. It's support from Yijieren. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Those horse brats' home base got wiped out. Brothers, their turtle shell is gone. Their last hope is gone too. What are we waiting for? Wang Hu looked at the dust that had long since failed to disperse over the city, and all he felt was his blood boiling. Floor it. Smash in. Leave no one alive. Before the command center could issue more detailed orders, a 75mm shell howled out from the player front lines and slammed hard into the city wall. Everyone thought this was just another scratch on the wall, but the result far exceeded everyone's expectations. The city wall, which had once withstood countless bombardments, was fragile at this moment, as if it were made of paper. In the blaze of the explosion, a huge stretch of wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. The next second, earth-shaking cheers erupted across the entire battlefield. Fuck, it's down. The wall down. Charge. Flatten their damn hometown. For the Alliance. Inside the command vehicle, Hua Yuan looked at the wall that had been blown apart by a single shot on the screen. There was not much joy on his face. Instead, he fell into deep thought. He slowly turned and said to the staff officer beside him, "Record this. The altar can provide extra defense bonuses to the town's overall fortifications, greatly increasing their strength. The conditions for activating this bonus, as well as the mechanism behind it, are still unknown." Yes, the staff officer quickly wrote it down in his notebook. Inside the town, with the retreat cut off, the altar destroyed, and even the last city wall rendered useless, the remaining centaurs were completely trapped in this isolated city, with no chance of escape. Once all their escape routes were severed, The surviving centaurs gave up the thought of fleeing. The wildness and belligerence engraved deep in their race's bloodline were fully awakened at this moment. Roar! A roar full of rage and madness rose from the center of the town. It was the centaur leader that had just escaped. With its roar, a dark red glow burst out from its body as the center, instantly enveloping all the remaining centaurs. The centaurs bathed in that red light underwent shocking changes at this moment. Red patterns surfaced on their skin, their muscles swelled unnaturally, and their eyes were replaced by bloodthirsty madness. Roar! Roar! There was no more tactics, no more coordination, not even the emotions of a sentient being. What remained was only the purest madness. Madness that would destroy everything. Clash, accompanied by meaningless shrieks. The centaur warriors who had entered berserk mode charged at the player army with reckless abandon. It was like a signal. The next second, the remaining centaurs all launched suicide charges at the players, using their own flesh and blood to make a final sacrifice for their civilization. And just as all the centaurs fell into madness and charged outward, after letting out its roar, the centaur leader silently retreated behind all its kin. Without the slightest hesitation, it planted its four hooves and fled desperately into the distance. Found you. The centaur leader's roar had completely exposed his position. High in the sky, inside the happy family number 1, Qinlan, who had been staring at the radar in every corner of the battlefield, burst with killing intent the instant she heard the roar. She had waited for this moment for far too long. Last time, under the cover of the giant arrow, this bastard slipped away with his teleportation skill. Now he still wanted to run. Radar lock. Qinlan made almost no extra movements, and the phased array radar locked onto the target in an instant. First, second, third ion cannon charged and ready. Fire. 3 beams of light descended from the sky and struck the target with pinpoint accuracy. The centaur leader had clearly been paying close attention to Yi Chun and the others as well, and dark red light lit up on his body again. Boom! A violent explosion bloomed inside the city. However, Qinlan's brows were tightly furrowed. Her gaze was fixed on the system panel. No kill notification. The target vanished from the radar. Qinlan could almost be certain that right before the shell landed, the other side had used teleportation again. A scanning wave instantly swept across the entire battlefield. A separate red dot appeared on the radar screen, fleeing into the distance at extremely high speed. Still trying to run? A cold smile curved Qinlan's lips. Fourth, fifth, 6 cannons lock on target. Qinlan pressed down hard with her finger. Fire. Another 3 devastating beams tore through the sky. Boom! But still no kill notification. What's going on? Gu Qinyan cried out in disbelief. 2 consecutive volleys from the ion cannons, and they still didn't kill him? No. Qinlan stared at the dot on the radar screen that was still in the same spot. He is not dead. He is still there. The radar showed that in the core area of the second explosion, the dot representing the target had not moved an inch. Whether you're playing dead or plotting something else, it doesn't matter. A flash of disdain crossed Qinlan's eyes. In the face of absolute firepower, everything is meaningless. 7th, 8th, 9th cannons. Lock the coordinates, indiscriminate area bombardment. The last 3 ion cannons, which had been kept as reserve firepower, finally fired at this moment. 3 beams of light struck the stationary dot. Boom! This time, the crisp system notification finally rang slowly in Qinlan's ear. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing level 10. First rebirth, creature, Centaur Warlord Commander. Reward obtained. Physique attribute card 200x1. Reward obtained. 5 million gold coins. Reward obtained. 1 golden treasure chest. Special reward obtained. Blood civilization crystal x1. Done. Qinlan let out a long breath of stale air. Her whole body leaned back into the chair. Handled. A relaxed smile appeared on her face as she spoke into the channel. At some point, Yichen had come to her side. Smiling, he nodded and reached out to pull her into his arms. The battlefield for the player army had entered a crushing advantage stage. With the central altar and the town's barrier gone, the originally sturdy city wall became as fragile as tofu before the player's artillery. Boom! 1 shell, and a huge stretch of wall collapsed. Wang Hu's bus smashed through the gap in the wall and rushed into the town. Brothers, charge! Floor it! Don't let anyone back down. Flatten these horse bastards' hometown. His roar, carried through the command channel, spread across the entire battlefield. Countless buses, like bulldozers, crushed and flattened every building in their path. The encirclement formed by millions of players was shrinking inward at a visibly rapid pace, compressing the Centaur's room to move. The Centaur warriors who had fallen into berserk mode and were making their final resistance looked utterly powerless before the absolute number and firepower advantage. Even their charges couldn't get close to the player front lines. They were torn to shreds halfway there. The outcome of the war was no longer in doubt. High in the sky, inside the happy family number 1, the battle was over. Qinlan, still in Yi Chan's arms, did not resist. She enjoyed this rare moment of peace her eyes watching the players below who were already celebrating victory. All right, stop being so melodramatic. After a moment, Qinlan gently pushed Yi-chun and smiled. Quickly, let me see what good stuff that big guy dropped. Okay. Yi-chun smiled and nodded. He took Qinlan's hand, and the two of them went together to the first floor hall. With a thought, Yi-chun opened a backpack and displayed the biggest harvest from this battle to everyone. A rhombus-shaped crystal, about the size of a fist, completely blood-red, with liquid flowing inside. A golden treasure chest, blood civilization crystal, contains the power of a civilization as focus. It can be used for breakthroughs in civilization hunt rank, or to advance module levels. Golden treasure chest, a gift from the Centaur warlord commander. There is an extremely high chance of obtaining items and blueprints from that civilization. Su Ziyun immediately looked at the blood civilization crystal, her eyes flickering with thought. This really is just like playing a game. Looking at the two pieces of loot, Yi-chun couldn't help but sigh. He thought of the Centaur Leader S level from the kill notification. Level 10, first transfer. Our current civilization hunt level is level 4. I'm guessing this civilization crystal is probably the key item for class transfer once we reach a certain level. Class transfer? That term instantly piqued all the girls' interest. But Gu Qingyan raised her concern. Yi-chun, this crystal dropped from an individual civilization, like the Centaurs. Our civilization leans toward technology. Shouldn't we be looking for a crystal from a technological civilization instead? Gu Qingyan's concern was not without reason. Whether energy from different civilization systems would conflict with each other was a question no one could answer. I don't think we need to worry about that. Josiu spoke up slowly. This world has its own underlying logic. Do you remember that Centaur Leader S ability? Teleportation. That kind of power should belong to the category of magical civilization. That means civilizations in this world don't necessarily have to follow a single development path. They could be composite civilizations that fuse multiple systems together. So this blood civilization crystal may not necessarily be incompatible with us. Zhou Siu's analysis immediately enlightened everyone. Just then, Yi-chun's private chat channel rang. It was Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei. Yi-chun, we made a shocking discovery. After your side destroyed the Centaur town, a chunk of civilization experience suddenly appeared on the resurrection altar in the main city. This news made Yi-chun's pupil's contract. He instantly understood what it meant. Destroying an enemy town could directly increase the experience of one's own civilization. The strategic significance of this discovery was enormous. This meant that war was a way to raise civilization level. Yi-chun immediately shared the information on the blood civilization crystal with Zhang Wei and told him his speculation. Zhang Wei understood. This information is too important. I'll organize people immediately and conduct a carpet search of all surrounding regions. We must find more civilization strongholds. Yi-chun, we'll expand our search range as well and confirm the distance to the Centaur town. If we find anything new, we'll contact you at once. After ending the call with Zhang Wei, Yi-chun's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. The road ahead had become incomparably clear. Keep launching wars, plundering resources, and destroying strongholds to feed the Huaxia civilization and let it grow at the fastest possible speed. Just as Yi-chun was thinking about future strategic plans, a small hand gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. Yi-chun turned around and saw Chun-Shi, her rosy little lowly face full of excitement and agitation. She didn't say anything. She only pointed at her talent panel. Yi-chun followed her finger and looked over. Below the material reconstruction talent, a brand new item had appeared, one that she could now construct. Blood civilization crystal, for all the players who had taken part in this war. This was a carnival of harvest. The players who charged at the very front and moved the fastest made a killing. Just the treasure chests dropped by the Centaur warriors were enough, with the equipment and materials inside, to let them completely upgrade their buses. As for the main force following behind, although they hadn't gotten the first sip of the soup, they hadn't come away empty-handed either. They swept through the ruins of the entire Centaur town again and again. Brothers, we found a materials warehouse in the west side of town. It's full of ores we've never seen before. Ha ha ha. I found an armory over here. There are giant axes inside that didn't get blown up. We're rich. We're rich. These horse brats have a weird architectural style, but the wood is good wood. Live profession players, team up. There's a dungeon entrance here. Anyone want to party up and run it? The channel was filled everywhere with cries of getting rich. The entire town ruin, along with the surrounding mountain range, was scraped clean by the players. Anything of value was looted empty. They even casually cleaned out several small monster dungeons near the town, truly carrying out a complete scorched earth policy. This locust-like behavior of maximizing war profits even made President Hua at the rear command center laugh and curse helplessly. These little bastards won't be satisfied until they scraped 3 layers off the ground. High in the sky, inside the Xingfu Yijiaran, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. After destroying the Centaur town, they continued deeper for nearly 1,000 kilometers. Yet strangely, the radar remained calm the entire time. Not a single hostile red dot appeared again. It was as if the entire centaur civilization had evaporated into thin air. That's weird. We can't see a single living thing. Gu Qingyan looked at the radar screen, puzzled. Yichen opened the vehicle's status panel. After killing the centaur leader and destroying the entire town, their civilization hunt level had successfully risen to level 4. Yichen didn't hesitate at all. He put all 3 civilization points he had gained into attack bonus. Now, their total attack bonus had already reached 40. The experience required to level up had also become increasingly absurd. Civilization Hunt LV4 Upgrade Progress 123 3,000 experience. Looking at that number, Yichun shook his head helplessly. That meant they would have to wipe out at least 3,000 more centaur marauders before they could level up again. After the battle, the atmosphere inside the bus was lively. Qinlan in particular was currently animatedly bragging about her performance in front of everyone. You didn't see it. That centaur leader was like an idiot in front of me. I predicted his prediction. 3 rounds of ion cannon fire, and I blasted him straight into dust. And that altar, if I hadn't reacted fast and taken it out immediately, it would been real trouble once they called in reinforcements. She gestured wildly as she talked, practically spraying spit everywhere. The girls all listened with smiling faces, and no one exposed her. After bragging for a while, Qinlan seemed to find it a little boring too. Her eyes darted, and suddenly she thought of something and sat up sharply. We won a huge victory today. We have to celebrate. She slapped her thigh and made the suggestion excitedly. Let us do a drawing. As she said that, she turned her gaze towards Su Ziyan. Su Ziyan looked at Qinlan's troublemaking expression, a doting smile on her face, and didn't object. She took out the drawing box from the storage cabinet. The girls in the bus all laughed as well, and no one objected to Qinlan's proposal. Then let us begin. As the bus level kept rising, the interior space of the Xingfu Yijian had already become unimaginably large. The first floor had been completely transformed into a living area that combined lodging, entertainment, exercise, and dining. There was even a gym and a holographic entertainment room. Yichen had even purchased a hot spring pool and a large garden. Under the constant modifications by Yi Chun and the others, this bus was becoming more and more like a home. As for vehicle control, it had long since become highly intelligent. The autopilot system, combined with phase array radar target acquisition and automatic weapon fire, was enough to handle the vast majority of situations. It could even completely wipe out small groups of enemies without requiring them to do anything. It could be said that as long as they didn't run into a large-scale war, they could completely free their hands and just lie at home while the enemies were wiped out for them. Of course, when facing a truly complicated battle situation, everyone still trusted their own judgment and execution more. The result of the draw came out very quickly. It was Zhou Siyu. All the girls let out friendly laughs. Qinlan even leaned over directly and bumped Zhou Siyu with her elbow. Siyu, do you need me to teach you some experience? Facing everyone's teasing, Zhou Siyu's expression still didn't change much. She only looked at Yichen calmly. At night, Yichen returned to his room. Zhou Siyu was lying quietly on the bed, covered with a blanket, her eyes closed, her breathing steady. She looked as if she had already fallen completely asleep. Yichen lightened his steps and slowly walked to the bedside. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his lips. Yichen discovered that the girls in the team all seemed to share a common trait. During the day, each of them had a distinct personality of her own. But once they fell asleep and let down all their guard, they all looked very cute. He reached out and gently pulled the blanket up a little, covering her exposed shoulder. Good night. Yichen lightened his steps, walked to the other side of the bed, and carefully lay down. The room was very quiet, with only the two of them breathing softly at such close range. Yichen closed his eyes, ready to sleep. Aren't we supposed to reproduce? Zhou Siyu's calm voice rang out in the room. Yichen opened his eyes and turned his head in surprise. Somehow, Zhou Siyu had already turned over. Her eyes were open, and she was looking at him calmly. You weren't asleep? Yichen said, half amused and half exasperated. No. Zhou Siyu shook her head. I just closed my eyes while waiting for you and clear my thoughts. That helps me get into a better state. Seeing her so serious, Yichen suddenly had the urge to tease her. He asked with a smile, Then do you understand what we're about to do? I do. Zhou Siyu answered crisply. She looked at Yichen and replied seriously, I learned the theoretical knowledge and the specific process in school. She paused, then continued. Do you need me to recite the complete procedure for you? Including the preparations beforehand, the key steps during the process, and the precautions afterward. The smile on Yichen's face froze completely. Looking at Zhou Siyu's serious expression that didn't seem like she was joking at all, he could only laugh helplessly. He finally understood that with this girl, any verbal buildup or joking was unnecessary. Trying to joke with her was simply asking for boredom. Since words were useless, the only choice left was action. Yichen didn't say another unnecessary word. He suddenly rolled over, leaned down, and under Zhou Siyu's gaze, lowered his head and kissed her. Soft, slightly cool. That was Yichen's first impression. However, Zhou Siyu gave no response at all. Her lips were tightly closed, her body stiff, letting Yichen do as he pleased, yet giving no feedback whatsoever. Yichun could feel that she wasn't T-resisting, but rather was. A strong desire to conquer rose in his heart. He increased his force. The kiss, which had originally just been a light taste, instantly turned aggressive. He decided he would make Zhou Siyu properly experience what it meant for practice to matter more than theory. Zhou Siyu felt a scorching breath forcefully invade her world. Her heartbeat began to speed up uncontrollably. Then her body temperature kept rising. An unfamiliar sensation spread to every corner of her body. It was impossible to describe with words. Impossible to explain with any logic. A body that trembled unnaturally. Her body was betraying her. She could clearly feel that her body was undergoing a series of changes. Her body started to go soft. Her muscles loosened, and fine bumps rose on the surface of her skin. As Yi Chun's movements grew deeper, Zhou Siyu felt her body trembling even more violently. Her brain started to burn. Her brain was betraying her. A suppressed whimper, tinged with a sobbing sound, slipped from her throat. The girls were eating breakfast while sneaking curious glances at Zhou Siyu. Today, Zhou Siyu seemed a little different from yesterday. But exactly what was different? They couldn't say. She still had the same calm expression, still spoke very little, but the sense of distance around her seemed to have faded quite a bit. Only Su Zian looked at this scene and let a knowing smile appear at the corner of her mouth. She knew very well what had changed in Zhou Siyu. After last night, she had started to look like a person with flesh and blood. After the meal, from yesterday until now, we've already continued deepening in for over 10,000 kilometers. Gu Qingyan pointed at the radar screen, speaking to Yi Chun with a puzzled look. But the radar skin record hasn't found any centaur traces, nor any signs of life activity. It shouldn't be. I agree. Su Ziyun frowned slightly. Even if the towns of the centaur civilization are far apart, there still shouldn't be no patrols or scattered units at all. Their civilization style doesn't seem like one with a sparse population. Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhou Siyu suddenly spoke up. Is there a possibility? She said. Her voice drew everyone's attention. The one bordering our civilization as frontier isn't the centaur civilization. And this civilization has already been completely destroyed by the centaurs. The town we destroyed before existed purely as a forward fortress built to attack us. That is why it was so far from the next centaur town, because between the two of them was a civilization that had already been destroyed. Zhou Siyu's reasoning opened up a brand new train of thought for everyone. That was it. This explanation perfectly accounted for all the previous doubts. From the blood civilization crystal, it could be seen that the centaur leader must have killed a large number of beings from other civilizations to break through. And the town's sturdy walls and shield also proved that their civilization level had been upgraded. Connecting all this information, everyone could almost be certain that Zhou Siyu's inference was very likely the truth. In other words, Yi Chun followed this train of thought and reached a conclusion. Because the front line had been stretched too long, the centaur civilization no longer had the ability, in a short term, to launch another attack against us. Exactly. Qinlan nodded. Without a teleport point, rebuilding a forward fortress and regrouping the troops all take time. Good. Yichun made a decision immediately. I'll compile this inference in our analysis and send it to Zhang Wei, so the think tank of the Co-Governance Alliance can also carry out further confirmation and deduction. Yichun organized their analysis and conclusion into an intelligence report and sent it to Zhang Wei. For such a major inference involving civilization-level strategy, Huaxia's command center had to be informed first as well, so their think tank could perform further confirmation and deduction. Very quickly, Zhang Wei's reply came through, and he also brought a brand new piece of intelligence. Zhang Wei, Yichun, your guess is very likely the truth. But now there's a new situation. Zhang Wei, just now, we discovered another bordering civilization on the northern frontier. Zhang Wei, according to the scout team's initial reconnaissance. The other side is a plant civilization. Yichun shared the information with everyone. Civilization type, plant civilization. Characteristics. This civilization survives in clan form, with bodies in various plant forms. They move slowly, and some cannot even move. They rely on numerical superiority and taking root in the earth for defense and expansion. Threat level, low. Resource assessment, extremely high, timber, fiber, edible fruits, etc. Plant civilization. Gu Qingyan looked at the intel and blinked uncertainly. You mean the kind that grows in the ground and can't move? They move slowly and rely on their numerical advantage to gather and take root. Qinlan stroked her chin, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. Isn't that just a live target? Northern border, Beiwu City. The happy family number 1 appeared in the sky outside the city gate. Yi Chun ignored the crowd drawn below. The moment he arrived, he casually disbanded the Yi Chun alliance. After joint analysis and deduction from both sides, they had finally reached a unified conclusion. Priority target, the northern plant civilization. Compared to the blue civilization, which was full of unknowns and had bizarre behavioral logic, the intel on the plant civilization was practically transparent. After all, no civilization could have survived until now by doing nothing but running. How was this even an enemy? Qinlan looked at the intel description and slapped her thigh excitedly. ISNT, this just a huge patch of crops and timber rooted in the ground, waiting for us to harvest it, and it even comes with treasure chests. The firepower advantage of our civilization against this kind of fixed target is basically a dimensionality reduction strike. Yichen nodded in agreement. That S.Y. Zhang Wei shares our view. We'll launch a probing attack against the plant civilization first. An announcement issued by the Co-Governance Alliance to all players in Beiwu City had already spread through the city. Plant civilization beyond the northern border. Friendly reminder. Unknown areas contain both risks and opportunities. Fellow compatriots, please act within your abilities. The announcement threw the players of Beiwu City into a gold rush frenzy. Plant civilization? Ha ha, my logging axe is already thirsty. How is this a war? This is obviously autumn harvest. Brothers, squad up, squad up. The genes engraved in our DNA have awakened. Countless player vehicles surged out from Beiwu City and charged toward the northern border. Qingyan, target the northern border. Yichun gave the order as well. Understood. With the clear intel provided by the Co-Governance Alliance, this operation felt more like a hunt. However, the happy family number 1 hadn't even flown past the border yet. Wait, Gu Qingyan's cry suddenly rang out inside the cabin. Radar, something S on the radar. Shock filled her voice as her hands flew across the console, expanding the radar scan range to the maximum. The next second, when the clear radar image appeared before everyone, they all froze for a moment. What the hell is this? Qinlan was the first to curse, looking at the dense mass of red dots on the screen, so packed they were about to fill the entire radar display. Her eyes nearly popped out. It wasn't a few hundred, not a few thousand, not even a few tens of thousands. It was a massive amount of hostile targets, so dense it made one's scalp go numb. The entire scanned area is covered by them. Gu Qian's voice was a little dry, and that number is still increasing. As expected of a plant civilization, this reproductive ability is terrifying. Looking at that red ocean representing the enemy, Yichen couldn't help but sigh. He was almost certain that the other side's population had likely already covered the entire territorial area of their civilization. This was one of the characteristics of their civilization, absurdly powerful reproduction. We're still inside Huaxia territory. There's still more than 100 kilometers to the border. Su Ziyun analyzed. That means their expansion will invade our territory very soon. Then what are we waiting for? A smile appeared on Qinlan's face. Who cares how many there are? Just blast them all into scraps. Yichen nodded. Continue forward. Once we enter firing range, attack at will. Received. The happy family number 1 didn't slow down in the slightest and flew toward the red ocean. When they entered the range of the ion cannons, Yichen didn't even need to give another order. Fire. Qinlan had long since been unable to wait and slammed the launch button. She couldn't even be bothered to lock on, because there was simply no need. As far as the eye could see, all were enemies. Buzz. The 9 biological plasma cannons had already fully charged. A beam of light roared in. Boom! A mushroom cloud shot into the sky. But the kill notification popping up on the system panel made Qinlan's brows instantly knit together. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed Plant Juvenile X 1345. Obtain gold coins X 13,450. Civilization Hunt Progress 146,533,000. That's it. Qinlan looked at the pitifully small kill reward and curled her lip in disdain. Just this? Nothing drops? Just some gold and experience? And each juvenile only gives 0.1 experience? How long are we supposed to kill these things for? Even though she kept complaining, her hands never stopped moving. Second round, fire. Third round, prepare. Shot after shot, the ion cannon beams rained down below without pause. Explosions rose one after another. Mushroom clouds bloomed in succession. Yet the result was still the same. Only gold and experience. At the same time, outside Beiwu City, the players who had gathered and set out in advance finally reached the battlefield as well. It's the happy family number 1. They're opening fire. Holy shit. What is that? My god, what is going on with those plants up ahead? There's no end in sight. When the players saw the endless stretch of plants within their field of vision, everyone was shaken. But very quickly, someone tried attacking. One bold player, relying on the superior range of his bus, fired a shot from far away. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed Plant Juvenile X30. Obtain gold coins X300. Obtain experience points X3. The moment that player saw the system notification, he froze for a second, then fell into wild ecstasy. Brothers, we're rich. How the hell are these enemies? These monsters are lining up and waiting for us to farm them. His cry spread instantly across all of Beiwu City through the public channel. What is going on? I tried it. It's real. As long as you keep enough distance, these plants just stand there stupidly. They don't fight back and they don't run. The experience is low, but there are just too many of them. One shot for me almost gave me 1 full point of experience. Brothers, get over here. The area we just killed already grew back. Holy shit, seriously? ISNT this just AFK farming. Ha ha, my logging axe is already thirsty. No, wait, it's my Italian cannon. Autumn harvest. This was no longer a war. This was the Huaxia civilization's genetic longing for autumn harvest. Sure, the experience was low, but there were too many of them. How were these enemies? These were living, breathing experience packs. The kind that couldn't fight back. The news spread like a virus at insane speed. Urgent notice. Massive experience farming at the northern frontier. No level requirement. No gear requirement. Get here now. Northern Frontier Fast Farm Squad. 10 waiting for 1. DPS only. Heavy firepower preferred. Relive the legend. If you're a brother, come chop me, no. Come with me to slash pig demons and chop trees. Lights flashed one after another over the teleport plaza of Beiwu City. Countless players who had still been hesitating and observing in other regions immediately chose to teleport over the moment they heard the news. In a very short time, through the teleport function, an army of millions of players had already begun their great monster farming enterprise. And there were still endless streams of people contacting players on site and teleporting over. Ha ha, brothers, what is this joy of harvest carved into our bones? The entire northern border had completely become an ocean of happiness. Countless player vehicles swept back and forth in carpet-style harvesting. The plant seedlings grew at an astonishing speed. As soon as one area was cleared, new tender sprouts would break through the soil again, then grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. An endless harvest of leeks. To the players, it was simply a gift from the world, driving everyone into a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. The ion cannon beams exploded into one mushroom cloud after another. Each rising mushroom cloud meant the death of thousands of plant seedlings. Qinlan controlled the ion cannon and the vehicle's full firepower for indiscriminate carpet bombing. The long repetition made her feel bored, but her hands never stopped, launching round after round of indiscriminate bombardment below. A massive flood of kill notifications kept flooding the screen. Finally, a notification sounded in everyone's minds inside the vehicle. Beep. Congratulations. Civilization Hunt rank has been raised to level 10. Your Civilization Hunt rank has reached the current stage limit and can no longer gain EXP. Please use a Civilization Crystal to break through before you can continue leveling up. Reach the cap? That prompt instantly put everyone on alert. Civilization Crystal. Su Ziyan was the first to catch the keyword. We happen to have one. Oh right. Gu Qingyan also reacted. She looked at Yi Chun and said excitedly, Blood Civilization Crystal. It can be used right now. Yi Chun nodded and opened the breakthrough interface for Civilization Hunt. He placed the Blood Civilization Crystal from his backpack into the breakthrough slot. The next second, a new line of description appeared on the interface. Blood Civilization Crystal detected. Using this crystal for breakthrough will grant your vehicle the following permanent boosts. 1. Attack bonus, moderate. Defense bonus, moderate. Speed bonus, small. 2. Gain trait, Berserk, has a chance to trigger when attacking, greatly increasing attack power for a short time. As expected, it's universal. Su Ziyan looked at the description. Different civilization crystals give completely different breakthrough effects. This Blood Civilization Crystal is clearly biased toward individual combat boosts. This means we really can use crystals from other civilizations to break through. Yi Chun felt a bold idea beginning to sprout in his mind. He thought of his infinite synthesis talent. He thought of what had happened when he synthesized the cell nutrient solution before. A crazy thought flashed through his mind. What if even civilization crystals could be synthesized? Yi Chun's breathing quickened slightly. He tried activating his talent on the Blood Civilization Crystal in his backpack. Synthesis target, Blood Civilization Crystal X1. Synthesis required, 10. Synthesis failed. Current amount insufficient. Unable to synthesize. It works. The moment he saw that prompt, a flash of ecstatic joy burst in Yi Chun's eyes. What is it? The girls all noticed Yi Chun's abnormal reaction. My talent can synthesize civilization crystals. Yi Chun's voice trembled with excitement. That news stunned everyone. Then what are we waiting for? Chun-Shi reacted the fastest, her eyes blazing with fervor. I can reconstruct it. How much energy does it take to reconstruct one Blood Civilization Crystal? Yi Chun asked immediately. 100,000. Chun-Shi gave the price. Exchange them. Give me 9 more. Yi Chun didn't hesitate. Understood. After some time, under Chun-Shi's talent, 9 identical Blood Civilization Crystals were created and traded to Yi Chun. Looking at the 10 civilization crystals in his backpack, Yi Chun took a deep breath. Synthesize. Light burst forth. When the light faded, a brand new crystal appeared in Yi Chun's backpack. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 Blood Coagulation Civilization Crystal. Blood Coagulation Civilization Crystal contains even more powerful civilization power. It can be used for breakthroughs in Civilization Hunt rank, or to break through module levels. Yi Chun couldn't wait and opened the breakthrough interface again, placing this new Blood Coagulation Crystal on it. The next second, Blood Coagulation Crystal detected. Using this crystal for breakthrough will grant your vehicle the following permanent boosts. 1. Attack bonus, large. Defense bonus, large. Speed bonus, moderate. 2. Gain trait, Berserk, high chance to trigger when attacking, greatly increasing attack power for a short time. 3. Gain trait, sturdy, vehicle-based durability and defense permanently increased. Stronger attribute boosts. Extra traits. Too strong. Gu Qingyan looked at the comparison on the panel and couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of something synthesized into an upgraded form, Qinlan's eyes were also full of excitement. To generate one blood coagulation crystal, it takes 1 million energy. Chen Qi's voice sounded at the right moment. Do you want exchange for it? Wait. Just as Yi-chan was about to nod, an even crazier idea appeared in his mind. He looked at the girls beside him and asked in a soft, uncertain voice, since they're all civilization crystals, what do you think if I put crystals from different civilizations together and synthesize them? What would happen? What would come out? As soon as those words landed, all the girls in the carriage looked at Yi-chan with shocked expressions. Hybridization? He actually thought of hybridization. Interesting. Qinlan's eyes showed interest. Then what are we waiting for? ISNT, there are ready-made plant civilization right under our feet? We could just find a level 10 big one, kill it, and loot its civilization crystal. Then we'll know whether it can be synthesized or not. That's right. Gu Qingyan also got excited. Our attack bonus has already doubled. With Sister Qinlan's war domain added in, our damage is at least 4 times what it was before. There's nothing to be afraid of. If I run into that centaur chief again now. A cruel curve appeared at the corner of Qinlan's mouth. One round of ion cannon fire would blast it into nothing but scraps. The confidence that came from strength gave them courage. Looking at the girls' eager expressions and hearing Qinlan's domineering declaration, Yi-chan smiled. Fine. Upstairs, this isn't a monster. It's a leak. Cut one crop, and another grows back, endless and non-stop. Exactly. It just stands there letting you hit it. When it dies, it drops gold and EXP. How is this a monster? It's a living bodhisattva. Stop talking. I've already started contacting my whole family. The public channel was filled with the players' excited shouts. Since arriving in the survival world, they had never fought such a rich battle. It gave EXP. It gave gold, and most importantly, it wouldn't fight back. It would just stupidly grow back and wait for you to harvest it. The news quickly spread through the entire player base. Aside from those who truly couldn't come, most players were already figuring out how to contact others. Then, through Alliance teleportation, more and more players joined the frenzy. The number of player buses surged from the initial millions to tens of millions in just a few hours. At first, the reproduction speed of the plant seedlings was clearly greater than the players' harvesting efficiency. But when the player army expanded to tens of millions, the balance was broken. The plant seedlings' reproduction speed finally couldn't keep up with the rate of destruction. The front line, which had originally been spreading toward Huaxia's border, slowly pushed toward the border of the plant civilization as territory. Charge! Brothers, go deeper in. There are even more inside. Haha. Today we'll let them taste the power of our farming civilization. Amid the countless excited roars of the players, the front line officially crossed the other side as border. They stepped into the territory of the plant civilization. At this moment, no one noticed. Behind them, an inconspicuous little sapling only half a person tall suddenly changed. Its trunk began to grow wildly, shooting upward. 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters. In just a few short seconds, the small tree grew into a towering giant over 100 meters tall. Yet this still wasn't the end. Crack, crack. The trunk began to twist and deform, gradually growing limbs. Rumble. The ground trembled violently. Countless roots buried deep underground burst through the soil, climbing upward along the Triana's body, wrapping around the trunk, weaving and intertwining. In the end, they formed a sturdy suit of root armor that covered its entire body. A treant that seemed to prop up heaven and earth had fully taken shape. It slowly raised a foot made of roots and branches and began lumbering toward the player army. Boom, boom, boom. Each heavy footstep was accompanied by the trembling of the earth. With every step, countless young plant life forms were crushed into pulp. Yet the pulp did not dissipate. Instead, it all gathered onto its body and was rapidly absorbed. The massive commotion here, along with the 100-meter-tall body, immediately drew the attention of nearby players. Fuck, what the hell is that? A player's cry rang out in the public channel. Holy shit, such a huge treant. What is going on? Where is it? Boss. A boss spawned. My god, it's huge. The thing has got to be dozens of stories tall, right? Haha, we're rich. Brothers, after farming trash mobs for half the day, the big one is finally here. Coordinates XXXXXX. Boss spawned. Everyone get here now. After a brief moment of shock, everyone's reaction was astonishingly consistent. Fear didn't exist. With the trump card of reviving once per day, all players had long since stopped thinking like survivors. In their eyes, this wasn't some monster to be feared. It was a walking treasure chest. Haha, we're rich. We're rich, brothers. Stop mowing grass and get over here. The real target is out. Focus fire. Look at that speed. It's crawling like a snail. Slow is good. Slow means it's easier for us to focus fire. Family number 1. HM. Gu Qingyan, who had been monitoring the radar the whole time, suddenly let out a sound of surprise. What is it? Yi-chan asked. Look at the radar map. Gu Qingyan zoomed in on the player movement chart and shared it in front of everyone. The players are rapidly gathering toward one point. Based on Yi Chun's understanding of the players, this abnormal movement only meant one thing. A leader should have spawned. Yi Chun judged. Isn't that perfect? Qinlan's eyes instantly lit up. Saves us the trouble of looking for it ourselves. No one objected to Qinlan's suggestion. That confidence came from overwhelming strength. All right, Yi Chen nodded. Target, player rally point. Family number 1 flew at full speed in that direction. When they arrived overhead, they saw a 100-meter-tall Treant moving slowly across the battlefield. At that moment, the Treant made a puzzling move. It stopped walking and plunged its arms into the ground in front of it. The next second centered on the Treant. All the young plant life forms in the surrounding area instantly withered and died. Right after that, even more sprouts broke through the soil and grew into brand new young plant life forms at a crazy speed. Rumble. 3 kilometers away, several hundred player buses charging at the very front, just about to enter firing range, suddenly felt the ground beneath them shake violently. What is going on? An earthquake? Countless thick roots shot up from underground and wrapped toward the player buses. Round after round, they coiled around them tightly. Creak, creak, the roots kept contracting and crushing. Under the strangling force of the roots, the bus's sturdy armor gave off the screech of twisting metal. Attack those roots. Now, at the same time, the surface of the roots secreted a highly corrosive slime. The armor dissolved rapidly, and the bus bodies were crushed inward. In just a little over 10 seconds, several hundred buses were completely destroyed, reduced to piles of scrap metal. Fuck, what the hell was that? It insta-killed them. From 3 kilometers away, it directly wiped out the front line. This scene made the players charging behind hurriedly stop. Don't move. Nobody move. Something's wrong. This thing's attack range is farther than ours. Charging in is suicide. Any brothers with long range, fire a few shots at it first and test it out. I got this. My Italian cannon is already level 5. A cannon blast rang out. The shell tore through the sky and landed on the Treant. The burst of explosive fire was blocked by the Treant's armor. The damage dealt was negligible. It didn't even manage to blow off more than a few roots. However, at the point of impact, a cluster of flames began to burn. It caught. It's on fire. There's hope. It's burning. Fire attacks work. However, the cheering didn't last long. The Treant paid no attention at all to the flames burning on its body. Once again, with itself as the center. Within an even larger area, all young plant life forms instantly withered and died. The arm it had plunged into the ground rapidly swelled, becoming even thicker and sturdier. 3 kilometers away, behind the main line of the player army, the earth shook violently once more. This is bad. Fall back. Boom. Countless roots burst from the ground. This time, the attack range was several times larger. Nearly 10,000 buses were instantly wrapped up and strangled by the roots. The destruction of nearly 10,000 buses created a blank zone in the player convoy. Fuck. Another instant kill. Fall back. Everyone, reverse out. Get out of its attack range. All the players started backing up, trying to escape its attack range. At the same time, large amounts of sap seeped out from the surface of the Treant's body. The flames that had been burning on it were extinguished under the coating of sap. And around it, new young plant life forms broke through the soil once again and grew rapidly. The Treant did not stop. It repeated the cycle. Absorb, release, death, rebirth. 10 kilometers. Only beyond this distance did the Treant's attacks finally stop. It slowly pulled its arm out and began advancing sluggishly in the player's direction. Just then, 3 beams of light descended from the sky. They struck the moving Treant. Boom, boom, boom. 3 small mushroom clouds rose from the Treant's body. Under the impact of the explosions, the Treant's massive body staggered, nearly losing its footing. It's not over yet. High in the sky, killing intent flashed in Qinlan's eyes. She gave the Treant no chance to catch its breath. 4th, 5th, 6th guns. Fire. The second volley followed immediately after. 7th, 8th, 9th guns. Fire. The third volley connected seamlessly right after. Rumble. The bombardment from 9 consecutive ion cannons all poured onto the Treant's body. Amid the blazing explosions, it was clear to see the Treant's body being torn apart and broken off. It crashed heavily to the ground. Is it dead? Looking at the massive figure lying motionless below, Gu Qingyan asked with some uncertainty. Qinlan stared at the panel. There's no kill notification. Something's wrong. Qinlan's voice turned grave. Holding an absolute advantage in the air, Qinlan did not hesitate. Vulcan cannons. Katyusha rockets. Full firepower coverage. Don't let it back up. The storm of autocannon rounds and the explosions of rockets blanketed the area. The firepower barrage continued for dozens of seconds. However, the fallen Treant was being repaired at incredible speed. Several dozen seconds later, the Treant slowly stood back up under the bombardment. The wounds blasted open by the ion cannons had already completely healed, without the slightest trace of injury left behind. Fuck. Seeing this, Qinlan could no longer suppress the fury in her heart and slammed her fist hard against the control panel. How is that level of tankiness even reasonable? Qinlan. Yichun's voice rang out by her ear. Don't get worked up. Calm down. Its weakness is obvious. It relies on absorbing nearby plant seedlings to recover and attack. We've been attacking its main body all this time without cutting off its energy source. So we haven't been able to break it down. Yichun's voice came through, waking Qinlan. The madness in Qinlan's eyes gradually faded, and she regained her calm and clarity. That's right. How had she gotten worked up again and ignored the most fundamental problem? To capture the bandits. First capture the king. But when dealing with this type of enemy, it had to be the other way around. Clear the minions, and then kill the king. Qinlan paused her firepower output. The thick smoke from the explosion below gradually dispersed. The tree man's massive body once again appeared in everyone's line of sight. Completely unharmed. Around it, within a radius of 1 kilometer, the ground was covered with the remains left behind after the plant seedlings withered. New sprouts were taking those dead leaves as nourishment, breaking through the soil and growing at astonishing speed. We have to cut off its supply. Yichun looked at the scene below and said calmly. Qinlan said nothing. She had already calmed down from her worked-up state, and her dark eyes were fixed tightly below. Her gaze swept past the tree man that had stood back up, then at the player army in the distance. And a tactic surfaced in her mind. At that moment, the roots on the tree man's body began to writhe and gather toward its arms, intertwining. They condensed into a dense root ball. The tree man raised both arms and hurled the root ball at Yi Jiao Renhao. Dream on. The moment Yi Chun saw it gathering the root ball, he had already guessed its attack intent and decisively pulled the bus higher. The whistling root ball ultimately ran out of force and fell from the air. As it dropped, it spread open into a giant net before finally landing on the ground. At that moment, the player line in the distance changed. Millions upon millions of buses once again charged toward the battlefield. What are they doing? Gu Qingyan watched the players' abnormal movement, somewhat puzzled. Qinlan was drawn by the players' movements. When she saw that the players weren't charging straight at the tree man, but instead rushed toward the plant seedlings around it, she instantly understood what they were planning. Yichun. She turned to look at Yichun. Coordinate with them. All weapon systems. Lock on target, the tree man's main body. Saturate it. Don't give it any chance to counterattack. What she needed to do was suppress it. Create a safe mowing field for the player army below. Vulcan cannons, Katyushas, and all conventional weapons opened fire at full power at this moment. Once again, the tree man's massive body was engulfed. This time, the firepower did not stop. They were using saturated fire to pin it down, leaving it unable to move or attack. At the same time, on the battlefield below, all units, listen up. Target the plants on the ground. Ignore that big guy. Repeat. Ignore that big guy. Heavy firepower units, carpet bomb it. Plow through it inch by inch. Melee modified units, use the battering rams. Today we're going to make it know what it means to be barren. In the public channel, countless commanders were issuing orders. The millions of players displayed astonishing organization and tactical execution. The situation on the battlefield instantly turned around. Without the tree man's long-range root strangling, the players, relying on the mowing experience they had accumulated earlier, quickly took control of the situation. Under the player army's cleanup, the coverage of the plant seedlings was suppressed. The tree man also realized the danger. It repeatedly tried to drive all its roots into the ground. Qinlan kept her eyes on every move it made. Every time it made the move to root itself, Qinlan would immediately fire an ion cannon at it without hesitation, interrupting it. Once, twice, after several failed attempts, the plant seedlings around the tree man had already been completely cleared. An area centered on it, with a radius of more than 3 kilometers, had turned into a lifeless zone. Now, killing intent burst in Qinlan's eyes. She had been waiting for this chance. Without hesitation, she decisively switched the ion cannon's firing mode. Frequency switch. 3-shot volley. First round. Fire. 3 beams of light descended from the sky and slammed into the tree man. Boom, boom, boom. Second round. Fire. Another 3 beams followed close behind. Third round. Fire. The final 3 beams struck again while the explosion's light was still rising. Rumble. 9 ion cannons in a row, saturating bombardment. Completely swallowed the tree man. This time, a prompt sounded in everyone's ears inside the bus. Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing level 10 life form. Guardian Tree Man. Reward obtained. Stamina attribute card. 201. Reward obtained. 5 million gold. Reward obtained. Golden treasure. Chest 1. Special reward obtained. With civilization. Crystal 1. The crystal was entirely jade green, with something flowing within it. CC, exchange it for a blood civilization crystal for me. Yichun looked at Chun-Shi. Got it. Chun-Shi started operating, and very quickly, a blood civilization crystal appeared in her hand, which she traded to Yichun. Yichun looked at the 2 crystals, each with a completely different aura, but both containing the power of civilization. and took a deep breath. He tried activating his talent on these two different crystals. Combination target, with Civilization Crystal 1, Blood Civilization Crystal 1. Combination failed. Current quantity insufficient, unable to combine. It works. The instant he saw that prompt, a look of wild joy burst into Yi Chun's eyes. It really works. His voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Nice one, Yi Chun. Qinlan clapped excitedly. I knew it. Hybridization creates miracles. She immediately turned to Chun Shi, eyes shining. Cece, then what are we waiting for? Give us 4 more of each. No problem. Chun Shi immediately started operating. Wood Civilization Crystal, Reconstruction, and Blood Civilization Crystal. Reconstruction both cost 100,000 energy each. 4 of each, 8 in total. Was only 800,000 energy, completely insignificant for their massive current balance. After some time, 8 brand new Civilization Crystals were produced. Yi Chun took the 2 original crystals in his backpack, plus the 8 just reconstructed, for a total of 5 Blood Civilization Crystals and 5 with Civilization Crystals, and selected them all. Combined, the power of 2 different civilizations, under his talent, began to intertwine, collide, and merge. Light erupted brilliantly. When the light faded, a brand new crystal, glowing with intertwined red and green light, appeared in Yi Chun's backpack. Combination successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a Composite Civilization Crystal 1. Composite Civilization Crystal, a special item containing the fused power of multiple civilizations. It can be used for a breakthrough in the Civilization Hunt rank, or for a mod level breakthrough. Yi Chun couldn't wait to place this brand new crystal into the breakthrough interface for Civilization Hunt. The next second, a brand new breakthrough effect appeared before everyone's eyes. Composite Civilization Crystal detected. Using this crystal for breakthrough will grant your vehicle the following permanent bonuses. 1 attack bonus, large, defense bonus, large, recovery bonus, medium, speed bonus, medium. 2 gain trait, berserk, when attacking, there's a high chance to trigger, greatly increasing attack power for a short time. 3 gain trait, regeneration, vehicle durability recovers by 1 point per minute. My god! Gu Qingyin looked at the information on the panel and couldn't help exclaiming. Not only does it combine the advantages of both crystals, it even adds a brand new regeneration trait. As expected, it works. Yi Chun looked at this powerful composite crystal, and the guess in his heart was confirmed. The crystals of all civilizations belong to the same type. As long as we can get more varieties, we can carry out endless synthesis and advancement. I can't reconstruct this composite civilization crystal anymore. Chun Shi's voice rang out, her face carrying a trace of regret. It belongs to the item category now. It's no longer a resource. It's fine. Yi Chun smiled and comforted her. As long as we can still reconstruct single civilization crystals, that's enough. Just as everyone was feeling incredibly excited over this brand new discovery, a calm voice sounded at just the right moment, cooling down the heated atmosphere a little. Everyone, aren't you being a little too optimistic? Su Zian pushed up her glasses, her gaze sweeping across every person present. Ever since we gained the ability to revive daily, everyone's mindset seems to have slackened a bit. It's like we've already forgotten the environment we're in. This has never been a game. We should maintain a sense of crisis. Su Zian's words held no excessive lecturing. She made her point and stopped there. For a moment, no one in the carriage spoke. Qinlan put away the excitement on her face. Gu Qingyin lowered her head. Even Zhou Siyu had a thoughtful look in her eyes. Yi Chun also couldn't help but start reflecting on his own recent state, and the team's as well. Ever since finding out they could revive, everyone's mindset really had changed. When facing enemies, they had less caution and more arrogance. Their tactical planning and talent coordination had also become somewhat rough. Even he himself had nearly forgotten that original sense of danger, like walking on thin ice, calculating every step with extreme care. They had started getting used to crushing enemies with overwhelming firepower and their leading advantage, while neglecting the development and combinations of their talents. Ziyun is right. Yi Chun took a deep breath and was the first to admit his own problem. We really have gotten a little lax. The women all nodded one after another. The excitement on their faces faded, replaced by thoughtfulness and solemnity. Their trump card of revival should not become a reason for slacking off. It should become the capital that let them dare challenge higher difficulty and fight for greater rewards. As of now, what we know is that there is still the blue civilization in the south and the unknown civilization in the east. Since civilization crystals confuse our goal is very clear now. Before making a breakthrough, we need to get the crystals of these 2 civilizations as well. Exactly. Chun Shi immediately picked up the thread. That way, we can gain at least 4 different attribute boosts. Not just that, Yi Chun added with a smile. We can also continue synthesizing with crystals that have already undergone single attribute advancement. If we do it this way, our starting point will surpass all other civilizations. This brand new goal once again filled everyone's hearts with motivation. I agree. Qinlan was the first to state her position. We have to seize every advantage. But Gu Qingyin raised a key issue. As for information on the blue civilization and the unknown eastern civilization, There still hasn't been any news from Zhang Wei's side. We know nothing about them. If we go looking rashly, the risk is too high. Should we add one more layer of protection? Gu Qingyan's words made everyone's gaze subconsciously fall on Gu Qingxi. Her talent, story direction, was the best means of providing protection for an uncertain future like this. But when Gu Qingyan looked at her younger sister, a trace of hard-to-notice worry flashed through her eyes. Recently, she had always felt that something was off with her sister. She often seemed to stay by herself, eyes closed, quietly sitting there, and no one knew what she was thinking about. On top of that, her complexion always looked somewhat tired. That was a sign of mental energy consumption. This state had been there ever since they decided to reach the central point as quickly as possible. Several times, Gu Qingyan had been unable to resist asking out of curiosity, but every single time, Gu Qingxi had only smiled and shaken her head, saying it was nothing. Her intuition told her things might not be that simple. All right, although she had not joined the discussion just now, she had been listening seriously the whole time. Gu Qingxi closed her eyes and activated her talent. She began to write. We have a chance to find members of the Blue Civilization and the unknown Eastern Civilization, and may be able to obtain their civilization crystals without suffering any losses. Just constructing such a relatively vague story made Gu Qingxi's face turn pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. She endured the enormous mental exhaustion and completed the final stroke. When she opened her eyes, her forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. It's done. Gu Qingxi opened her eyes, her voice carrying a trace of weakness. Looking at the worried gazes of the others, she added, I felt that when I wrote about the unknown Eastern civilization, the mental energy consumption became especially intense. Something over there isn't right. You've worked hard. Yi-chun quickly stepped forward, stretched out an arm, and gently pulled the slightly swaying Gu Qingxi into his embrace. Gu Qingxi obediently leaned against Yi-chun's chest. Feeling that familiar sense of security, even the exhaustion in her mind eased quite a bit. Seeing this scene, everyone silently showed their understanding. My turn. Looking at the scene before her, Gu Qingyan didn't joke around as usual. Her face was full of solemnity. After the boost from the life spring water produced over the past 2 days, her spirit attribute had now reached as high as 3,010 points. She closed her eyes and activated her talent, String of Probability. As time passed, fine beads of sweat actually began to seep from Gu Qingyan's forehead as well. The pressure she was enduring was clearly not small either. Seeing this, Yi-chun was just about to have Ran step forward to heal her when Gu Qingyan suddenly opened her eyes. Qingxi was right. Her voice was heavy. There's definitely a huge problem in the East. This time, just locking in the probability consumed more than 2,000 points of my mental energy directly. The two possessors of rule-type talents had given completely identical judgments. This instantly filled everyone with vigilance and concern toward the Eastern civilization they had yet to meet. Don't worry too much, everyone. At that moment, the quiet Zhou Siyu suddenly spoke. Qingxi has already written for us the outcome of a victory without injury. Since causality has already been established, what we need to do now is wait. Wait for that result to occur. Hearing Zhou Siyu's words, everyone found a little strange. Today's Zhou Siyu seemed somewhat different from before. If the old her had been like an observer standing outside the situation, purely analyzing things from a logical point, then today, there was a bit more warmth in her words, a bit more humanity. Just as everyone was surprised by her change, a familiar notification sound rang out in everyone's minds. Many children, many blessings successfully triggered. Member Zhou Siyu has successfully conceived. Comprehensive evaluation, S. Congratulations on obtaining vehicle trait. Invisibility. Invisibility trait. After activation, the vehicle can enter a dual optical and energy invisibility state. Note, fuel will be continuously consumed while active. It came. Looking at this brand new trait, Yi-chun's eyes burst with brilliance. Causality had already begun taking effect. He looked at everyone, his voice decisive. We have to set out as soon as possible. Looking at the brand new trait that had appeared on the bus's attribute panel, everyone nodded heavily. At the same time, at the border of the plant civilization, not long after the happy family left, behind the battlefield between players and plant larvae, several inconspicuous small trees suddenly began to change. Their trunks started twisting and growing wildly. Nanli City, when the family bus rose into the air once again, Yi-chun activated the invisibility trait at the very first moment. The huge body of the bus immediately vanished without a sound. This time, its appearance and departure drew no one's attention. Where are we going? Qinlan asked. South. Yi-chun controlled the bus and flew toward the south. He did not set a specific destination, nor did he need one. Under the dual lock of story and probability, they only needed to keep moving forward. Sooner or later, whatever was supposed to appear would come crashing right into them on its own, relying on the perfect stealth granted by its invisibility trait. The Yijiaran quietly flew over the territory of the Blue Civilization without making sound. Yi-chun finally had the chance to observe this civilization up close. On the land below, Enormous creatures were slowly moving along. Wherever they passed, a layer of the ground would be eaten away. Soil, gravel, and everything else alike was chewed up and swallowed by them. After feeding for a while, they would stop moving and lie down where they were. At that point, the blue-skinned creatures living on the backs of those giant beasts would walk out from their structures and take out crystals that emitted a faint glow from the gaps in the shells. After collecting the crystals, the blue creatures would distribute part of them to their companions as food, while the rest was used for maintaining and reinforcing their settlement structures. My God, Gu Qingyan watched the scene in front of her. They eat dirt, then produce crystals? To be precise, they eat everything. She adjusted her glasses, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Their entire way of life actually depends completely on these biological carriers feeding. A thoughtful light flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. They eat, digest, and then produce crystals. And those crystals seem to be the essential energy source for their construction and survival. This is a complete, symbiotic closed loop. What a fascinating civilization. Looking at the strange scene, Yi Chun could not help but sigh in admiration. Fascinating, sure. Qinlan crossed her arms, but the corner of her mouth twitched downward. But isn't their aggressiveness way too low? Since we came in, we haven't seen any sign of them attacking at all. From the perspective of species evolution, a species with weak aggressiveness usually means it has either extremely strong reproductive ability or extremely abnormal survivability. Yi Chun smiled as he explained. Judging from what they look like, I'm guessing it's the latter. Another turtle shell? Qinlan could not help rolling her eyes. By now, she was genuinely sick of these absurdly tough targets. That's normal. Yi Chun continued. Any civilization that has survived until now has its own unique way of surviving. From the shields of the centaur civilization, to the infinite regeneration of the plant civilization, and now this blue civilization that can survive just by eating dirt. Everyone felt that the civilizations they had encountered were each better than the last at lying low and enduring. Yi Chun, the radar found something new. She enlarged a set of coordinates and shared them onto the main screen. To our front left, about 300 kilometers away, a new settlement group has been detected. Yi Chun immediately controlled the bus and flew toward the coordinates Gu Qingyan had marked. A distance of 300 kilometers was crossed in the blink of an eye. Very soon, a settlement group made up of 5 giant creatures appeared in their field of vision. 4 of them were similar to the ones they had seen before, but the one walking in the very middle was much larger. Its appearance was more like a caterpillar magnified countless times over. Its body was segmented, and its hide was a grayish-brown color like rock. Found it. Yi Chun's gaze landed on that largest caterpillar. It should be this one, Qinlan. Understood. Battle intent instantly flared in Qinlan's eyes. She returned to her command seat, both hands moving across the console. Phase array radar, lock target, 9 biological plasma cannons. Begin charging. Wong, wong, wong. On the body of the Yijiren, all 9 massive cannons lit up at the same time. Energy rapidly gathered at the muzzles. However, just as the ion cannons were about to finish charging, the caterpillar below, which had been moving slowly, suddenly stopped. It let out a restless hiss. It was as if some inborn instinct had allowed it to foresee the lethal danger descending from the sky. The next second, a sudden change erupted. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Countless sharp hooked claws suddenly extended from beneath the caterpillar's hide. The claws viciously stabbed into the ground. At astonishing speed, it frantically dug downward, trying to burrow underground before the attack arrived. Trying to run? Seeing this, Qinlan curled her lips into a cold sneer. Too late. War domain, activate. 9-gun volley, fire. Under the enhancement of the war domain, the power of the 9 energy beams was amplified to the extreme. The beams tore through the sky and slammed into the caterpillar, which had only just managed to burrow halfway underground. Boom! A deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the ground. A notification sounded in everyone's minds inside the bus. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing level 10 creature. Rangtan. Reward obtained. Rangtan Civilization, Crystal 1. Reward obtained. 50W gold coins. Reward obtained. 1 golden treasure chest. Done. Qinlan looked at the system prompt, an easy smile appearing on her face. Looking at the newly acquired Rangtan Civilization crystal in the inventory, Yi Chun let out a slight breath of relief inwardly. Blood plants. Rangtan, crystals from 3 different civilizations had already been gathered. Now, only the final target remained. The unknown civilization in the east. As long as they obtained that civilization as crystal as well, they would be able to synthesize a composite crystal containing the power of 4 civilizations. When that time came, the breakthrough bonus for the Yijiren would absolutely be unprecedented. Yi Chun, look at the radar. Gu Qingyan's voice rang out, interrupting Yi Chun's train of thought. She shared the radar display onto the main screen, with a trace of surprise on her face. After we killed the Rangtan, every unit belonging to the blue civilization within radar range stopped gathering and is now moving quickly in the same direction. Still under invisibility, the Yijiren silently left the area. Dongsong City. The scene below caught everyone a little off guard. Unlike the other border cities, although Dongseong City had quite a few players, their vehicles were generally scouting buses known for speed and reconnaissance ability. Countless scouting buses departed from Dongseong City and crossed the eastern border. Lin Wanqing had already opened the public channel and was quickly scanning the information. It's pretty much what you thought. She looked up and said to Yi Chun, according to the information in the channel, none of the teams that went out exploring found anything at all. There is nothing in this region. Yi Chun nodded to show he understood and controlled the Yijieren to continue flying deeper in. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. They had already penetrated nearly 2,000 kilometers into the other side's territory, far beyond the player's scouting range. And yet, the radar screen remained calm. No monsters, no living creatures, not even a single decent plant. There was only barren land and mountain ranges stretching endlessly into the distance, all so quiet that it made people uneasy. Although everyone's expressions remained calm, the result of this operation had long since been decided. It was just that this place was too unknown. This is way too strange. Qinlan crossed her arms, no longer able to sit still. Since we can't find them, then let us think of a way to force them out. She voiced her idea to Yi Chun. We deliberately make some noise and lure them out. As long as they show themselves, we can strike first with our invisibility advantage. We can try it. Yi Chen nodded. He also felt that waiting around like this cannot go on. He had only just realized that the combination of talents did not specify a concrete time limit. Qingyan, keep a close eye on the radar. Qinlang, you handle the firing. Watch the range and frequency. Understood. The Vulcan cannon on the roof of the vehicle fired short bursts one after another. Gunfire echoed through the valleys and carried far into the distance. Qinlan did not perform indiscriminate suppressive fire. Instead, she controlled the rhythm, firing a short burst in a different direction every few minutes. The invisible Yijieren quietly hovered in the air. 5 minutes passed. No response on the radar. Change locations. Yi Chun controlled the bus and flew forward for over 100 kilometers. Again, gunfire rang out once more. Just like that, moving and stopping, on and off. A single autocannon round was casually fired at a lone mountain in the distance that looked completely ordinary. Boom! A small burst of fire exploded on the mountainside. However, before the aftermath of the explosion had even faded, a sudden change erupted. The mountain that had been hit suddenly shook violently. Something there. Qinlan's pupil shrank, and she immediately sounded the warning. Everyone inside the vehicle focused their eyes on the violently trembling mountain peak. No target on the radar. Gu Qingyan's voice was full of shock and doubt. There aren't any red dots for hostile units on it. Gain altitude. Yi Chun reacted extremely fast. The instant Qinlan spoke, he was already controlling the bus to climb sharply upward. Rumble, 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 rumble. The trembling of the mountain grew more and more intense. Under everyone's stunned gaze, this mountain peak, hundreds of meters tall, actually slowly stood up. Countless giant pillars forcibly lifted the entire mountain peak off the ground. The mountain peak was its torso. This was a mountain made of rock and dirt. It had come alive. What kind of monster is this? Gu Qingyan cried out in disbelief. The radar. There is still no hostile target on the radar, staring at the colossal being below that was made from a mountain peak. A shocking thought suddenly flashed through Yi Chun's mind. This isn't a carbon-based life form. The thunderous noise of the mountain rising continued without end. Once it fully steadied itself, the hundreds of meters tall giant stood towering above the earth. No eyes, no mouth, just a mountain peak that had come alive. The radar still isn't reacting. The radar scan swept over it again and again, but the result fed back to Gu Qingyan remained the same. Nothing. As if what was below was only an ordinary mountain. Prepare conventional weapons for a probing attack. Qinlan's voice rang out. The Vulcan cannon on the roof spun and spewed fire, pouring a storm of bullets at the mountain peak. The bullets, striking the mountain body, only chipped off a few fragments of stone. Katyusha rockets followed right after, detonating into clusters of firelight. Physical attacks are basically ineffective. Qinlan immediately made her judgment. Its tankiness is even more outrageous than the enemies we've encountered before. Right then, the mountain peak, which had stood still all this time while enduring the attacks, moved. Boom! A boulder over 10 meters wide broke off from the mountain body and came whistling toward the family bus. Climb. Evade. Yi Chen reacted instantly, controlling it to climb upward and dodge the attack. The giant rock swept past below, then fell weakly back to the ground with a dull thud. It has ranged attacks, but they're not fast. Easy to evade. Qinlan analyzed calmly, her mind racing. Since conventional kinetic weapons are ineffective, then let us try energy attacks. Ion cannon, first. Second, third turret. Target, center of the torso. Fire. 3 beams of energy descended from the sky and blasted the center of the mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions flared violently. When the smoke and dust cleared, the ion cannon bombardment had indeed caused considerable damage. A deep crater had appeared on the mountain peak. and the walls of the crater had a glassy texture from melted stone. However, that hole was slowly healing. Rock and dirt on the mountain wriggled toward the wound, filling in the gap. Its recovery ability is way too insane, Gu Qingyan said in disbelief. No, this isn't recovery. Yi Chen pointed straight at the core of the issue. It's reassembling itself. Its essence is a collective made of rock and dirt. As long as the material still exists, then in theory, it's immortal. Then how are we supposed to fight it? Qinlan frowned. Unless we can completely vaporize it, we can only wear it down over time. Not necessarily. Yi Chen's voice rang out. He had been staring fixedly at the giant below, and his gaze fell on the hundreds of rock pillars supporting its enormous body. Its body is rock. Gravity should still affect it. Those legs? Qinlan instantly understood what Yi Chen meant. Exactly. Yi Chen nodded. As long as we break enough of those pillars and make it lose balance, a falling mountain will trigger a landslide. Good idea. A sharp light burst from Qinlan's eyes, and a brand new tactic instantly took shape in her mind. All weapon systems, stop attacking the main body. Qinlan's order was clear and decisive. Target all its legs. Break them one by one for me. With the tactic changed, the family bus used its aerial mobility to circle the mountain at high speed. The Vulcan cannon, the rockets, even the immensely powerful ion cannons. Every bit of firepower was directed by Qinlan onto the rock pillars. Boom! Crack! A pillar at the edge snapped on impact under the ion cannon's bombardment. The mountain peak swayed, almost imperceptibly. It works. That discovery instantly lifted everyone's spirits inside the vehicle. As if sensing the threat, more giant rocks broke off from the mountain peak and smashed toward the family bus. The family bus wove through the rain of stones, evading while precisely attacking one rock pillar after another. Crack! Rumble! As more and more pillars were destroyed, the mountain peak's balance was completely broken. Its body began to tilt. Now, 3 ion cannons. Full indiscriminate volley. Fire. Under the enhancement of the war domain, the 3 beams swept across the rock pillars at the same time. Rumble, 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 rumble. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The mountain peak made of rock lost its balance and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust shot into the sky, blotting out the heavens. There was not the slightest relaxation on Qinlan's face. Yi Chen closed the distance. All firepower, free fire. The 3 ion cannons began charging for a new round. At the same time, the family bus dove downward, and all its weapons crazily poured fire below. As the dust cloud dispersed, the scattered rocks covering the ground were still wriggling and gathering together. Another round from the 3 ion cannons bombarded the largest chunks of rock, while the other weapons were responsible for clearing out the smaller debris. This continued for more than 10 minutes. Finally, when the last pebble trying to reassemble itself was blasted into powder by the Vulcan cannon, a notification sounded in everyone's minds. Congratulations on successfully killing level 10 life form. Rock construct. Reward obtained. Earthstone civilization, crystal X1. Reward obtained. 5 million gold coins. Reward obtained. 1 golden treasure chest. Blood, vegetation, Rangtun, and Earthstone. The 4 crystals from 4 different civilizations had finally all been gathered. CC. Reconstruct the 4 kinds of crystals until we have a total of 100. Understood. Chunshi immediately began operating. Very quickly, with enough energy to support it. A total of 100 civilization crystals from the 4 civilizations appeared neatly in Yi Chen's backpack. Come on, time to witness a miracle. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation greater than ever before. Synthesize. The infinite synthesis talent activated. First came the advanced synthesis of each single civilization crystal. Only then did Yi Chen select all 10 of those advanced crystals. For completely different source powers intertwined, collided, annihilated, and reassembled. A brand new crystal radiating chaotic colors appeared in Yi Chen's backpack. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained composite crystal X1. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen placed the brand new crystal into the breakthrough interface of Civilization Hunt. Composite crystal detected. If you use this crystal for breakthrough, your vehicle will obtain the following permanent boosts. 1. Attribute boosts attack, defense, speed, increased to extremely large amount. 2. Obtain trait. For symbols, fuses the 4 major traits of Berserk, Healing, Sturdiness, and Perception. 3. Obtained unique trait. Campo, a collection of multiple civilizations. Attacks always ignore defense. Breakthrough. Yi Chen pressed the confirm button. Just as family number 1 began its breakthrough ding, a private message from Zhang Wei came in. Thousands upon thousands of buses of every kind had formed into a massive army. At the very front of the battle line, nearly 1 million defense-modified buses were desperately holding back the frenzied attacks of tens of thousands of Traiants. Boom! A gigantic spear woven from tangled roots was hurled out by a Traiant and slammed viciously into the front of a level 8 heavy-armored bus. The impact shoved the entire bus backward by several meters. Yet inside the driver's cabin, The player didn't even blink. He only spat in disdain. That it? You call that strength? Feels like you're just scratching an itch for me. He slammed the gas pedal and rammed forward again. On his vehicle status panel, the shared durability had barely changed at all. Under the linked defense sharing system, the nearly 1 million frontline buses formed an ironclad defensive line. Any single target attack, once split across them, became negligible. The Treants were suppressed and isolated, creating a perfect damage-dealing environment for the tens of millions of firepower units in the rear. Fire. Hit them hard. All cannons. Aim at those big guys. Don't give them a chance to root themselves. Melee brothers, don't stop. Hold the line. In the public channels, countless commanders roared themselves hoarse. Endless artillery fire arced over the frontline meat shields and poured toward the giant Treants. However, the situation across the entire battlefield was still hanging by a thread. The problem wasn't the Treants. It was the seemingly fragile, yet endlessly spawning plant larvae. Their reproduction speed was even faster than before. A patch of land would just be covered by artillery fire, and before the smoke on the ground had even dispersed, fresh sprouts would break through the soil again. In just a few seconds, they would grow back completely. The Treants continuously drew from these larvae to restore their wounds and launch attacks. The player's army simply couldn't clear them as fast as the ground larvae reproduced. The entire battle line was pinned in place. In some areas, the plant larvae had grown so densely that they spread over the frontline buses, allowing the Treants to show signs of breaking into the army formation. In the rear, aboard the Alliance-S Supreme Command ship, Huju, inside the command room, stars gleamed on every shoulder. Hundreds of generals from every war zone of Huaxia stood stern-faced at their command stations, constantly directing the battle formations under their authority based on the rapidly changing frontline situation. The entire command system was operating with ruthless efficiency. The plant larvae are reproducing too fast. Conventional firepower can't suppress them effectively. Formations 6, 7, and 13 are being pushed back. Fuel consumption for the frontline units is exceeding expectations. When will the logistics resupply units catch up? Report. Some of the Treants are massing toward Sector C7. They're trying to punch through our defensive line from there. Report after report rang through the command room. Fong Mingyuan stood before the main command platform, his brows tightly furrowed. He turned to look at the general in charge of logistics coordination beside him. How much longer until the flamethrower modules are fully distributed? That general glanced at the progress report and immediately answered, Report. The mobilization is complete. Full army distribution is expected to finish within 1 minute. Good. A sharp light flashed through Fong Mingyuan's eyes. The turning point of the battlefield was about to arrive. Order. He commanded everyone. All units, hold formation. Prepare to receive new equipment. Yes, sir. Hearing this news, the hundreds of generals in the command room all perked up. They immediately issued orders through their respective combat channels. Frontline. Wang Hu stared ahead with bloodshot eyes. His level 8 heavy armored bus was jammed hard against a Treant that was constantly whipping its body with roots. Damn it. Don't stop firing. Blast them. He roared hoarsely in the squad channel. Around him, countless other frontline buses were doing the exact same thing. They were using their own bodies to buy output time for their comrades in the rear. Everyone knew this couldn't continue. The plant larvae under their feet were constantly expanding the Treant's range of movement. If this kept going, this defensive line would be breached sooner or later. Right then, an order sounded in his ear. A brand new war module, vehicle-mounted flamethrower, has been issued to your personal inventory. All combat units, install immediately. It's here. Wang Hu's spirits instantly surged. Almost the moment the order sounded, he opened the vehicle modification interface. In the modification slot, he selected Install. Vehicle-mounted flamethrower, level 1. Installation successful. Brothers, mount it. Wang Hu's roar rang through the squad command channel. Almost at the same moment, across the very front of the battle line, the heavy armored buses that had been acting as meat shields all extended metal nozzles from either their roofs or front ends. The next second, fire. Wang Hu slammed the attack button. Whoosh. A fire dragon dozens of meters long burst from the front of his bus, instantly engulfing both the plant larvae ahead and the Treant attacking him. And this was only the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nearly 1 million fire dragons erupted at the same time from the front of the player's battle line. At that moment, the battlefield turned into a sea of fire. Those once endlessly thriving plant larvae ignited the instant they came into contact with the chemical flames, rapidly withering, blackening, and turning into drifting ash. Fire was the natural bane of all plants. The reason the players had been helpless before was because ordinary explosions and physical attacks couldn't inflict sustained damage on this grassland. But now, things were different. Flames filled the sky and completely blanketed the ground. The reproduction speed of the plant larvae was brutally suppressed. It works. Fire attacks work. Ha ha. Burn. Burn them hard. Brothers. See that? They can't grow anymore. Cheers erupted across every channel. The players, who had been stifled for so long, saw their morale explode upward. A turning point had appeared. The battle line, which had been on the verge of collapse, and even showing signs of retreat, now began to advance forward, slowly, but unmistakably, under the path opened by flames. Inside the Supreme Command Room aboard Huju, with the full deployment of the flamethrowers, the rampant reproduction speed of the plant larvae had finally been curbed. A turning point had appeared. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of relief on Zhang Wei's face. Standing before the main command platform, his gaze passed over the entire front line and looked toward the distant horizon. There stood a tree, a towering giant tree, so majestic that words could not describe it. Standing between heaven and earth, it was too big, so big that it completely surpassed the limits of human comprehension. Before it, everything else looked incomparably tiny. That instinctive sense of smallness, born from the nature of life itself, struck every person who saw it. At that moment, the scientist in charge of data analysis rushed in without even knocking, his face full of excitement. He didn't even have time to salute before raising a freshly completed data report high in the air. Commander-in-Chief, we calculated it, based on triangulation and parallax algorithms. Our preliminary estimate is that the tree's south visible height is close to 10,000 meters. The energy source behind the abnormal reproduction speed of all plant larvae on the battlefield points directly to it. We are over 90% certain that this tree is the core of this plant civilization, the equivalent of their city. Everyone's eyes turned toward that heaven-reaching giant tree. Mount Everest is only a little over 8,800 meters. A general's voice was dry with disbelief. How far is it from us? Zhang Wei immediately asked. According to the latest calculations, the straight-line distance is over 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers! 100 kilometers! When Fong Mingyuan heard the distance, his brows locked tightly. At our current rate of advance, if we want to cross 100 kilometers, it'll take at least more than 3 days. Fong Mingyuan's voice was incomparably grave. But Li Ming, who's responsible for casting defense sharing, simply can't maintain such a high-intensity link for that long. Forget 3 days. Even 1 day would be hard for him to last. The moment defense sharing is interrupted, our frontline defense will collapse in an instant. Fong Mingyuan's words made the atmosphere in the command room, which had only just eased slightly because the battle situation had stabilized, turn heavy once more. This was a dead end. The hundreds of generals present had naturally heard Fong Mingyuan's analysis as well, but not a single one showed the slightest sign of wavering. They answered the frontline's dilemma with even more decisive orders. Array number 3. Push forward 30 meters. Artillery units. Coordinates 1-3-4-4-5-2. 3 rapid-fire volleys. Don't let those trans catch their breath. Logistics team. Fuel at frontline unit 7 is critically low. Immediate battlefield resupply. One order after another was issued. Still clear. Still decisive. These Huaxia soldiers who had walked out of the flames of war had never had the words give up in their dictionary. As long as there was one person left, they would fight until the very last moment. This was the backbone of Huaxia's soldiers, the never admit defeat military soul carved into their bones. Zhang Wei listened quietly and said nothing. His gaze remained fixed on that towering giant tree, his mind running at high speed. Conventional tactics had already reached their limit. If they wanted to break the deadlock, they needed extraordinary means. There had to be another way. Right then, report. A shout filled with excitement came from the communications desk. Commander-in-Chief, the Talent Combination Experiment Project Team has sent a highest priority report. The experiment succeeded. Zhang Wei spun around sharply. Quick, he practically roared it out. Send it over. At that moment, a heaven-shaking change occurred. Whoosh! The flames were no longer simple jets. It was as if some kind of catalyst had been injected into them, and they suddenly swelled wildly. In an instant, they expanded tenfold, 100-fold, 10,000-fold. They turned into a true sea of flames that blotted out the sky. This was the product of the successful talent combination experiment, the result of fusing multiple talent traits. The flames became a tsunami, covering the entire borderline of the plant civilization and crazily pushing deep into the enemy's territory, devouring every plant they touched. Inside mutual aid, in the commander-in-chief's room, it succeeded. Zhang Wei slowly uttered those words. Good. All units. Fong Mingyuan quickly gave the order. Seize this chance. One command after another was issued at incredible speed. All frontline units. Don't stop. Advance at full speed. Keep up with the flames. Charge. All rear firepower units. Fire at will. Prioritize clearing all high-value targets. Frontline. Wang, who stared dumbfounded at the fiery tsunami ahead. Holy shit. He muttered blankly, already so shocked by this unimaginable scene that he had lost the ability to speak. Full army assault. Repeat. Full army assault. Follow the line of fire and advance at full speed. The roaring command in the command channel snapped him out of his daze. Wang, who suddenly came back to himself. They had been holding this in for so long. Ever since the battle started. Frontline tanks like them had done nothing but passively take hits, unable to move an inch. But now, the moment to strike back had finally come. Brothers, did you hear that? In his squad channel, he roared with all his strength. Weld the damn accelerator down. Run them over. There were no more plant larvae on the ground. Beneath their feet was smooth, scorched black earth. Nearly 1 million frontline buses let out earth-shaking engine roars. Ignoring the tree ants that were still lashing them with their roots, they clung tightly behind the fiery tsunami and launched a charge toward the heartland of the plant civilization. Open fire. Open fire. Don't let those tree ants rest. Aim every gun barrel at those big bastards. Take some pressure off the brothers in front. The tens of millions of rear firepower units also seized this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Countless artillery barges arced over the charging Allied forces and poured down on the tree ants. Boom. Without the endless supply of plant larvae to provide energy, these tree ants collapsed with a crash under concentrated fire. Report. We advanced 10 kilometers. Report. We advanced 30 kilometers. More than 70% of the enemy's tree ant units have been eliminated. Report. 50 kilometers. We broken through their defensive line. Inside Mutual Aid's command room, good news came in nonstop. Too fast. Everything had happened too fast. From the eruption of the flames, to the full army assault, to now advancing a full 80 kilometers. The entire process had taken less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 80 kilometers. Finally, the fiery tsunami rapidly shrank and ultimately vanished. The battlefield returned to silence once more. Everyone lifted their heads and finally saw this tree from up close. Then all of them froze. Before, from over 100 kilometers away, they had only been able to see a silhouette, and even that had already made them feel their own insignificance. But now, standing less than 20 kilometers away, that sense of smallness and helplessness was magnified countless times over. My God, a player said this in the public channel. The earth began to shake again. Tens of thousands of tree ants grew out of the scorched black land. It's tree ants. More tree ants. The plant larvae spread over the battlefield once again. But this time, the player's mentality was completely different. Open fire. Hit them hard. Don't stop the line. Keep pushing forward. Because of the tree ants' appearance, the speed of the battle line's advance became incredibly slow, but it still continued inch by inch toward the front. Inside Mutual Aid, a trace of ease appeared on every general's face. At our current rate of advance, and at most another 2 hours, we'll be at their gates. The victory of this war is only a matter of time. The scales of victory had already tilted completely in their favor. Right then, at 2 different locations dozens of kilometers behind the battlefield, an inconspicuous seedling broke through the soil at each spot. Then they began to grow madly. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters. In less than 1 minute, these 2 seedlings had grown into towering giant trees nearly 10,000 meters tall. 3 giant trees, forming a triangular formation, appeared before everyone's eyes. Fuck. Inside the command room, a young staff officer looked out the vehicle window and muttered blankly. If one 10,000-meter giant tree was a shocking sight beyond comprehension, then the simultaneous appearance of 3 such giant trees brought only despair. Report. Report. The reproduction speed of the frontline plant larvae has abnormally surged. Preliminary estimate. At least 5 times the previous rate. 5 times. The previous reproduction speed had already required nearly 1 million flamethrowers just to barely suppress it. 5 times. A number enough to make anyone despair. Sigh. Looking at the 3 giant trees standing between heaven and earth, Fong Mingyuan could not help but let out a long sigh. His face was full of unwillingness. Retreat, he said slowly, his voice hoarse. The entire army is to withdraw to the borderline. The enemy's 3 giant trees can't stay here forever. This probing attack has already been enough. At the very least, they won't dare invade our border so easily again. But a young general clenched his teeth. His eyes filled with unwillingness. We still Haven T had enough time to develop. Give everyone a little more time. Once we're stronger, we'll come back and fight again. Fong Mingyuan's words plunged the command room into silence. No one objected. This was the most rational choice at the moment. Beep. A soft sound rang out. It was Zhang Wei's private chat channel. He had received a trade request. Silently, he chose to accept it. Wait. His voice stopped the order that was about to be issued. Everyone's eyes fell on him. We still have Xingfu Yijian Hao, Zhang Wei said slowly. Commander-in-Chief. A general couldn't help but speak up. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but on a battlefield of this scale, even if it's Xingfu Yijian Hao, their firepower. In the current situation, simply, he did not finish a sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. With the support of 3 10,000-meter giant trees, any attack from Yi Chun's group looked like a drop in the ocean. A few minutes ago, I wasn't sure either, but now his voice was calm. Yet it carried a power that could soothe people's hearts. All eyes gathered on him at once. Zhang Wei slowly raised his hand. In his palm, a glowing crystal floated quietly in the air. Its light was interwoven red and green, a blend of violent and life-filled auras. It was exactly that composite crystal Yi Chun had synthesized using the centaur and plant civilization crystals. Yi Chan's pupils shrank sharply the moment he saw the scene before him. 3 sky-piercing giant trees, so majestic that no words could describe them. They stood between heaven and earth in a triangular formation, so enormous they completely surpassed the limits of human comprehension. If one brought shock, then 3 brought a sense of helplessness and despair, so overwhelming that any life form would feel its own insignificance. My God, sounds of sharp inhalations rose inside the bus. So this is the true body of the plant civilization? Gu Qingyan murmured. Now, this is a challenge. Not only was there no fear in Qinlan's eyes, but an unprecedented fighting spirit blazed within them. Stillhaven T found the enemy's altar core. After observing the sky-piercing giant trees, she looked at Yichun and asked directly, how do we fight? Yichun did not answer immediately. Instead, he opened Xingfu Yijianhao's status panel. After using the composite crystal, formed by combining 4 civilization crystals for the breakthrough, Xingfu Yijianhao's attributes had undergone a complete transformation. Xingfu Yijianhao, Civilization Hunt Level 10 Durability, 44W/44W, 88W, 264W Energy Shield, Attack Bonus, 300 Composite Crystal Bonus, 200 Defense Bonus, 500 Composite Crystal Bonus, 200 Speed Bonus, 200 Composite Crystal Bonus, 200 Traits. For symbols, Insight Break Passive, Healing, restores 2 durability per second sturdy. Base durability and defense permanently increased by 200 Berserk, guaranteed to trigger when attacking. Greatly increases attack power for 3 seconds, cannot stack. Perception, scouting range doubled. It was a panel luxurious enough to be called extravagant, especially the attack bonus as high as 300. And once both Berserk and Qinlan's War Domain were triggered at the same time, the damage they could unleash would reach a terrifying level even Yichun himself could not estimate. Not to mention Insight Break, the trait that guaranteed armor break. Yichun's heart settled. A confident smile appeared on his face. He handed full command authority over to Qinlan. I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he controlled Xingfu Yijianhao and flew toward the nearest sky-piercing giant tree. After receiving Yi Chun's affirmation, a sharp light burst from Qinlan's eyes. Good. Since we can't find the altar, then we'll use the most direct method. Force our way through. She returned to her command seat. War Domain, activate. From the moment they teleported onto the battlefield, the 9 ion cannons had already entered charging state. At this point, only the last few minutes remained before final firing. Qinlan had no intention of making a probing attack. On this ultimate battlefield that decided the life and death of 2 civilizations, both sides' trump cards were still unknown. Any restraint or testing could lead to irreversible doom. Once they made a move, it had to be a full power strike, so overwhelming that the enemy would have no time to react. Yichun close in, enter firing range. Understood. Xingfu Yijianhao rapidly closed in on one of the sky-piercing giant trees. As the distance shortened, the oppressive pressure from the giant tree became stronger and stronger. Entering maximum range, Gu Qingyan's voice rang out. Qinlan did not hesitate in the slightest. Point defense guns, open fire. BZZ. The Vulcan cannons on the vehicle body began to spin, spewing dense streams of fire. Da-da-da-da-da. A rain of bullets poured entirely onto the sky-piercing giant tree. The instant the bullet storm hit, a layer of blood-red light suddenly lit up over Xingfu Yijianhao's body. Passive trait, Berserk, triggered. Now, Katyusha rockets. Saturation fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rocket launcher, nest on the roof, unleashed every single rocket at the same time. A chain of violent explosions erupted across the giant tree's body. Rumble. After being boosted by both War Domain and Berserk, the attacks, with the aid of the Insight Break trait, caused visible damage to the sky-piercing giant tree. When the smoke and dust from the explosions cleared, shallow but clearly visible craters could be seen on the giant tree's rough bark. It's effective. Roar. As if sensing that the sky-piercing giant tree had been attacked, the tens of thousands of tree folk on the ground below, who had originally been entangled with the player army, all stopped moving at the same time. They raised their heads and let out furious roars at Xingfu Yijianhao in the air. Their bodies instantly entered a frenzied state. Their attack frequency and movement speed both noticeably increased at this moment. All the tree folk stopped paying attention to the players on the ground. Instead, they changed direction and converged toward Xingfu Yijianhao's location. And not only that, the endless stream of plant larvae across the battlefield also gave up harassing the other areas and began crazily gathering toward the region where the tree folk were. They wanted to provide the tree folk with the most direct energy support. All units, at all costs, hold them back. The Alliance's unified command rang out across all frontline player channels. Create an output environment for Xingfu Yijianhao. For a long time now, Xingfu Yijianhao had already left an image in the hearts of all players like that of a god. It was the symbol of invincibility. Their appearance was the guarantee of victory. No one doubted that they would create another miracle. The instant the order was given, All the frontline players went completely red-eyed. Brothers, hold the line. Don't let them get through. Buy time for Xing Fu, Yijier, and Hao. In each combat channel, the commanders roared themselves hoarse. At this moment, the frontline players even gave up attacking. They no longer tried to go on the offensive. In the most direct way possible, they used their own buses to hold back the tree folk, trying to charge towards Xing Fu, Yijier, and Hao. More than 100 buses, even several hundred, worked together to pin a single berserk tree folk in the middle, using their vehicle bodies to form a steel barricade. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Just then, the ion cannons are fully charged. Gu Qingyan's voice rang out inside the bus. Qinlan decisively chose a firing mode. First cannon, single target fire. She did not choose the explosive burst of firing all 9 cannons at once. Instead, relying on the insight break trait, she chose to use the first shot as a focused single-point penetration strike. Target locked. Fire. BZZ. A beam of energy, thicker and more solid than ever before, shot out explosively. The beam tore through the sky and slammed into the area that had just been bombarded by the rockets. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly rose from the trunk of the world-connecting giant tree. At this moment, across the entire battlefield, whether it was the players on the front lines or the generals directing from far in the rear, all eyes were fixed on the area shrouded in smoke and dust. Rumble. Under that impact, the world-connecting giant tree gave a slight tremor. It worked. At that moment, those 2 words surfaced in the minds of everyone watching that strike. Fuck. It moved. It moved. We did damage. The happy family is fucking awesome. Ha ha. See that? This big thing isn't invincible either. Brothers, hold the line. Don't let those tree folk get through and mess things up. After a brief silence, the channel was drowned in the players' cheers and roars. That strike was like a powerful shot in the arm. The morale that had been suppressed by the 3 world-connecting giant trees surged up once more at this moment. The players at the front, using their vehicles to desperately hold back the tree folk, had only been relying on trust before. But now, they had seen the dawn of victory with their own eyes. With the most direct actions possible, they showed their trust and support for the happy family. Inside the Mutual Aid's central command room, good. Looking at the giant tree swaying slightly from the explosion, Fong Mingyuan could no longer suppress his excitement and slammed his fist down hard. Beautiful hit. The generals in the command room also showed excitement they could not hide. They did not know what exactly had changed with the happy family, but its current firepower was enough to change the entire course of the battle. Only Zhang Wei remained standing there, that calm smile still on his face, as if everything were within his expectations. However, the hand behind his back was clenched into a tight fist. It wasn't that he wasn't excited. It was just that, as the highest commander who had firmly backed Yi Chun, he had to appear calm and confident. Good. Qinlan caught the slight but clearly visible tremor of the world-connecting giant tree in her eyes. Lock onto the first impact point. 9 ion cannons, triple volleys in batches. Don't stop. The previous attack had already proven that after the double boost of War Domain and Berserk, combined with the defense-breaking effect of Insight, their attacks were enough to cause substantial damage to this world-connecting giant tree. Since they had found an effective method, there was no need for any unnecessary attacks. Cannons 2, 3, fire. 3 solid beams of energy tore through the sky once again, accurately slamming into the crater that had just been blasted open by the ion cannon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mushroom clouds exploded in succession on the giant tree's trunk. The violent energy ripped the original crater wider and deeper. Cannons 4, 5, 6, fire. Qinlan's command followed seamlessly. Another 3 beams came right after, striking again before the aftershock of the first round of explosions had even faded. Rumble. The tremor of the trunk became more violent than ever before. Inside the happy family, everyone could even clearly see the body of the world-connecting giant tree swaying visibly to the naked eye. Cannon 7, 8, 9, fire. Boom. The final deadly strike pushed the continuous bombardment to its peak. This time, the entire world-connecting giant tree was shaking violently. It seemed to have sensed a threat great enough to be fatal. The plant civilization reacted swiftly. Rumble. The ground began to quake violently. The earth around the world-connecting giant tree started to churn wildly. 100-meter-tall tree folk burst out of the ground one after another like bamboo shoots after spring rain. In just a little over 10 seconds, over 100,000 brand-new tree folk had fully taken shape. They did not make any moves. Instead, they all uniformly locked onto the happy family in the sky. The radars being flooded. The number of newly appeared tree folk units is preliminarily estimated at over 100,000. Gu Qingyan's voice sounded somewhat dry from shock. What did it mean for over 100,000 tree folk to appear at once? It meant a true forest. In every sense of the word. What fast response. Fong Mingyuan stared at the newly appeared tree folk, his expression incomparably grave. Inside the mutual aid, Fong Mingyuan's face instantly turned extremely grim. Not good. Their target is the happy family. One of the officers cried out in alarm. Quick, Pass down the order. Fang Mingyuan did not hesitate in the slightest and decisively gave the command. Li Ming, increase talent output. Expand the defense sharing range to the limit. All rear firepower units. Cease attacking. Entire army, press forward. At all costs, block them. Create a firing environment for the happy family. Yes, sir. The order was rapidly transmitted. All frontline units, attention. Defense sharing now covers the area. Entire army, press forward. Target, newly added tree folk forces. Repeat. Entire army, press forward. The roaring order rang out in every frontline player's channel. The moment the command was issued, the player army in the rear, numbering in the tens of millions, stopped pouring out artillery fire at the same time. Join the defense sharing network. Brothers, did you hear that? Charge. Pedal to the metal. Ram right through them for me. The sharply increased durability values on their panels, along with the roars in the command channel, set every player's blood on fire in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, they slammed on the accelerator and charged toward the newly born tree folk. However, what happened next left everyone confused. The more than 100,000 newly born tree folk did not launch an attack on the happy family as expected, nor did they engage the charging player army. They simply stood there quietly. Then, they made a move that no one could understand. They rooted themselves, all the tree folk, at the same time, drove their roots deep into the earth beneath their feet. What were they doing? Wang, who was driving his bus at the very front of the formation, looking at the unmoving tree folk, his face was full of question marks. Don't stop. Continue the charge. The command channel still urged the attack forward. Then, an even stranger scene unfolded. Those tree folk rooted in place. Their 100-meter-tall bodies actually began to rapidly shrink and wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Streams of emerald green life energy overflowed from their withering bodies and, following the roots buried underground, gathered toward a certain direction. What the hell is going on? What were they doing? Killing themselves? The players charging in front, watching this completely incomprehensible scene, all subconsciously slowed down. Inside the mutual aids command room, all the generals looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and bewilderment. Look, over there, inside the happy family. Gu Qingyin's cry drew everyone's attention. Among the countless shrinking tree folk, only the one closest to the happy family was undergoing the exact opposite transformation. It wasn't shrinking, it was expanding. The life energy from all the withering tree folk was continuously pouring into its body. Under the flood of energy, its body began to grow and rise like mad. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, in just a little over 10 seconds. Other than those tree folk that had been tightly entangled by the players and were unable to root themselves in time, every one of the more than 100,000 newly born tree folk across the battlefield had already turned into dry, rotten wood. In their place stood a gigantic tree folk over 1,000 meters tall. Its size still could not compare to the world-connecting giant tree by a long shot. But the oppressive aura coming off, it was still terrifying. At this moment, across the entire battlefield, whether it was the players charging at the front or the generals directing from far in the rear, everyone's eyes were shaken by this colossal monster built from the lives of countless others of its kind. Holy shit. What the fuck is that thing? In the public channel, a player muttered in a daze, breaking the brief silence. The next second, the channel completely exploded. They fused together? Those Trant can fuse too? That thing has to be over 1,000 meters tall, right? The giant Trant, over 1,000 meters tall, slowly raised its head. Its enormous eyes pierced through the sky and locked firmly onto the family number 1 in the air. It slowly lifted a gigantic arm formed from countless tangled roots. Palm facing upward, emerald green energy spilled from its massive body and rapidly gathered in its palm. The next second, a beam of energy tore through the sky and blasted straight toward the family number 1 in the air, facing the incoming attack. Yichen did not even raise an eyebrow from the driver's seat. His full attention remained locked on the heaven-piercing giant tree in the distance. Dodge? Why dodge? From a moment they launched their first attack on the heaven-piercing giant tree, Li Ming's defense-sharing talent had already brought them into its linked range. Their durability had already become an astronomical number, formed by the combined total of millions, even tens of millions of buses, along with the equally astronomical hive energy shield. On top of that, the happy family number 1 itself had the healing trait, restoring 2 points of durability per second. Not to mention just 1,000-meter class Trant. Even if 10 more showed up, Yichen would still dare stand here and let it attack for a whole day. Qinlang, ignore the big one. Keep attacking the main body. Yichen's voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. Received. Qinlan could not even be bothered to spare the giant Trant a glance. All of her attention was focused on the charge progress and firing rhythm of the 9 ion cannons. In her eyes, this giant monster fused from over 100,000 Trants was no different from the several-meter-tall plant larvae on the ground. Just insignificant trash mobs. The family number 1 made no attempt to evade. Even its attack frequency did not change in the slightest. Boom! Emerald green energy exploded across the surface of the hive shield, completely swallowing the entire body of the family number 1. Yet even after taking the energy beam head-on, the family number 1 only gave a barely noticeable sway in the air. The hive energy shield on its surface did not even produce the slightest ripple. And Qinlan's attack on the heaven-piercing giant tree did not pause for even a second. Shield energy unchanged. Gu Qingyan's voice rang out inside the bus. As expected, Yi Chun said flatly, "That is it." A disdainful sneer curled up at the corner of Qinlan's lips. Cannons 1, 2, and 3 charged. Continue attacking the previous impact point. Fire. Her command was calm and clear. 3 beams shot out from the body of the family number 1 once more, striking the wound on the heaven-piercing giant tree with perfect precision. On the battlefield, when the players on the ground saw this scene, their morale hit its peak at that very moment. Holy shit, did you see that? Family number 1 couldn't even be bothered to dodge. That big guy's attack is basically just scratching an itch. Brothers, charge. Don't let these little trants cause trouble for the boss. Run them over. With utter madness, the players launched fierce attacks against the trants still entangled with them. The giant trant seemed unable to understand what was happening before its eyes. Its strike, gathering the power of over 100,000 of its kin, had actually failed to affect the family number 1 hovering in the sky in any way. What it could not understand gave rise to the purest fury. Roar! A heaven-shaking bellow resounded across the entire battlefield. This time, the giant trant no longer tested the waters. Countless roots suddenly extended from its legs, plunging deep into the earth. An invisible ripple burst outward from it in all directions. The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Centered on it, within a radius of over 100 kilometers, all plant larvae, at this moment, rapidly withered and died at the same time. Endless life energy turned into streams of emerald green power, flowing without stop into the giant trant's body. It's overdrawing. Inside the command room of the mutual aid number, a general cried out in shock. It's overdrawing the life of every one of its own kind on this battlefield. Inside the family number 1. What huge move. Suzian looked at the area that had turned lifeless in an instant, her face equally grave. As the massive amount of life energy gathered, the light on the giant trant's huge body flared brilliantly. It slowly brought its 2 enormous arms together before its chest, palms facing each other. A football-sized emerald green energy sphere, constantly compressing inward, slowly took shape under the infusion of endless energy. It's compressing all the life force it just absorbed into that single point. She analyzed calmly. Keep attacking. Don't stop. Yi Chun's voice remained calm, but his eyes had already fallen on the energy sphere that was continuously shrinking. Received. Qinlan did not look back. She trusted Yi Chun's judgment, and she trusted the family number 1's defenses. As long as the main target had not fallen, nothing else appearing on the battlefield was worth distracting her. The energy sphere in the giant trant's palms continued to be compressed by the constant injection of energy, from football-sized to volleyball-sized, then to fist-sized. At last, after all the life energy mobilized by the giant trant had been poured in, a green energy sphere only the size of a baseball, yet condensed to the extreme, floated quietly in its palm. Around the sphere, space itself had begun to visibly distort from the extreme compression of energy. The giant trant slowly raised its head and locked onto the still continuously attacking happy family number 1. Then, it slowly aimed both hands holding the energy sphere toward it. There was no earth-shaking momentum, no howl tearing through the sky, no warning, and no energy fluctuations. Just like that, the energy sphere vanished from the giant trant's palm. What the hell? Seeing this, Yi Chun's pupils suddenly contracted. Almost the instant the energy sphere disappeared, he realized something was wrong. Careful! Yi Chun's voice rang out through the cabin at once. However, it was already too late. The energy sphere appeared out of thin air on the surface of the shield. The next second, time seemed to freeze. There was no sound, no explosion. Only light. Endless. Pure white light. Across the entire battlefield, whether it was the players charging like mad or the generals commanding from rear, at this moment, everyone's vision was swallowed by this ultimate white light. Ah, my eyes. I can't see anything. What happened? The world channel was instantly flooded by the terror of countless players. For those lower-level buses, whose interiors had not yet formed independent internal spaces, the moment they were engulfed by the white light, a violent stabbing pain shot through their eyes, leaving them temporarily blinded. What followed was violent, shaking powerful enough to overturn everything. Countless lower-level buses were tossed into the air and sent rolling like little boats in a storm. The violent shaking sent everything inside the vehicles tumbling. Countless people were slammed around until their heads were split and blood covered their faces. Chaos spread instantly through the lower-level players' battle line. As for the players inside the high-level buses, their situation was much better. Holy shit, what's going on? The screen went white. Wang Hu let out a cry of shock as he stared at the snow-white view outside the window in front of him. Thanks to the independent internal space formed by the level 8 heavy armored bus, the intense light and shaking did not directly affect the inside of the cabin. But they had lost all outside vision and had become blind with their eyes open. Shield energy has instantly dropped by 24%. It's still falling. Chun-Chi's anxious voice rang out, and the moment the energy ball disappeared, Yi-Chun had already been operating the vehicle with both hands, trying to steady it. But the violent thrust left the vehicle completely out of control, and the body shook violently. No one knew how long it had been. When the vehicle finally stabilized, Yi-Chun was already covered in sweat. The shaking of the body also gradually subsided. "I've regained control." His voice was hoarse. Only then did the girls in the carriage breathe a sigh of relief. The white light outside the window also began to fade slowly. Their vision once again cleared. The girls inside the vehicle all instinctively looked out the window at the first moment. Then, everyone froze. The towering giant tree was still there. But compared to just now, it was very far away. "Ye-Chen." Gu Qinyan's voice trembled as she pointed at the coordinates on the radar map. "We were knocked back a full 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers. One hit. Just one hit had blasted them 10 kilometers away from the front line. That energy ball, only the size of a baseball, actually contained such terrifying kinetic energy. What was that just now?" Qinlan stared at the shield value, which was recovering to normal. Disbelief written all over her eyes. Just a moment ago, everyone had even had the illusion that their shield would be pierced. The total shared durability had dropped by more than 50% in this attack. Chun-Chi's voice rang out in the carriage. What? That number made everyone in the vehicle suck in a cold breath. 50%. What did that mean? It meant half of the total durability accumulated by millions. Even tens of millions of player buses. It was the very confidence that let them ignore all attacks. And now, in just one strike, half of it had been wiped out. Not a single target attack. Chun-Chi explained very quickly. The damage from that energy ball was area-based. All the units were linked to or damaged at the same time. But the core damage was absorbed head-on by our hive shield. An area attack. Suzy-Yun's eyes behind her lenses were heavy. If that strike had landed in the player Army S formation instead of being borne by us, she did not continue. But everyone understood what she meant. It would be a true, one-sided massacre. Tens of millions of players might have been wiped out instantly by that one strike. If they had no resurrection, then this would have wiped out half of Huaxia civilization's fighting strength. Damn it. Qinlan's expression was extremely ugly. She stared at the battlefield outside the window, which was becoming clear again, and cursed through clenched teeth. Has this plant civilization's use of energy already reached this perverted level? Qinlan felt this was not just simple force stacking, but a far more efficient use of energy. Never mind that. A fierce battle intent rose again in Qinlan's eyes. Yi-Chun, turn back. That towering giant tree has already reached its limit. Understood. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi-Chun operated the controls in a flurry. And Family of Three turned its head and sped straight back toward the towering giant tree. At the same time, on the ground battlefield, I can see again. What happened? What was that just now? I almost thought I'd gone blind. Was that an earthquake just now? My vehicle was just shaking like crazy. As the white light faded, the player's vision slowly returned to normal. Countless players, after recovering from blindness and violent shaking, all looked out the window at the first moment. Tree people? We're the tree people. Wang, who stared dumbfounded at the empty battlefield ahead. The Tree Man Legion that had just covered the entire battlefield, numbering in the tens of thousands, was gone. Not a single one could be seen now. No, not just the tree people. Even that giant tree man had vanished completely. On the entire battlefield, besides the 3 towering giant trees, there was no longer a single living thing from the plant civilization. They're all dead? A player sent this question through the channel. Was it that white light just now? My God, what kind of attack was that? A map-wide cannon that doesn't care friend or foe. Look up in the sky. It's Family of Three. They're back. A shout made all the players instinctively look up. High in the sky, Family of Three once again drew close to the towering giant tree. In the command room of Mutual Aid, that energy fluctuation just now, one scientist said hoarsely. The power estimate is at least equivalent to a nuclear explosion on the megaton scale, but strangely, aside from the flash and the impact, it didn't cause any damage to the terrain. Another scientist picked up where the first had left off. Is this how other civilizations wage war? As the distance kept closing, in the view directly ahead of Family of Three, the towering giant tree they had previously concentrated their fire upon now had shocking. Enormous wound across its massive body, a gaping through-and-through hole, piercing from one side of the trunk to the other. So that's it, Suzy-Yun said as she looked at the huge wound, instantly understanding everything. Our attack has already seriously damaged its core. That's why the giant tree man would go to any lengths, even sacrificing all of its kind on the battlefield, to launch a suicide attack. It's almost done for. Yi-Chun, faster. Qinlan's eyes were burning as she stared tightly at the towering giant tree, her voice excited. Don't give a chance. Finish it off completely. Roger. There was the same cold, killing intent in Yi-Chun's eyes. He instantly pushed the engine power to the limit. Buzz! Family of three rapidly closed in on the towering giant tree. Qinlan's urging voice rang out. Yichen did not answer. His actions were the best response. Fire the Vulcan cannon. The moment they entered range, Qinlan's command was issued decisively. She did not choose to use the ion cannons directly, but instead used conventional weapons for one attack first. The barrage of bullets poured down onto the towering giant tree. The instant the bullets hit, a layer of blood-red light suddenly flared across the body of Family of Three. Passive trait Berserk triggered. Now, this was the opportunity Qinlan had been waiting for. All ion cannons, lock on. 9 guns fire. This time, Qinlan no longer chose to strike in batches. What they needed to do now was use the strongest power to deliver the final fatal blow. Buzz! On the vehicle body, 9 bioplasma cannons erupted with light at the same time. 9 energy beams, under the dual enhancement of War Domain and Berserk, slammed into that enormous through-in-through gap. This time, no mushroom cloud rose. The violent energy all exploded inside the towering giant tree. The next second, a tearing sound rang out dull and heavy from inside the towering giant tree. Under the shocked gazes of everyone inside Family of Three and all the players on the ground, the huge wound tore outward and expanded. Layer upon layer of massive cracks rapidly spread from the opening across the entire giant tree. When the cracks had spread to a certain point, it began to tilt. Along the direction of the opening, it slowly, then increasingly faster, started to fall. Ground battlefield. It's falling? Wang Hu lifted his head and looked at the slowly tilting towering giant tree. All the players beside him were just like him, holding the same posture, their faces filled with excitement. My God, ITITS about to fall. Family of Three is awesome. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Finally, under the gaze of countless eyes, shocked or excited, the towering giant tree crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, the entire world seemed to be trembling violently. A terrifying shockwave kicked up dust and smoke that swept outward in all directions. Inside the main command room of Mutual Aid, they succeeded. They actually succeeded. All the generals in the command room stood up from their seats, excitement written all over their faces. Ding! At that moment, a notification sounded in Zhang Wei's private chat channel. It was an urgent report from the logistics personnel stationed at the main city altar. Report, Commander-in-Chief. Just now, the civilization level experience at the main city altar suddenly increased by 1 point. Based on the information you provided earlier, we preliminarily determined that this experience gain is related to Xinxing Ijia Run, how destroying the enemy's giant tree unit. We have reason to believe that that giant tree is their city. Zhang Wei immediately sent this intelligence to Yichen. Inside Xinxing Ijia Run Hao. Done. Qinlan looked at the huge ruin below, formed by the collapse of the giant tree, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. However, just as she finished speaking, Yichen's brows furrowed slightly. No. He glanced at the system panel. No kill prompt. What? Qinlan was also stunned. At that moment, Zhang Wei's private message came in. Yichen shared the intelligence Zhang Wei had sent with everyone. The giant tree was their town? Gu Qingyan looked at the report and said somewhat uncertainly. Then doesn't that mean? Qinlan's eyes lit up instantly. She turned to look at the 2 remaining towering giant trees in the distance. Our civilization level should still be short of 2 experience points to level up. And there, she pointed, are there not just 2 left? Go. Yichen did not hesitate at all. After glancing at the 2 towering giant trees, he immediately made his decision. He controlled Xinxing Ijia Run how to turn around and fly at full speed toward the next giant tree. This civilization's way of fighting is really extreme. While flying, Yichen looked at the battlefield below, empty and barren, with no living thing left in sight, and could not help but sigh. What do you mean? Gu Qingyan asked in confusion. Look below. Yichen pointed to the ground. Now you can't see a single living treeman. The reason is in that suicide attack just now, the giant treemen should have sacrificed all of their kind. A fight to the death. From the result, they really did pose a huge threat to us. If not for the durability of our entire alliance backing us up, that strike just now might really have shot us down. An entire civilization, all of its combat units, choosing to go down together in the end. A race, choosing to go down together in order to protect its city? She pushed up her glasses and added calmly. No, they weren't doing it to protect it. Yichen shook his head and gave his judgment. When the first tree suffered our fatal attack, these 2 giant trees did not show any sign of fleeing. That means Yichen paused, then stated his final conclusion. As the giant trees of the town, they themselves may not have any consciousness at all. Otherwise, with their companion destroyed and themselves having no defensive means at all, their only choice would be to use the appearance method we still don't understand to escape from here. Listening to Yichun's analysis, Qinlan's face revealed a cruel smile. Then isn't that even simpler? Just 2 living targets that 1T fight back and 1T run. Yichun, don't be polite to them. Understood. For her right now, This was no longer a battle, but spoils of war. Yi Chun controlled Xinxing Ija Run how to close in on the towering giant tree. Flame God Cannon, fire. The moment they entered range, Qinlan did not even bother with any tactics anymore, simply repeating the same process as before. Da 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 da. A rain of bullets poured down onto the giant tree trunk. The body of Xinxing Ija Run how lit up with a blood-red glow. Madness, trait triggered. Ion cannon. Lock on. 9-gun volley. Fire. Wong. 9 beams of energy slammed into the same point on the trunk. With the tree men gone, the outcome held no suspense. In just half an hour, under everyone's watch, the second towering giant tree toppled in a violent shake and tearing sound. Beautiful. Another one fell. Ija Run how is amazing. Only the last one left. The watching players erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Done. Next one. Qinlan's tone was as relaxed as if she had just dealt with a small monster. Yichen said nothing. He controlled Xinxing Ija Run how to turn around and fly toward the last towering giant tree. The same process was perfectly repeated once more. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When the last towering giant tree also crashed heavily into the ground, the war between Huaxia and the plant civilization came to an end. And at that very moment, a grand and mighty voice rang in the minds of every Huaxia player. Detected that Huaxia civilization level experience has reached 44. Congratulations. Huaxia civilization has leveled up to level 1. The civilization's unique trait, datafication, has been enhanced. Original effect. Once per day, 1 free revival in the territory altar. Cooldown, 24 hours. Upgraded effect. Once per day, 1 free revival in the territory altar. Cooldown reduced to 1 hour. Additional effect obtained. Vehicle backup. Vehicle backup. Players may perform a data backup of their current vehicle at any city altar once per day. When the vehicle is destroyed, a certain amount of gold can be spent at the altar to directly summon the backed up vehicle. These announcements came one after another, and the players who had just been immersed in the joy of victory were stunned for more than 10 seconds by this surprise. The next second, all the players in the entire world fell completely into madness. Did I hear that right? Revival cooldown 1 hour. 1 revival per hour. How is that any different from infinite revives? You can even back up vehicles? If it gets destroyed, you could just pay to get it back. Ha ha. I'll never have to worry about going from rich to broke overnight again. Brothers, I'm announcing something. Starting today, we're not human anymore, right? We're gods. Gods my ass. Open your damn minds. We're the Fourth Calamity. We're locusts. We're a mad army that eats everything wherever we go and can crawl back up to keep fighting even after dying. A 1-hour revival time was like a key, opening the most insane Pandora's box in every player's heart. Ha ha. Fourth Calamity. From today on, if I go out and don't use up my revives, it feels like I'm losing money. Before, when I went out and saw monsters I couldn't beat, I detour around them. Now when I go out, my eyes have to shine. Brothers, those aren't team monsters. Those are walking gold and experience. I look at everyone now like they're a boss. I want to charge them so bad. Calm down upstairs. Internal fighting is forbidden in the main city, but we can go charge other civilizations. Ha 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 ha. I'm ridiculously looking forward to civilization wars now. Hurry up and come. I can't wait to go to other civilizations' worlds and let them experience what despair means. Whoever offends Huaxia, though far away, shall still be punished. Now, it seems reversed. We're the ones going to punish others. Starting today, in our Dragon Nation Civilization's dictionary, there are no words for defense anymore. Only offense. Offense. And more fucking offense. Inside Xinxing Ija Run how. The atmosphere in the carriage had also become extremely heated because of this sudden, heaven-shaking reward. The revival time has been cut down to 1 hour. And vehicles can even be backed up? Listening to the announcement, Gu Qingyan muttered to himself, his face full of disbelieving ecstasy. ISNT, this way too broken. Way too broken. This goes way beyond that. Qinlan swung her fist excitedly, battle intent burning in her eyes. This is flipping the whole table. In this world, who else can stop us? The rules of this world are battle, expansion, and plunder. Su Ziyun analyzed the deeper meaning behind the rules. And now, the cost of every one of our deaths has been reduced to the absolute minimum. That means we can use the smallest possible price to probe every enemy as hidden cards. Yichen looked at the 3 massive ruins outside the window, and a smile appeared on his face as well. From this moment on, the fangs of Huaxia civilization were finally about to bare themselves at the other civilizations of this world. Aboard the mutual aid, inside the main command room. Good. Looking at the contents of the announcement, Fang Mingyuan said good 3 times in a row, his face flushed red with excitement. The revival time has been shortened, and vehicles can be backed up. That means the most serious consequence of death, having the bus level reset to 0, will no longer be the core issue we need to worry about. Our war potential has been amplified without limit. The other generals in the command room were equally overjoyed and excited. As soldiers, They understood better than anyone what these two brand-new civilization traits meant for Huaxia's wars against other civilizations. It meant they would possess a truly immortal, inexhaustible, unstoppable army. Standing before the main command platform, Zhang Wei looked into the distance, unprecedented light flickering in his eyes. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. A new era had begun, an era that belonged to Huaxia. The two brand-new traits brought by the civilization level increase were like a shot of adrenaline injected into the depths of every Huaxia player's soul. A 1-hour revival cooldown, practically undying. Vehicle backup, removing their greatest worry. A new era had begun. Standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling porthole, Zhang Wei looked at the enormous ruins left behind by the collapse of the 3 sky-piercing giant trees, his gaze deep. An era that belonged to Huaxia. He turned around, his eyes sweeping across the flushed faces in the command room, red from excitement. Generals, this victory is only the beginning. That's right. Before, others were the ones hitting us. Now, it's our turn to hit them. I suggest we immediately formulate battle plans against the surrounding civilizations. Strike while the iron is hot. The generals in the command room were all itching for action. The confidence of invincibility gave rise to endless ambition. Zhang Wei raised a hand and pressed down slightly. The noisy command room instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on him. I understand everyone's thoughts, Zhang Wei said calmly. He raised a finger and pointed outside the window. This location is of extreme strategic importance. It is more than 1,000 kilometers from the homeland border of Huaxia civilization. Geographically, it is a place from which we can advance to attack and retreat to defend. I have decided that right here, we will establish our first forward base, a new city. We will use this place as a springboard and forge a bridgehead for attacking the eastern continent. We will tear open a breach for the full-scale expansion of Huaxia civilization. Zhang Wei's words instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the generals. Good. A wise decision. If we build a city here, then the entire eastern continent will be throwing its gates wide open, just waiting for us to plow through it. I agree. We have to build it. Right now. Seconded. Seconded. For a moment, the command room surged with passion. Everyone's opinions were unified like never before. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, a satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face as well. He no longer hesitated. Using the authority of the Supreme Commander of the Huaxia Co-Governance Alliance, he opened the main city interface and selected the territory construction option. Since everyone is in agreement, then there's no time to lose. He reached out and began operating the virtual screen at high speed. The city establishment module opened. Zhang Wei skillfully entered the coordinates applied to mobilize Alliance resources, and then, without the slightest hesitation, pressed the Confirm Establishment button. All the generals held their breath, watching Zhang Wei's actions with expectant eyes. However, the anticipated establishment successful prompt did not appear. In its place was a glaring line of red warning text. Warning, detected that the target area lies within the valid territorial range of another civilization. Unable to establish city. Buzz. Inside the command room, everyone froze, the smiles on their faces stiffening in place. The smile on Zhang Wei's face slowly faded as well. He stared at that line of red text, his brows tightly furrowed. What's going on? Fang Mingyuan was the first to react. He quickly strode to Zhang Wei's side, looked at the warning on the screen, and his face filled with disbelief. Another civilization's territory? How is that possible? Haven T, we already completely wiped out the plant civilization? Yeah. The 3 giant trees all fell, all the tree folk were wiped out, and not even a scrap was left. Where did another civilization come from? Could the system have made a mistake? The generals broke into discussion, none of them able to understand what they were seeing. Zhang Wei said nothing. He only stared fixedly at the warning as his mind raced. The system was an absolute rule. It cannot be wrong. Then there was only one explanation. Zhang Wei slowly spoke, his voice turning incomparably grave. He lifted his head, swept his gaze across the crowd, and said word by word. The meaning of this warning is very clear. This plant civilization has not been completely destroyed by us. They still have a city. A chill rose in everyone's hearts. An enemy hidden in the dark. A civilization whose entire main force had just been destroyed by them, yet was still lurking nearby. No one knew where it was, and no one knew what it was thinking. The feeling was like having a deadly venomous snake hidden beneath the bed in your own bedroom. After a brief silence, cold, killing intent surfaced on every general's face. We have to pull it out by the roots. Grinding his teeth, Fang Mingyuan forced out those words through the gaps. We've all seen how this civilization fights. To attack the family one, they could sacrifice all their own kind without a moment's hesitation. If a civilization this insane is allowed to recover, it will absolutely become a mortal threat. That's right. Another general immediately echoed. We can't leave a powder keg like this beside our own forward base, one that could explode at any time. We have to find them, and then completely crush them. I agree. Right now, we hold absolute advantage. A 1-hour revival time is enough for us to turn their entire foundation upside down at the smallest possible cost. We must drag them out. At this moment, the generals were completely unified. Cut the grass and eliminate the roots, leaving no future trouble. Looking at the undisguised killing intent in everyone's eyes, Zhang Wei also made his decision. The expression on his face had already returned to its usual calm and decisiveness. Pass down my order. His voice rang through the entire command room. Order all reconnaissance units, as well as all combat units with high mobility, to immediately begin indiscriminate carpet search operations centered on the current location. Search range, unlimited. Search priority, highest. I don't care what methods you use. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Flatten the mountains if you have to. In the shortest time possible. You must find the location of the plant civilization's last city. Yes, sir. Inside the command room, all the staff officers and communications personnel immediately sprang into action. Orders were rapidly transmitted one after another. The war machine of the entire Huaxiao Alliance once again began operating at full speed. After giving the order, Zhang Wei opened his private chat channel again. He found Yi Chun's profile icon, thought for a moment, and sent a message over. Yi Chun, the situation has changed. System prompt, we can't build a city here because this place still belongs to the plant civilization's territory. This civilization has not been completely wiped out by us. They still have one hidden city. I've already given the order to launch a full search of the eastern region. You're on the front line, so be extra careful. This enemy knows how to hide. It may be even craftier than we imagined. Although the process of destroying the 3 sky-piercing giant trees had been truly thrilling, the final result was good. Huaxiao civilization had successfully upgraded, and all players, including Yi Chun and the others, had obtained civilization traits so powerful they were practically heaven-defying. Ding! A soft chime broke the relaxed atmosphere inside the vehicle. It was Yi Chun's private chat channel. He tapped it open and took a look. The smile on his face slowly faded. Gu Qingyan, who had been discussing with Ran which snacks tasted better, was the first to notice the change in Yi Chun's expression. What's wrong? She asked curiously. The other girls in the vehicle also turned their eyes toward him. Yi Chun said nothing. Instead, he directly shared the few messages he had just received from Zhang Wei onto the main screen. Yi Chun, the situation has changed. System prompt, we can't build a city here because this place still belongs to the plant civilization's territory. This civilization has not been completely wiped out by us. They still have one hidden city. I've already given the order to launch a full search of the eastern region. You're on the front line, so be extra careful. This enemy knows how to hide. It may be even craftier than we imagined. The moment they saw the contents of the messages clearly, the entire vehicle fell into dead silence. The girl's relaxed expressions vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme gravity. How is that possible? Gu Qingyan's brows drew tightly together, her face full of disbelief. Our radar scans already covered this whole area who knows how many times. We found absolutely nothing. How could a target as big as a city just hide out of nowhere? There's nothing impossible about it. A cold glint appeared in Qinlan's eyes. Crossing her arms, she said icily, it's not like we haven't seen all kinds of bizarre civilizations in this world before. What is so strange about one being able to hide? The real question now is, where did they hide? Looking at it now, the giant Tran's incredibly decisive suicide attack had an obvious purpose. Suzy adjusted her glasses and analyzed calmly. It wasn't fighting desperately. It was using its own life, along with the lives of all the Trans on the battlefield, to buy time for their true core city to evacuate and hide. Zhou Xiu nodded and added, this is an extremely efficient collectivist decision. Sacrifice a local combat unit that can be regenerated to preserve the spark of the entire civilization. That suggests this plant civilization's way of thinking may be closer to a unified hive consciousness, rather than being made up of countless independent individuals. A crafty enemy, and an absolutely rational one, Yi Chun concluded, his gaze turning deep. An enemy that knows how to hide and cut off its tail to survive is far more terrifying than those reckless fools who only know how to charge head-on. It's like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. You never know when, or from where, it'll strike and deal you a fatal blow. The Alliance's judgment was right. Qinlan's voice was firm and decisive. We have to find them as soon as possible, and then crush them completely. She looked at Yi Chun. We move now. Agreed. Seconded. At this moment, everyone in the vehicle reached complete agreement. If you cut the grass, you had to pull out the roots. They absolutely could not leave behind such a massive hidden danger beside their future forward base. Yi Chun nodded. Of course he understood that. But the problem was, where were they supposed to look? Zhang Wei's side had already mobilized the power of the entire alliance and launched a carpet search. It was the safest method, but also the dumbest. If that city were really so easy to find, Zhang Wei wouldn't have specifically sent them a warning to be careful. The Alliance's search range is too large. We can't look for a needle in the sea like they are. Yi Chun's gaze fell on the Gu sisters, Gu Qingzi and Gu Qingyan. In a situation like this, where they had to find something out of nothing, the sisters' talents were their greatest trump card. Qingzi, Yi Chun said. Gu Qingzi nodded. She understood what Yi Chun meant. She closed her eyes and began activating her talent. Story direction. This time, she didn't write something overly absolute like "we will definitely find it," which would cause an enormous drain on her mental power. Instead, she switched to a vaguer approach that would conserve more mental power. Across this vast ruin, we discover a trace of clues about the plant civilization's final city. After writing that sentence, Gu Qingxi's face turned slightly pale, but quickly returned to normal. She opened her eyes and gave Yi Chen a light nod. Done. Qingyan. Yi Chen immediately looked toward Gu Qingyan. Got it. Gu Qingyan took a deep breath and activated her talent as well. Strings of probability. Within her eyes, countless worlds made of data and lines flashed past at high speed. Drawn by the story Gu Qingxi had written, countless possible futures all pointed toward the final outcome of finding a clue. And what Gu Qingyan had to do was pick out from all those paths leading to success the shortcut with the highest probability and the shortest time required. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes, raised her hand, and pointed toward a continuous mountain range in the northeast. That way, there was a trace of urgency in her voice. According to my talent, if we head in that direction right now, the probability of finding a clue within 3 hours is as high as 217. That is the highest among all possible outcomes. Good. A sharp light burst from Yi Chen's eyes. Having a direction was enough. Qinlan, Gu Qingdian. Keep a close watch on the radar and battlefield situation. Move out. At Yi Chen's order, he immediately took control of the Yijian and changed direction, flying at full speed toward the northeastern mountain range. At the same time, the public combat channel of the Huaxia Alliance was still filled with a busy and anxious atmosphere. Report. Search of Area A3 complete. No discoveries. Report. Area C9 has completed 3 rounds of detection. No abnormal energy fluctuations found. The underground probing units in Area D4 are already in position. They are scanning to a depth of 5,000 meters. No discoveries so far. Millions upon millions of scouting units spread out like a net, filtering through this vast land inch by inch. However, more than an hour passed, and the reports coming back all said the same thing. No discoveries. The plant civilization's last city seemed as if it had truly evaporated completely from this world. That cast a shadow over the hearts of every player participating in the search. At this moment, the Yijian carrying the main group had already entered the eastern mountain range. We're entering the target area now. Gu Qingyan's voice rang out inside the vehicle as her eyes remained locked on the radar screen. Radar scan power is already at maximum. Strange. Her brows slowly furrowed. There is still nothing. The third full power area scan is complete. The radar shows no abnormal readings. Gu Qingyan's voice sounded in the vehicle, her brows tightly knitted, her tone filled with baffled confusion. This was already their third carpet scan since arriving in the area. Every time, she had pushed the radar's detection power to the limit and adjusted the scan precision to the highest possible level. But the results coming back were always the same. Nothing had been found. This endless mountain range looked like a true natural geological park. Other than rocks and some sparse vegetation, there was nothing else. Could we have gone the wrong way? And Ran asked softly, breaking the silence inside the cabin. Impossible. Gu Qingyan immediately shook her head, her tone extremely certain. Under Qingxi's story guidance, this was the option I calculated to have the highest probability. If it's not here, then the chances elsewhere would only be even lower. Then where exactly could they be hiding? Qinlan crossed her arms and shifted impatiently in her seat. The feeling of searching for a needle in the ocean made her extremely irritated. The Alliance's search units, numbering in the millions, had found nothing. Now even the joint effort of the two sisters with rule-type talents had temporarily failed. A shadow fell over everyone's heart. The hiding ability of this plant civilization had already gone beyond their understanding. All the girls' gazes fell on Yi Chen at the same time. Yi Chen didn't speak. He only quietly looked at the mountain range outside the porthole, his mind working at high speed. The radar had no response, which meant the other side was very likely using some unknown shielding technology. Or perhaps its form of existence simply wasn't something conventional radar could detect. The combined talents of the Gu Qingxi sisters had pointed here, which meant the direction was definitely not wrong. The clue had to be somewhere in this mountain range. It was just hidden by them in a way he couldn't understand for the time being. Yi Chen's gaze swept across the vegetation in the mountains that looked chaotic at first glance. As a top genius in chemistry and biology, his understanding of plant growth patterns far surpassed that of ordinary people. The distribution of plants in an area would be influenced by sunlight, moisture, soil composition, wind direction, and many other factors, forming a unique kind of irregular beauty that contained the logic of nature. But this mountain range in front of him, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The plants here are too orderly, he said slowly. Orderly? The girl's attention was instantly drawn in. That's right. Yi Chen pointed outside the window. Look at those shrubs on the slopes. Their spacing, height, and even their orientation all tend toward a kind of uniformity. This doesn't look like natural growth. After hearing Yi Chen's analysis, everyone looked out the window again, using an entire endless mountain range as camouflage. What a terrifying scale of work that was. I get it now. A flash of realization passed through Su Ziyun's eyes. Their city is very likely hidden beneath this mountain range, or inside it. And these plants we're seeing are part of their entire camouflage system. If it's camouflage, Qinlan looked at Yichun, then stripped the skin off completely. Yichun met her eyes and instantly understood. He nodded and gave the order. Got it. Qinlan had been waiting for exactly those words. She sat back down in the command seat and rapidly operated the console with both hands. Her face full of excitement. All ion cannons, switch to disperse scatter mode. Prepare indiscriminate carpet bombardment. Fire. Following Qinlan's command. The 9 biological plasma cannons on the one family S body lit up at the same time. But this time, the energy did not gather into deadly beams. Instead, it turned into 9 fan-shaped energy shockwaves, like a steel storm falling from the sky, covering the vast mountain mass below. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions rang out endlessly through the mountain range. Rocks shattered. The earth trembled. A violent demolition operation led by the one family had begun. However, the moment the artillery wash started, a bizarre scene appeared. Yichun sharply noticed that in the mountain areas not hit by the ion cannons, the originally normal-looking plants were rapidly withering and dying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their vitality was drained dry in an instant. At the same time, in the bombarded area below the one family, on the scorched black land that had just been plowed over by artillery fire, countless emerald green sprouts were crazily breaking through the soil. In the blink of an eye, they formed a dense ocean of plant larvae. This again, Qinlan's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, she adjusted the other weapons and poured fierce firepower onto the plant larvae. Burn for me. The newly grown plant larvae instantly turned to ash. But bizarrely, in the very next second, even more larvae surged out again. They were impossible to kill, impossible to burn away. One batch gone, another batch grew. Endless. Something else off. She pushed up her glasses and analyzed calmly. These plant larvae are just crazily refreshing. They're not turning into tree folk and attacking us like before. They almost seem like they're just taking the hits. Chen-Shi's words made everyone feel how strange the situation was. This wasn't a battle at all. Qinlan's brows also furrowed. But her attacks didn't stop in the slightest. No matter what scheme the other side had, under absolute firepower, crushing all of them was the right answer. The bombardment continued for more than 10 minutes. Just as a trace of fluctuation appeared in Qinlan's mood, ding. A crisp system notification sounded in Yichun's mind. Civilization hunting level has increased to level 11. Experience? Yichan se pupils suden shrak. He understood instantly. Qinlan, cease fire. Yichun's voice rang out in the cabin with a hint of urgency. Qinlan froze for a moment. Though confused, she still stopped the attack immediately, as the sound of the one family's bombardment ceased. The frantic refreshing and expansion of the plant larvae on the scorched black land below also came to an abrupt halt. Everything returned to calm. Inside the cabin, the girls all turned puzzled looks toward Yichun, waiting for his explanation. Yichun did not speak at once. He only looked at the level-up notification that had just popped up on the system panel, his expression incomparably complicated. Silence spread through the cabin. He had finally figured it out. And he had also figured out this bizarre battle where the other side only took hits and never fought back. I think I roughly understand what this civilization is trying to do. Yichun slowly spoke. He raised his head, swept his gaze over everyone, and said word by word, they're surrendering to us, in a way we can't refuse. They're using these endless plant larvae to provide us with experience in exchange for the continuation of their entire civilization. His conclusion plunged all the girls in the vehicle into brief silence. Surrender? Qinlan crossed her arms, her brows tightly knit, her face full of confusion and suspicion. In this way, they're not afraid we'll take the experience and then keep going until we wipe out their nest. This is an open scheme. Suzian pushed up her glasses and began to analyze. When facing an enemy like us, one they cannot resist at all, this is the only optimal solution they could possibly use to fight for a chance at survival. If they resist, they'll be completely destroyed. They know very clearly that we possess absolute defense, and we also possess the attack power to destroy them. Any resistance from them is meaningless. So they chose to transform themselves from an enemy into a resource. Lin Wanqing took over Su Ziyun's words and added, this is an extremely clever trade. The cost they pay is these infinitely regenerating plant larvae. And the benefit we get is real civilization hunting levels. They're gambling that we'll be tempted by this easy profit. As long as we accept this deal and tacitly accept their existence as an experience pack, then we'll subjectively give up the idea of continuing to search for and destroy the true body of their city. Because once we destroy it, it would mean we personally destroyed a stable and efficient source of experience. This was also a stalling tactic. Gu Qingyan cut straight to the heart of the trap. As long as we accept this model by default and treat them as a wild mob spawn for farming experience, then they have one of the most precious thing of all, breathing room. No one knows what new abilities they might evolve during this delay. That's a huge hidden danger. Shinchi nodded as well and added, that's right. A civilization that knows how to endure and can come up with a tail-cutting survival strategy like this absolutely cannot be underestimated. Their way of thinking is terrifying. Silence fell over the bus once more. The girls all understood now. This plant civilization was using an almost self-mutilating method to fight for a sliver of survival for its own civilization. They had given up all dignity and completely objectified themselves, turning into experienced babies, waiting for players to harvest them. The calculation behind was so cold and calm that it sent chills down their spines. So what do we do now? And Ran asked softly, breaking the silence. That question immediately drew everyone's attention back in. Should they accept this deal and treat this place as a treasure ground for leveling up? Or should they reject the temptation, insist on uprooting the weeds, and completely wipe out this potential threat? We can't leave them alive. Qinlan's attitude was the most resolute, cold, killing intent flashing in her eyes. If you're cutting weeds, you have to pull out the roots too. Who knows what even more disgusting thing they come up with once they recover? What if they evolve some ability that counters us? The longer this drags on, the more trouble their be. We have to find them now and crush them completely. Qinlan's words represented the safest and most decisive choice. But a stable source of experience is just too tempting for our next stage of development. Lin Wanqing voiced a different opinion. If we can raise our civilization hunt level high enough here, then when we face the next civilization, we'll have a huge level advantage. I agree with Wanqing. Gu Qingyan spoke up as well. Risk and reward always coexist. We can farm experience here for a while, while having the Alliance's main force impose a more thorough blockade and surveillance over this region to make sure they can't pull any tricks. Two completely different opinions clashed inside the bus. One side advocated total extermination to eliminate all future trouble. The other side advocated controlling the risks while seizing the maximum benefit. Both choices had sufficient reason behind them. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Yichun. They waited for him to make the final decision. Yichun didn't speak right away. He quietly listened to everyone's analysis, his mind racing. Qinlan's concerns were valid. Leaving a civilization this patient and calculating right beside them was like burying a ticking time bomb. But Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan's analysis also made just as much sense. The importance of civilization hunt level went without saying. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to raise their level quickly. Giving it up would be far too much of a shame. Yichun's gaze swept across the level prompt on the system panel, then shifted toward the mountain range outside the window, now calm again. A few seconds later, he slowly raised his head and gave his answer. This matter has already gone beyond what we're qualified to decide. Yichun's voice was calm yet firm. We do not make decisions for Huaxia. Everyone froze. Then they heard Yichun continue. The final handling of this plant civilization, isn't just about whether we can farm experience here. It concerns the fundamental safety of the Huaxia Alliance. It concerns the entire eastward expansion strategy of our civilization. This is a strategic level decision. So I've decided to report everything here to Zhongwei exactly as it is. Whether they stay or die, let them make the final call. After hearing Yichun's words, all the girls in the bus understood. The resolute killing intent in Qinlan's eyes gradually faded. Gu Qingyan and Lin Wanqing also revealed thoughtful, agreeing expressions. Yichun was right. This was no longer something their 9-person squad could decide on its own. This concerned the strategic layout of the entire civilization. I understand. Suzy nodded in agreement. Let professionals make professional judgments. That's the most rational choice right now. Then what do we do now? Qinlan asked. Wait. Yichun answered Kudindi. Until the Alliance gives its final decision, we wait here. Maintain deterrence, but stop launching proactive attacks. After saying that, he hesitated no more and directly opened his private chat channel. He found Zhang Wei's profile. Then he carefully edited everything that had just happened, along with all of their analysis and speculation, into a detailed message and sent it over. Looking at the detailed intelligence Yichun had sent, even someone with Zhang Wei's current status and temperament fell into a long silence. The contents of the report were simply too unbelievable. A civilization that knew how to endure and scheme, one that would even turn itself into an experience pack in exchange for a chance to survive. The absolute rationality and terrifying collectivism hidden behind that decision even made him feel a trace of chill. Commander-in-Chief. Fang Mingyuan's voice sounded beside him, equally grave. The issue Yichun and the others raised is no longer a simple military matter. Zhang Wei nodded. He understood what Fang Mingyuan meant. Kill them or leave them. This was a strategic choice that could affect the entire future direction of Huaxia civilization. Kill them, and all future trouble would be eradicated. But they would also give up a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to rapidly increase the strength of their entire civilization. Leave them alive, and it would be like keeping a venomous snake at their side, one that might bite back at any moment. What is your opinion? Zhang Wei looked toward his strategist. Fang Mingyuan pondered for a moment before slowly saying, I lean toward complete extermination. This civilization's way of thinking has already gone beyond the scope of our understanding. Any factor we cannot understand and cannot control should be treated as the highest level threat and eliminated at the first opportunity. Zhang Wei said nothing. He simply stared quietly at the photo Yi Chun had attached on the screen, the one showing the plant larvae growing wildly. Only after a long while did he slowly speak. This decision can't be made only inside the command room. We need to see it with our own eyes. Transmit my order. The mutual aid is to depart immediately for the Eastern Mountain Range. At the same time, assemble an elite escort unit to accompany it. Yes. Sometime later, dozens of massive Level 8 heavy armored buses arrived at the scene, escorting the mutual aid, which looked like a land aircraft carrier. Inside family, Qinlan looked at the enormous fleet that had finally arrived and whistled. They moved pretty fast. Yichen said nothing. He only quietly looked at the flag fluttering in the wind atop the mutual aid and finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. This difficult problem, one enough to affect the strategic direction of their entire civilization, could finally be handed over to those who should be making the decision. Sometime later, the mutual aid arrived at the scene with its escort force. Beep. Yichen's private chat channel sounded. It was Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, I've received the report. Your speculation is bold, but it holds up logically. Zhang Wei, before making the final decision, I need more precise data. Yichen glanced at it and immediately understood what Zhang Wei was thinking. Yichen, coordinates XXXX. This is the area. Zhang Wei, received. After ending the brief communication with Yichen, Zhang Wei turned around, his expression calm, and issued an order to the commanders behind him. Orders. First and second escort squads, detach from formation immediately and proceed to the designated coordinate area. Task objective. Carry out a standard intensity fire suppression over this area. Yes. The order was quickly relayed. 2 elite squads made up of 8 level large buses split away from the main fleet and sped toward the coordinates Yichun had provided. Open fire. At the commander's order, dozens of cannon lights lit up at the same time and blanketed that patch of charred land. Boom, boom, boom. In the explosions, the same scene played out once more. Countless emerald green plant seedlings surged up from underground, endlessly. Inside the command room of the mutual aid, everyone's eyes were fixed on the real-time footage and data stream on the main screen. Target refresh speed, 1 round every 37 seconds. Average experience gained per attack, 782 points. A string of cold, precise numbers appeared before all the commanders after being tallied. Hiss! A wave of sharp breaths filled the command room. That experience gain rate was terrifyingly high. This was a training ground that could drive any civilization mad. Chief Commander. One general stood up, his face flushed red from excitement. I suggest we immediately designate this place as the highest level military restricted zone. Send in heavy forces to guard it. Turn this place into a dedicated leveling ground for our Huaxia civilization. That's right. Another general immediately chimed in. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. As long as we can raise the civilization hunting level of all our core combat personnel here to a sufficiently high level, in the future, when we face any other civilization, we'll have a crushing level advantage. However, Fang Mingyuan's voice promptly cooled the heated atmosphere. Everyone don't forget. He stood up, his expression grave. This is a civilization with a high degree of intelligence, and its style of doing things is extremely patient and cunning. This is very likely a trap meant to numb us with short-term benefits. They're gambling that we'll be blinded by the profit in front of us and abandon the total extermination of their true body. Fang Mingyuan's words quickly cooled the feverish atmosphere in the command room. The excitement on the generals' faces faded, replaced by thoughtfulness and solemnity. 2 completely different opinions collided fiercely in the meeting room. Both choices had sufficient, unassailable reasons. In the end, everyone's gaze once again gathered on Zhang Wei, who had remained silent from beginning to end. He listened quietly to everyone's arguments and did not express any opinion. His eyes swept back and forth between the real-time data on the main screen and the distant mountains that seemed so calm. He knew that the decision he was about to make would directly affect the future direction of the entire Huaxia civilization. Would he choose a path full of risk, but with equally huge rewards? Or choose a safer path, only to possibly miss a heaven-sent opportunity? Because of it, pressure, like a mountain, weighed heavily on his shoulders. Time passed second by second. The command room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, waiting for their leader to make the final judgment. Zhang Wei slowly raised his head. A flash of resolve passed through his eyes. He was just about to speak. At that moment, ding! A grand and vast voice rang out in the minds of all the Huaxia players present, including Yi Chun and Zhang Wei. This voice did not come from any device, but directly from the rules of this world. Zhang Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. All the generals waiting for his decision also changed color at the same time. Detected that the Gaia consciousness of the plant civilization is sending a request to the Huaxia civilization. Request judgment in progress. Judgment complete. The Gaia consciousness of the plant civilization has submitted a civilization slavery contract to the Huaxia civilization. Accept. Yes, no. A young staff officer muttered dazedly, his face full of incomprehension and confusion. All the arguing generals subconsciously shut their mouths. On their faces appeared expressions mixed with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Slavery? One civilization proactively submitting a slavery contract to another civilization? This kind of thing had completely exceeded their understanding. Even Fong Mingyuan, who had always advocated cutting the weeds down to the roots, was stunned at this moment. He had imagined countless possibilities, imagined that the other side would resist desperately, would use even more cunning schemes to plot against them. But he had never imagined that the other side would choose this most direct and most thorough way to give up all dignity in the future. Chief Commander, one general muttered in a daze, not even knowing what he should say. Zhang Wei ignored everyone's reaction. His gaze was locked tightly on that virtual contract. With a thought, the detailed terms of the contract unfolded before his eyes. Civilization Slavery Contract. Party A, Huaxia Civilization. Party B, Plant Civilization. Clause 1. After the contract takes effect, Party A will obtain absolute jurisdiction over Party B's civilization, including but not limited to planning territorial boundaries, unconditional allocation of resources, guidance of species evolution, relocation and disposal of the civilization core, and all other authority. Clause 2. After the contract takes effect, Party B's civilization and all its units will forever be unable to initiate any hostile or attacking behavior against Party A's civilization or any of its units. Clause 3. This contract is a highest rules contract. Once established, Party B's civilization cannot actively terminate it. Zhang Wei read every clause word by word, and even with his temperament, he felt his breathing quicken slightly. This contract could be called the ultimate form of an unequal treaty. It granted Huaxia civilization everything imaginable, while at the same time using the harshest rules to completely lock down any possibility of the plant civilization turning the tables. Crazy. These plants are all completely crazy. One general looked at the contract content Zhang Wei shared and cried out in disbelief. For the continuation of civilization, they're actually willing to pay any price, even the cost of eternal slavery. No, they aren't crazy. Fong Mingyuan's voice slowly rang out, and for the first time, an admiring expression appeared on his face. They just understand the truth of survival better than we do. In their value system, continuation is the highest principle above all else. As long as the flame of civilization can continue, even in the form of slaves, that is still a victory. This is an opponent worthy of respect and worthy of our vigilance. Fong Mingyuan's words slightly cooled the feverish atmosphere in the command room. The excitement on the generals' faces faded, replaced by thoughtfulness and solemnity. Chief Commander, the general who had earlier been the most emotional and had suggested turning this place into a leveling ground, stood up. He took a deep breath and said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, "I suggest we accept this contract. This is not just an experience pack. This is a complete civilization with a unique evolution system. Taking them fully into our hands will have immeasurable value for the future development of our Huaxia civilization." That's right. Chief Commander, there's no more hesitation. This contract was practically made for us. It solves all future worries. I agree. Accept it. Let this patient civilization become the first cornerstone for our Huaxia civilization to rise to the peak. This time, there were no more objections in the command room. Even the most cautious Fong Mingyuan, after repeatedly examining every single clause of the contract, could not find any reason to refuse. All eyes once again gathered on Zhang Wei, waiting for him to make the final judgment. Zhang Wei slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, he was making the final trade-off at high speed. The risk still existed. Such a rational civilization, terrifyingly calm to the extreme, even if shackled. No one could predict whether they would evolve unknown abilities beyond the confines of the rules in the long future. But the gains were just as enormous. A stable, safe, controllable upgrade paradise. A subsidiary civilization with a unique biotech tree. A backyard that could provide Huaxia civilization with an endless supply of resources and units. This gamble was worth it. I understand. Zhang Wei opened his eyes. All hesitation in them vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. He no longer hesitated. Under everyone's gaze, he responded to the question echoing in his mind and made his choice. Accept. Judgment in progress. Huaxia civilization has accepted plant civilization's request for civilization enslavement. The contract has officially taken effect. Ding. A massive system notification rang out simultaneously in every Huaxia player's mind. Huaxia civilization announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia civilization for successfully enslaving plant civilization and obtaining its first subsidiary civilization. The subsidiary civilization, plant civilization, has been designated as trial ground number 1. Related functions have been unlocked. This announcement was like a bombshell, sending a tsunami through the global chat channel. Holy crap! What I just hear? They enslaved a civilization? Trial ground number 1? What the hell is that? A new dungeon? Ha ha ha. I knew it. Follow the Alliance, and there's meat to eat. Quick, who knows where this trial ground is? I'm already dying to go. Just as all the players were thrown into excitement and speculation by this sudden news, Zhang Wei's message appeared before every player through the all-channel broadcast. All Huaxia comrades, I am Zhang Wei. As the announcement said, we just ended a brief war. The plant civilization in the east has already offered its loyalty to Huaxia. As our subsidiary civilization, it will provide us with a stable and efficient way to improve our strength. From now on, trial ground number 1 will be officially open to all Huaxia players. There, you can rapidly raise your civilization hunting level through combat with plant seedlings. The teleport coordinates will be announced later in the Alliance interface. I wish everyone great military fortune. Long live Huaxia civilization. Zhang Wei's words completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm. An officially certified treasure trove made specifically for farming experience and leveling up. This was practically a pie falling from the sky. Long live the Supreme Commander. Huaxia is awesome. Brothers, stop talking. Where are the coordinates? My big blade is already dying to feast. Party up. Anyone want to go open up the trial ground together? Need a tank, need damage. Hurry. Ever since Zhang Wei announced this officially certified experience paradise in the all-channel broadcast, the entire Huaxia player base had fallen into an unprecedented gold rush. Through teleport points set up in every major city, countless players poured into the eastern mountain range. At a glance, the mountains and plains were filled with all kinds of buses. Countless volleys of fire plowed the ground over and over again. Plant seedlings were reduced to ashes in the bombardment. Then within just a few seconds, they sprouted again from charred earth. The cycle repeated endlessly. Boom, 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 da-da-da-da-da. Explosions, gunfire, the players' cheers, and their curses merged into a wave of sound strong enough to overturn the valley. Brothers, the left side just respawned. Fast, focus fire. Mom doesn't have to worry about my level anymore. Leveling up 3 levels a day is no dream. The ones in front, move aside. Move aside. Don't steal the mobs. Give the people behind some soup to drink, will you? In the public channel, everywhere was filled with the players' excited roars. The Happiness family, number 1, floated high above the valley. Yi Chun and the girls were also grinding levels in their own way. Compared to the chaotic scene below, their efficiency was much higher. Qinlan controlled the entire vehicle's firepower, and every time she could wipe out a large patch of freshly spawned plant seedlings. Their experience and gold shot up at high speed. Boring. Qinlan yawned and leaned lazily against the command chair. This kind of one-sided slaughter had already lost all challenge for her. There are more and more people below. Gu Qingyan looked at the dense clusters of friendly dots on the radar screen, and Kuden Ti helped saying, this valley we're in is almost packed to bursting. And that was indeed the case. As time passed, more and more players poured in. The spawn rate of the plant seedlings was gradually failing to keep up with the players' harvest speed. Too many monks, too little porridge. In order to grab a good farming spot, players had even begun to run into minor conflicts with each other. In front of profit, sooner or later someone would really make a move. This undoubtedly showed one thing. Trial ground number 1 had already entered severe production shortage. Inside the command room of the mutual aid number 1, the same problem was also placed before Zhang Wei and the group of commanders. Report, Supreme Commander. Based on feedback from the front line, trial ground number 1 is already in a state of oversaturation. A large number of players are complaining because they can't get monsters. The spawn rate of the plant seedlings can't keep up, and it is seriously affecting leveling efficiency. Report, the research department has made a new discovery, requesting access to the meeting. Bring them in. Zhang Wei immediately ordered. The next second, a researcher in a white lab coat appeared on the screen. His face was flushed with hard-to-suppress excitement. Supreme Commander, Generals, after our in-depth study of this civilization, we discovered that we have the highest management authority over this subsidiary civilization. We can also allocate resources to it from the management interface. As he spoke, he shared a brand new interface with everyone. Subsidiary Civilization Management Interface. Name, Plant Civilization, Trial Ground number 1. Current scale, small. Development potential, extremely high. Resource allocation, energy, various basic minerals, rare materials. And more can be invested to accelerate this civilization's expansion and evolution. Evolution guidance. This civilization's evolutionary direction can be guided. Supreme Commander. The researcher's voice rose with excitement. This means we can not only expand the trial ground area and let it accommodate more players. We can even actively nurture higher-level monsters to satisfy the leveling needs of high-level players. We can personally create a perfect, controllable, sustainable upgrade base. This discovery instantly set the entire command room boiling. Good, great. This is practically tailor-made for us. Hurry. First expand the trial ground's area tenfold. The generals were all eager and excited. However, Fang Mingyuan's voice poured a bucket of cold water over everyone who was getting hot-headed. Everyone, please calm down. His voice was not loud. Have you thought about what it means for us to actively help a civilization we have enslaved develop? The intelligence and restraint of this plant civilization are plain for all to see. Who can guarantee that after gaining stronger power, they won't find a way to break free from our shackles? Fong Mingyuan's words made everyone fall silent. That's right. This risk had to be considered. But a general couldn't help but retort. Staff Officer Fong, ISNT it written very clearly on the enslavement contract, they have absolute jurisdiction, and the other side cannot actively dissolve it. This is a restraint from the world's rules layer. Rules can be exploited. Fong Mingyuan pushed up his glasses and asked back, for a civilization we know nothing about, any carelessness could lead to devastating consequences. The two sides clashed again. One side believed they should seize the opportunity, invest boldly, and maximize their benefits. The other believed they had to act with caution, even if it meant giving up part of the gains, and never give the enemy even the slightest chance to turn things around. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei said nothing. He just looked quietly at the terms of that slave contract, especially that line. The first party has absolute jurisdiction over the second party, including but not limited to guiding the direction of species evolution. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. Mingyuan's concern is very necessary. He first affirmed Fong Mingyuan's caution, but he changed tone. We can't stop eating just because of choke. This contract gave us the power to guide their evolution. That in itself is the strongest insurance. We can guide them to evolve in a direction that benefits us the most, but is the most unfavorable for their own development. For example, evolve them so their defenses become weaker and their reproduction becomes faster. We can completely turn them into a kind of crop that only produces experience. Crush their fangs completely. Zhang Wei's words instantly cleared everyone's minds. That's right. They had editor privileges. Why fear backlash from the program they edited themselves? I made my decision. Zhang Wei's voice was steady and powerful. Immediately establish a special task force for vassal civilization research and transformation. Comrade Fong Mingyuan, you will personally lead it, and be responsible for monitoring the evolution data of the plant civilization throughout the process and formulating the optimal transformation plan. At the same time, allocate the first batch of resources from the Alliance's strategic reserves and immediately invest them into trial field number 1. Expand its scale tenfold. The future of Huaxiao requires us to dare to seize every opportunity. The Special Task Force for Vassal Civilization Research and Transformation was formally established under Fong Mingyuan's leadership with astonishing efficiency. A massive amount of supplies was mobilized in an extremely short time. Fong Mingyuan personally oversaw the newly established Vassal Civilization Research and Transformation Task Force in the research department. In front of him was a huge light screen, and what it displayed was exactly the Vassal Civilization Management Interface. All resources directly injected into the scale expansion module. The researchers beside him moved their fingers over the console in a blur. All kinds of basic materials were continuously poured into the plant civilization through the management interface. A transformation plan targeting the entire civilization officially began. Damn it, I saw that patch on the left first. Get lost. Do you even know what first come, first served means? I've been crouching here for half an hour. Inside trial field number 1, players kept clashing because there were too many people and too little prey. The valley was only so big. Although the spawn rate of the plant seedlings was fast, it still had a limit, facing the continuously pouring in players. This little bit of production capacity simply wasn't enough to go around. Many players who had gone red-eyed because they couldn't get any kills had already started pointing their guns at their own people. High in the sky, on the Lucky Family 1. Boring. Qinlan yawned, looking down at the chaotic scene below like a market. This low-efficiency grinding gave her no interest at all. Just then, buzz, a slight tremor came from the ground beneath them. It was very faint, completely different from the impact caused by artillery explosions. What's going on? An earthquake? Something's wrong. Look at the ground. The players below also noticed the anomaly at once. The plant seedlings, which had been confined within the valley, suddenly began spreading rapidly beyond the valley. Holy shit, the spawn range got bigger. Not only that, look, the spawn rate got faster too. One player had just used a machine gun to sweep away a patch of plant seedlings in front of him, and before he could even feel happy, the next second, 3 times as many seedlings surged up from the same spot again. This sudden change stunned everyone. The fighting inside the valley stopped subconsciously at that moment. Everyone's face was full of confusion and uncertainty. What is going on? This is about to launch a total attack? Just as everyone was baffled and uneasy, rumble, rumble, rumble. Far beyond the valley, on the plain, earth-shaking vibrations rang out. Everyone's attention was drawn over. A sapling was crazily bursting through the soil and growing upward. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, in just under a minute. A giant tree everyone was extremely familiar with, a sky-piercing giant tree, once again appeared in everyone's view. It is that tree, the sky-piercing giant tree. After a brief silence, Terrified screams erupted from the crowd. The players who had once participated in the full assault against the three giant trees were even more shocked. They're gonna counterattack? Run. The boss is out. It's over, it's over. We've gone from joy to disaster. Many people had already started turning their vehicles around, preparing to flee this place of trouble. However, amid this chaos, some level-headed players noticed something was wrong. Wait, look. Wong, who stood on top of his own bus, staring dead at the newly appeared giant tree, and roared at the top of his lungs in his squad channel. There are no tree men. Not a single tree man appeared. His shout caused the members of his team, who were about to run, to stop moving subconsciously. That's right. The sky-piercing giant tree was just standing there quietly. Other than causing the plant seedling's spawn range to become larger and the spawn rate to become faster, it showed no aggressive behavior at all. And there were no tree men. Wait, brothers, I remember now. Didn't the Alliance say before that we could invest in vassal civilizations and expand their scale? A player suddenly spoke up in the channel. Holy shit, you mean this tree was spawned for us by the Alliance? My god, they upgraded the grinding map? No way. That is way too insane. After this guess appeared, cheers erupted across the entire world channel. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew the Alliance was awesome. Long live the Chief Commander. Long live Huaxia. This is fucking awesome. You thought the area wasn't big enough, so you directly expanded another map for us? Mom doesn't have to worry about me not getting any kills anymore. Brothers, stop crowding in the valley. Outside, the outside world is bigger. There is experience everywhere. The players who had been fighting each other over kills just moments before were now like sworn brothers, slinging their arms around each other and laughing loudly. Driving their buses, they surged out of the crowded valley and rushed toward that broader, leveling paradise formed by the giant tree's appearance. Inside the Lucky Family One, Qinlan looked down at the group of players who were cheering like it was New Year's and rushing toward the new farmland and sneered. Look at how little ambition they have. Just a bunch of bumpkins who've never seen the world. Aren't you the same? Gu Qingyan teased with a smile. Who was it just now that was grinding harder than anyone else? Can that be the same? Qinlan rolled her eyes at her. I'm doing it for leveling. They're doing it for a carnival. Yichen looked at the fiery scene below, a faint smile appearing on his face. This is what Zhang Wei wants to see, he said softly, using the fastest speed to raise the entire civilization's strength to an entirely new height. For that, he doesn't hesitate to take the risk of raising a tiger only to invite trouble later. A civilization that knew how to endure. A civilization so rational it was terrifying. After obtaining even greater power, would it really be willing to remain enslaved forever? A trace of worry flashed through Su Ziyun's eyes. Who knows? Yichun's gaze turned toward the giant tree towering between heaven and earth, his eyes growing deep. But at least for now, for all of Huaxia, this is an unprecedented feast. The deafening cannon fire and cheers from trial ground number 1 still seemed to linger in their ears. But the happy family had already silently returned home to the main city. This 3-story villa, which Yichun had spent 1 million gold coins to buy, had now been decorated by the girls into a place full of warm, lived-in charm. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Grinding monsters during the day was dull, but the satisfaction of seeing their levels rise so quickly filled everyone with motivation. Yichun's room was on the 2nd floor. He took a shower, changed into comfortable pajamas, and was about to rest. Just then, knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Yichun was a little surprised. At this hour, who could it be? Come in. The door was gently pushed open. A figure walked in. It was Lin Wanqing. She had just finished washing up as well. She was wearing a silk set of sleepwear that outlined her curves just right. Without her usual sharp, business elite aura. With all her disguises stripped away, she gave off a unique kind of charm. Wanqing? A trace of puzzlement flashed through Yichun's eyes. It's so late. Is something up? MHM. Lin Wanqing gently closed the door, then turned around and looked at Yichun calmly. We already discussed it. Her voice was as calm as ever. Qinlan, Qingyan, and Anren have already all had their turn. As for the rest of us, we won't be drawing lots anymore. So tonight, it's me. Yichun froze for a moment. He expected Lin Wanqing to be this direct. There was no build-up at all, no trace of feminine hesitation. She simply stated it in a tone that was almost like giving a notice. Looking at her, Yichun pointed at the sofa in the room with an amused, helpless smile. Sit. However, Lin Wanqing did not walk toward the sofa. She went straight to the bedside, then sat down there as naturally as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. That action made the atmosphere in the room instantly become a little subtle. The distance between her and Yichun had narrowed into dangerous territory. Yichun could clearly smell the faint fragrance coming from her body, mixed with the lingering scent of her bath. Lin Wanqing paid no attention to his reaction. She simply sat quietly at the bedside, then slowly raised a hand and removed the rimless glasses from the bridge of her nose. The moment the glasses came off, Yichun felt as if the Lin Wanqing before him had become a different person. Those eyes, always hidden behind lenses, always filled with reason and shrewdness, now looked slightly dazed under the warm yellow light. There was a little less calculation and a little more of something that belonged to a woman. She just looked at Yi Chun like that in silence. That gaze seemed to be examining him, yet also evaluating him. Yi Chun felt a little uncomfortable under her stare and was just about to say something. But Lin Wanqing spoke first. Yi Chun. Her voice was very soft. As my man, there has to be one aspect in which you conquer me. Conquer? Yi Chun's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Lin Wanqing in front of him, at those aggressive eyes of hers, and instantly understood what she meant. This woman, from beginning to end, had always been a pure merchant who worshipped value and profit. In her eyes, everything could be quantified. Everything could be calculated, including feelings. She acknowledged Yi Chun's value, acknowledged his position as the core of the team, and also acknowledged his identity as the only male master of this big family. So she was willing to fulfill the duty of bringing many children and much blessing. But this was only a transaction, a rational investment meant to maximize the team's interests. And now, what she wanted was not only that. What she wanted was to turn this transaction into a conquest. She wanted Yi Chun to prove to her that, aside from all those external values, he himself, as a man, also possessed the power to make her submit completely. This was a challenge, the most direct and primal challenge from a woman like Lin Wanqing. Yi Chun looked at her and smiled. He slowly stood up, looking down from above at this woman sitting by the bed, head tilted up, meeting him with a provocative gaze. He said, his voice carrying a hint of playfulness, "Are you sure?" Lin Wanqing did not answer. She merely parted her lips slightly, as if inviting him. Yi Chun no longer hesitated. Under Lin Wanqing's expectant and provocative gaze, he lunged at her without the slightest courtesy, like a fierce beast. Then I'll do it thoroughly, whether it's your body or your soul. The night was as dark as ink, and the air in the room burned hot as fire. This was a war without smoke, the all-out assault Lin Wanqing had launched against herself and Yi Chun. He no longer had any gentleness left, nor was there any need for gentleness. Every time was the most direct, the most overbearing declaration. Lin Wanqing found that her mind had turned blank. All her cost calculations, all her risk assessments, all her game theory models, at this moment, all of them became meaningless noise. She tried to resist, tried to rely on her rationality, but the great wall of reason collapsed under Yi Chun's storm-like assault. Waves of emotion she had always regarded as burdens smashed through her defenses. Her breathing grew hurried and uneven, and her thoughts were torn completely into pieces. The calm, calculating queen vanished, replaced by an ordinary woman who had completely lost her way in the storm. The aggressive masculine presence, radiating from Yi Chun, tyrannically occupied all her senses. This was not a transaction. This was a double downfall of body and heart. At this moment, she felt a kind of joy mixed with pain, as if it were a new birth. Only when the first faint light filtered through the gaps in the curtains and spilled into the room did this long war finally come to an end. Lin Wanqing felt soreness all over her body, yet her mind was wrapped in a peaceful blankness. Yi Chun had answered her in his own way. The world she had built with numbers and profit had been flattened by an irresistible force, and she did not dislike the feeling at all. I did it. A startled cry woke Yi Chun. Yi Chun opened his eyes. The place beside him was already empty. His gaze fell on the bedside table. The pair of rimless glasses lay there quietly. The queen who had launched the challenge last night had, afterward, revealed a side of herself that would have driven any man mad. I did it. Ha ha. Downstairs, Gu Qingyan let out another sudden scream of disbelief. What's going on? Yi Chun was stunned by the sudden commotion. He turned over, got out of bed, casually threw on a robe, and pulled open the door. In the hallway, the doors to the other girls' rooms also opened at almost the same time. One by one, they came out with sleepy faces, all full of confusion. Yi Chun's eyes happened to meet Lin Wanqing's as she stepped out from the room next door. Their gazes locked. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. A blush actually rose on the pretty face that was usually so calm. She instinctively avoided Yi Chun's gaze and hurried downstairs, a trace of fluster in her movements. Looking at her somewhat hurried, retreating figure, the smile on Yi Chun's face grew even brighter. Everyone quickly made their way downstairs. In the small courtyard, Gu Qingyan, Gu Qingxi, and Zhou Siyu were gathered around the fountain of life, jumping with excitement. Qingyan, why are you screaming like that first thing in the morning? Qinlan yawned, still looking half asleep. Look, hurry up and look. Gu Qingyan pointed at the drop of spring water above the spring eye, so excited she could barely speak clearly. That's it. Qinlan leaned over and took a look, then curled her lips. What is there to see? Isn't it the same as yesterday? It's just one drop of spring water with 100 attribute points. What is the big deal? It's different. Completely different. Gu Qingyan suddenly turned around, grabbed Qinlan by the shoulders with both hands, and shook her hard. Her face was flushed red with excitement. The moment I got up this morning, I felt my spiritual power was fuller than ever before. Those 1,000 plus attribute points from yesterday weren't added for nothing. So I wanted to try again. And the result, she took a deep breath, looked at everyone who had come over after hearing the commotion, and said word by word, I can pull it now. I can directly pull this drop of life spring water with 100 attribute points. I don't need to dilute it anymore. The expressions on everyone's faces froze. Qinlan's sleepy look vanished instantly. Why you? What did you say? Gu Qingyan didn't answer her. Instead, she looked excitedly at Zhou Siyu. Zhou Siyu nodded calmly. I already tested it with my talent just now. 100 portions, each one containing 100 attribute points of life spring water. 100 portions of 100 points each? Qinlan's voice was already starting to tremble. Then, doesn't that mean we can produce 10,000 attribute points a day? One day, 10,000 points. Holy shit. Qinlan let out a roar. 10,000 points a day. Ha ha. I'm maxing out physique and strength. When the time comes, forget tearing apart a Gundam with my bare hands. I'll tear apart an interstellar battleship with my bare hands. That's too exaggerated. And Ran covered her mouth. Their team had 9 people. From a moment they entered this world until now. The total attribute points all of them had combined probably didn't even reach 10,000. And now that had become their daily output, this means our growth speed will increase exponentially. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled slightly, exposing the turmoil in her heart. Our advantage will be amplified without limit. Time is on our side. A relieved smile also appeared on Su Ziyun's face. This isn't just an explosion in attribute points. It means every person in our team will be able to push their talent potential to the extreme. Qingyan's spiritual power and Ran's stamina. The weak points in our team will no longer exist. Yichen looked at the 100 portions of life spring water containing 100 attribute points each that Zhou Siyu had traded over and muttered to himself. Even with my current state of mind, facing a number like this still makes my heartbeat speed up uncontrollably. 10,000 points a day. The number was simply too massive. It meant everyone in their team was about to welcome an explosive surge in strength. We're really about to take off now. Qinlan seemed to have already seen her future where she could blow up a planet with one punch. Qingyan's spiritual power and Ran's stamina. Chunxi's energy limit. They can all grow steadily. Behind Su Ziyun's lenses, her eyes were also filled with anticipation for the future. Just as everyone was feeling incomparably exhilarated over this heaven-defying gain, a sudden flash of inspiration struck in Yichen's mind. He thought of something. An ultimate item that had been stored deep in his backpack and temporarily shelved because the conditions required to use it were far too harsh. Wait. Yichen's voice made all discussion stop. Everyone's eyes turned toward him in unison. Under everyone's curious gaze, Yichen slowly opened his backpack. Then he took out a card. The whole card was dark gold, its surface covered in intricate and mysterious patterns. S-rank talent upgrade card. The moment they saw the card clearly, all the girls inside the vehicle were stunned. Of course they remembered this card. Back then, after killing the zombie giant bear, this had been one of the most precious spoils they received from the first kill reward. Gather 100 of them, and an S-rank talent could be upgraded to SS rank. But at the time, collecting 100 had seemed like an almost impossible task. So this card had always been kept by Yichen as the highest level strategic reserve, buried at the deepest part of his backpack. Before, we didn't have enough strength to replicate it. Yichen's voice carried a trace of trembling. But now, why you mean? Qinlan's voice also trembled faintly. That's right. Yichen looked at everyone's shocked expressions and slowly nodded. What if we can replicate even this thing into 100 copies? Silence. More than 10 seconds of complete silence. He didn't continue, but everyone understood. That was right. Before this, they had also tried using Zhou Siyu's unequal exchange to replicate this card. But the amount of spiritual power required to pull the probability string of this S-rank card was astronomical. Forget pulling it. Back then, Gu Qingyan couldn't even touch that string. But now, things were different. The next second, holy shit. Qinlan grabbed Yichen by the shoulders with one hand and shook him hard. Her face was flushed red from overwhelming excitement. Do it. Right now. Immediately. Qingyan, see you. Stop standing there. Hurry. Get to work. She was already too impatient to wait. An S-rank talent was already enough to make someone a top-tier powerhouse. Then what about SS rank, or even SSS rank? Just the thought of it was enough to drive anyone crazy. I'll go first. Gu Qingxi took a deep breath and forcibly calmed herself down from the shock. She knew that replicating an item of this level would absolutely put an unprecedented strain on her spiritual power. To appear in Zhou Siyu's upcoming sacrifice. Just starting to construct this vague story caused an enormous resistance from the rules to crash down on her. Gu Qingxi's face instantly turned deathly pale, but she still gritted her teeth and completed the final stroke. Done. Her body weak and unsteady on her feet, she nodded at her older sister. At that moment, Ran had already sprinted over, and the light of Hymn of Life covered Gu Qingxi without hesitation. My turn. Gu Qingyan stepped forward. Her face was more solemn than ever before. She closed her eyes and activated probability string. Search. Within the sea of probability made of hundreds of millions of threads. Search for the one string representing the S-rank talent upgrade card. However, After only a few seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her face was filled with frustration and unwillingness. No. She shook her head weakly. I can see that string, but it's too heavy, like a mountain. My spiritual power simply can't pull it. I can't even make it sway. The result was like a basin of cold water dumped over everyone's heads. The atmosphere inside the vehicle instantly plunged from wild joy into disappointment. I refused to believe it. Qinlan said unwillingly. If we can replicate life spring water with 100 points, there is no reason this shouldn't work. The issue is still spiritual power. Su Ziyun analyzed calmly. The rule level of the S-rank talent upgrade card is obviously far higher than that of life spring water. If we want to pry it loose, we need even more massive spiritual power as leverage. Spiritual power. Yichen's gaze fell on those 100 portions of life spring water. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. Who said our spiritual power isn't enough? He looked at Gu Qingyan, light flickering in his eyes. Would 10,000 attribute points be enough? Gu Qingyan froze for a moment. Then her eyes lit up instantly. That's right. She slapped her hand sharply. Why didn't I think of that? Put all 10,000 attribute points into my spiritual power. I refuse to believe I still want to be able to pull it. Good. Yichen smiled. This decision needed no discussion and no hesitation at all. Everyone present understood that this was an investment with guaranteed profit and no loss. Gu Qingyan did not hesitate in the slightest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she absorbed all 100 portions of life spring water containing 100 points of attributes. An unimaginably vast amount of pure energy exploded inside her body. At that moment, her spiritual world seemed to expand from a small stream into a boundless ocean in an instant. So strong, such an incredible feeling. Feeling the unprecedented fullness in her mind, Gu Qingyan revealed an intoxicated expression. At this moment, her spirit attribute broke through into 5 digits. Again, Gu Qingyan's eyes were filled with confidence like never before. She closed her eyes once more. Thread of probability, activate. This time, that string as heavy as a mountain was still immensely weighty in her vision, but was no longer something utterly beyond reach. Get up for me. Gu Qingyan mobilized all of her spiritual power, turning it into an invisible giant hand that fiercely grabbed onto that string. Just a little more, and ran. Gu Qingyan practically shouted out the name. I'm here. And Ran's figure instantly appeared behind Gu Qingyan. Her hands, glowing with emerald green light, pressed against her without hesitation. Hymn of life. A constant stream of life energy poured into Gu Qingyan's body, injecting the most crucial support into her nearly exhausted spiritual power. Now, Gu Qingyan suddenly opened her eyes, and a terrifying sharp light burst from them. Success. Probability is locked at 100%. Good. Deafening cheers erupted inside the carriage. See you. Your turn. However, Josiu merely looked at him calmly and slowly shook her head. My talent has already been used today. The cheers came to an abrupt stop. A wide range of expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Joy, astonishment, confusion, and finally, helpless laughter. Fuck. Qinlan suddenly slapped her forehead and let out an annoyed cry. How the hell did I forget about that? That was right. Josiu's talent, unequal exchange, could only be used once a day. And today's use had already been spent in the morning to duplicate the life spring water. In other words, they had been busy for half the day and made every preparation. But the east wind would not arrive until tomorrow. Looking at everyone's colorful expressions, Yuchen finally could not hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. All right, stop making those faces. He spread his hands, wearing a somewhat helpless smile. Isn't it just one more day? Tomorrow will be the day we witness a miracle. Just as Yichun and the girls were feeling incomparably excited about the coming full upgrade of their talents, a private message from Zhang Wei arrived right on time. Yichun shared the message in front of everyone. Zhang Wei, Yichun, the follow-up modification plan for the plant civilization has already gotten on track. Zhang Wei, according to the research department's proposal, we're preparing to guide them in 2 directions. Zhang Wei, first, to maximize their reproductive ability and turn them into a stable, efficient resource-producing area that can provide experience and gold coins for all Huaxia players. Zhang Wei, second, through guided evolution, to transform them into special treant units. They will lose self-awareness, and their only instinct will be to draw energy from nearby plant larvae before launching suicidal energy strikes against enemies. Simply put, we're turning them into disposable mobile turrets. Looking at the 2 modification directions Zhang Wei had sent, everyone in the small courtyard could not help clicking their tongues. The first direction was reproduction. The plant larvae would grow at an even more frenzied speed, and the sole meaning of their existence would be to provide players with the most basic experience and gold coins. The second direction was combat. The trend's only behavioral logic would be to fire energy beams at any non-allied unit that entered their range, or carry out suicidal explosive attacks. Ruthless enough. A playful smile curled at Qinlan's lips. This is turning that plant civilization completely into our tool. This is the most rational choice. Lin Wanqing pushed up her glasses and analyzed calmly. It squeezes out their value to the greatest extent possible, while also completely eliminating any possibility of resistance. Yichun and Zhang Wei discussed the matter in depth for a while longer. Yichun, I understand. This plan of yours solves things once and for all. Zhang Wei, this is only the first step. Zhang Wei's reply came quickly. Zhang Wei, Yichun, the main reason I contacted you this time is to discuss our next strategic concept. Zhang Wei, the entire alliance has now reached a highly unified opinion. We are preparing to launch an attack on the blue civilization in the south. Seeing this, Yichun's brow rose slightly. Zhang Wei, this civilization level increase turned out even better than any of us expected. Revival time was shortened from 24 hours to 1 hour. And vehicles can also be backed up. This made us realize that civilization level is the strongest trump card of our Huaxia civilization in this world. Zhang Wei, we have reason to believe that as long as we can continue raising our civilization level, we may ultimately even reach the final state where, after death, we can revive instantly and without loss. At that point, our Huaxia civilization will truly become fearless in the real sense. Zhang Wei, so we must hunt down more civilizations as quickly as possible, gain experience, and upgrade this greatest trump card to the highest level. Zhang Wei's words made everyone in the carriage nod deeply in agreement. Yeah, a 1 hour cooldown was already practically heaven-defying, but risk still remained. If they died again during that cooldown and the main city was breached during that window, then that would be true death. But what if this cooldown could be infinitely shortened or even completely eliminated? What kind of terrifying scene would that be? I agree. Battle intent burned in Qinlan's eyes. That guy Zhang Wei has finally woken up. That's right. This is exactly how we should fight. What future is there in acting timid and cowardly? Offense is the best defense. Zhang Wei's decision is completely correct. Su Ziyan also voiced her approval. Gather superior forces and go crush the blue civilization. That's soft persimmon first. Raise our civilization level as fast as possible. This is beneficial to the future of all Huaxia with no downside at all. And for us, this is also the greatest support. Lin Wanqing added, once civilization level rises, our own strength will also be indirectly enhanced. Whether it's the use of talents or the acquisition of resources, everything will become easier to handle. What about us? Gu Qingyan looked at Yichun. Are we also going south with the main force? The girls' opinions were surprisingly unanimous. All eyes fell on Yichun. Yichun smiled, since no one has any objections. His gaze swept across every girl present, his voice steady and powerful. Then our next target is the blue civilization in the south. We should speed up this progress. The rise in civilization level is also the greatest support for us. Inside the carriage, Yichun informed Zhang Wei of his decision to participate in the southern campaign. Zhang Wei's reply came very quickly. Zhang Wei, it couldn't be better if you come. The alliance's preliminary strategy has already been formulated and put into action. Zhang Wei, our strategy is to dispatch an elite squad to actively attack an isolated settlement of the blue civilization. Based on the previous intel analysis, this civilization has an extremely strong tendency to avoid battle. After coming under attack, they'll most likely choose to flee toward their core region. Zhang Wei, our main force will follow behind them, track them to the source, and find the exact location of their main city. Yichun looked at the message Zhang Wei sent, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. He shared Zhang Wei's plan with everyone. It had to be said, once the Co-Governance Alliance's think tank had enough intel, the tactics they came up with really did hit the nail on the head. Track them to the source? Qinlan stroked her chin. That tactic is not bad. Simple, direct, effective. The Alliance's think tank really does know what it's doing. This is the best option for now, with intel still limited. Su Ziyan also nodded. Use the smallest cost in exchange for the most critical intelligence. Very steady. So what do we do now? Gu Qingyan looked at Yichun and asked, follow the Alliance's main force too? No. Yichun shook his head. We have a better position. He controlled the family number 1 and slowly raised its altitude, moving to a strategic high point that overlooked the entire southern border battlefield. The Alliance will handle tracking them to the source. Will handle closing the door and beating the dog. The moment the location of their main city is exposed. Qinlan, I need you to intercept from another direction at once and use the fiercest firepower possible to completely cut off their retreat. Understood? A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Qinlan's face. Guaranteed, mission complete. Time passed second by second. The family number 1 was like a ghost hunter lurking above the clouds, quietly waiting for the moment its prey exposed its tracks. 1 hour. 2 hours. But no new message came from Zhang Wei's side. Strange Gu Qingyan looked at the radar screen, her brows slightly furrowed. Is the Alliance's operation efficiency really this slow? Logically speaking, it should take this long to find and attack a lone group. The atmosphere inside the vehicle gradually shifted from relaxed at the start to somewhat heavy. If something was unusual, there had to be a reason. Just as everyone was beginning to feel confused, beep, Zhang Wei's message finally arrived. However, when Yichun shared the contents of the message, stunned expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Zhang Wei, the plan has been declared a failure. Zhang Wei, Coordinates, XXXX. XXXX. Come take a look and you'll understand. It failed. A plan this thorough, an operation that gathered the elites of the entire alliance, actually failed? How was that possible? Qinlan let out a cry of disbelief. Could this blue civilization be far stronger than we imagined? Did they wipe out the Alliance S Vanguard instead? Could this blue civilization be even stronger than the previous plant civilization and centaur civilization? There was a slight tremble in Ran's voice. That guess made everyone's hearts sink. A civilization that knew how to endure, knew how to run, and might even have been disguising its own strength all along. That kind of enemy was far more terrifying than those reckless fools who only knew how to charge head-on. That shouldn't be it. Su Ziyun immediately rejected the speculation. If a direct clash had happened with the Alliance S intel sharing system, we would receive the battle report already. Then what exactly happened? Everyone was full of questions. How had this civilization, one that only knew how to flee at the first sign of trouble, managed to make the Alliance S expedition plan collapse? Let's go take a look. Yichen didn't waste any more time. He immediately controlled the family number 1, turned it around, and sped toward the coordinates Zhang Wei had sent at full speed. The family number 1 turned into a streak of light, tore through the sky, and shot toward the coordinates Zhang Wei had sent at top speed. We're here. Yichen's voice drew everyone's attention to the window outside. The family number 1 slowly lowered its altitude and hovered above the coordinate point. Below them was a battlefield in complete ruin. The ground was covered in dense explosion craters, clearly showing that it had just gone through a brief but intense wave of bombardment. But the strange thing was that aside from the craters and the overturned soil, there were no corpses and no wreckage of any buildings anywhere on the battlefield. It was as if the Alliance S Vanguard had simply vented their firepower at an empty field. This is the settlement they attacked? Gu Qingyan looked at the completely empty radar scan, her face filled with confusion. No, look over there. Yichen's gaze fell on the edge of the battlefield. There, a huge and narrow trench stretched out. Along the edges of the trench, the soil looked as if it had been gnawed away. It extended into the distance, like an ugly scar branded across the earth. This is Qinlan, narrowed her eyes slightly. They ran. Yichen gave the answer, his voice carrying a trace of gravity. And they took the ground with them. Let us follow it and see. Yichen didn't hesitate. He controlled the family number 1 and pursued deeper along that clear trench. The family number 1 remained cloaked, silently floating several hundred meters above the ground at low altitude. The trench marks extended all the way south, with no end in sight. Yichen pushed the family number 1's speed to the limit while rapidly pulling up its flight altitude. Very soon, at the end of the horizon, an incomparably magnificent sight appeared in everyone's field of vision. It was a dome. A gigantic, beyond imagination, semi-transparent energy shield, like a giant, overturned bowl, covering an area spanning several hundred kilometers. A faint blue glow flickered across the shield's surface. Like an enormous soap bubble, it rested quietly on the earth. And inside the shield, strange buildings made from the bones of unknown creatures and packed earth formed the outline of a city. Countless blue-skinned creatures moved back and forth inside, busy at work. A massive convoy stood parked there in silence. It was the Huaxiao Alliance's vanguard force of several 100,000 buses. But all the vehicles were just sitting still, their gun barrels lowered, showing no signs of attacking. What a move. Su Ziyun's eyes were equally filled with shock. Using an energy shield to protect an entire city, this civilization's technology level is definitely not low. What's going on? Qinlan looked at the bizarre formation below, her brows knitting even tighter. Why aren't they fighting? What are they surrounding it for? Yichen said nothing. He directly opened a communication channel with Zhang Wei. You're here. Zhang Wei's opening line carried a bitter smile. What exactly happened? Yichen asked bluntly. All of our attacks were blocked by that shield. Zhang Wei's voice was filled with powerlessness. We tried all kinds of weapons, but none of them could cause any damage to that shield. And not only that, Zhang Wei paused, then revealed a fact that shocked everyone even more. This shield is different from the one the Centaur civilization had before. It's a completely sealed shell. We can't get in, and based on our observations, they can't get out either. Yichen's pupils contracted slightly. A turtle shell that had completely sealed itself shut from the inside. They had locked themselves and their main city away together. That conclusion made everyone feel how absurd this was. I'll test how hard it is. A ruthless glint flashed through Qinlan's eyes, refusing to believe it. She sat back down at the control seat and, without the slightest hesitation, directly activated the weapon system. Bioplasma cannon, first barrel, single point firing. Fire. A solid beam of energy descended from the sky and slammed into the very top of the shield. Yet the explosion everyone expected never came. The instant the energy beam touched the shield, it was like a mud ox sinking into the sea, silently absorbed and neutralized without even stirring the slightest ripple. What? Qinlan's eyes widened in disbelief. Again, 8 gates fired together. Boom, boom, boom. 8 thick beams of light from different angles struck the shield at the same time. The result was still the same. All the attacks were swallowed up by that huge blue soap bubble, causing no effect at all. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Qinlan's face was filled with frustration. Useless. Yichen's voice was calm as he looked at the massive energy shield below. This isn't something you can break with brute force. This is the final barrier of a civilization that has staked everything on it. His gaze was fixed on the shield below, his mind racing. A completely sealed, absolute defense shield. What exactly was this civilization trying to do? They had sealed themselves off completely here. Didn't they need supplies? A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Chun's mind. I remember now, Yi Chun muttered. What? Su Ziyun asked immediately. Their survival method. A flash of understanding and deep wariness appeared in Yi Chun's eyes. Remember what we observed about them before? They eat dirt, or rather, they eat anything. Their biological vehicles can digest any substance, then convert it into the energy crystals needed for their survival. Yi Chun's words made everyone understand instantly. You mean? Gu Qingyan's voice was a little dry. They can achieve energy self-sufficiency? That's right. Yi Chun nodded and stated the conclusion that made everyone feel powerless. They don't need to come out at all. As long as the land beneath them still exists, they can stay in this turtle shell forever and live on. I understand. A look of understanding flashed in Su Ziyun's eyes, along with a hint of admiration. I get it completely. This is a civilization that can give up everything for survival. Even freedom. They know they're no match for other civilizations. So they use the smallest possible cost to give up a freedom that doesn't matter. They activate the shield and seal themselves off completely. They're telling us this way that they can't win, and they've chosen to lock themselves into an absolutely safe cage. And the reason they dare to do this is because they have the capital to survive forever inside that cage. As long as their still land beneath them, they'll never starve to death. An indestructible turtle shell with a group of self-sufficient residents living inside. Qinlan gritted her teeth and said this cruel reality. Sieging them is completely meaningless. For the first time, she felt helpless in the face of a war. They couldn't break in. They couldn't starve them out. How were they supposed to fight this? This blue civilization had built an unassailable defense line in an almost self-imprisoned way. They gave up fighting and also took away all reasons for the enemy to fight. A civilization that knows how to endure, knows how to give and take, and is calm to the point of being terrifying. Yi Chun sighed softly. Looks like the Alliance's plan really failed completely, Su Ziyun said with a sigh. We can't do anything to them either. Yi Chun contacted Zhang Wei. This time, Zhang Wei's reply came quickly. Zhang Wei. The Alliance has decided to temporarily withdraw all troops and maintain long-term blockade and surveillance of this area. This decision was exactly what everyone expected. Facing such a turtle shell that couldn't be broken or worn down, any military action had lost its meaning. Yi Chun silently looked at the huge blue grave below. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Let us go. His voice carried a trace of fatigue. There was no point staying here anymore. Xingfu Yijiao slowly turned around and began to climb. Looking at the blue shield growing smaller beneath them, Yi Chun still felt no relief. This seemingly harmless blue civilization, one that only knew how to run and hide, had in his mind, at this moment, even surpassed the aggressive centaur civilization in threat level. A civilization that knew how to endure, knew how to give up, and had near unsolvable survival abilities. They were choosing to hunker down for now. But who could guarantee that when they thought the time was right, they wouldn't emerge from underground and deliver a deadly blow to this place in a way no one could predict? The atmosphere inside the cabin was heavy and stifling. This expedition could be said to have ended in complete failure. Facing the blue civilization that had sealed itself off completely, impossible to break and impossible to exhaust, even they, with absolute air superiority and powerful firepower, felt deep helplessness. Damn it, another turtle shell. Qinlan irritably ran a hand through her hair, her face full of unwillingness. Why is it that every civilization in this world is better and better at hiding? From the centaur civilization's mobile shields to the plant civilization's endless regeneration. And now, this blue civilization that shut itself in and ate dirt. Every enemy they had encountered seemed to have pushed the three-word survive to the extreme. Their survival strategy really is flawless. Su Ziyun pushed up her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses carrying a trace of gravity and also a trace of admiration. Give up every possible factor that could trigger conflict, including freedom, and raise survival to the highest priority. This is a civilization that is terrifyingly calm. Calm? Qinlan sneered. I think they're just cowardly to the core. Locking themselves up? What kind of ability is that? But it works, doesn't it? Lin Wanqing pointed out the core of the problem in one sentence. We can't do anything to them, and the Alliance's main force can only choose to withdraw as well. In the end, they used the smallest possible cost to win this war. Qinlan was choked speechless. She opened her mouth, but couldn't find any rebuttal. Yeah, they couldn't break in, couldn't starve them out, couldn't outlast them. At this point in the war, aside from taking the initiative to retreat, they had no other choice. Go Going back is fine too. Yichen broke the cabin's gloom. Looking at everyone's somewhat low morale, he smiled and comforted them. We can use this chance to rest and recover. Just as Yichen was about to have Gu Qingyan plan a new route. Ding! A system notification suddenly exploded in everyone's mind at the same time. Warning! Dongsong City, under Huaxia civilization, is under attack by an unknown civilization. Warning! Dongsong City durability dropping. Determining. Civilization War Protocol officially activated. These consecutive alerts rang in everyone's heads inside the cabin. What? Qinlan shot up from the console, her face full of disbelief and shock. Dongsong City was attacked? How is that possible? The civilization war was activated? Gu Qingyan's mind went blank. Even Xingfu Yijiao Hao, at that moment, stopped flying because of Yi Chun's distraction, quietly hovering in midair. Everyone's faces wore the same shock and confusion. Dongsong City. The city established on the eastern borderline. It had only been built for how long, and it was already under attack, and it directly triggered the civilization war condition. The weight carried by those words was far heavier than any conflict before. This meant that Huaxia civilization had, for the first time, been forced into an all-out war with another civilization, one where neither side could stop until one was destroyed. How is that possible? Qinlan's brows were tightly furrowed, her face full of confusion. There are the Alliance's most elite reconnaissance forces patrolling around Dongsong City 24 hours a day. No movement could possibly escape our eyes. How could a mountain that big suddenly appear near Dongsong City without anyone noticing and launch an attack? Yes, a huge mountain. All the girls in the car thought of that living mountain they had encountered not long ago in the eastern region. It was a rock construct made of stone and earth, with terrifying recovery ability. For a monster of that size to move, it was impossible for it not to be noticed. Ding! Just as everyone was racking their brains and couldn't figure it out, Yichen's private chat channel rang urgently. It was Zhang Wei. Yichen did not hesitate at all. He immediately accepted the call and shared the message with everyone. Zhang Wei's tone was filled with unprecedented urgency and gravity. Zhang Wei, Yichen, something happened. Dongsong City is under attack. Yichen, we received the announcement. What exactly is going on? Zhang Wei, it's that civilization to the east. Those mountain-like monsters. They didn't move here from the ground. Zhang Wei's next sentence made everyone's pupils shrink violently at once. Zhang Wei, they came out of the ground directly. Zhang Wei, just now, without any warning, dozens of mountains suddenly burst out of the ground around Dongsong City and launched an attack on our city directly. Our garrison was caught completely off guard. We suffered heavy losses. They came out of the ground. That piece of intelligence was like a bolt of lightning, instantly splitting open the fog in everyone's minds. Yichen muttered to himself. His face turned extremely ugly. He finally understood why. No matter what methods the Alliance and they had used before, they couldn't find any trace of them. Because the other side didn't live on the surface at all. They had always been lurking deep underground. Qinlan clenched her teeth. Her eyes burned with raging fury. They've been hiding all this time just to wait. Wait for our cities to be built. Wait for us to let our guard down, and then hit us with a deadly blow. Not just ruthless. This was simply a killing blow. When everyone thought the war had temporarily paused and were preparing to rest and recover, they launched the most deadly surprise attack on the cities of Huaxia civilization in a way no one could have predicted or defended against. Zhang Wei's messages kept coming. Zhang Wei, based on reports from players at the front, preliminary estimates put the enemy at more than 40. They're launching a frenzied attack on Dongsong City. Zhang Wei, I've already issued the highest level mobilization order to all players, summoning everyone capable of fighting to head to Dongsong City for defense. But ordinary players' attacks are causing them extremely limited damage. Zhang Wei, Yichen, I'm now formally requesting support on behalf of the Huaxia Joint Governance Alliance. Zhang Wei, Dongsong City needs your power. Zhang Wei's request was sincere, and every word revealed how urgent the battle at the front was. The situation had already become critical to the extreme. If Dongsong City was destroyed, it would be a devastating blow. Yichen did not reply immediately. He slowly raised his head and swept his gaze across every girl in the compartment. What did everyone think? Was there even any need to ask? Qinlan was the first to stand up, fury burning in her eyes. Fuck them. They dare sneak into our home? I'm going to blow every one of those mountains into dust. The fire she had been suppressing in the blue civilization's territory finally found the perfect outlet at this moment. I agree. Suzian also nodded. We have to go. This is no longer just support. This is our Huaxia civilization's first true war of defending the nation after unification. We can't lose. And we can't afford to lose. That's right. We're going. Gu Qingyan also clenched her fist hard. Go. Kill them all. The girls were in unprecedented agreement. Protecting their homeland. This was an instinct carved into the bones of every son and daughter of Huaxia. Good. Looking at the girls united in purpose, Yichen showed a relieved smile. He no longer hesitated and opened his communication channel with Zhang Wei. Yichen, wait for us. The huge body of the EGRN number appeared silently above Dongsong City in an instant. Unlike before, Dongsong City was no longer empty and reliant only on teleportation arrays and walking on foot. Because the war of civilizations had begun, the mandatory vehicle storage rules of peacetime had long been lifted. On the streets, one modified bus after another streamed back and forth nonstop. Qinlan. Almost the moment the teleportation finished, Yichen's voice rang out in the internal channel. No extra instruction was needed. This was already the tacit understanding they had formed long ago. Received. Qinlan's response was crisp and decisive. Their seamless cooperation had long since become second nature to her. Her gaze immediately turned outside the window, taking in the entire battlefield at a glance. Just one look, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Outside Dongsong City, the scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. Dozens of peaks hundreds of meters tall had completely surrounded Dongsong City. Boom, boom, boom. Chunks of giant rocks of varying sizes, but all at least several meters across, kept breaking off from those peaks, whistling through the air as they slammed heavily into Dongsong City's walls. On the ground, countless player buses like ants were circling the peaks and launching attacks without fear of death. They were attacking the mountain supports. Qinlan's voice rang out in the compartment as she calmly analyzed the battle. Looks like Zhang Wei has already shared with the whole army the method we used to kill the rock construct before. Just as Qinlan said, the players' targets were very clear. All firepower was concentrated on the stone pillars supporting the mountain bodies. Under the concentrated bombardment of millions of rounds, several mountains had already had one of their supporting pillars forcibly broken. The tactic was effective. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. A mountain that had just had one of its pillars broken by concentrated fire suddenly stopped all attack actions. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the hundreds of stone pillars supporting its massive body began to slowly retract inward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a thunderous roar that shook the earth. The entire mountain simply sat down like that. It hid all of its weaknesses tightly beneath itself. Holy shit, it sat down. Where are its legs? Its legs are gone. We can't hit the weak spot anymore. What do we do? In the public channel, players' cries and curses instantly flooded the screen. Having lost their target, their firepower once again turned into useless scratching. What made them even more desperate was that although the mountain had sat down, its rock-throwing attack had not stopped. Chunks of giant rocks still broke away from its body and smashed toward Dongsong City's walls. Damn it, that's cheating. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? As if this were a signal, the next mountain also slowly withdrew its pillars and sat down. A third, a fourth, like a chain reaction. More and more mountains chose the safest and most shameless defensive posture. The advantage the players had finally built up vanished in just a few minutes. Looking at the scene below, Qinlan still showed no trace of panic. Yichun moved toward the 11 o'clock direction. Biological plasma cannon begin charging. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the vehicle body, 9 giant cannons lit up at the same time, and terrifying energy began to gather at the muzzles. Her orders were calm and decisive. But Yichen still heard a trace of excitement she couldn't suppress in her voice. Wanqing, transfer money to Yichen. We need to upgrade the weapons. Qinlan's speech was extremely fast, her thinking crystal clear. Last time, against just one of them, our firepower was barely enough. But now there are dozens. Must increase the destructive power of each attack, or this will just be a waste of time. Understood. Lin Wanqing didn't ask how much was needed, nor did she ask why it had to be upgraded. She only nodded and immediately began operating at her console. To her, Qinlan's judgment represented the optimal direction for resource investment. You have received a transaction from Lin Wanqing, 400 million gold. Yichen looked at that string of zeros, and without the slightest hesitation, immediately opened the vehicle upgrade panel. Qinlan's judgment was his judgment. Facing the coming fierce battle, boosting combat power at the first moment was the only choice. Bioplasma Cannon, level 5. Required for upgrade. Bioplasma Cannon, level 5x2. 100 million gold. Yichen used his talent to quickly synthesize the 2 required level 5 bioplasma cannons. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Bioplasma Cannon, level 6 power increased. Attack range increased to 300 kilometers. Charging time reduced to, for minutes, 30 seconds. Required for upgrade. 500 million gold. The attack range had increased from 200 kilometers to 300 kilometers. That meant they would have a much wider strategic depth and a safer output environment. 300 kilometers. Gu Qingyan looked at the new weapon data and let out an unbelievable cry. My God, at this range, we can attack them from completely outside their line of sight. Beyond visual range strike. Suzy nodded. That's the greatest advantage of a technological civilization when facing other types of civilizations. Not enough. Yichun's gaze landed on another weapon module. External weapon module Kiryusha, level 5, required for upgrade. 100 million gold upgrade. Light flashed. Ding. Upgrade successful. External weapon module hail, level 6. Effect, can rapid fire 40 large caliber rockets within 20 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Attack range, 10 kilometers. Required for upgrade, 500 million gold. The honeycomb-style launch pod originally on the roof began transforming and reorganizing at high speed the moment the upgrade finished. More launch tubes extended from inside the vehicle body, densely packed together, forming an even larger and more visually striking rocket artillery matrix. From Katyusha to Hail, it was not just a name change, but a qualitative change in firepower. 20 seconds, 40 rounds. The kind of instantaneous fire density was enough to tear apart any target within 10 kilometers into pieces. Firepower had risen another level. Only after finishing all this did Yichen finally feel reassured. Done. Beautiful. Qinlan looked at the new weapon system, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. That is more like it. Good. Yichen nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately controlled Yijiren Hao, turned the vehicle around, and flew toward the outside of the city. Under the awestruck gazes of countless Dongsong City players, it crossed the towering city wall and descended upon the battlefield. Target, directly ahead, the nearest mountain. Qinlan's voice sounded in the internal channel. Yichen didn't answer, but his actions were the best reply. By now, Yijiren Hao's firepower configuration was no longer what it had been at the beginning, when they had struggled to fight a single mountain. Yijiren Hao drew a curve through the air and hovered at a position about 10 kilometers from that mountain. That distance happened to be the optimal range for the Hail rocket artillery. There was confidence in Qinlan's eyes, and she did not hesitate in the slightest. Vulcan close-in defense cannon, free attack, buzz, the cannon barrels on the vehicle spun, and dense bullet rain poured toward that mountain. Dot, 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 dot. At the moment the bullets hit, a layer of blood-red light suddenly flared across the body of Xingfu Yijiren Hao. Passive trait, Berserk, successfully triggered. Now, this was the chance Qinlan had been waiting for. War Domain, activate. At Qinlan's command, an invisible wave suddenly spread outward with Yijiren Hao at its center. All the girls in the carriage felt their thoughts become clearer, and their reaction speed seemed to have increased at that very moment. Hail. First round, saturation rapid fire. The honeycomb-style launch pod on the roof had already become a larger, more visually striking rocket artillery matrix. With Qinlan's order, without the slightest pause, 40 large-caliber rockets were launched in one go, dragging long tails of flame, all within just 20 seconds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. On the ground, the players who were struggling to attack the mountain all subconsciously looked up at the scene in the sky. Endless artillery fire smashed toward the mountain that had left them in despair. The next second, boom, 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 boom. A chain of explosions rose one after another, continuous and unending. Under the dual buffs of War Domain and Berserk, the power of the rockets had been raised to an extremely terrifying level. Add to that the vehicle's own attack bonuses, and the insight trait that ignored all defense. In the blaze of the explosions, large chunks of rock broke off from the mountain, blasted into flying debris in all directions, exposing the even harder rock layers inside. Just the upgraded conventional weapons had already caused visible damage. Is the mountain collapsing? A player muttered blankly. Holy shit. Holy shit. What kind of damage is that? One hit. Just one hit. They blasted the mountain apart. It's Yijiren Hao. They made their move. Ha ha. I knew it. I knew Xingfu Yijiren Hao was invincible. Brothers, stop just standing there. My god. Gu Qingyan looked at the mountain below, which had been forcibly blown off in a huge chunk, her small mouth slightly open as she cried out in disbelief. Is this our firepower now? Back then, when we first encountered that rock construct on the eastern border, just one of them forced us to use all our weapons to barely deal with it. Su Ziyun said with approval. Now, with the insight, trait ignoring defense, all defense has lost its meaning. We only need to pour the densest firepower onto it in the shortest time possible, and that's enough to deal a devastating blow. Looking at the battle results shown on the screen, the stone in Yi Chun's heart, which had been hanging there because of Dongsong City's crisis, finally settled completely. With this kind of firepower, holding this city would not be a problem. Roar. Apparently enraged by the sudden and fierce attack, the mountain let out a dull roar. More massive boulders broke off from its body and smashed toward Yijiren Hao. Continue. Qinlan ignored the stones flying toward them. Her command was calm and clear. Hail. Second round, prepare for rapid fire. Yi Chun controlled Yijiren Hao, weaving nimbly through the sky, full of flying boulders, dodging most of the attacks and providing stability for Qinlan's accuracy. Even if a few stray rocks struck the shield, they only caused a tiny ripple. The 1-minute cooldown passed in the blink of an eye. Fire. Another salvo of 40 rockets fired at once again precisely covering the previous impact points. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the explosion was even more pronounced. The rock layers in the repeatedly attacked area were completely blasted apart, and a huge crater more than 10 meters deep appeared on the mountainous body. Effective. but the efficiency was too low. Looking at the battle results, Qinlan's brows furrowed slightly. Although the hail's power was immense, for an enemy that was as huge as a mountain, it was still like digging into a mountain with a spoon. To completely destroy, it would take far too much time. And on the battlefield, there were dozens of such mountains. We can't keep wasting time with them like this. Su Ziyun's voice rang out, her analysis hitting the nail on the head. The players are being dragged down by their shameless tactics. If we can't break the deadlock quickly, once the wall is breached, Dongsong City will be in danger. I know. Yi Chen nodded. Qinlan. Received. Qinlan instantly understood Yi Chun's intent. 10 biological plasma cannons. How much longer until they're charged? Gu Qingyan glanced at the progress bar and answered immediately. The fastest one still needs 1 minute and 30 seconds. Qinlan's gaze moved past the mountains still struggling before them and landed on those gigantic monsters in the distance that were still attacking the city wall. A level 6 biological plasma cannon. A 300-kilometer extreme range shot. Although it couldn't fully show its power on the current battlefield, the increase in firepower from the upgrade was real. That amount of time would normally be nothing more than the time it took to drink a cup of water. But on this battlefield, it felt endlessly long. Under the non-stop, no-holds-barred bombardment from dozens of mountains, Dongsong City's wall had already developed cracks visible to the naked eye. The player army on the ground was even more miserable, dragged down by that shameless sit-and-tank tactic until they were suffering unbearably. All of their attacks were like scraping with a knife, unable to deal effective damage to the mountains. But the huge rocks peeling off the mountains could easily smash buses into scrap metal. If the league commander hadn't issued the defense sharing order in time, linking every player's durability together, the front line would have long since collapsed. These big guys are using their own health bars to grind down our defenses. Su Ziyun kept observing the ground. They know exactly what their advantages are: size, defense, and near-infinite recovery. If we can't open the situation with decisive power in a short time, once the player's defense system is exhausted, Dongsong City will be finished. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Gu Qingyan's voice sounded again. She looked at the mountain they had chosen as their primary target. After being washed by 2 rounds of hail rockets, the huge crater on its body was healing at a visible speed. Rocks and dirt, as if alive, were crawling from around the wound toward the center, filling it in. Damn it, that recovery speed is disgusting. Qinlan couldn't help cursing at the sight, but there was no trace of urgency on her face. Instead, it carried a look of anticipation. The power of a plasma cannon was not on the same level as these conventional weapons. This upgraded level 6 main cannon was just right for testing on you, to see how much it had improved. Boom, boom. Chunk after chunk of giant rock broke free from the mountain and crashed toward the A family ship in the sky. Yi Chun's hands moved steadily over the console, his face showing no expression. Under his precise control, the A family ship moved effortlessly through the rain of stones, dodging with ease. Time passed 1 second at a time as everyone waited. He was waiting. Everyone in the carriage was waiting too. All eyes were fixed on a light bar representing the charging progress of the biological plasma cannon. 79 seconds. 70 seconds. On the ground, during the gaps between attacks, many players would look up at the A family ship in the sky, watching it stroll through the stone rain, watching it use conventional weapons again and again to tear open the mountainous defenses. What is the A family ship doing? What are they waiting for? Don't know. But look, they don't seem anxious at all. Nonsense. Can't you see? That mountainous attacks can't even touch their shield. That move is amazing. Brothers, stop arguing. Watch quietly. I've got a feeling it's about to hit. Exactly, I got that feeling too. They must be preparing some kind of big move. A big move? Is there something even fiercer than that rocket volley just now? Just watch. I believe in the A family ship. They've never let us down. The players' discussion rose and fell in the public channel. From the initial anxiety, it gradually turned into anticipation. Time passed second by second. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. When the charging progress bar was about to be filled, the atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly turned solemn. Qinlan slowly straightened her back, and at that moment, her gaze turned sharp. Now, Gu Qingyan's voice, carrying a trace of barely restrained excitement, rang out inside the carriage. Level 6 biological plasma cannon, charging complete. This is it. This was what Qinlan had been waiting for. She didn't look at the other 8 cannons. Her gaze was fixed dead on the only level 6 biological plasma cannon marked in the vehicle's weapon system list. Switch attack mode. Her voice was calm. Target. The mountain directly beneath us. Single shot fire. Her finger lightly tapped the console. Locked on the vehicle. The muzzle of the level 6 biological plasma cannon began to adjust slightly. Buzz. The muzzle burst with blinding light. This time, it was no longer the violent gathering of energy from before. It was an extreme, restrained compression. All the energy, all the light, collapsed toward the center of the muzzle, into an infinitely small point. The lights inside the carriage seemed to dim a little at that moment. A pressure came from that giant cannon. Fire. There was no earth-shaking roar, No howl that tore through the sky. Only a beam of light. A deep blue energy beam, condensed to the extreme. As if it could swallow all light, flashed out from the muzzle. It surpassed sound. It surpassed the limit of human vision. Before anyone could react, it had already crossed the distance of 10,000 meters and accurately landed on that mountain. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. No explosion. No fire. The mountain struck by the energy beam stood there quietly, as if nothing had happened. However, the next second, crack, a faint sound like glass shattering, came from inside the mountain. Immediately after, centered on the hit point, blue cracks like a spiderweb instantly covered the entire upper half of the mountain. Blue light burst from the fissures. But that was not an explosion in the traditional sense. It was decomposition, annihilation, under the gaze of all the players. And all the girls inside the A family ship, in utter shock, the upper half of that mountain, hundreds of meters tall, was decomposed inch by inch from the most basic material level into the most primordial particles, bathed in the blue light. No rubble, no dust. It just vanished into thin air, silently, without a trace. The blue light faded. The towering mountain that had stood on the earth was left with only half of itself. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror, taking on a glassy sheen from the extreme heat, glinting in the sunlight. Silence. The entire battlefield was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone who witnessed this scene, whether it was Yi Chun and the others in the sky, or the millions of players on the ground, had their brains freeze at that moment. Gulp. Someone swallowed with difficulty. That faint sound was like a switch, instantly igniting the shock that had been building in everyone's chest. Inside the A family ship. I am not seeing things, right? Gu Qingyan stared at the mountain below, half of it having been forcibly erased away. Even her voice was trembling. One shot, just one shot, and half a mountain is gone? This is the power of a level 6 bioplasma cannon behind Su Ziyun's lenses. Her eyes were filled with the shock of reason being shattered by reality. Yichen said nothing. He only looked at the unbelievable scene below, then at the panel showing that level 6 giant cannon. The stone hanging in his heart finally dropped all the way. With this strike, Dongsong was secure. Qinlan slowly leaned back against her chair and let out a long breath of turbid air. At last, a relaxed smile carrying absolute confidence appeared on her face. Done. On the ground. After dozens of seconds of dead silence, boom! A world-shaking roar of cheers erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging into the sky from the players' battle line. Fuck! What did I just see? What the fuck did I just see? A miracle. This is a miracle. One shot. Just one shot. It blasted that whole mountain away. Vaporized. It really got vaporized. Not even a pebble was left behind. Mom, I saw an immortal. Invincible. Xingfu Yijiaren is really invincible. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, we won. We're definitely winning. The players in the public channel had completely lost their minds, using the crudest and most direct language possible. They vented the ecstasy and worship about to burst out of their chests. All the frustration and despair that had built up from that mountain-s shameless fighting style had been blasted away completely by this one shot. What remained was only a fanatical worship of Xingfu Yijiaren, one almost akin to faith. It had completely overturned everyone's understanding of the word power on this battlefield. One shot had vaporized half a mountain. That sight made everyone inside and outside Dongsong City, whether the ground players struggling to resist on the front lines, or the Alliance command far in the rear, fall blank from the sheer shock of it. All the frustration and despair that had built up from that mountain-s shameless fighting style had been blasted away completely by this one shot. What remained was only a fanatical worship of Xingfu Yijiaren, one almost akin to faith. High in the sky, inside Xingfu Yijiaren. The smile on Qinlan's face was relaxed and confident. The power of the level 6 main cannon, with all kinds of buff bonuses stacked on top, had exceeded even her own expectations. It's not over yet. Yichen's voice rang out, his gaze still locked on the mountain below that now had only half of itself left. Following Yi Chun's lead, everyone looked down again. On that smooth, mirror-like cross-section, countless rocks and clumps of earth were writhing as if alive, trying to gather back together and repair this fatal wound. Although the speed was countless times slower than before, it really was still moving. Damn, its vitality really is tenacious. The smile on Qinlan's face faded. She straightened up again, a cold, killing intent flashing through her eyes. Then let us give it another finishing blow. She glanced at the other weapon systems. The remaining 8 bioplasma cannons had all finished charging. Lock the remaining 8 cannons onto the target. Target, that half of the mountain below. Fire in batches, triple volleys. After the upgrade, Xingfu Yijiaren not only had that world-destroying level 6 main cannon, but also a full 8 level 4 secondary cannons. During the long cooldown of the level 6 main cannon, these secondary cannons were the guarantee of sustained firepower. Cannons 1, 2, and 3 charged. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. 3 equally thick beams of energy descended from the sky and slammed into the remains of the half mountain. If the level 6 main cannon S attack just now had been decomposition and annihilation, then this volley was violent destruction. Explosions rang out one after another without end. Rampaging energy detonated across the mountain body. Countless shattered rocks were blasted flying in every direction. The entire mountain shook violently, and huge cracks spread from the impact point through the whole mountain. Cannons 4, 5, and 6. Fire. Qinlan's order flowed in seamlessly. 3 more beams followed immediately behind, striking the exact same point before the aftershocks of the first round of explosions had even faded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This time, that half-mountain could no longer maintain its intact form. Under the continuous bombardment, it completely broke apart, turning into countless rocks of varying sizes before collapsing with a thunderous crash. There's still no kill notification. Gu Qingyan looked at the system panel and immediately warned. It's not dead yet. Just as she said, after those collapsed rocks hit the ground, they did not fall still completely. Instead, as if alive, they slowly began writhing toward the center, seemingly wanting to piece themselves back together. In your dreams. Cannons 7 and 8, fire. The final 2 beams slammed into the pile of rocks that was in the middle of gathering together. The shockwave of the explosion sent countless stones flying once again. But the kill notification still did not come. Still not dead. Su Ziyun's voice carried a trace of gravity. This civilization's life form is beyond our understanding. As long as the material structure still exists, it seems incapable of true death in the strict sense. Then blasted down to its most primitive atoms. A fierce ruthlessness flashed through Qinlan's eyes. She raised her head and looked at Gu Qingyan. Has hail finished cooling down? Gu Qingyan glanced at the timer and replied at once, cool down complete. It can be fired at any time. Good, good. A fierce light appeared in Qinlan's eyes. Switch to saturation strike mode. Target area. That pile of rubble. I want that whole patch of ground plowed over completely. Fire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The rocket launcher matrix on Xingfu Yijian's roof spat flames once more. Rumble, 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 rumble. Even denser explosions erupted violently inside the crater. The firelight of the blasts rose and fell, one after another, without end. One round, then another. Again and again, it plowed over the area repeatedly. This time, those rocks no longer showed any movement at all. Under the carpet-like saturation bombardment of the hail rockets, everything was blasted into the finest powder. And at that moment, a crisp system notification finally sounded slowly in everyone's minds. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing level 10 life form. Rock construct. Civilization hunt progress plus 10. Obtain gold coins x 1 million. Obtained of stone civilization crystal x1. Obtain golden treasure chest x1. Done. Hearing that long-delayed notification, Qinlan finally let out a complete sigh of relief. A relaxed smile appearing on her face. The other girls inside the carriage also burst into cheers one after another. The first one, at last. They had dealt with the first mountain head-on, fair and square. With this experience, the rest will be simple. Su Ziyun pushed up her glasses. Ye Chen nodded. His gaze had already moved away from the celebrating girls and returned to the control console. There was no fear in his eyes, only icy calm. Qinlang. Here. The next one. Understood. On the ground, millions of players burst into tsunami-like cheers. The earlier frustration and helplessness were swept away, replaced by near-fanatical worship and soaring battle intent. I knew it. Xingfu Yijian is invincible. Brothers, did you see that? Those idiots aren't unkillable after all. We still have hope. Xingfu Yijian is fucking awesome. Voice cracking. High in the sky. Inside Xingfu Yijian. There was no excessive celebration. Not even a trace of relaxation. Under Yi Chun's command of next one, all the girls returned to their battle positions. Yi Chun said nothing, but his actions were the best answer. He controlled the Yijian Hao and flew straight toward the next mountain peak. This time, their movements were even calmer and even more confident. With the experience of their first successful kill, they had already mastered the best tactic for dealing with these rock constructs. How much longer until the level 6 main cannon cools down? Qinlan asked. Report. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remain. Gu Qingyan answered immediately. Enough. A confident light flashed in Qinlan's eyes. Yichun, once we're in range, hold hover. Understood. The Yijian Hao did not slow down, and soon reached the optimal attack position 10 kilometers from the second mountain peak. This time, they did not even use conventional weapons to probe first, because there was no need anymore. They waited quietly, waited for that final killer move, the one that would decide everything with one strike. Time passed second by second. On the ground, the players also noticed the movement of the Xingshu family number 1 Hao. What are they doing? Why have they stopped? Idiot. They're definitely waiting for the main cannon CD. Didn't you see the world-destroying power of that shot just now? For a move like that, the cooldown has to be long. Makes sense. Then what we do now? Just keep watching. Don't panic. Listen to the command. Our task right now is to hold these giants in place and create an output environment for the Yijierinhao, under the coordination of commanders at every level. The hundreds of millions of players in the army carried out harassment attacks on the remaining dozens of mountain peaks in an orderly manner, buying time for the Yijierinhao high above. Charge complete. When Gu Qingyan's voice rang out in the carriage, everyone's spirits lifted at that moment. Target locked. Qinlan's voice was calm and decisive. Fire. Hum. A deep blue energy beam once again tore through the sky, under everyone's expectant gaze. It landed on the second mountain peak. The same scene played out again. An extreme decomposition and annihilation. The upper half of that mountain peak, hundreds of meters tall, was once again erased by force. What remained was only that smooth, mirror-like, glassy cut surface. And another shot. Half a mountain. It's gone again. On the ground. The players' cries of shock rose one after another. But this time, besides shock, there was more of an almost routine numbness in their voices. Yes, numbness. When miracles happened too many times, they were no longer miracles but inevitability. It wasn't over yet. Qinlan looked at the half-severed mountain peak below, still writhing and trying to repair itself, a lollipop in her mouth as she mumbled, 8 secondary cannons, 3-round bursts in batches. Blow it to dust for me. First, second, third guns. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Fourth, fifth, 6 guns. Fire. Rumble. 7th, 8th guns. Fire. Boom. 9 beams of light, like the spear of divine judgment, completely tore that half-mountain peak apart and shattered it into countless stones. Hailstorm ready. Area bombardment. Fire. Swish. 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 Dense volleys of rockets once again completely plowed through that pile of rubble. Flames from the explosions stretched on without end. Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing level 10 creature. Rock construct. Second one. From start to finish, the battle didn't even take more than 10 minutes. Done. Next one. Qinlan's tone was as relaxed as if she had just dealt with a minor monster. The Yijierinhao turned and flew toward the third mountain peak. In the Zhudao's main command room, when the second mountain peak was erased from the map in the exact same clean, decisive manner as the first one, the entire command room fell into silence. All the generals and staff officers had shock written all over their faces, a shock that words could not describe. They had fought all their lives and seen countless wars, but none of them had ever imagined that war could be fought like this. This was no longer war. This was a massacre. This is the real strength of the Yijierinhao. A young staff officer muttered dazedly, his voice trembling slightly from the overwhelming shock. Their pace of progress is too fast. Looking at the war fortress on the screen, already flying toward its third target, Fang Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh. His face carried relief, excitement, but more than that, an emotion so complicated even he couldn't describe it clearly. From the first time they had struggled to fight a rock construct at the eastern border, to now casually slaughtering it like killing a chicken. How much time had even passed? His words sent everyone in the command room into silence. Yes, how much time had even passed? The growth speed of the Yijierinhao had already far exceeded the understanding of everyone present. This is a good thing. Zhang Wei, who had remained silent the whole time, finally spoke slowly. His face wore a calm smile, as if everything before his eyes had long been within his expectations. In this world, we need a force like this, one that is absolutely ahead of everyone else. He turned around and swept his gaze across everyone present, his voice steady and powerful. Their strength can completely extinguish any ambition that may exist within our civilization, any thoughts that should never have been born. The stronger the Yijierinhao is, the more stable our interior becomes. Zhang Wei's words sent everyone into thought. They were all outstanding among men and naturally understood the deeper meaning behind his words. When a civilization faces external threats, its greatest enemy is often not outside, but the division and suspicion within. And the existence of the Yijierinhao was like a sword hanging above everyone's heads. Its strength was enough to intimidate all petty schemers, forcing everyone to unite under the banner of the co-governance alliance and pull in the same direction. But Commander-in-Chief, Fang Mingyuan hesitated for a moment before voicing the worry buried deep in his heart. What if this power loses control? This was a question no one could avoid, and one they had to face. At that, Zhang Wei's smile widened. Mingyuan, do you think people like Yi Chun and the others are the kind who would be corroded by power? If they really wanted power, they could have raised their arms and become the sole king of the civilization the moment the regional war ended. But they didn't. They gave the stage to us, because from the very beginning, their goal was different from ours. Their existence is not a threat to us. Zhang Wei's gaze once again fell on the battlefield. At this moment, the third mountain peak had also collapsed with a thunderous crash amid continuous explosions. They are the sharpest blade of our Huaxia civilization, thrust into this unknown world. For the rest of the time, all the players outside Dongsan City were treated to a visual feast. The slaughter continued. 4th, 5th, 6th. The Yijierinhao shuttled back and forth above the battlefield. Every descent was accompanied by the death of a mountain peak. From initial shock to later numbness, and then to final fanatical worship. The players' emotions went through one baptism after another. Fourth, fifth, sixth, the Yijiren house shuttled back and forth above the battlefield, and every descent was accompanied by the death of a mountain peak. From the initial, overwhelming shock of seeing a level 6 ion cannon vaporize half a mountain with a single shot, to later watching one mountain after another be effortlessly erased under a streamlined barrage and growing numb to it. And finally, as fewer and fewer mountains remained standing on the battlefield, all the players had left in their hearts was an almost fanatical worship of Xingfu Yijiren. They no longer even needed to think about tactics. They didn't need to worry about the defensive line. The only thing they had to do was lift their heads, gaze up at the war fortress in the sky, and witness one crushing victory after another. When Xingfu Yijiren flew above the last mountain, all the players on the ground subconsciously stopped attacking. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell still, and everyone's eyes gathered on the sky. They were waiting for this war to end completely. Inside Xingfu Yijiren, Qinlan looked at the lone mountain standing on the earth below, a relaxed smile appearing on her face. The last one. She stretched lazily, her tone casual. How much longer until the level 6 main cannon finishes cooling down? 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Gu Qingyan's voice rang out immediately. No need to wait. Qinlan shook her head. Use the secondary cannons to finish it. End it fast and put it out of its misery. Understood. Yichun controlled Xingfu Yijiren and slowly lowered its altitude, closing the distance to the optimal attack range. 8 secondary cannons, target locked. Qinlan's voice came through the internal channel clearly into every girl's ears. Fire in batches, triple salvo. Open fire. Boom, 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 rumble, boom. Brilliant energy beams once again tore through the sky. The endless explosions completely engulfed the final mountain. Under the rampage of violent energy, it didn't even manage a final struggle before being thoroughly torn apart, shattered, and turned into fragments of stone filling the air. Hailstorm ready. Area saturation strike. Launch. Dense rockets dragged long trails of flame behind them as they thoroughly plowed through the pile of rubble and the surrounding land all over again. When the last blossom of explosive fire slowly died away, a crisp system notification sounded in everyone's minds. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed a level 10 creature. Rock construct. Immediately after that, a vast and majestic voice rang through the minds of every Huaxiao player. Detected, all units of the hostile civilization have been eliminated. Judging. Civilization war concluded. Congratulations to Huaxia civilization for winning this war. The battlefield fell into dead silence for more than 10 seconds. Whether it was Xingfu Yijiren in the sky or the army of millions of players on the ground, at this moment, it was as if someone had pressed pause on all of them. The next second, boom! A roar of cheers powerful enough to overturn heaven and earth erupted from the players' lines. We won! We won! Ha 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 ha! It's over. It's really over. Victory! We won the first invaded civilization war. Xingfu Yijiren is fucking awesome. From today on, if anyone says one bad word about Xingfu Yijiren, I'll be the first to run in the fuck over with my car. At this moment, the world channel completely exploded. Countless players used the most direct, most primal way possible to vent the ecstasy and excitement that were about to burst from their chests. They cheered, they roared, and some even cried tears of joy, from the despair and helplessness at the start of the war, to the excitement of seeing hope later, to the wild joy of personally witnessing victory now. The intertwining of all those emotions made every player who had lived through this war develop an almost faith-like worship toward the 5 words Xingfu Yijiren. High above, inside Xingfu Yijiren, compared to the frenzy on the ground, the atmosphere inside the vehicle was much calmer. All done. Time to wrap up. Qinlan Zhonde, a thoroughly satisfied smile on her face. We finally dealt with those hard-as-rock bastards. I'm beat. Gu Qingyan and ran. And the other girls all slumped into their seats in relief, relaxed smiles of surviving a catastrophe hanging on their faces. Although the final battle had been a complete stomp, the earlier despair of facing dozens of mountains pressing down on them still left lingering fear in their hearts. We won. Su Ziyun pushed up her glasses. Though her voice remained calm as ever, the slight upward curve of her lips still exposed the joy in her heart. Yichun controlled the vehicle as it slowly circled above Dongtsang City, looking at the player camp below that had turned into an ocean of celebration. And at the lines of heartfelt cheers and thanks in the public channel, warmth rose in his heart as well. Inside the main command room of Huzhu Hao, when the announcement Civilization War concluded, sounded in their minds, the entire command room erupted into loud applause and cheers. We won. We won. Beautiful. That was beautifully fought. The generals excitedly hugged one another, celebrating this hard-won victory. Fang Mingyuan looked at Xingfu Yijiren slowly descending on the screen and revealed a gratified smile. Only Zhang Wei's gaze went beyond the joy of victory and landed on a more distant future. Yichun's private message channel. He opened it and saw that the message was from Zhang Wei. Yichun directly shared the contents of the message on the main screen. Zhang V. Yichun. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to all of Huaxia as well for winning this crucial victory. Zhang Wei, based on our previous reconnaissance, as well as our analysis of some rock construct remains captured from the battlefield, just now, the social structure of this earth and stone civilization is very unusual. They have no fixed cities. All their people exist in the form of these rock constructs. Zhang Wei. Now that this earth and stone civilization has been badly weakened, after emergency discussions, the Alliance Command has decided to press the advantage and launch a counterattack against them. Seeing Zhang Wei's words, the girls in the vehicle showed little surprise on their faces. This guy's mind works pretty fast. Qinlan said flatly. This is the kind of strategic vision a qualified leader should have. Suzy nodded in agreement. Once a war begins, there's no room to retreat. Either you die or I die. The slightest slackness could give the other side a chance to catch its breath. Zhang Wei's messages continued. Zhang Wei. But if we want to take the initiative and strike, the firepower our alliance currently has is too inefficient. Zhang Wei. So, I'd like to propose a deal to you. Zhang Wei. We would like to buy some special civilization crystals from you. The kind of composite crystals you synthesized before, the ones containing the power of two civilizations. At this, Qinlan's brows lifted slightly. Zhang Wei's request continued. Zhang Wei. We need stronger power to arm our vanguard forces. Price is not an issue, as long as you're willing to sell. The co-governance alliance is willing to pay any price. Zhang Wei was keeping his posture very low, his wording sincere. He knew very well that these composite crystals were a strategic resource that belonged exclusively to Xingfu Yijian, their one-of-a-kind advantage. Asking to buy them was itself a test, and also a request. After reading Zhang Wei's message, all the girls in the vehicle turned their eyes toward Yichun. These composite crystals were one of their core advantages. Once they sold them, it would be equivalent to indirectly arming a potential competitor. Although for now, the co-governance alliance was a friend rather than an enemy. No one could say for sure what the future would bring. The reason Happy Family was feared by all factions was not just because of their overwhelming firepower, but because they possessed a unique ability no one else had. Once that uniqueness was broken, would their position still remain as stable as it was now? Yichun was also weighing the pros and cons. This deal can be made. Lin Wanqing's voice rang out at just the right time. This is a signal. Zhang Wei is using this method to further deepen the binding relationship between us and the Co-Governance Council. He needs our high-end combat power, and we need their massive resource pool and intelligence network. And right now, this is absolutely a seller's market. I agree. Qinlan also nodded. Making those alliance guys a little better armed won't hurt us. If we run into this kind of large-scale war again in the future, they can help share some of the pressure. Suzy also voiced her support. It will raise the overall hard power of Huaxia civilization. A stronger alliance can also provide us with a more stable rear. The girls' opinions were surprisingly unanimous. Yichun looked at them, a smile appearing on his face. Since the decision had been made, he no longer hesitated. He looked at Qinshi. Cici, after winning this war, we should have gotten quite a few with stone civilization crystals too, right? Qinshi immediately nodded and pulled up the loot list. Yes, a total of 47. That's enough. Yichun nodded, then said to Qinshi, I need you to help me reconstruct some verdant civilization crystals. Understood. Qinshi immediately got to work. Very quickly, with sufficient energy support, 5 verdant civilization crystals were produced. Yichun looked at the 2 different civilization crystals in his inventory and took a deep breath. Synthesize. The infinite synthesis talent activated. The stone civilization crystal and the verdant civilization crystal began to intertwine and fuse under the power of his talent. Light flashed. A brand new crystal, radiating intertwined earthen yellow and emerald green light, appeared in Yichun's inventory. Synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 composite civilization crystal. 1. Defense bonus, large. Recovery bonus, large. Speed bonus, minor. 2. Gain trait, sturdy, vehicle-based durability and defense permanently increased. 3. Gain trait, vitality, vehicle durability recovery speed slightly increased. Defense and recovery. Looking at its attributes, Yichun revealed a satisfied smile. This is basically a top-tier crystal tailor-made for frontline tank units. He believed that once Zhang Wei saw the attributes of his crystal, he would definitely be tempted. Only after finishing all this did Yichun reopen his private chat channel with Zhang Wei. Yichun, we agree to sell. I currently have 2 types of composite crystals on hand. Which one do you need? Or do you want both? The joy of victory had not yet fully faded. The generals gathered in 2s and 3s, reviewing the battle that had just ended. Their words were full of praise for Happy Family, as well as discussion about the direction future wars might take. Zhang Wei stood before the floor-to-ceiling porthole, quietly looking at the player's position, a faint smile of relief on his face. This battle had displayed the spirit of Huaxia civilization, and had completely cemented Happy Family-S status in the hearts of all players. Beep. Just then, a soft sound interrupted his thoughts. It was a private message from Yi-chun. The smile on Zhang Wei's face faded slightly as he opened the message. When he saw the content of Yi-chun's reply, even with his temperament, his pupils suddenly shrank, and an unmistakable flash of shock crossed his face. Mingyuan. Zhang Wei turned around and waved to Fong Mingyuan, who was not far away. Fong Mingyuan put down the battle report in his hand and quickly walked over. Commander-in-Chief, is there a new instruction? Zhang Wei said nothing. He simply shared the information in front of him with Fong Mingyuan. Yi-chun, we agree to sell. I currently have 2 types of composite crystals on hand. Which one do you need? Or do you want both? Below that message were detailed attribute screenshots of 2 completely different composite crystals. One was the ultimate offense. Berserk and healing pushed the aggressiveness of the Centaur civilization to the extreme. The other was the ultimate defense. Sturdy and vitality perfectly combined the abnormal recovery ability of the Verdant civilization with the heavy toughness of the Estone civilization. Composite civilization crystal, Berserk healing, 1, attack bonus, large. Defense bonus, large. Recovery bonus, medium. Speed bonus, medium. 2. Gain trait, Berserk. When attacking, there's a high chance to trigger it, greatly increasing attack power for a short time. 3. Gain trait, healing. Vehicle durability gains 1 recovery speed per minute. Composite civilization crystal, sturdy vitality, 1. Defense bonus, large. Recovery bonus, large. Speed bonus, minor. 2. Gain trait, sturdy. Vehicle-based durability and defense permanently increased. 3. Gain trait, vitality. Vehicle durability, recovery speed slightly increased. Looking at the contents on the screen, Fong Mingyuan's expression was exactly the same as Zhang Wei's just now. From shock to disbelief to a bitter smile and relief in the end. Is actually willing to sell them? Fong Mingyuan's voice was a little hoarse. Looking at those 2 crystals with almost heaven-defying attributes, he muttered absent-mindedly. I thought he would keep this kind of strategic resource, enough to change the entire war landscape, tightly in his own hands. He had never imagined that Yi-chun would be so decisive as to place this strategic resource, enough to tilt the balance of war, directly in front of them and let them choose. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Wei, a self-mocking smile appearing on his face. It was mockery directed at his own past judgment. It seems I really did judge a gentleman by the measure of a petty man. My vision was still too narrow in the end. I thought they would clutch this unique advantage tightly in their hands as the trump card that let them stand above everyone else. I even prepared myself to be rejected, or for them to use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for even greater benefits. But I never expected them to just bring it out like this. Fong Mingyuan's words voiced the thoughts of every commander present. They were all outstanding figures among men. So naturally, they understood the terrifying value represented by these 2 composite crystals. To possess them was to possess the possibility of building 2 completely different, yet equally powerful ace forces. Any leader of any faction would treat a strategic resource like this as top secret. There was no way they would reveal it lightly, much less put it up for trade. But Yi-chun had done exactly that. That honesty and boldness made every general present, men long accustomed to schemes and games of power, feel sincere admiration from the bottom of their hearts, along with a trace of shame. Looking at the complicated expression on Fong Mingyuan's face, Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. As he looked at this strategist who was both his teacher and his friend, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Mingyuan, you forgot one thing. His voice was calm, yet carried a power that could soothe people's hearts. They're Huaxia people too. That sentence made Fong Mingyuan tremble violently. Yes, they were Huaxia people too. That one simple sentence was enough to explain all the actions that had seemed illogical. They had always subconsciously regarded Happy Family's terrifying strength as a potential threat, looking at them with scrutiny and wariness. Yet they had overlooked the most fundamental point. Everyone here was Huaxia. I understand now. Fong Mingyuan let out a long breath, as if he had cast off all the burdens in his heart. His gaze fell back on the attributes of those 2 crystals. Chief Commander, these 2 crystals, one focuses on offense, the other on defense. They're practically tailor-made for our Huaxia army. That's right. Zhang Wei nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future and ambition. Fong Mingyuan's finger lightly tapped in the air. His mind was working at top speed, and a strong army plan instantly took shape in his head. We can use the first crystal to arm our elite assault troops, make them an unstoppable spear, to tear open the enemy's toughest defenses. Then use the second crystal to fully equip our frontline heavy units. They'll become an impregnable wall of steel. And with Li Ming's defense sharing talent on top of that at that time, our army will be able to attack when advancing and defend when retreating. Zhang Wei took over, his voice steady and powerful. We'll truly stand invincible. Everyone in the command room began running all kinds of tactical simulations around these 2 new strategic resources. After the brief excitement, Fong Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh with feeling. This world really doesn't give anyone a chance to breathe. The shape of war changes every second. He looked at the players below, still celebrating their victory, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. In this cruel world, any moment of stagnation was no different from courting death. We must keep moving forward, not stopping even for a moment. The slightest pause, and the other civilizations behind us would overtake us without mercy and swallow us whole. We can't stop. Fong Mingyuan's words cooled the heated atmosphere in the command room a little. Yes, war in this world didn't allow even the slightest pause. You stop, but others want You want peace, but what others are thinking is how to completely destroy you. Then step over your corpse and keep moving forward. If you want to survive, the only way is to run faster than everyone else and become stronger. Zhang Wei looked at the worry on Fong Mingyuan's face, but smiled. He turned around and looked at everyone, his eyes full of confidence and boldness. Mingyuan, you're right. But isn't that exactly what our nation has been doing for thousands of years? His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone present. Our Huaxia people. From slash-and-burn farming to the 100 schools of thought, from the might of Qin and Han to the splendor of the Tang. And then to rebirth from the flames after a century of decline in modern times. In which era have we not been fighting the heavens, fighting the earth, fighting people? The history of our nation is a war-sung saga carved out through blood, written in resistance and forward motion. Others may stop, but we never will. Zhang Wei extended his hand and gently touched the 5-star flag representing Huaxia civilization on the command room table. And everything we're doing now will become history in this new world. Yichun drove the vehicle back home in the main city under the awestruck gazes of countless players. The girls stepped back onto the ground, and everyone felt the tension from the war loosen. It's still more comfortable at home. Qin Lan stretched lazily, her curves fully on display, her face carrying a drowsy look of satisfaction. It was war outside, the negotiations too. I'm exhausted. Exactly. Gu Qingyin chimed in. I want ice cola. I want chips. Nobody's stopping me. The girls chattered as they poured into the villa, the stern killing intent and sharp efficiency from the battlefield fading under the warmth of everyday life. In the living room, the girls sprawled everywhere, completely without concern for their image as they enjoyed their leisure time. Yichun looked at the scene before him and smiled. This life was the reason he had always fought for. As everyone discussed whether to go soak in the hot spring or go have fun next, a familiar notification sound rang out in everyone's mind at the same time. Many children, many blessings successfully triggered. Member Lin Wanqing successfully conceived. Overall rating S. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to Lin Wanqing, who was sitting on the single sofa. Lin Wanqing herself froze too, surprise and panic appearing in her eyes behind her lenses. Wow, it's Sister Wanqing. Gu Qingyin cried out. I was just wondering who'd be next, and it turns out it's our money tree. Quick, let us see what the reward is. Qin Lan had already moved beside Yichun, urging him to open the reward panel quickly. Congratulations, you have obtained special module. Energy saving module, level 1-1. Energy saving module, type, special function module, effect, reduces the gold cost required when upgrading all vehicle modules. Current level, level 1, reduces 10 gold cost. Required for upgrade, 100 million gold. Fuck. Qin Lan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the information on the light screen. It lowers gold consumption. This fucking works too. My god. Gu Qingyin said in disbelief. Doesn't that mean our upgrades will basically be on discount from now on? This is more than just a discount. Suzy Yun's voice was also filled with excitement. This is a permanent discount that can grow. Its value will become more and more terrifying as our module levels rise. This is basically a bug. Yichun's heart was pounding wildly too. He knew exactly what the appearance of this module meant. It meant their upgrade speed would once again rise to a whole new level. Everyone's gaze once again fell on Lin Wanqing. That look was filled with amazement. Qin Lan even walked straight up, patted Lin Wanqing on the shoulder, and said teasingly, I'm convinced, Wanqing. I'm really convinced. When it comes to triggering rewards, you're even thinking about how to save the team money. Other sisters either get battle modules or function modules. When it gets to you, you just start cutting costs and improving efficiency from source, huh? Qin Lan's complaint instantly blew up the room with laughter. Ha. Sister Qin Lan, you're so right. This reward is basically tailor-made for Sister Wanqing. As expected of Wanqing, even giving birth is about considering ROI. The girls' teasing rose and fell one after another. A faint blush rarely appeared on Lin Wanqing's delicate face. She adjusted the glasses on the bridge of her nose and shifted the topic with professional language, reducing costs and investing limited resources into areas with higher return rates. This is the reward most aligned with our team's long-term interests, without question. That explanation in professional jargon made the corner of Qin Lan's mouth twitch. Fine. I know you're amazing already. She waved a hand, then rubbed her hands together excitedly and looked at Yichun. Then what are we waiting for? Yichun, hurry up and upgrade this treasure of a module to max level. Let me see just how much of a discount it can give. All right. Yichen didn't hesitate at all. He began upgrading this brand new module. Energy saving module has been upgraded to level 2. Gold consumption reduced by 20. Energy saving module has been upgraded to level 3. Gold consumption reduced by 30. Light flashed one after another. After spending over 100 million gold, energy saving module, level 5. Effect, reduces the gold cost required when upgrading all modules. Current effect, reduces gold consumption by 50. Required for upgrade, 500 million gold, 50%. Half off. That number appeared before everyone's eyes. Half off. All upgrades are 50% off. Gu Qingyan was so excited her face turned red. From now on, upgrading one module is basically like getting the money for another module for free. If those previous upgrades had only given them an edge in certain areas, then the appearance of this energy-saving module had fundamentally raised their development speed by an entire dimension. This meant every penny they had could be spent like two. No, it was more than just cutting costs in half. Lin Wanqing, whose expression had finally returned to normal, spoke again. The money we save can be invested into new upgrades that can bring us even stronger combat power and let us obtain more resources. Then those resources can be turned into gold, coins, a perfect closed loop of exponential growth. Our development speed will snowball faster and faster. Lin Wanqing's words made everyone understand. This module was their second engine for takeoff. The girls started talking over one another, discussing it with heated excitement. Yichen didn't interrupt them. He simply listened quietly, a gentle smile on his face. He walked over to Lin Wanqing, sat on the armrest of the sofa beside her, leaned down, and whispered into her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Thank you, Wanqing. That thanks was for all the effort she had put into this home all this time. Feeling the warmth of Yi Chun's breath as he spoke, Lin Wanqing instinctively shrank her neck a little. Subconsciously, she wanted to push Yi Chen away. During the day, she had to maintain her composure and strong presence. But when she saw the tenderness in his eyes, those beautiful eyes behind her lenses unconsciously overflowed with softness. She said nothing. She only gently leaned her head against him. That silent gesture said more than 1,000 words. In the living room, the girls' discussion was still lively. Sunlight streamed through the windows and spilled across the floor. Qin Lan stretched lazily as she stood up and let out an exaggerated yawn. I'm full, and now I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a bath. You all keep chatting. After saying that, she waved at everyone and went upstairs without looking back, with the first one taking the lead. The others quickly found their own excuses as well. I'm sleepy too. Gu Qingyan also stood up. As she passed by her younger sister, she gave her a playful wink. The meaning in that look was obvious. I'm going to deal with today as transaction data. Lin Wanqing pushed up her glasses and turned toward her study. Su Ziyun gave Yi Chun a gentle smile, one filled with encouragement, and followed them upstairs. Then Chen Shi and ran. It was as if the girls had planned it in advance. One after another, they all came up with various excuses and left the living room. The noisy living room fell quiet within just a few minutes. Only Yi Chun and Gu Qingzi were left. Warmth surged through Yi Chun's heart. He knew the girls had deliberately left space for him and Gu Qingzi. This was a home where they understood one another and thought for one another. Every person in this home was maintaining this hard-won warmth and harmony in her own way. He turned his head and looked at Gu Qingzi beside him. The girl was quietly looking at him. Her gentle eyes were now filled with tender love. She didn't speak, but her gaze had already said 1,000 words. It was a kind of love tempered by time and life and death, pure to the point of not containing a single impurity. To Gu Qingzi, Yi Chun was her entire world. From their innocent childhood, when they had been playmates in the yard together, to their youthful teenage years, sitting side by side in the library with a silent understanding, from depending on each other after the apocalypse descended, to this special big family they had now. Her gaze had never once left him. She knew better than anyone how much pressure he carried. She felt more heartache than anyone for the exhaustion hidden behind a smile. Yi Chen had long since become the one irreplaceable person in her life. He was the beginning of her story, the only male lead in her words, her entire world. That world could be destroyed. But as long as Yi Chun was still there, her world would never collapse. Looking at her completely undisguised gaze, Yi Chun's heart was deeply shaken. Guilt, heartache, and love surged out all at once in that moment. Gu Qingzi. To him, that name was just as irreplaceable. She was his childhood sweetheart, the first white moonlight in his heart, the purity and beauty he wanted to protect most in this apocalypse. She was the embodiment of everything beautiful in the old days, the softest place deep in his heart. He had imagined countless times that one day in the future, he would hold her hand, walk with her into marriage, and give her the most secure home. Yet fate always toyed with people, and everything had veered off track. Because of that, when it came to this many children, many blessings plan, the guilt Yi Chun felt toward her far surpassed what he felt toward anyone else. Every time, he could sense the disappointment in Gu Qingzi's eyes, and he could feel the grievance hidden behind her forced smile. That sense of debt weighed on his heart like a mountain. He owed her a complete future, one in which she was the only one. Yichen slowly stood and walked in front of Gu Qingzi, looking into the girl's eyes. Where his own figure was reflected, all the emotions in Yi Chun's heart turned into the simplest action. He said nothing. He only reached out and pulled this girl, whom he had owed far too much, tightly into his arms. The body in his embrace was soft and warm. Her familiar fragrance made all his exhaustion and pressure vanish into thin air. Gu Qingzi obediently leaned against his chest, burying her face deep into his warm embrace. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged Yi Chun just as tightly. That familiar scent, carrying the smell of sunlight, made her feel incomparably safe. Neither of them spoke. They simply held each other quietly, enjoying this peace that belonged to the two of them alone. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky gold and crimson. The sunset streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell over the two of them, stretching their shadows long. Long behind them, at this moment, time seemed to return to their carefree youth. No words were needed. One embrace. One look. That was enough for them to understand everything in each other's hearts. The two of them leaned against each other on the sofa, quietly watching the scenery outside the window and feeling this peace that belonged only to them. Only when the sky had completely darkened and stars had lit up at the horizon did Yichen finally speak. His voice was slightly hoarse and filled with deep apology. "I'm sorry." 3 simple words, yet they carried all of his guilt. He had owed her those 3 words for far too long. Gu Qingzi held him a little tighter and gently shook her head. She lifted her head and looked at Yichen. Under the moonlight, her gentle eyes looked especially bright. "You've done nothing wrong to me. We're family." Her voice was very soft, yet she was still comforting Yichen. "But this isn't fair to you." Yichen's voice was full of heartache. "There's nothing unfair about it." Gu Qingzi smiled. Under the moonlight, that smile was so beautiful it was intoxicating. There was not the slightest trace of reluctance or grievance in it. "From the moment I decided I liked you, I never once thought about fairness. As long as I can stay by your side and look at you, I'm already very satisfied, very happy. In the past, maybe I would been sad because of jealousy, and maybe I would suffered because I couldn't have you all to myself. But now I want to." She raised her hand and gently caressed Yi Chun's cheek, her eyes full of relief and love. "I really like this big family we have now. There's my sister, Sister Qinlan, Sister Ziyun, and every one of you. Being able to work together with everyone toward the same goal makes me very happy. Really, I love our home as it is now. I love every person in this home. So, don't say you're sorry anymore." Seeing that Yichen still wanted to say something, Gu Qingzi raised her fair fingers and gently covered his lips, stopping every word he wanted to say. Her eyes were overflowing with deep affection and tenderness. Yichen looked into her eyes, looked at his own reflection in them, and the guilt in his heart was soothed and melted away little by her gentleness. He nodded heavily. Gu Qingzi smiled. Her smile was like the gentlest moonlight in the night sky. She stood on tiptoe and pressed a soft kiss to Yichen's lips. Then she buried her head against Yichen's chest, shy and expectant. "Yichen, carry me back to the room, okay?" The sunlight made Yichen's eyelids twitch before he slowly opened his eyes. He felt like he had just had a very, very long dream, one that lasted an entire lifetime. In that dream, all the pressure and exhaustion he had experienced in that lifetime had been gently smoothed away by a pair of tender hands. As his awareness slowly cleared, he did not get up right away. He simply lay there quietly, feeling the scent beside him that belonged to Gu Qingzi. The wildness and tenderness of last night replayed in his mind scene by scene. Years of emotions had finally found release last night. With the girl's response again and again, all that remained in his heart was satisfaction and affection. He slowly turned his head and looked to his side. At some unknown point, Gu Qingzi had already woken up. She was lying on her side, quietly watching him. In her eyes were tenderness and love that could not be melted away, along with peace and fulfillment. On her face was the unique charm of a girl who had transformed into a woman. Their eyes met. There was no shyness, no avoidance. The corners of Gu Qingzi's lips lifted slightly on their own. She said nothing, but her gaze had already spoken 1,000 words. "Awake?" Her voice carried a trace of laziness. Yichen answered softly, his voice a little hoarse. He did not move. He simply looked at her in silence. At this moment, no words were needed. They could understand every feeling in each other's hearts. "Good morning," Yichen said softly. "Good morning." Gu Qingzi's smile grew even brighter. She reached out and gently stroked Yichen's cheek. "Hungry?" Gu Qingzi asked softly. "A little," Yichen replied. "I'll go make breakfast for everyone." As she spoke, she prepared to get out of bed. Yichen said nothing. He just kept lying there and opened his arms toward her. The gesture was like a child acting spoiled with an adult, asking for a hug. Gu Qingzi was stunned for a moment, then understood what Yichen meant, and burst out laughing. She did not refuse his childishness. She bent down and gently hugged him. "All right, get up now. Everyone's probably hungry." It was as if she were coaxing a child, her voice so gentle it seemed ready to drip with softness. Yichen tightened his arms and pulled her tightly into his embrace. He buried his face in the hollow of her neck, breathing in the scent that reassured him. Gu Qingxi obediently leaned against his chest, feeling his strong and powerful heartbeat, her face full of blissful blush. After a moment, Gu Qingxi gently pushed him. Okay, hurry up and get up. Yichen did not let her go. Instead, he held her even tighter. He lifted his head, looked at her face so close at hand, lowered his head, and softly pressed a kiss to her lips. Unlike the intensity of last night, this kiss was gentle and full of love. After washing up, the two of them changed into clean clothes. Yichen looked at Gu Qingxi, who was combing her long hair in front of the mirror, and his heart stirred. From their ignorant childhood to their green youth, and then to now, this girl had always stood quietly behind him, silently supporting him and loving him in her own way. Her love was pure, clean, without the slightest impurity. And yet he, for all sorts of reasons, had made her wait so long and suffer so much grievance. Fortunately, it was not too late. What are you thinking about? Seeing Yi Chen's gentle gaze through the mirror, Gu Qingxi's face flushed once more. I'm thinking, my Qingxi is really beautiful. Yi Chen walked up and gently embraced her from behind. Gu Qingxi leaned her entire back against Yi Chen's chest. She looked at the man in the mirror, her eyes filled with tenderness that could not be dissolved. So many years had passed. From the moment she first began to understand love, her world had held only this man's figure. In the past, she had suffered because she could not have him all to herself. But now, she would not anymore. Last night, Yi Chen had used the most direct and most thorough way to let her understand her place in his heart. That was enough. As long as she could stay by his side, look at him, and feel his love, that was already enough. Come on, let's go downstairs for breakfast. Yi Chen took her hand, their fingers interlocked. Gu Qingxi nodded, a happy smile on her face, and walked out of the room with him. In the living room, all the girls were already up and seated around the dining table. Gu Qingyan was drinking milk while looking at the chat channel. Hearing footsteps, she subconsciously looked up. When she saw Yi Chen and Gu Qingxi walking down the stairs hand in hand, a smile appeared on her face. The smile of someone finally witnessing the happiness of the two of them. Her gaze swept back and forth between them. When she saw her younger sister's radiant face, her smile turned mischievous. Oh, only coming down now after the sun's already on your butt? Gu Qingyan put down the milk in her hand and spoke leisurely. Her voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone in the living room to hear clearly. Gu Qingxi's face instantly turned red. She subconsciously wanted to pull free from Yi Chen's hand, but Yi Chen held it even tighter instead. Little sister, why is your face as red as an apple? Gu Qingxi glared at her older sister, embarrassed and annoyed. Seeing Gu Qingyan looking like she was enjoying the show, Yi Chen only smiled helplessly and said nothing. But the hand tightly holding Gu Qingxi's, along with the undisguised tenderness on his face, already said everything. All right, we get it. You two are all lovey-dovey now. Gu Qingyan waved her hand, but the smile on her face only grew brighter. Hurry up and eat. If you don't, Sister Qinlan is going to snatch all the good food. Exactly. Qinlan also came over. She nudged Gu Qingxi with her elbow, lowered her voice, and asked in a volume only the few of them could hear. So, that guy Yi Chen, was he okay? You all. Gu Qingxi was so embarrassed that she stamped her foot. All right, stop teasing her. Su Zian walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of fried eggs. A gentle smile on her face. She glanced at Gu Qingxi's bright red face, then at the refreshed and spirited Yi Chen. And she too was happy for the two who had finally gotten their happy ending. Hurry and eat breakfast. It's getting cold. Thank you. Gu Qingxi's voice was tiny. Sister Qingxi, congratulations. And Ran and Shun she came over, sincere smiles on their faces. Looking at the heartfelt blessings on everyone's faces. Warmth surged through Gu Qingxi's heart. Her previous confusion and the tiny bit of grievance she had felt were all melted away at this moment. She raised her head and looked at Yi Chen beside her, then at every smiling face around the table. Her eyes reddened slightly, but on her face bloomed a bright smile from the bottom of her heart. She nodded heavily. We're family. All the girls turned their eyes toward Gu Qingyan and Zhou Siyu, their gazes filled with excitement and anticipation. Without a single word, everyone knew that today would be a day to witness a miracle. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Qingyan also revealed an eager smile. She glanced at Zhou Siyu beside her, who was still calm as ever, and the two of them nodded in tacit understanding. They were also looking forward to seeing what kind of transformation the SS Grade Talent Upgrade card would bring. Sis, let us begin, Gu Qingxi said softly. Okay. Gu Qingyan nodded heavily. With yesterday's success as experience, the three of them worked together much more smoothly this time. Gu Qingxi was the first to begin. She closed her eyes and quickly built the framework of the story in her mind. During Zhou Siyu's next talent sacrifice, she will have a certain chance to obtain an item exactly the same as the sacrifice. This time, with yesterday's experience, Gu Qingxi still felt resistance, but was no longer as strenuous as before. Her face only turned slightly pale before she smoothly finished writing the story. My turn. Confidence filled Gu Qingyan's eyes. She closed her eyes and activated probability string. The mental power that exceeded 10,000 was enough at this moment to shake heaven and earth. In the sea of probability formed by billions of threads, she precisely seized the string representing success. "Rise for me," she cried out sharply, and her mental power erupted without reservation. The string that had originally stood still like a mountain, under the violent lift of her mental power, began to slowly advance toward 100% probability. Just a little more, and ran. Here. And Ran had already been on standby nearby. The moment Gu Qingyan spoke, the light of life praise covered her without hesitation. A continuous stream of life force injected the most crucial support into the mental power Gu Qingyan was rapidly consuming. Now, Gu Qingyan suddenly opened her eyes, brilliance bursting in them. Probability locked at 100%. See you. Zhou Siyu did not hesitate in the slightest. She offered the S-grade talent upgrade card that Yi Chun had traded to her as the sacrifice. A blinding golden light erupted violently in the living room. On the unequal exchange panel, 3 options clearly appeared. 1. S-grade talent upgrade card 100. 2. S-grade talent upgrade card 100. 3. S-grade talent upgrade card 100. It worked? Qinlan blurted out in shock. Zhou Siyu did not hesitate at all and directly chose the first option. The next second, 100 S-grade talent upgrade cards appeared in her backpack. It worked. It really worked. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan could no longer suppress the joy in her heart and cheered out loud. She lunged forward, grabbed her sister and Zhou Siyu in one embrace, jumping and bouncing with excitement. "We did it. We really did it. Damn it. 100 cards." Qinlan also rushed over, her face full of excitement and frenzy, and ran. Chun Shi, Su Ziyun, Lin Wanqing. All the girls gathered around at this moment, their faces overflowing with joy and excitement. SS grade, even SSS grade. Everyone S-talent in their team would undergo an epic transformation. This would be a decisive leap for the blessed family number 1, and even for the entire Huaxia civilization. Looking at the 100 S-grade talent upgrade cards Zhou Siyu had traded over, Yi Chun felt his breathing become extremely rapid. 100 cards. That meant their team would give birth to the first holder of an SS grade talent. They would have the strongest capital to stand firm in this world, and even to ultimately win. Who gets it? Qinlan's voice trembled slightly as her gaze swept back and forth between Gu Qingxi, Gu Qingyan, and Yi Chun. These 3 were the absolute core of the entire team's talent system. Gu Qingxi's story direction, whether for a comeback from a losing position or for combined talents, was the most basic foundation. Yi Chun's infinite synthesis was the very root of the current Daba civilization's level up. And Gu Qingyan's probability string was the guarantee for all of this. Giving this precious chance to any one of the 3 would bring a qualitative leap to the team. "I suggest giving it to Qingyan," Su Ziyun said calmly. "Her talent is the most critical part of our resource perpetual motion system. The stronger her mental power is, the greater the probability she can pry loose. Giving this chance to her is the same as adding the strongest insurance to all our future plans." "I agree." Lin Wanqing also nodded. "Upgrading Qingyan's talent is the best choice right now." "I have no objection," Zhou Siyu said calmly. The girls' opinions were surprisingly unanimous. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Chun, waiting for his final decision. Yi Chun smiled. He looked at Gu Qingyan, his eyes full of trust and anticipation. "Qingyan, I'm leaving it to you." "I." Gu Qingyan looked at everyone's eyes, and her eyes reddened slightly. She did not say anything more, only nodded heavily. "Okay." Yi Chun traded all 100 cards to her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Qingyan took a deep breath and chose to use them. Buzz, 100 cards turned into streaks of flowing light, and all surged into her body. A massive stream of information exploded in her mind. Gu Qingyan only felt that her entire worldview was, at this moment, completely overturned and reconstructed. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her bright eyes seemed capable of seeing through all fate. In her vision, this world was no longer made of simple matter. It was woven from countless threads, some bright, some dim, some thick, some thin. Each thread represented a cause and effect, a possibility. And she could move these threads. Ding! Congratulations! Your S-grade talent probability string has successfully advanced to SS-grade talent fate weaving. Effect 1. Insight into probability. You will be able to see the threads connecting all things more clearly and trace their source and destination. Effect 2. Weave fate. You can consume mental power to forcibly weave together 2 or more originally unrelated fate threads, thereby creating new cause and effect and possibilities that did not originally exist. Effect 3. Fate weaving. You are no longer merely an observer and corrector of probability. You can now consume mental power to move existing probability strings, removing or adding the original. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on her, not daring to breathe. Gu Qingyan stood quietly, her eyes closed. On her fair and delicate face, there was no visible change in expression. However, her mental world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. If what she could see before were countless threads representing probability, then at this moment, what she saw was an enormous, complex web of cause and effect. With countless threads interwoven, entangled, and connected, covering the past, present, and future. Each thread still represented a possibility. She no longer could only see the possibility of one thing happening. What she could see now was cause and effect. The source of each thread, where it came from, and what kind of cause gave birth to it. The destination of each thread, where it would go, and what kind of effect it would bear. They were clear trajectories of fate connecting the past, present, and future. And she was no longer merely an observer. She now had the qualification to touch this web. After a long while, Gu Qingyan slowly opened her eyes. Qingyan? You? What is wrong? Qinlan's voice pulled her out of that mysterious state. Gu Qingyan did not answer immediately. She only raised her hand and looked at her palm, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. She opened and closed her mouth, as if searching for the right words to describe what she was feeling right now. I seem to have seen something different. Her voice carried a trace of drifting shock. What did you see? Yichen could not help asking. Gu Qingyan raised her head and swept her gaze across the crowd. Her eyes gave everyone she looked at the illusion that they had been completely seen through. I saw karma. She spoke slowly, her voice uncertain. My talent from now on is called fate weaving. It has 3 effects. A few seconds later, she finally looked at everyone and said each word clearly. The first effect is called insight into probability. I can trace back from what has already happened to the causes that led to it, but this process is irreversible. I can only see it, not change it. For example, I can use the fact that we successfully obtained the talent card as the result, and clearly trace back all the causes that led to that result. From Ching Si writing the story, to me pulling probability, to Si making the sacrifice, every link in between, every causal chain is clearly visible to me. Of course, she added, I can only see it, not change what has already happened. Isn't that just hindsight? Qinlan blurted out. No. Su Ziyun immediately denied Qinlan's words. Her current expression was the kind of excitement that couldn't be suppressed when seeing a tool capable of changing the world's balance. This is the ultimate ability to review a situation. It means that for everything in the future, whether success or failure, we can find the most fundamental cause from it. Summarize experience, avoid mistakes. Our growth rate will be accelerated infinitely. More than that, Gu Qingyan shook her head, a complicated smile appearing on her face. I can also see the rough future. At the same time, based on what is currently happening, I can roughly deduce several of the most likely outcomes it may produce in the future. She raised a finger and pointed at Yichun. For example, right now I can use the cause of Yichun deciding who to give the talent card to see several possible future outcomes. She paused. After digesting the huge amount of information in her mind, she continued. Even more, based on a result that is certain to happen in the future, I can trace back and check whether there's a cause at this current point in time that could lead to that result. After hearing Gu Qingyan's words, every face in the living room was filled with a shock that could not be described in words. Trace back karma? Deduce the future? This was no longer something the word probability could describe. Fuck! Qinlan snapped out of shock, grabbed Gu Qingyan by the shoulders, and shook her hard. This isn't just predicting the future. It's even the kind where you can set the conditions yourself. I'm not predicting. Gu Qingyan shook her head and patiently explained. I can only see the most likely outcomes based on the existing conditions. The future is flowing. Any tiny variable could change the result. No. This is even more terrifying than predicting the future. Su Ziyun's voice slowly rang out. Predicting the future, you're only a passive observer. But Qingyan's ability makes her an active player. She can find the cause with the highest success rate for us in advance. And then let us follow that line to get the result we want. Its value is immeasurable. Lin Wanqing adjusted the glasses on the bridge of her nose. In any transaction, negotiation, or even more, this ability is equivalent to seeing all the opponent's cards and backup moves in advance. We can choke off every possibility that works against us from a source. This overturns the logic of linear time. There is some confusion in Zhou Siyu's eyes. Past, present, and future are no longer flowing one way in front of Qingyan's talent. They become a whole that can be repeatedly observed, deduced, and verified, and is interconnected. The girls talked over one another, each analyzing from her own professional angle the overwhelming advantage brought by this completely new talent. Then, what about the second and third effects? And Ran asked, interrupting the discussion. Just the first effect was already so absurdly powerful. Then what kind of sight would the other 2 effects named Fate Weaving have? Gu Qingyan shook her head, a trace of bewilderment appearing on her face. I don't know. I can feel those 2 effects exist, but I can't understand them. To use them, with my current mental power, I can't do it yet. I need time to slowly explore and try. One effect is already crazy enough. You have to eat one bite at a time. Yichen looked at the somewhat discouraged Gu Qingyan and smiled to comfort her. You worked hard, Qingyan. Just the first effect alone is already enough to put us in an undefeated position. A bright smile appeared on Gu Qingyan's face. Not hard. It's worth it for everyone. That's right. Qinlan also waved his hand carelessly. When your mental power gets stronger later, we'll slowly study those two effects. Suzian also affirmed Gu Qingyan. With this ability, whether we're dealing with other civilizations or facing unknown crises, we will no longer be feeling our way across a river by touching the stones. We will become the players. Try? Try what? Gu Qingyan asked curiously. Of course, we're trying to see just how amazing your insight into probability really is. Qinlan said, rubbing his hands together, full of excitement. Didn't you say you can use a result that's certain to happen in the future, then trace back from that result to check the cause at this current point in time? Let's try this right now. Qinlan's suggestion was immediately met with everyone's response. Good idea. I also want to see exactly how this ability works. Then what should we use as the result? And Ran asked. That question sent everyone into thought. Just then, Yichen's voice slowly rang out. I've got it. He looked at Gu Qingyan. Qingyan, do you still remember the Centaur civilization? Of course I do. Gu Qingyan nodded. That powerful warlike race had left a deep impression on her. Given the Centaur civilization's belligerence and aggressiveness and the expansion trend of our Huaxia civilization now, one day in the future, a full-scale war between us and them is bound to break out. Since a war between the Huaxia civilization and the Centaur civilization is a result that is certain to happen in the future, then use that as the starting point and trace back. See whether, at this current point in time, you can find the cause that led to that result. As Yichen spoke, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Where exactly is the Centaur civilization now? What are they doing? Yichen's suggestion instantly lit up everyone's eyes. Hi. Suzian couldn't help but praise it. This test can not only verify the limit of Qingyan's talent, but also let us obtain the most crucial strategic intelligence. Two birds with one stone. Exactly. That's the way. Qinlan also excitedly punched the air. First find those horse bastards' nest. When we have time, we'll just drive over and wipe them out in one go. I understand. Gu Qingyan nodded heavily, her expression becoming solemn. This isn't just a test. It's also intelligence reconnaissance. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. SS rank talent, fate weaving, activate, buzz. An invisible wave spread outward from her as the center. In her field of vision, the vast network formed by countless threads of karma appeared once again. She began searching on the timeline of the future. She searched for that thread of fate representing the war between the Huaxia civilization and the Centaur civilization. Very soon, she found it. It was a thread that emitted a blood-red light, clear beyond doubt at some point in the future. This is it. Gu Qingyan's spiritual power gently touched that thread. Then, following this line that represented the result, she began to rapidly trace back to the source time point. A massive stream of information instantly surged into her mind. A faint muffled groan escaped Gu Qingyan's lips, and her face turned pale in an instant. This kind of retroactive tracing across time consumed far more mental energy than she had imagined. Qingyan, cease. Seeing that something was wrong with her complexion, Yichen and Gu Qingzi cried out in concern at the same time. I'm fine. Gu Qingyan shook her head, forcing herself to endure the mental exhaustion as she continued to trace back. Finally, just as her mental energy was about to run dry, a clear scene slowly emerged in her mind. It was war. A brutal war was unfolding. One side was a Centaur legion, powerfully built, wielding giant axes, overflowing with primitive violence. The other side was a group of humanoid creatures, generally less than 1 meter tall, with short, sturdy limbs and grayish-brown skin. Although these small creatures were individually weak, they were piloting all kinds of differently shaped mechas with a strong steampunk style, fighting the Centaur Legion in a desperate life-and-death battle. Lasers, artillery fire, explosions. All kinds of energy weapons and primitive battle axes intertwined and clashed across the battlefield. Found it. Gu Qingyan slowly opened her eyes. Though her voice was tired, it carried even more excitement. They're at war. She told everyone exactly what she had seen in the karmic traceback. Mechas? Qinlan was the first to cry out in shock. A race less than 1 meter tall is piloting mechas and fighting centaurs? This world is really getting more and more interesting. Chun-Chi's eyes shone with intense interest. A new civilization had entered their intelligence in such an unexpected way. So that means we already know the Centaur civilization's approximate location? Yichen asked. Yes. Gu Qingyan nodded, but then frowned. But I can only determine a general direction. I can't pinpoint exact coordinates. My ability is better at seeing events than specific geographic information. That is already enough. A sharp gleam flashed in Yichen's eyes. At least now we know what they're doing, and we know they're in a state of war. For the short term, they want to have the spare attention to deal with us. That is not even the most important part. Gu Qingyan took a deep breath and revealed an even more shocking piece of intelligence. I followed that karmic line and continued, deducing a little way into the future. I saw that, in the near future, a reconnaissance force sent out by our alliance encountered the Centaur civilization in a certain area. And then, Qinlan immediately pressed. Did they fight? No. Gu Qingyan shook her head. It was only brief contact and probing. Both sides were very restrained. Then each withdrew. The key point is, Gu Qingyan's tone became incomparably grave. In that future deduction of the encounter, I saw the relative geographic positions between our Huaxia civilization and the Centaur civilization. There's another civilization between us and them. So see you immediately understood. So our civilization and the Centaur civilization are indeed not directly bordering each other. A natural strategic buffer zone. That means we have more reaction time and greater strategic depth. This intelligence is absolutely critical. Yi Chun's voice also carried a trace of excitement. It will completely change our strategic deployment for the entire northern region. Previously, the enemy they were facing was one whose whereabouts were unknown and who might launch a surprise attack from the northern border at any time. But now, there was an additional natural barrier between them and that enemy. Well done, Qingyan. Qinlan excitedly patted Gu Qingyan on the shoulder. That talent of yours is even more useful than a spy satellite. Hee. A proud smile appeared on Gu Qingyan's face. This meant that when facing the northern centaurs, the Huaxia civilization would have a longer response window and broader strategic depth. A powerful, highly aggressive neighbor was certainly terrifying. But a neighbor already bogged down in war with another civilization and separated from them by a strategic buffer zone had a threat level that dropped dramatically. This intelligence was simply too important. His voice made everyone fall silent and turn to look at him. I should report this information to Zhang Wei and the Alliance Command. No one raised any objection to Yi Chun's decision. Exactly. Suzy nodded in agreement. This is no longer intelligence that our team alone can handle. It's enough to affect the future strategic direction of the entire Huaxia civilization. The top command must know about it immediately. Then what are we waiting for? Qinlan waved her fist, an excited grin on her face. Hurry up and tell that guy Zhang Wei. Let him be happy too. And while you're at it, tell him to get ready. Once the time comes, we'll just drive straight over and steamroll those horse brats. Yichen smiled and did not hesitate any longer. He immediately opened his private chat channel with Zhang Wei and sent over, without holding anything back, all the intelligence Gu Qingyan had obtained through fate weaving regarding the Centaur civilization. Inside the Mutual Aid Alliance's main command room, Zhang Wei was discussing the next phase of plans with Fang Mingyuan and a group of senior generals around map. At that moment, there came a soft beep. Zhang Wei opened the private chat. When he saw the intelligence Yi Chun had sent, even with his current composure, his pupils shrank violently. A trace of shock first flashed across his face. Then that shock transformed into overwhelming ecstasy. Mingyuan, everyone, come here for a moment. His voice made everyone who had been busy with their work stop what they were doing and gather in front of the main command platform. Zhang Wei raised his head and swept his gaze across everyone present. He did not explain much. He simply shared the intelligence Yi Chun had sent onto the main screen of the conference room. When the keyword strategic buffer zone and the Centaur civilization is currently at war with another civilization appeared before everyone's eyes, the entire command room fell into brief silence. The next second, several generals let out long breaths almost at the same time, their faces showing visible relief. Excellent. This is simply incredible news. A young general blurted out, his face full of gratitude and relief. Heaven blesses Huaxia. Another general said excitedly. The Centaur civilization is tied down in war, which means they won't have time to deal with us in the short term. And there's another civilization's territory between us as a buffer zone. That's right. We can temporarily stop worrying about the threat from the north and concentrate all our strength on dealing with that mountain civilization still hiding its head in the east. Now that we've confirmed their general location, all we need to do is send more reconnaissance units and establish an early warning line in the buffer zone. That'll be enough to handle any sudden situation. We've bought ourselves plenty of preparation time. I agree. East first, then north. That's the most stable strategy at the moment. The general's discussion quickly grew heated. For a time, the entire command room was filled with surging emotion, and the vast majority of opinions were surprisingly unified. That was to make use of this natural barrier and temporarily set aside the northern Centaur civilization. First stabilize internally, recuperate, and then seek further development. Foolish. Right at that moment, a furious shout filled with force overwhelmed every other voice in the room. President Hua slowly rose from his seat. There was not the slightest joy on his face. Instead, it held disappointment and anger, the kind that came from hating iron for not becoming steel. His gaze swept across the face of every general present. Are your brains stuffed with paste? You've only just unified Huaxia, and you've already forgotten what it means to stay vigilant in times of peace. Strategic buffer? Preparation time? President Hua let out a cold laugh. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire command room. You think that buffer zone is a great wall that lets us rest easy? Let me tell you, it's not a great wall. It's just a layer of window paper. One poke and it breaks. Have you already forgotten what kind of world we're in? Forgotten that this world has always been a war to the death, a war of extermination. Centaur civilization, an extremely aggressive war race. They're already at war with another civilization. What does that mean? It means they're just a pack of rabid dogs that will never stop. When their war is over and they've grown stronger, do you think the LL stop to recover? No, the LL turn their next target on us without hesitation. An enemy that's mired in war and has a hollow rear. This is not a reason for us to be thankful at all. This is the best chance we'll ever get to annihilate them completely. Strike while the iron is hot. Do you not even understand such a simple truth? Where's your blood? Where's your courage? Did you feed it all to the dogs? You're still thinking of dealing with the eastern threat first? By the time you find the lair of that bunch of cowardly turtles in the east, the yellow flowers will already be cold. By then, what we'll be facing is a stronger centaur civilization, one that can launch a deadly strike from the north at any time. Every word from President Hua hit like a heavy hammer, smashing hard into everyone's hearts. The generals who had just been smug about gaining a strategic buffer all lowered their heads in shame. Fine beads of cold sweat seeped out on their foreheads, their faces full of shame and lingering fear. That was right. They had only seen what was in front of them and ignored the deadly crisis behind them. They had almost made a fatal mistake that could have ruined the future of the entire civilization, all because of a moment of carelessness. Commander, the general who had been the first to propose dealing with the east before the north suddenly stood up. He gave Zhang Wei a solemn salute, his face full of resolve. Old Hua is right. I was muddle-headed. Zhang Wei's expression also turned serious. He slowly stood up and gave President Hua a deep bow. Old Hua, you're right. I was blinded by temporary victory. Old Hua was right. Forgetting war means danger. If we're going to fight, then we have to be prepared for a two-front war. How do we fight a two-front war? Zhang Wei's question plunged everyone in the command room into deep thought. A two-front war. It sounded simple, but actually doing it was harder than climbing to the heavens. In the east was the mountain peak civilization, with its terrifying recovery ability and burrowing ability. In the north was the centaur civilization, currently fighting another civilization, with formidable individual strength and extreme aggressiveness. Neither of these enemies was easy to deal with. Any mishandling could lead to total defeat. Everyone understood the logic. But meals had to be eaten one bite at a time. The centaur civilization in the north was already at war with another civilization, and that was indeed the best time to launch a sneak attack on their rear. But the mountain peak civilization in the east was also a huge hidden threat that had to be guarded against. Once the main force was transferred north, the defenses of Dongcang City would inevitably be weakened. Split the forces? One general said instinctively, then immediately rejected his own idea. No, our troop numbers are large, but our top combat strength is insufficient. Once we split the forces, both sides could end up under pressure. Concentrate superior forces and strike one side first? Another general also offered his view. But like Old Hua said, by the time we finish off the east, those horse bastards in the north will probably already have caught their breath. For a moment, the command room fell into a deadlock, just as everyone was deep in thought, trying to find a perfect solution to this dilemma. A figure that had remained silent the entire time slowly stood up from the end of the conference table. It was Xiao Wang Tung, the young man who had been nearly invisible in the command room since the regional war, with almost no presence in anyone's eyes. The fierce, stubborn edge he had when he first proposed sacrificing the happiness family number was gone from his face. After this period of settling down and learning, he had grown calm and steady. His standing up drew everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Wang slowly spoke. Commander, generals, I think a two-front war is not only feasible, but also our only choice right now. His voice wasn't too loud, but it clearly spread through the entire command room. The new generals who had only joined the United Council during the Great Merge period looked at this unfamiliar young man with curiosity, not knowing what he intended to say. But the veterans who had followed Zhang Wei since the earliest regional war all felt their hearts give a sudden jolt the moment they saw him stand up. They remembered that at the very first alliance meeting, this young man had made a proposal that shook the room to its core. Bring down the happiness family number from its pedestal. Xiao Wang ignored everyone's gazes. He simply stated his plan calmly. Our greatest advantages right now are three. He held up 3 fingers. First, the 2 composite civilization crystals provided by the family number give our elite troops far greater breakthrough and defensive power than ordinary forces. Second, Li Ming's defense-sharing talent and Huaxia's unique 1-hour revival trait give us near-infinite room for error in large-scale warfare. Third, and most importantly, the alliance teleport function. Xiao Wang paused, then said a plan that made everyone's scalps tingle. My suggestion is this. The Eastern Front will be held here by a force of about 5 million elite defenders led by Li Ming, relying on defense sharing and the 1-hour revival trait. This force is enough to deal with any scale of surprise attack. Their job is not offense, but defense and delay. As for the Northern Front, let the happiness family number use their mobility to penetrate into the rear of the Centaur Civilization's battlefield at top speed. Then, through the alliance teleport function, in an instant, we'll deploy every combat unit we can mobilize, billions of them. No need to think about tactics. No need to think about formations, and even less need to think about logistics. What they need to do is attack the centaurs indiscriminately at the fastest speed possible. Kill, until all those billions of troops are completely wiped out. Then, after resurrection, the dead players will go to the northern front and join the defensive positions. When the Alliance teleport cooldown ends the next day, we repeat today's tactic. Over and over like this. As long as we repeat it a few times, the Centaur civilization will be beaten to death with sheer manpower. Use the cheapest lies to exchange for victory. For us, there is no suspense in a two-front war. Xiao Wang calmly finished explaining his plan. Everyone looked at this calm young man. The generals who had joined only after the Alliance's great merge had only one thought in their minds. This was a complete and utter madman. They could not imagine what kind of disregard for life a person would need to so calmly speak of using billions of lives as expendable resources to carry out one suicide attack after another. And those old-timers who had followed all the way from the regional war period looked at Xiao Wang, feeling deep emotion in their hearts. As expected of you. As expected of the guy who had once stood up and said he wanted to sacrifice the happy family no. Vessel, this young man still did not treat people like people at all. But every commander present had to admit in their hearts, this plan was feasible. And more than that, it was currently the most effective plan, the one that could bring out the full potential of Huaxia civilization's undead advantage. It perfectly made use of the Alliance's strategic transport capability through teleportation, as well as Huaxia civilization's unique revival trait. Only, this plan was far too inhumane. It completely reduced life to a consumable number. Although this consumption would not bring true death, that act of actively going to one's death for victory still struck at the deeply rooted humanitarian mindset in everyone present. In their minds, humanitarianism and the most real survival rules clashed violently. For a moment, no one spoke. He did not look at those generals who had fallen into shock and silence because of Wang Tong's plan. His gaze stayed only on this young man. A madman? No. Fang Mingyuan did not think Wang Tong was a madman. In Fang Mingyuan's view, Wang Tong understood the essence of this world more clearly than anyone else present. From the very beginning, when he first discovered this young man who had been pushed out of his original team because of differences in ideals, he had taken a liking to that quality in him, the ability to use everything in order to achieve his goal. Cold, rational, even somewhat heartless. In peacetime, such a person might be seen as an oddity. But in the dark forest where civilization and civilization only had life and death conflict, that quality was the most valuable asset. Here, any mercy or hesitation could bury an entire civilization. The ideas of these generals here, including his own, had all been deeply shaped by the morals and values of peacetime. They would subconsciously calculate casualties, consider humanitarian concerns, and struggle over whether the means were justified. Wang Ting would not. In his world, there seemed to be only the goal and the path to achieve it. That was exactly the voice Huaxia civilization needed most right now. It needed someone who dared to break all mental shackles and bring their advantages to the extreme in the most unreasonable and most inhumane way possible. That was why Fang Mingyuan had been deliberately cultivating him all along, keeping him by his side, letting him see, letting him learn. He was not worried that Wang Tong's thinking would become more extreme, more insane. Because he was here, he would trim this sapling, whose growth had become a bit wild, into the shape most suited for this era. Even if one day, he was no longer here. Fang Mingyuan glanced at the young man at the main seat, the one who had remained silent from start to finish, with no emotion visible on his face. And there was Zhang Wei, this young Alliance Supreme Commander. He believed that as long as Zhang Wei was still here, the giant ship of Huaxia civilization would never drift off course. Unless Zhang Wei himself wanted it to drift. Thinking of this, Fang Mingyuan's mind, uncontrollably, flashed with the figures of those brilliant yet equally ruthless emperors in Huaxia history. Looking at Zhang Wei's profile, he felt he was becoming more and more like someone in his memory. Then he gave a self-mocking laugh and pushed that absurd thought out of his mind. Impossible. Zhang Wei's heart always held the whole of Huaxia. Looking at the crowd, still struggling in silence and conflict, he knew it was time for him to break the deadlock. I agree with Comrade Wang Tong's plan. Fang Mingyuan slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but it instantly stirred up huge waves. Everyone's gaze snapped to him. Staff Officer Fang, you. A general could not help but speak, his face full of disbelief. Fang Mingyuan raised a hand, signaling him to calm down. I know what everyone is worrying about. His gaze swept across every face in the room. Humanitarianism, casualties, sacrifice. These are all carved into our bones. They are the bottom line we, as soldiers, have spent our lives protecting. But I ask everyone to think about one question. In this new world, what is Huaxia civilization's greatest advantage? Unity? Wisdom? Or our never submitting will? No, none of those. Fang Mingyuan shook his head and said, word by word, our greatest advantage is immortality. It is the revival opportunity once every hour after civilization level up. It is the vehicles we can back up. This is the ultimate trump card that allows us to survive in this world, to stand firm, and even to defeat every enemy. Comrade Wang Tong's plan looks crazy, looks inhumane, but its core is to bring our greatest advantage into full play without reservation. We are not sending our compatriots to die. We are exchanging victory in a way only we in this world can do. What we pay is equipment, resources, and the brief weakness after revival. What we get will be the total destruction of a major hidden threat, long-term peace along the entire northern border, and a vast future where Huaxia civilization can expand eastward with no worries at all. Please think about it. If we abandon this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity because of so-called humanitarian concerns, then when the Centaur civilization finishes dealing with their opponents and becomes even stronger, only to turn back and launch a full-scale invasion against us, what will we be paying then? It will be true death, the destruction of cities, and the abyss from which our entire civilization can never recover. With Feng Mingyuan taking the lead and breaking all the shackles in everyone's hearts, the generals in the command room gradually let go of the conflict and struggle on their faces. I agree. An elderly general slowly raised his hand, his voice hoarse. Staff Officer Feng is right. This ISNT sacrifice. This is exchange, using the smallest cost to gain the greatest victory. We cannot do this calculation. I agree too. Another general stood up, his eyes full of determination. If this plan can make us win, then do it. Seconded. Seconded. One general after another stood up. Their expressions, which had started in pain, gradually became firm. As soldiers, they understood better than anyone that war was never a banquet. Since they were going to fight, they had to fight to win, no matter the cost. In the end, everyone's gaze gathered on the main seat. Zhang Wei slowly stood up. There was no expression on his face. He looked at everyone present and slowly spoke. From a moment Huaxia civilization completed unification, we were no longer survivors struggling to live. We are a civilization, and war between civilizations has no right or wrong, only survival and destruction. We have obtained the ability of immortality. This is both our luck and our fate. It is destined that we can no longer view this war with the eyes of the past. Zhang Wei's voice was not loud, but clearly echoed in everyone's ears. We are the Fourth Calamity, enough to make every enemy tremble. In that case, we should bear the fangs of calamity. He paused, then swept his gaze over Wang Tong, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes. In the happy villa, in the living room, Yichin shared Zhang Wei's plan with everyone. Qinlan's voice slowly rang out. Her face showed a hint of surprise. Have these old guys finally turned their brains around? Her tone carried neither mockery nor praise. They actually dared to make such a decision. ISNT that a good thing? A relieved look appeared on Su Ziyun's face. This proved that the Alliance's highest command had completely broken free from the ideological shackles of the peacetime era and had begun to truly adapt to the laws of survival in this world. This was a signal oriented toward ability and results. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the proposal before finally landing on Yichun. But the key part of this plan, if we want it to succeed, is with us. Only we can reach the rear of the Centaur civilization as fast as possible and create a stable coordinate for the later troop teleportation. So whether this plan can ultimately be carried out is up to you, Yichun. Su Ziyun's words made everyone's attention focus on Yichun once again. They waited for him to make the final decision. Yichun said nothing. He just quietly looked at the plan. After a long while, he slowly put his head and looked at the grave expressions on everyone's faces, then suddenly smiled. Why are you all looking at me like that? His voice carried an easy tease. Do you think I object to this inhuman plan? Yichun's joke brought a faint smile to the girls' faces as well. Yichun's smile faded, and his gaze turned firm and sharp. He slowly stood up and swept his eyes across every girl present, his voice steady and powerful. Since they've already made their choice, then let us go. Depart. Wait. Just as everyone was preparing to move, the usually quiet Zhou Siyu suddenly spoke. At our speed, even if we fly at full speed without stopping, it will still take a very long time to reach the northern Centaur battlefield. During that time, there are too many variables. Her words reminded everyone. Between them and the Centaur civilization lay an entire civilization's territory. That distance, even if family ship flew without rest, would still take quite a long time, and war opportunities vanished in an instant. Then what do we do? Qinlan's brows furrowed tightly. We can't just watch this great opportunity slip away, can we? Just as everyone fell into thought again, Zhou Siyu's gaze swept over Gu Qingxi and Gu Qingyan, the two sisters. I have an idea. Qingyan, your talent, weaving destiny, the second effect. Literally speaking, it forcefully weaves together two unrelated threads of destiny, creating brand new causality. Zhou Siyu's voice drew everyone's attention. Gu Qingyan froze, then immediately pulled up her talent panel. Effect 2, weaving destiny. You can consume mental power to forcefully weave together two or more originally unrelated threads of destiny, thereby creating brand new causality and possibilities that did not originally exist. Weaving destiny. Gu Qingyan looked at the description, her eyes showing confusion. I still don't really understand how this effect is supposed to be used. I have a rough idea. Zhou Siyu nodded, then looked at Gu Qingxi beside her and said calmly, Qingxi, even if Qingyan's talent is strong now, she still can't create a non-existent thread of destiny out of thin air. All weaving must have thread as its foundation. So, I need you to create that thread for her first. You need to activate your talent and write a story. The story content is, we may today reach the rear of the Centaur army without any losses. As for Zhou Cu's understanding of the rule layer, Gu Qingxi had never had the slightest doubt. She didn't ask why, only nodded heavily. I understand. Gu Qingxi closed her eyes, mobilized her mental power, and activated her talent. After all this time, her use of her talent had become much more relaxed and skillful, although she felt the resistance of the rules. Within just over 10 seconds, she opened her eyes and finished writing the story. Done. Zhou Cu nodded. Then her gaze landed on Gu Qingyan again. Qingyan, it's your turn. Activate your second talent effect, Weaving Destiny. Find a thread of Destiny Qingxi just created. Then find any player in the alliance who has a spatial teleportation type talent, and find his thread of destiny. Weave those two threads together. Zhou Cu's words made everyone present feel as if their vision had suddenly opened up. Teleportation across space. Using Gu Qingxi's story as the cause. Using Gu Qingyan's weaving as the process, and finally achieving an effect. This was using rules to create new rules. I get it. Gu Qingyan felt admiration for Zhou Cu's wild, yet logically airtight idea. Without the slightest hesitation, she decisively activated her talent. Weaving Destiny. The massive web of causality once again slowly unfolded in her vision. She consumed mental power and quickly filtered and searched through the countless tangled threads. Soon she found it. A brand new thread. This was the thread Gu Qingxi had just created. Immediately after, she shifted her vision to the entire population of players in the Huaxia Alliance. Filtering condition. Spatial teleportation type talent. Countless threads of destiny representing different players lit up in her vision. In the end, her gaze locked onto one of them. Found it. She found a member of the Alliance with an A-rank talent, spatial roaming. Prepare to weave. She mobilized her mental power and grabbed the two threads separately. Then, she was about to forcefully pull them together. At that moment, Zhou Cu's voice rang in her ear once more. Don't try to pull the entire thread of destiny. You only need to let these two threads produce an intersection at today's time point. Just one point is enough. Zhou Cu's words reminded her. She also understood. Forcefully changing two complete trajectories of destiny would require an astronomical amount of mental power. Something she simply could not do right now. But if it was only a tiny intersection between one thread and another at a specific point in time, it was like making two parallel lines that would never intersect overlap for an instant. The difficulty was reduced by countless times. Gu Qingyan took a deep breath, her mental power focusing once again to the extreme. In her vision, the thread of destiny representing Gu Qingxi's story and the thread of destiny of the Alliance's A-rank talent, spatial roaming, floated quietly. Just today's time point. Gu Qingyan muttered under her breath, her mental power highly concentrated. She no longer tried to move the two complete threads of destiny, but instead focused all her mental power on the node of the spatial roaming talent at today's mark. Then pull. Buzz. She felt a resistance that was not too great. Not just the consumption of mental power, but also the opposition of the world's underlying rules. Forcing two unrelated destinies to intersect at a certain point in time was, in itself, an act against heaven. Come over here. Gu Qingyan clenched her teeth, her delicate face turning somewhat pale from the rapid consumption of mental power. 1,000 points. 1,500 points. As the number of mental power consumed surged upward, the thread of destiny of that spatial roaming talent user finally began, in her vision, to slowly move closer to the thread of destiny Gu Qingxi had created. In the end, at the moment her mental power consumption reached 2,000 points, two originally unrelated lines of fate had finally, at this very moment, lightly touched. A brand new point of convergence had formed. Success. Gu Qingyan suddenly opened her eyes. Her body swayed slightly, but her face was filled with wild joy. Success. She let out a delighted cheer toward the crowd. You worked hard. Yichen quickly stepped forward and supported her, his eyes full of heartache. Well done, Qingyan. Qinlan excitedly clenched her fist. Suzian looked just as stirred. This time, we used rules as a lever to pry reality itself. We actually did it. I'll contact Zhang Wei immediately. Yichen did not waste a second. He knew the window of opportunity would vanish in an instant. He immediately opened a private chat channel with Zhang Wei, inside the Mutual Aid Alliance's General Command Room. Zhang Wei looked at the message Yi Chun had sent in private chat. His emotions were complicated, and he took a deep breath. He turned around and gave a heavy nod to Fong Mingyuan and the others who had long been standing by. Pass the order down. The plan officially begins now. Yes. Fong Mingyuan immediately began personnel screening and contact through the command system. Talent search, spatial roaming. Search complete. Matched A-rank talent holder, XXX. Connect to XXX immediately. See Com Commander-in-Chief. When XXX saw Zhang Wei's resolute face on the screen, he was so nervous that even his speech stuttered. Comrade Triple X, don't be nervous. Zhang Wei's voice was steady and powerful, soothing the other party's emotions. Activate your talent, spatial roaming, immediately. What? Triple X froze. You heard correctly. Zhang Wei's voice became incomparably serious. Activate your talent, and then teleport over. This will be a one-way teleportation. Before you reach the destination, we cannot provide you with any coordinates or support. You will be the first brick to knock open the enemy's back door for our entire Huaxia civilization. Are you willing to accept this mission? After hearing Zhang Wei's words, Triple X fell silent for a brief moment. A trace of hesitation and fear flashed across his face. But in the end, both turned into resolve. He recalled the despair the Centaur Legion had brought to the northern border before. He also remembered the shock of the Xingfu Yijian, how descending like divine soldiers and crushing everything in its path. He knew he was not a hero, but he was Huaxian. I am willing. Triple X's voice trembled with emotion, but it was incomparably firm. Very good. A gratified smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face. Go. Triple X nodded heavily. He closed his eyes and activated his talent. Buzz, spatial roaming. A flash of white light passed by. His figure, along with his level 6 bus that had undergone basic modifications, vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, northern frontier, unknown region. White light flashed. Triple X's bus appeared atop a barren highland. All around him stretched endless Gobi wasteland. The air was thin and cold. I succeeded, I really succeeded. Looking out the window at the completely unfamiliar landscape, Triple X let out an incredulous cheer. He did not delay and immediately opened the Yichen Alliance interface that had just been established. Alliance summon. Sending summon request to Xingfu Yijian Hao. Summon successful. The space beside him twisted slightly. The next second, he saw the legendary war fortress, the enormous vehicle body of Xingfu Yijian Hao, appear atop this barren highland. The moment he saw it, Triple X was so excited he nearly jumped up. You worked hard, comrade. Yichan's voice came clearly through the Alliance channel. And not hard at all. Triple X's voice trembled with excitement. To serve the people. Yichan glanced at the environment outside, then confirmed Triple X's condition again through the Alliance channel. Well done. After that, he said nothing more. Wow. So this is the Centaur's rear area? It feels so desolate. We succeeded. The girls' voices rang out inside the bus. Prepare for takeoff. Yichan's voice sounded over the internal channel. He piloted Xingfu Yijian Hao and slowly lifted into the air. Cold killing intent filled his eyes. Right then, Gu Qinyan's voice rang out inside the bus. The radar's picking something up. Due north, 300 kilometers away. A massive number of hostile targets are moving at high speed. Scale impossible to estimate. Success. The plan had succeeded. They had not only successfully reached the rear of the Centaur civilization, they had also caught the enemy's movements at the very first moment. Yichan did not delay in the slightest. On the way over, he had already thought through every step of the plan that would follow. This A-rank talent holder, Triple X, was the first brick that had opened the rear gate of the Centaurs for them. And he, Yichan, was the second. He would become a brand new coordinate. A super teleportation point capable of providing precise positioning for the arrival of the Huaxiao army that would follow. Without any hesitation, Yichan piloted Xingfu Yijian Hao and sped north at full speed. A distance of 300 kilometers was only a matter of a little over 10 minutes at Xingfu Yijian Hao's speed. Very soon, they arrived in the sky about 50 kilometers from the battlefield. From this height, the chaotic battlefield in the distance was already clearly visible. Countless black dots were slaughtering one another across the earth. Bursts of explosive fire and the flashes of energy weapons rose and fell one after another. Even from such a great distance, it could still be seen clearly. Yichan did not rashly approach. Instead, he found a flat area nearby with open terrain and a broad field of view, then slowly landed. Buzz, Xingfu Yijian Hao came to a steady stop. In the alliance member list, Yichan selected Huzhu Hao. He carried out the final step of the plan, then habitually disbanded this alliance that had only been created temporarily. Alliance summon. Sending summon request to Huzhu Hao. You have successfully summoned Huzhu Hao. Yichan alliance has been disbanded. At the same time, inside Huzhu Hao's general command room, Zhang Wei looked at the alliance summon request that had popped up on the screen, as well as the short and forceful message Yichan sent afterward. Coordinates established. He slowly rose from his seat. His gaze swept across the command room, over the hundreds of generals and staff officers busily working because of all kinds of intelligence reports. Everyone's eyes were waiting on him. A smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face. He did not say any unnecessary words. Through the Supreme Command Channel, he simply gave all the assembled Huaxiao players, already gathered and standing by, the final order they had been waiting far too long to hear. Move out. Buzz, space twisted and trembled. The next second, Huzhu Hao, a land carrier-like vehicle, appeared on this barren land. Immediately after that, a second flash of white light. A third, a fourth, buzz, 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 buzz. One streak of white light after another lit up without end. Each streak of white light represented a player bus, long since fully prepared, crossing distant space and descending onto this battlefield. The Alliance summon function had no cooldown. Its only restriction was that the summoned target could only be summoned once per day as CD, and before the operation began, Zhang Wei had already made use of that rule to divide the hundreds of millions of players into independent summonable legions in units of 10,000. At this moment, after Huzhu Hao, this super transfer station, arrived on the battlefield, all the legions, through summons used by the players continuously teleporting in, were basically transported over at the same time. One after another, all kinds of buses kept emerging from the void. In just a few minutes, this barren highland was already completely packed with densely packed player buses of every kind. An iron tide, numbering in the hundreds of millions, had gathered in silence in the heartland of the Centaur civilization. This was the wildest and most crucial part of Wang Tong's plan. Use one coordinate as a springboard and, in an instant, send the entire civilization's combat unit straight into the enemy's heart. Yichun looked at this spectacular scene, and his heart was also surging with heroism. Qinlan, received. Qinlan's voice was filled with excitement she could not suppress. War domain, activate. An invisible wave, centered on the Happiness Family bus, suddenly spread in all directions, enveloping the hundreds of millions of player troops below. Buzz. Almost at the same time, within the boundless iron tide below, all kinds of lights in different colors also lit up. Iron-blooded battle, song, activated. All friendly units in range gain 10 attack. Fortify the borders and clear the fields, activated. All friendly units in range gain 15 defense. Godspeed, aura, activated. All friendly units in range gain 20 movement speed. Then, more talents meant for large-scale battlefields were activated at the same time. Courage aura, activated. All friendly units gain morale. Armor-piercing field, activated. All friendly units' attacks now carry armor-piercing effects. Weakness insight, activated. All friendly units have a chance to find the enemy's weakness when attacking. One buff talent after another, belonging to different players and different teams, was unleashed without reservation at this moment. Countless buff effects stacked layer upon layer. Wang, who sat inside his level 8 heavy-duty bus, feeling the changes in the vehicle's condition, trembling all over with excitement. Holy shit, what is this feeling? He could clearly feel that his bus was undergoing a complete transformation. The engine let out a stronger, more powerful roar. The armor on the body became even sturdier and heavier under a light invisible to the naked eye. Even the level 4 cannon he had just replaced on the roof seemed to have grown even stronger. Attack, defense, speed. A full spectrum boost. Under the enhancement of War Domain and all kinds of buff auras, the combat power of the entire Huaxia player army had increased by at least one time over. How the hell were they supposed to lose now? In Wang Hu's eyes, a fire known as fanaticism burned. He felt that right now. Not to mention a group of centaurs. Even if there were a mountain in front of him, he could still step on the gas without hesitation and smash straight through it. Just as all the players were fired up by the collective buffs, Zhang Wei's voice, through the Alliance channel, rang in the ears of every player present. His voice was steady and powerful. Comrades, I am Zhang Wei. I will lead the charge. We have only one purpose in coming here this time. Kill every enemy you see, until we all die. Then his voice paused. Tomorrow we'll come back. The day after tomorrow, too. Until this world no longer contains a single figure who dares stand against us. Zhang Wei's voice rose as he let out a thunderous roar. Those who offend Huaxia, no matter how far away they are, will still be punished. Entire army, follow me and charge. Those who offend Huaxia, no matter how far away they are, will still be punished. Zhang Wei's roar, like rolling thunder, slammed hard into every Huaxia player's heart through the Alliance channel, and also ignited the most primal fanaticism in Wang Hu's chest. Since the last war with the Centaur civilization until now, he had waited too long for this moment. All Huaxia players had waited too long, sitting in the driver's cabin of his heavy-duty bus, which had been modified and reinforced countless times and was already at level 8. He gripped the steering wheel so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He could clearly sense that his bus, under the blessing of countless buff auras, was undergoing a complete transformation. The engine's roar became stronger and more powerful. The armor on the body became even sturdier and heavier. Even the level 4 cannon on the roof, the one he had spent a fortune to get, was now ready to fire. Attack, defense, speed. A full spectrum boost. He slammed his foot on the gas, and the engine let out a beast-like roar. This was it. Boom. At that moment, the roar of an engine came from the very front of the army. Wang Hu abruptly raised his head. He saw the mutual aid bus leading the charge, the first to rush out. Without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest pause. The flag flying atop the mutual aid bus was at this moment so vivid, so dazzling, becoming the brightest landmark of all. Entire army. Charge. Zhang Wei's order exploded in the Alliance channel. Charge. A hoarse roar burst from Wang Hu's throat. He no longer had any room to think. His body's instincts had already overwhelmed everything. He stomped hard on the gas. Boom! Beside him were even more roars. His level 8 heavy-duty bus followed closely behind that flying flag and without hesitation merged into the iron tide formed by hundreds of millions of vehicles. Charge! Entire army, charge! At this moment, hundreds of millions of player buses all launched their charge at the same time. From a high altitude, it looked like an endless wave, kicking up dust that blotted out the sky, stabbing straight toward the Centaur Army's rear 50 kilometers away. 50 kilometers was nothing to the player army, whose speed had already been pushed to the limit. It was reached in an instant. The earth trembled violently. The Centaur rear position was still calm. They had never expected that such a terrifying enemy force would appear in their own heartland. Many Centaurs responsible for logistics and equipment maintenance were even still leisurely wiping their weapons and discussing the frontline battle, until the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. A Centaur centurion looked up in confusion toward the direction of the tremors. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply into pinpoints. Behind them, an iron army was charging toward them in a posture of total destruction. Enemy attack! The shrill alarm had just been roared from his throat, when a mutual aid bus at the very front had already arrived, as the spearhead of the entire legion. It had no intention of slowing down in the slightest. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The mutual aid bus crashed hard into the unprepared rear of the Centaur army. The Centaur's flesh and blood bodies seemed so powerless before the current mutual aid bus. The massive impact sent the dozens of Centaurs standing in front of the mutual aid bus flying. Countless war machines were smashed apart along with them. In an instant, a gap was forcibly torn open in the Centaur rear position. Holy shit! Wang Hu looked at the scene before him and only felt his scalp go numb. But the next second, that numbness was replaced by frenzied battle intent. Smash them to death. Following right behind, along the blood path plowed open by the mutual aid bus, Wang Hu felt his whole body's blood boiling. He roared and drove straight in as well. Boom! A Centaur who had not yet reacted to the shock of seeing his companion sent flying was hit hard by Wang Hu's heavy-duty bus. So satisfying. Wang Hu felt an unprecedented sense of power and exhilaration surging through every cell in his body, under the all-around boost of War Domain and various buff auras. His bus became indestructible, unstoppable. The cannon on the roof, under all kinds of enhancements, had its power increased by a huge margin. Fire! Fire! Fire at them hard! Damn it! He roared madly, and the gunner on the roof slammed down the attack button. Boom! A shell whistled out and landed on a Centaur not far away who was trying to operate a catapult. In a blast of fire, that Centaur's body was brutally blown open by a huge wound. It did not even have time to let out a scream before it crashed to the ground. One shot, just one shot. It caused damage that at last time required several volleys to achieve. Holy crap, this power. Wang Hu was shocked by the power of that shot himself. He knew his cannon had gotten stronger, but he had never expected it to become this much stronger. This was no longer a simple boost. This was a qualitative change. Ha 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 ha. All of you go die, damn it. This was what war should look like. This was the way war should be fought by their Huaxiao players. The belief in invincibility completely took over his mind. Driving his own bus, he charged wildly across this chaotic battlefield, freely pouring out firepower and reaping one Centaur after another. Soon after, more Huaxiao players followed close behind and surged onto the battlefield. A steel torrent on a scale of billions, crazily pouring in. Crush them. Fire. Don't stop. Empty every shell you've got, damn it. Ha! You horse brats. Grandpa's here. Countless shells bloomed in the Centaur's rear positions. This was a one-sided slaughter. Under the Huaxiao players' army's sudden charge, the Centaur's rear positions instantly fell into chaos and collapse. The Centaurs, who had originally been fighting fiercely with other civilizations, never dreamed that a disaster army would suddenly appear behind them. Countless Centaurs, before they even understood what was happening, were sent back to their mother's wombs by the shells and the buses rolling over them. At the same time, far away on the front line, a Centaur commander in black heavy armor was commanding the army with great spirit, suppressing the enemy. Keep attacking. Don't stop. Tear apart their defenses. His face was full of confidence that victory was within reach. However, at this moment, a faint sound of cannon fire and screams drifted on the wind from far behind and reached his ears. He seemed to sense something and turned back somewhat puzzled, looking to the rear. He frowned slightly and glanced toward the back with some doubt. Was it an illusion? He shook his head and drove that stray thought out of his mind. As the most elite warlord commander of the Blackstone clan, he had absolute confidence in the safety of his rear positions. That place was in the depths of the entire battlefield, and beyond it was the territory of his own civilization. Unless the enemy could fall from the sky, there was no way any organized force could appear there without a sound. Keep suppressing them. Karak looked back toward the distant front line, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. Before nightfall, I want to see their defenses torn apart completely. Yes, Commander. The messenger beside him loudly answered, just about to relay the order. At that moment, Commander, it's bad. A shrill, Terrified howl came from behind him. Karak whirled around. A messenger in charge of rear communications was charging toward him, covered in dirt, his face written with a terror beyond words. What are you panicking for? Karak bellowed, his voice like thunder, making the messenger's body tremble violently. Our rear has been ambushed, the messenger said in a frightened, broken voice because of extreme terror. A huge, immeasurable army of a technological civilization suddenly appeared behind us. The logistics troops were crushed in an instant. What did you say? Karak's pupils contracted sharply. He stepped forward and grabbed the messenger by the collar with one huge hand, lifting him off the ground. Say that again. It's true, Commander. The messenger was so frightened by the terrifying aura radiating from him that he was shaking all over. But he still shouted with all his strength. They suddenly appeared just like that, as if they had crawled out of the ground. The number is impossible to count. Our rear is already a sea of fire. Impossible. That was the first thought that flashed through Karak's mind. Absolutely impossible. He let go and allowed the already exhausted messenger to collapse to the ground. He was going to see for himself. See which bastard, blind to the situation, dared set fire behind his back. Boom! The muscles in Karak's legs swelled violently, and terrifying force gathered and erupted beneath his four hooves. The ground cracked inch by inch. His body shot into the sky like a cannonball. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. When he leaped into the sky hundreds of meters high enough to overlook the entire battlefield, the contempt and fury on his face froze instantly. What replaced them was utter shock. What did he see? In his rear, where it should have been absolutely safe in the depths, there was now a steel torrent stretching beyond sight. They were rampaging through his rear positions. Countless fire snakes tore apart his proud centaur warriors in swathes. That was not a battle. That was a one-sided slaughter. What shocked him even more was this. Some Windrunner scouts, who were responsible for reconnaissance and relaying intelligence and specialized in speed, saw that something was wrong and tried to flee from the edge of the battlefield. Those steel machines actually exploded with speed in an instant that was completely incompatible with their size. They easily caught up to his proud scouts, then crushed them. No skill, no suspense. It was the purest, most brutal kind of crushing. The speed advantages Centaur civilization had always been proud of had completely vanished before these steel machines. Roar. A roar full of fury and disbelief erupted from Karak's throat. Boom! His enormous body crashed down heavily from hundreds of meters in the air and slammed fiercely into the ground. The terrifying impact instantly shattered the ground within a radius of dozens of meters centered on his landing point. The violent shockwave even made the surrounding bodyguards stagger back several steps. However, Karak showed no trace of panic. After the extreme rage came a coldness to the extreme. My command. His voice rang in the ears of every bodyguard. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions to abandon the front line. Reinforce the rear immediately. At any cost. Hold back that group of Iron Tortoises charge. Yes, all catapult units. Abandon the suppression of the enemy front line. Turn around immediately. Target our rear. Begin indiscriminate area bombardment. Commander, they'll hit our own people. One messenger blurted out instinctively. Execute the order. Karak's roar cut him off. I don't care what method you use. Stones. Bodies of our own men. Anything. Bring down the charge of that group of Iron Tortoises for me. Yes. The messenger no longer dared object and immediately turned to relay the order. And one more thing. A ruthless glint flashed in Karak's eyes. Deploy our trump card. Awaken the bone-crushing beast corps. Command them to charge from both flanks and launch an assault on those damned invaders. I want those tin cans to understand what real war is. At the same time, the battlefield behind the centaurs. Ha ha, this is awesome. So damn awesome. Wang, who drove his heavily armored bus and slammed a centaur that had rushed at him like a mindless beast, sending it flying as an excited roar burst from his mouth. He had already killed until his eyes were red. Every collision, every volley of fire could take several centaur lives. The thrill of this slaughter made every cell in his body tremble with excitement. Run them over, brothers. Don't stop. He was shouting at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. A violent tremor came from beneath his feet. What's going on? Wangu paused, then raised his head in confusion. The next second, his pupils shrank violently. High above, countless burning boulders fell from the sky like a rain of flaming meteors, smashing viciously toward the area where they were. Holy shit, enemy attack. Before Wang, who could even finish shouting in alarm, at the far ends of both wings in his field of vision, dust billowed into the sky. Countless enormous figures appeared on the horizon. A heavy cavalry force made up of tens of thousands of creatures with shoulder heights over 8 meters, built like gigantic yaks. Their bodies were covered in thick armor, and the massive single horns atop their heads gleamed with metallic light. At this moment, they had lowered their heads, their 4 hooves trampling the earth as they charged at the flanks of the player army. The core conflict of this volume is a life-and-death war between Huaxia civilization and the other alien civilizations, centaurs, of stone, blue, and dwarves, for the final right to survive on the continent. The protagonist's ultimate goal is to lead Huaxia civilization in wiping out all threats, winning regional victory, and thereby rescuing his family, who have been frozen by the rules. The turning point of this volume is the civilization-level leap of Huaxia civilization, bringing vehicle transformation to the entire population and the qualitative change of the Ejia and How at level 20. The planned climax is the linked activation of 3 divine skills to lock onto the final enemy, followed by tens of billions of steel flooding over the dwarf civilization and ushering in a grand reunion. Detailed outline. The player army that charged into the centaur's rear began a frenzy of destruction and slaughter, but after several hours of high-intensity combat, they were ultimately annihilated by the centaur army due to the gap in numbers and raw strength. However, Huaxia civilization had not failed. Zhang Wei's tactic was successfully carried out. Yi Chun drove the Xingfu Ejia and How high into the sky, activated stealth at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and quietly hovered there as an absolutely safe teleportation coordinate. On the second day, after the resurrection cooldown ended, the player army descended from the sky once again, and the Centaur Legion, in shock, once more faced these undying enemies. Death was only a cooldown. The terrifying mechanism of the undead calamity made all enemy battle results meaningless. This showcases Huaxia civilization's unsolvable war of attrition tactics, dragging down the enemy's war potential and laying the groundwork for the intervention of a third-party force. On the third day, the player army still descended right on time. After days of attrition, the Centaur army was already exhausted from constant mobilization. The dwarf race, which had been fighting the centaurs on the front lines all this time, keenly noticed the abnormal situation in the centaur's rear. The dwarf commander decisively ordered the entire army to attack. The player army and the dwarven mech forces formed a deadly pincer attack from inside and out, and the Centaur Legion collapsed across the entire line. The Centaur commander Karak tried to break out, but Yi Chun canceled stealth high in the sky, and the Ejia How opened fire at full power, precisely bombarding Karak to death. After witnessing both the player army's undead trait and the terrifying firepower of the Ejia How, the dwarf commander decisively chose to withdraw. Borrowing one force to strike another created a killing blow, while the protagonist controlled the lightning and settled everything with a single strike. With the Centaur's main force destroyed, the battlefield situation changed fundamentally, naturally transitioning into the resource-clearing phase. After the dwarves withdrew, Zhang Wei ordered the player army to fully take over the battlefield and advance into the Centaur's heartland. The army advanced like a hot knife through butter, directly finding and destroying the Centaur's main city. During the sweeping of the territory, the reconnaissance forces of the Co-Governance Alliance unexpectedly discovered the final traces of the previously hidden mountain creatures, the Stone civilization. With old hatred and new grudges piled together, millions of players coordinated with Yi Chun's precise aerial bombardment to completely wipe out the remnants of the mountain civilization. Like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, it was absolute crushing dominance that completely eradicated a once troublesome enemy. After consecutively destroying the strongholds of 2 major civilizations, they accumulated a massive amount of civilization experience, providing the conditions for Huaxia civilization's final leap. A system announcement arrived. Huaxia civilization's level welcomed an epic upgrade. As a reward, every Huaxia player gained a bus of his or her own, and the number of Huaxia vehicles exploded instantly from over 100 million to tens of billions. At the same time, the hunting level of the Ejia How reached level 20. Yi Chun used a mixture of 4 civilization crystals for an extreme breakthrough, raising the upper limit of accessory modules to level 10 and unlocking an entirely new civilization crystal empowerment system. Yi Chun used all kinds of composite crystals to deeply empower the weapon systems, and the combat power of the Ejia How stepped into a whole new dimension. The explosive shock of tens of billions in a steel flood of troops, and the protagonist's vehicle breaking past its limits to unlock rule-level destructive power. This completed the dual ultimate armament of civilization and individual alike, fully preparing them to wipe out the remaining forces on the continent. Yi Chun drove the transformed Ejia How and descended once more upon the territory of the Southern Blue civilization. Faced with the absolute defensive barrier that had once left everyone helpless and able only to encircle it, Qin Lan activated the crystal-empowered level 10 ion cannon without the slightest hesitation. A beam of light beyond comprehension descended, and the seemingly indestructible barrier shattered instantly. The blue civilization was completely annihilated under this dimensionality reduction strike. A single strike shattered an obstacle that had once been impossible to overcome, the ultimate expression of violent crushing force. With all unstable factors eliminated and the team's S support core abilities fully maxed out, everything pointed toward the acquisition of the final intelligence. After the earlier upgrades, Gu Qingtasi SSS rank, Zhou Xiu SSS rank, and Gu Qingyan S talent were used in seamless coordination for the first time as 3 divine skills. Through sacrifice and rule writing, they directly extracted the ultimate intelligence of the current continental plate from the system level. On this civilization battlefield, only one final opponent remained, dwarf civilization. Yichen informed Zhang Wei of this decisive intelligence, and the Huaxia Alliance immediately issued the ultimate order for the entire army to attack. The linked activation of God-tier talents dispelled the world's fog and granted an all-controlling God's eye view. All suspense was unveiled, directly drawing open the curtain on the region's final decisive battle. Tens of billions of Huaxia troops surged into dwarf civilization territory like a tsunami. Under the endless charges of the undead calamity and the high-altitude destructive strikes of the Yijia Run Hao, the dwarves' mech forces quickly disintegrated, and their civilization core was destroyed. The survival world issued its ultimate announcement, declaring Huaxia civilization's final victory. The seal of the world's rules was lifted. Countless pillars of light descended from the sky, and all the frozen loved ones returned to the mortal world. Yi Chun and the girls embraced their families in reunion within the main city. At that moment, a massive stargate split open across the heavens, signaling that an interstellar battlefield of a higher dimension had already opened, but Huaxia civilization was ready. They won the highest honor in this civilization battle royale, bringing a perfect ending of family reunion. All the main plot lines of the highway survival phase were perfectly wrapped up, while leaving behind the vast suspense of conquering the Sea of Stars, ending everything naturally. The story is over. Thank you for watching. See you in the next story.